Happy Thursday, everybody. It is Thursday. I had to check and look that up. One more day until Friday. That is very tight. I'm Jesse Cofield. This is obviously The Sweat. Now, if you're new here, we do this award-winning show every Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern. It kicks off a day of Madden Sims here on the Dream Stream. These 6 to be exact. We're going to have 12, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. A day full of Sims. Going to be magical. But we aren't there yet. Before the simulated football, let's talk about baseball. DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey, Gary Thorne, and Nick Fryer. So this is MLB Chaser Fade. Agree or disagree with the following DFS and sportsbook plays on today's 9-game slate? That's a lot of baseball. All right. Royals second baseman Whit Merrifield's most expensive hitter on the slate tonight. All right. $6,100 in salary. Now, are you going to chase him as your favorite bat over 5K on this slate, or fading him in favor of someone else? I go to Kenny and his 2 adorable stuffed animals first.
Oh, thank you. Well, look, anyone with hit in their name, I think I love hits more than anything, maybe even more than home runs, just someone who gets hits, and that's what Merrifield does. So I don't mind him here. I don't think he's in the best matchup, though. I'm going to do something that we love to do here when we play DFS. I'm going to go take a little trip out west to Coors Field, and I'm going to pick up Trevor Story at $5,100. Look, he already has 3 barrels this season. We know this guy is a barrel machine. He's ranked in the top 10% of the league in barrel rate twice. He has an average exit velocity this year of 92.7 miles an hour. He's going to be hitting third in this lineup. I think that there's going to be plenty of runs scored from the Rockies specifically in this game. When you look at the matchup here, Merrill Kelly is a pitch-to-contact pitcher. He is a right-handed soft tosser, as we threw around that term a bunch yesterday on The Sweat. What does that what does that result in at Coors Field? Does that go well for pitchers who pitch to contact? No, it never goes well. So I think the Rockies score a bunch of runs here against Merrill Kelly, and I think Trevor Story has a big hand in it, is probably the hottest hitter right now. And oh, by the way, he was their resident righty masher last year, their best righty bat against righties, I should say, for the Rockies. So I think Trevor Story has a big game today. $5,100, great price.
Gary, and you trying to make a little trip out west as well?
No, I'll stay in the East. I will say Merrifield, fine hitter, but I mean, that price made me do a double take this morning. I have no idea why he's $6,100.
Especially against Lance Lynn.
Yeah, it's really strange. I get that we have to kind of inflate the salary of some middle infielders. It's not always the deepest position, but yeah, that one's wild. So anyway, let's go closer to like that $5,000 tier you were talking about, Jesse. Pete Alonso and the Mets in general, I just think in a really nice spot on today's slate. They get Nick Neerdert for the Marlins, who, like, even the Marlins don't want him to be making this start. It's an emergency start because they've had some injuries and some guys unable to break camp with the team. So this is someone who's only thrown 49 1/3 innings above Double-A, a majority of those coming at Triple-A. And in those 50-ish innings, he's got a 5.11 ERA. And he's a pitch to contact guy, as Kenny was talking about earlier in regards to the Rockies lineup today. Also, the Marlins bullpen, like once they get past this guy, the Marlins bullpen has the second highest National League ERA so far this season at 6.75. So it's just bad pitcher after bad pitcher for someone like Pete Alonso, who should probably be more than $5,000. He's only 4.9 on this slate. If you're going to let him make contact, he is going to produce barrels. That's just what Pete Alonso does.
All right, Nick, where are you going on this one?
Well, I like the Pete Alonso pick, Gary, and after talking about him yesterday, I think that's a great call. But I am actually going to go with a different first baseman here, and I am going to fade Merrifield as well because, like you guys said, 6.1K, that's way too much, especially against Lance Lynn, who not only is he good, like Kenny was talking about, he's not done well against Lance Lynn throughout his career. Now, I'm going to go – now, having said that, Jose Abreu has not done great against Brad Keller throughout his career, but Brad Keller stunk in the spring, and he just got his lunch money stolen by the Rangers. So I'm going to go with that. And I think with Abreu not necessarily being his MVP self to start the year, he's going to make him a less popular pick at 5.5K. So I think that you guys can sneak him in where a lot of people aren't going to go for him.
All right, guys. Jose Barrios was dominant in his first outing against Milwaukee. This dude racking up 12 strikeouts in 6 innings. Guess what that's good for? 40.9 fantasy points. Now, he is the most expensive pitcher on the slate. $9,800 he's going to cost you. Likely going to be a popular pick too after that last outing. So you're going to chase him or fade him in favor of someone cheaper who could maybe put up comparable numbers here, Garion?
I mean, fade's not the right word. I think Barrios is definitely viable on this slate, though I do think the Brewers were a big part of his amazing first start of the season. We've seen now that they have a lot of swing and miss in that lineup, but so do the Mariners. So he could have a very similar start. However, if you're looking at the top 2 price pitchers on this slate, the one guy I would say is, one, just better than Barrios, and two, definitely profiles as more of a strikeout artist that you can rely on slate to slate, game to game. It's Corbin Burns. I mean, it's almost unfair how good he looked in his first start of the season. This is someone who last year struck out 37% of the opponents he faced. And then in 2021, his fastball velocity went up 2 miles per hour. His cutter velocity went up 2.5 miles per hour. He is throwing his cutter harder in 2021 than he was throwing his 4-seam fastball last season, when again, he struck out 37% of opposing hitters. So, I mean, I just feel bad for the Cardinals. And I think the Cardinals have a pretty good lineup, but the one thing the Cardinals don't have is a lot of left-handed power. And if you look at Burns's numbers in right-on-right matchups last season, righties hit just 194 in terms of slugging percentage off this guy in 2020. That is insanely low. This is just a really good matchup for Burns.
All right, Nick, I mean, what do you think? 9,800 for Barrios. You want to pay that? You're looking for someone else?
I love Barrios, but I cannot go with him here at this point. I'm going to get in on his action a little bit later on, though, for sure. But look, to expect him to go throw another, near perfect 6 innings again. I understand the Mariners strike out a lot, but I just can't imagine he's going to go off like this again tonight. And I like the tandem of Jake Arrieta and John Gray for me, going with the Cubs and the Rockies. Anytime I get a chance to bet on the most jacked pitcher I've ever seen in my life, I'm going to do that. And Arrieta, look, he did great last time too. So I'm going to see if he's got the hot hand and roll with it. And then John Gray, look, I know that it's the Rockies and it's Coors Field, and there are definitely some offensive weapons on the Rockies side where I wanted to try and go with them. But the Diamondbacks, on the other hand, I'm not feeling it. And I think Gray, last time out, he looked awesome. Again, riding with a hot hand here.
All right, Kenny, who you riding with?
Yeah, Jose Barrios, this guy might as well be Ricky Nolasco. He might get you 8 Ks today, but I think he's also going to give up like 2 homers, 5 runs. Look, I don't trust him at all. He's a regression candidate when you look at his expected stats. He hasn't really been good or really consistent or reliable for like 3 years. So you just never know what you're going to get. And I agree with Gary in that the Brewers are clearly not a good lineup, and they are really what's to do with the fact that Jose Barrios was so good last time out. But look, Nick hit the nail on the head. He listed my 2 favorite pitchers. I mean, John Gray, the guy's been washed and back like 8 times over his career. I think he might be back. But I want to talk about Jake Arrieta for a second because he has a great matchup today. He is $8,500, which I think is really too cheap. 6 innings, an earned run, 6 hits, and 5 strikeouts last time out against the Pirates. This team is dead last in hard hit rate this year. They were last in WRC plus to righties a season ago. They don't even have Todd Frazier yet, who is like supposed to help this lineup. He's still not playing. He's hurt. So I don't see any reason why the Pirates even get more than 1 run here. I think they easily get shut out by Arrieta. I don't think it's the fact that he's that good at 35. But he's good enough to navigate this lineup once again, for sure. He also, did look sort of impressive against the Pirates. I know that, again, it's a bad lineup, but, perhaps there's something to going back to Chicago, putting that uniform back on. He looks clearly rejuvenated, and I think that he has another nice outing here. And, he's one of these guys that came up, 10 plus years ago. He's not going to pitch 4 innings. I think he'll give you at least 6 here.
All right, well, we're talking about a lot of guys that are going to cost you. So how about a value play that you're going to be chasing today, Nick?
Well, I feel good about Gary bringing up Pete Alonso earlier because I feel like we're of the same mind right now. He brought up Adam Eaton yesterday, and I'm going to go with him today. I know he was off a little bit last night, but he's a little bit cheaper again today. And look, again, Keller, this is a guy who he hasn't faced him a ton, so we don't have those same numbers like I'm talking about with Jose Abreu. But with Eaton, going up against a guy who's been struggling, I feel very comfortable with that, and to a get right game. And then we brought up Merrill Kelly earlier. I feel like there's some guys in the Rockies lineup too that you can get some value. Garrett Hampson, Ryan McMahon. Look for some of them. McMahon's a little bit more expensive, but I feel like you have 3 decent options there.
All right, where are you going to go with this one, Kenny?
I do like going to Coors. I was really scared that you were going to once again, take my pick. My pick today, I think is pretty obvious. I think this is like the most excited I've been about a value play in a long time. It's Michael Conforto at $3,600. When you look at Nearhart, Garion laid out the fact that he is a great matchup for the Mets. Conforto's going to be hitting third. He's in a contract season, which means that he's going to likely have a very good season. I think that he is probably the most talented hitter on this Mets team, aside from Francisco Lindor. I think that he finally has his breakout game today. When you look at his splits over his career, a .510 slugging percentage against righties versus .408 against lefties. So he has the splits advantage here. The Mets have an implied team total of 5 runs. I think that they beat up on Neidhart. Conforto right in the middle of that order is going to have plenty of opportunities to drive in runs. He should be part of plenty run scoring events. I think he gets his first pop of the year here as well. The guy had a good spring. He didn't have any homers. He had 6 hits. They were all singles, but he's seeing the ball well. And the Mets have run into some good pitchers so far. And again, they haven't had the full complement of games like some of these other teams have. So I think Conforto's breakout game or first big game of the season, whatever you want to call it, happens today. $3,600, stupid price on this guy. He's going to go off.
All right, Garion, where are you looking for value here?
Well, I agree with these guys in terms of the Mets cheap outfielders up top. You can throw Brandon Nimmo into the mix, who's leading off today. I also like Adam Eaton. So we're all kind of got consensus on the hitters. So I'll go to a pitcher. And while I do agree that Jake Arrieta is in a great spot today against a Pirates lineup that looks pretty hapless, someone who is almost $2,000 cheaper in that same game, also pitching against a lineup that looks pretty hapless, is Tyler Anderson. And Tyler Anderson is not someone who I really thought coming into 2021 I'd be all that excited to talk about. But in his first start against the Cubs back on April 3rd, he generated 21 swinging strikes in his 91 pitches. That's insane. That's a swinging strike rate over 23%. I'm not saying he's going to be able to recreate that necessarily on today's slate, but he does have swing and miss stuff. We've seen it in the past. And this Cubs lineup has been terrible. It's been absolutely awful. I mean, coming into 2021, the big narrative was, oh, all these Cub bats are going to normalize. Well, they still suck. So I'm going to still take advantage of this lineup. Right now, they are hitting 124 as a team with a 29% strikeout rate. I think Tyler Anderson's in a fantastic spot. I also like John Gray, as these guys were talking about, especially with Ketel Marte probably not going to be in there for the Diamondbacks today. So, I mean, heck, you could start a lineup with 2 pitchers who are $7,000 and $6,600 and just have so much money left to spend on bats.
Dang, Garion. Kenny going wild in the background. Loves that pick. Loves that pick for you. All right, but let's talk about the GK Sportsbook, guys. Is there a game total that you want to chase the over on today? Where's it going off, Kenny?
Well, I like the under in this Cubs-Pirates game, and that's why I'm going nuts, because I love both these pitchers. I think Tyler Anderson's in a great spot. Garion doesn't think that Tyler Anderson can recreate the swing strike rate that he had last time out against the Cubs. Garion, the Cubs are they swing and miss more times than anybody.
I'm saying he's not going to have a 23% swing
I
strike
know.
rate. It might be 17.
I agree with you. And I'm saying if there's any team it's going to happen against, it's against this team. Look, the Cubs offense is an affront to baseball. I absolutely detest this offense. They can't hit the baseball. They have 3 true outcome guys who don't even hit home runs. And they've been trying to convince me Jason Hayward's a good hitter for the last 4 years, which he's not. He stinks. They had issues. Okay. Kyle Schwarber was swinging and missing on a lot of pitches. He wasn't hitting nearly enough home runs to make it worth it. So what do? They go out and get Jock Peterson, who somehow is a worse version of Kyle Schwarber. At least Kyle Schwarber hits the ball the other way, right? And they have Jake Marisnick and Matt Duffy in there now against lefties, where they'll be starting today likely against Tyler Anderson. Those are your solutions against lefties? These guys stink. Anthony Rizzo started the season awfully. He might be done. The only guy in this lineup who can hit is Chris Bryant. Javier Baez has shown that he's a fraud. He continues to swing and miss on everything. So I think this lineup stinks, and I think that the Pirates offense is just as bad, and Arrieta has a good game. I think there's 1 run scored in this whole game. I'm taking the under.
1 run. We're going to hold you to that, Kenny. All right, 1 run. Garion, is there somewhere you want to chase the over on today? I don't know, maybe Coors Field.
Coors is an option, obviously, although I don't think the Diamondbacks are going to carry their weight there. So that's a bit of a risky play. I'll go back to this Marlins Mets game. The total right now is 8.5 on the DKSB. I think the Mets could obviously get there themselves between the starting pitching and the bullpen that is lining up for the Marlins today. But I do want to point out, Taijuan Walker is making his Mets debut today. Walker's a pretty good pitcher. There's nothing completely negative to say about the guy. He had a pretty good surface stat season in 2020. He had a 2.70 ERA. However, his expected ERA was over 5, and he actually had the second biggest discrepancy between his ERA and his expected ERA among pitchers with at least 150 batted ball events last season. So there's a little bit of regression coming for Taijuan Walker. I'm not saying he gets like blown up today, but he might give up like 3 runs to the Marlins, and that's going to be enough because the Mets are going to do their part and get this game over.
All right, Nick, game total. You want to chase the over on today?
So much Mets today. Well, I'm going to go with the former Met, the Grim Knight, with the Red Sox-Orioles game. I'm going to go with the over at 9 right now. Look, I know Matt Harvey did well against the Red Sox last time, but I'm not feeling it this time around. There's no way he's going to replicate it on this quick of a turnaround after what the Red Sox did against the Rays. And then on the Red Sox side, they got Erod coming out for his first start of the year. The way the Red Sox are, every time they bring this guy back, more so than anyone else off of an injury, they really like to baby him. So I don't expect him to be out there for a long stretch. And that means the Red Sox bullpen is going to have to carry the workload. And we saw one of their guys throw a ball in the dugout yesterday. So I don't have any trust in the Red Sox bullpen right now. So I am very comfortable taking the over in this one.
All right, guys, slate approved pick time. Your favorite bet or DFS play, wherever you want to go with that. Gary, where are you going?
I'm just going to stick with Corbin Burns. Again, it wouldn't shock me if he racks up 12 strikeouts today. So he's someone I think under $10,000 you have to pay for.
All right, where are you going, Nick?
Oh, I've been waiting for this part of the show the whole time. Okay, I didn't go with Barrios as a pick today. I'm fading him there, but on the sportsbook, I'm going to go with his over 6.5 Ks. And Kenny, where you're saying we're of like mind, I can't accept that because you're going to go and call Barrios a Ricky Nolasco ripoff or whatever.
Right.
Come on, this guy's the stud. He's bringing the fuzz. His friggin' hook looks outstanding. So I know he had 12 Ks last time out. That's not going to happen again. But the Mariners are top 5 in strikeouts to start the season. This is a guy who's got a career 9.5 K per 9 against him. He's going out there at least 6 innings every time against them too. So you got the form, you got the history, and then the Mariners, they strike out a ton right now. So I'm very comfortable over 6.5 Ks for Barrios today.
All right, real quick, Kenny, slate approved pick time.
Hey, Nolasco wore the same jersey. Great hook, a lot of strikeouts, and he still gave up like 8 runs a game.
Stop it.
I really like the Brewers money line. I've been saving the Corbin Burns talk till now, but 6th in Cy Young voting last year. The guy was maybe the least talked about good pitcher ever coming into this season. And all he's done was just look absolutely spectacular last time out. The Cardinals, Gary mentioned that from the left side, they have a little bit of a discrepancy. The swing and miss stuff's been absolutely outstanding. And what will cure the Brewers, what wrongs them, what ills them on offense is Adam Wainwright. The guy is continuing to regress. He's so old at this point. And I think the Brewers eventually just find a way through here. They break out offensively, and Corbin Burns shuts down the Cards.
All right, good stuff, you three. Amazing, as always. All right, check out our interview with Cardinal starter Jack Flaherty, who went 6 innings, giving up 1 hit, no runs in a win yesterday over the Marlins. Check that out. We're going to be talking NBA next.
I think that, having that moment, something that you've dreamed of your whole life. I mean, as you're from California, you were the Gatorade Player of the Year coming out of high school, deciding whether to go to college or play pro. You signed with UNC, but ultimately went pro. What was that decision like? Was that hard to decipher between go play college ball or I'm just going to go straight to being a pro?
So, I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a hard decision.
I feel that.
But not in terms of the way that most people think. So most people think that, they ask everybody's like, you were never going to go to school, were you? Like you were going to sign, like it was a wrap, like you knew. And I'm like, y'all don't understand. So the draft was on a Thursday, and that Monday through Thursday morning, I was on like my high school senior retreat. Cause I was like, I don't really care. I'm like, for me, I was like, I'm going to school. I was dead set going to school. We had flights booked 2 weeks after I graduated. I was supposed to, they made us all go to summer school. So I was like ready to go to summer school, get used to the campus and everything, do that. And I was dead set. I was going to school, and there was no doubt in my mind. I didn't have a lot of information on the draft. My agent was like, you could go anywhere from 17 to like the 5th round. And so what my mom did, my mom and my agent did. My mom was like, well, realistically, what could he get? What could he sign for in the draft? I was like, I don't care where he goes, but what could he get? And my agent was like, well, he could get here. And my mom basically broke it down to herself and broke it down to me. I was 18. I didn't really understand, but she broke it down and was like, she's good with numbers. She's like, look, what is the value of a college education versus the amount of money you could potentially make? And once she came up with that, she was like, okay, look, this is what it is. Like, you know, after taxes and whatnot, this is what you need to come away with. So you need to sign. If you're going to sign, it needs to be for X, but you have to be okay with going to school. And I was like, I'm totally fine with going to school. Like, we put a lot of thought into this process. Like, I'm so okay with going to North Carolina. Like, I'll be fine in 3 years if I go to school and I sign after 3 years. That, like, I have no problem with that. Growing up, I never intended on going to pro out of high school. I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't know that was something you could do until I got to high school and got around, you know, 2 guys who went in the first round. I was like, I didn't even know that was a thing. So she came up with a number, and that was that number. And we gave it to my agent, and he's like, are you sure? I'm like, yeah. He's like, well, you better be okay with going to school. I'm like, I have no problem going to school. I like the school I picked. A lot of guys just commit to a school to commit and be like, oh, yeah, I'm not going to school anyway. I was like, I like the school I committed to. I'm going to North Carolina. Like, I like those guys over there. And so for me, it made the decision, I can't say super easy because I had a little panic right before the draft, but it made the decision easy. It was like, if
Why did you panic?
I think reality kind of set in. I got home from like retreat Thursday morning. The draft was like that night. I went home, like, didn't do much, was just hanging out, and in reality kind of set in of like, well, is this the right decision? Do I even want to like have that number out there? Do I just want to go to school? Do I want to go to school? Because like, what if I do this and what if I give it my all and put everything into it and it just doesn't work out? And, you know, I was on the phone with like my mentor, and he was just like, well, then give it your all. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. It's like, God's got you. He's had his hand on you the whole way. Like, you just got to accept it. And like, if it happens, you've made this decision, and run with it. Like, if you get your number and a team is willing to give you your number and you get it, you sign. Like, just make it pretty black and white, and don't worry about anything else. You can't worry about what the future holds or anything like that. So we made it black and white. It was, if I got my number, we were going to take it. If I got anything less, like, it doesn't matter. We could have been, you know, $10,000 apart, and we would have been like, I'm a walk. I'm gonna go to school. And so it made it real simple for me. Came down to it. My name got called. My agent calls me. You know, they're willing to give you this. They're willing to give you your number. I was like, all right. So it was dead set right then and there. Like, we knew. It was like, okay. All our plans just changed. I wanted to cancel flights to North Carolina. I had to cancel all that. We got to make flights to St. Louis now. I got to pack. I got to go get different. I got to, like, world kind of got flipped upside down because we weren't expecting it. We were like, I'm still going to school. There's no way we're going to get that. I did. And then it all worked out.
Welcome back, everybody. We are sweating some basketball right now with DraftKings contributor Matt LaMarca and host of the Four Seasons podcast for Ball is Life, Ryan Mogjosh. All right, guys, NBA Price Check is the name of the game. Matt, who's your favorite DFS play in the 9K plus price range? So, like, the expensive guys.
Yeah, I'm going to go real off the board here. I'm going to pay for the most expensive guy, Luka Doncic. The production hasn't exactly been there for him recently. He has scored, you know, under 50 points in 3 of his last 4 games, but the usage rate is there. He's had a usage rate of at least 39.8% in each of his last 4 contests. There's at least a chance that we don't have Kristaps Porzingis again for the Mavericks in this spot. So I think Doncic, once again, looking at a big usage rate, he's too talented. He's going to bounce back. And this is a potentially good spot here against the Bucks. This game has the second highest total on the slate, so there should be some points scored. Give me Luka Doncic at 10-9.
10-9. I mean, wow. Okay, Ryan, where are you going? Nope. Do we lose Ryan there? He looks a little frozen. We may
I'm back now. Can you hear me now?
You're back. Let's do it, man. All right. 9K plus range. Just a quick pause for you. Let's talk about who you're paying up for.
Yes, I'm paying up for Vooch at 9,100 at Toronto. Speaking of a good spot, Toronto's beat up and they're not playing great basketball right now. Granted, it's in the backcourt with Lowry and Van Fleet, but their whole team is just not running like they usually do. And Vooch is on a heater right now. Yesterday went off for 63. I think he was the highest scoring player in DFS yesterday. 51 the game before that. And Levine is questionable. So that's even more touches for Nikola Vucevic. Even with Levine, though, I still like Vooch paying up for 9,100.
All right, Ryan, let's stick with you while your internet's doing good. All right, 8K range. Where are you going?
8,100. I like Drew Holiday tonight. And Matt touched on it. Giannis, probably doubtful. All right, he is doubtful. Probably a no-go. And while he's out, he's balling. 51.2 fantasy points in his last 5 games. While on the season averaging only 35.8. So something about with Giannis gone, I know it's a lot of touches, but I don't know if Middleton's deferring to Drew Holiday, but Drew is like the top dog when Giannis has been out lately. So I like Drew.
All right, Matt, where are you going in this price range?
Yeah, I certainly can't argue with Drew Holiday, but I will go with Donovan Mitchell. I like him. He's only $500 more. I think Holiday sort of priced at the ceiling for what we would expect for Drew Holiday. Donovan Mitchell kind of not at 8.6. Mike Conley on the second leg of a back-to-back, good candidate to sit out. Mitchell has increased his production to 1.4 DraftKings points per minute in games without Conley this season, and just an excellent matchup versus the Blazers. 29th in defensive efficiency is Portland. The Jazz lead the slate in an implied team total. So I think that this is a good night to pay up for Mitchell.
All right, moving down a little bit here, Matt, the 7K range. Who do you like in here?
Yeah, so I can't really argue against Chris Middleton in this price range. A lot of the same logic that Ryan used with Drew Holiday. If Giannis is out, Middleton has increased his usage rate by nearly 7%. With Giannis off the court this season. That's the top mark on the team, averaging just under 1.3 DraftKings points per minute. So I actually think you can build a pretty nice balanced lineup tonight. Go with a few of the guys in this, 7 to 8K range. There are also some strong values that we'll get to, but this 7 to 8K range seems a little bit stronger than we see most of the time.
You agree, Ryan? A little stronger in this area. Who are you going with?
Yeah, I like the balance tonight. I like Rashawn Holmes tonight as well. I love the Detroit-Sacramento matchup, especially because Jeremy Grant's out. 7,600 for Rashawn Holmes, and Detroit really struggles guarding bigs, specifically centers. Bagley also out, and for whatever reason, the Kings don't even like playing Whiteside, probably because he tries some nights and doesn't try other nights. So they really don't have another guy. Plus, Rashawn Holmes, he's kind of slowed down the last 3 games. I see him picking it up against Detroit tonight. But before these last 3 games, he was going off for mid-40s, low 50 points in fantasy. So I like Rashawn Holmes' matchup and spot tonight.
All right, how about that 6K range, Ryan?
So Toronto's been inconsistent, but their guards have been getting a lot of minutes. I'm talking Bembry, Gary Trent Jr., and Malachi Flynn. Tonight specifically, Gary Trent Jr., I feel like has the spot to be great, but has kind of underperformed. Malachi Flynn and Bembry have been the ones doing the work. But Lowry, FVV out, and I just think Gary Trent Jr. is the better player out of those 3 guys who are getting minutes. He's not shot the best the last 2 games, but I think that he picks that up tonight.
What do you think, Matt?
I'm going to go with Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes is never a guy that you like get excited to play. He's pretty boring, but he just gets the job done for you. He's averaging like right around 0.9 DraftKings points per minute, but tons of minutes recently. He's coming off of 37 in his last game, 37 2 games before that, and he scored at least 40 DraftKings points in both of those contests. Ryan touched on this matchup. I do think that this matchup has some sneaky upside. The Kings have the second highest implied team total on the slate. We know that they're bad defensively, worst defensive team in the league. So Detroit could potentially provide some value in that matchup too. So I'm going to go with Harrison Barnes. I just think that safety wise, he makes a ton of sense. Maybe not the highest ceiling at 6,400, but I feel pretty good about his chances to return value.
All right, let's talk super value under 6K. Matt, you were saying like there's a lot of good value on this slate tonight. So where are you going?
Yeah, there are a bunch of interesting players, but I have to stay on brand here and go with Killian Hayes. This is my guy. I have planted my flag with Killian Hayes. He's 3,200. He got the night off in the Pistons last game, but prior to that, over 34 DraftKings points in 25 minutes. He should see, I would imagine, another slight spike in playing time tonight. I mentioned the Kings' defensive struggles. They're terrible. And no Jeremy Grant for the Pistons. So Hayes is kind of the guy, as scary as that is. I mean, maybe Sadiq Bey, but there's just not a lot of talent left on this Detroit roster. So Hayes was the number 7 pick in the draft. He's barely played this season because of injuries. I think that over the second, sort of this final stretch run of the season, they are going to unleash him and find out if they've got a player here. So Killian Hayes, 3,200. Love him tonight.
Oh, man. Ryan, where are you going on this one?
I like the Killian Hayes pick, and I have a guy in that game as well. I have 2 here for ultra value, and ultra value is my favorite thing about DFS. So I got Dean Wade for 4,600. Cleveland is banged up. No Jared Allen, no Larry Nance Jr. So that 4 or 5 spot is kind of missing. Dean Wade plays the stretch 4 for them a lot. They play OKC, and I think that there is a blowout factor warning because OKC is so beat up and you never know who's going to play for them on a day-to-day basis. But I think it favors Dean Wade because in blowouts, they play a lot of their younger guys to get more minutes. So I like Dean Wade. He's the last 3 games, he's played 38, 31, and 38 minutes. So I like his opportunity. And my last one in that same game that Matt mentioned, Sadiq Bey, because there is no Jeremy Grant. So you need a 3-4 tweener guy going to fill that role. And Sacramento stinks. And so anytime you get to play guys that play against Sacramento, you do it.
Man, Dean Wade. It just sounds like D Wade. Like it's got to be tough, right?
Pretty much the same player.
Yeah. I mean, there you go. What a name to live up to. All right, guys. Great job. As always, you'll both be back to close the show when we turn our attention to the DK Sportsbook. That's going to be great, but you can take a break now. Jeff Orrick will be here in a few minutes to talk hockey. We will be right back. talk some hockey with DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich. Jeff, we're going to go through some DFS plays, some bets. You tell me what you like for tonight's 10-game NHL slate. But first, we're going to kick this segment off with some praise. Jeff, some praise for you. Yesterday, one of your favorite bets and DFS plays was Kevin Fiala of the Wild. And last night, he just destroyed the Sharks. He had a hat trick, 4 points, 8 shots on goal to total 51.5 DK fantasy points. Highest scoring player on the slate, crushed his over 2.5 shots on goal prop you love so much. So just, I mean, a little clap it out for Jeff. So
I mean,
yeah.
I'm here for this, Jesse. You can just, let's just bring up the good stuff and like, let's ignore the fact that my bets the last 2 days had missed. So I'm all for it. Fiala hitting was nice. I got another guy that could, I think could have a similar night here. So yeah, I'm ready to get back into it.
Oh, Jeff's ready to dive right back in, so let's do it. So obviously, like big 10-game slate. We're going to start at center. We see Connor McDavid at his usual spot atop the salary list, 9,100 in a great matchup against the Senators. Can you give us a center that you like tonight that has a shot at matching McDavid if you want to fade him?
Yeah, I mean, I think the obvious pivot tonight is going to be Mika Zibanejad. I mean, I love playing Zibanejad when the Rangers' offense is really clicking, and they're definitely clicking right now. Scored 8 times against Pittsburgh. They've had like a couple just 8-goal games and over the last month or so. So that's going to be the natural pivot for sure. Zibanejad's great, plays a ton. Like he's got as much upside. He's not as consistent a point getter as McDavid. Obviously, no one really is, but upside wise, pretty similar. And in a matchup against the Penguins, who've allowed 15 goals in the last 2 games, that's a good pivot. The guy I actually really like though, and I think you can, if you're really looking to save money, is Matthew Barzal. At 6,500. That's the guy I really like targeting. I think he's good value going up against Philly. I've talked about Philly's issues on this show a lot. They just stink, like in goal on defense, and they just give up. They don't even give up a lot of scoring chances. They're just not good at keeping the puck out of their own net, and they don't have good special teams. So it could be a spot where Barzal picks up one on the power play, maybe picks up an extra one. He's played really well over his last little bit as well. He's got 15 shots on goal over his last 3 games. So you like the aggressiveness. He's almost pushing towards a point per game play. So 6.5K on salary. Matthew Barzal is definitely the guy I like going down to.
All right, well, over on the wing, you find the Rangers are Artemi Panarin sitting at 8,400. This dude been on fire lately. 4 goals, 11 points over his last 5 games. He's averaging over 20 DK fantasy points in that span. So would you pay up for him, or is there someone else on the wing you'd prefer to be spending a good chunk of your salary on?
No, I mean, I think Panarin does make sense. You look at the top 3 plays. I mean, you've got Ovechkin and Pastrnak going up against each other. Boston's been juggling their lines around a bit. So I'm not sure how much I really want to trust, Pastrnak in this spot. And then, Ovechkin going up against the Bruins, who don't allow a ton of scoring chances. They're a good defensive team for the most part. I'm not really sure I want to take a chance on Ovi either. So Panarin, he doesn't get the shots on goal that those other guys do, but he's just such a consistent points producer that he kind of looks like a solid floor play here. Now, obviously if he only comes through with like 1 assist, you're not going to have a big night. So I do think that if you're looking for a similar upside play for a GPP, I think Tyler Toffoli at 6,600 going up against the Jets. The Jets are still bottom 10 teams in terms of scoring chances allowed. Like they'll give up 5 goals in a game. I mean, they have very good goaltending and obviously they can get shut down, but I think Toffoli has just as much upside as Panarin. He's a little bit more boom or bust, but in this spot, you're getting a higher shots on goal guy, a higher volume producer in that regard with Toffoli. Montreal offense still a little bit hit or miss, but at 6,600, it's such a big savings. So I guess, maybe the theme is, Panarin, if you're having like a core lineup or a cash game lineup, but Toffoli's the guy I would probably target more in GPPs. You get such a good savings there for similar upside.
Speaking of savings, Jeff, how about a value play tonight? So cheaper players catching your eye here?
Yeah, let's stick with the Islanders. I mean, Anthony Beauvillier, 4,100, getting first line power play exposure for the Islanders. Again, it's a really good matchup for their power play. Philly is pretty terrible on special teams, bottom 5 in terms of penalty kill as well. I just like targeting the Flyers, especially with the value plays because, obviously team allowing a lot of goals. You get these guys cheap around 4K. If they get a goal for you, it's just such a big boom, at that price tag. So Beauvillier is kind of a shoot first player as well. Only has 14 points on the year, but he's kind of come alive lately, 6 goals over his last 10 games. He's averaging right around 2 shots on goal. I like targeting him around the 4K range. If you want to get a little bit cheaper and, again, we're targeting this Rangers offense who's been really good. Capo Caco, 3,200 for the Rangers. He's kind of been in this quasi like second line, third line role, gets a little bit of power play exposure, but again, a shoot first player, averaging 2.5 shots on goal. For 3,200, Caco is a decent little punt play at that price.
All right, let's talk about some sportsbook stuff. Which game on this slate do you like to hit the over?
So, the unders have kind of been trending pretty well for the NHL. Like the overs really haven't been solid bets of late, just for the most part. But there are a couple games where I would definitely trend towards playing the over rather than the under. The first one's probably going to be, the main one is going to be Pittsburgh, New York. I talked about the Rangers offense, and you just look at the way these two teams have gone. Like Pittsburgh's offense has been really good as well. 4 of their last 7 games have hit 7 or more goals now for Pittsburgh. And then you look at the Rangers, it's a similar story. Guys like Zibanejad's picking up, Panarin back in the lineup, he's picked it up. 5 of their last 8 games have hit 7 or more goals now. These two teams combined for 11 goals in their last meeting. I think it was 11, it's somewhere around there. The Rangers scored 8 in their last meeting. That's all you need to know. So with Pittsburgh, perhaps, getting a little bit of aggression in net, I wouldn't want to touch the under here. So it definitely has me leaning towards the over in that game. If you are playing totals, I probably like going the under in a game like Buffalo, New Jersey a little bit better than playing any of the overs. But for an over specifically, definitely Pittsburgh, New York.
All right, slate approved pick time, Jeff. Your favorite bet or DFS play today, wherever you want to go. What is it?
Okay, let's stick with. I'll give you 2 on the sports book. Let's stick with the player prop. Let's go over on Matthew Barzal's shots on goal. You can get him at plus 110, over 2.5 shots on goal going up against the Flyers. Barzal's averaging 2.7 shots on goal over his last 10 games. He's got 15 shots on goal over his last 3 games. I think at plus money, that's a great over prop to take. But let's stick with my boys, so to speak, the Sabres. The Sabres are at home against the Devils, and they're plus 123. The Devils are terrible. They just traded away Kyle Palmieri. I know the Sabres are bad too, but like when you get 2 teams like this, that are so bad together, let's just take the one with plus money. The Sabres are the ones that have actually looked a little bit better over the last couple games. They got that big win against Philly, right? So, plus money, I think the Sabres at home on the money line here also makes sense as a bet.
All right, Jeff. Hopefully some of your advice hits and we get to praise you again tomorrow. All right. Good stuff. We're going to turn our attention back to NBA. One more segment left on the sweat. Everybody hang tight. We'll be right back. One last dance with our NBA panel. DraftKings contributor Matt LaMarca, host of the 4 Seasons podcast for Ball is Life, Ryan Mogg, Josh, and guys, we've added RotoWire's Nick Whalen. Look at us. Look at us now. All right, let's talk sportsbook, you 3. So which bets are you targeting on tonight's 7-game slate? Matt, give us a favorite that you like to cover the spread tonight.
I like the Dallas Mavericks. I think the big story here is obviously Kristaps could miss the game for Dallas, but Giannis could miss the game. Doubtful for the Bucks. two big names, but one carries much more significance than the other. Giannis, even though he's not really in the MVP discussion this year, like he has been the past couple of years, he still remains arguably the most impactful player in the league. The Bucks have decreased their net rating by 12.1 points per 100 possessions with Giannis off the court. They go from being, one of the best teams in the league with Giannis on the floor to actually getting outscored without Giannis. So I think that this Dallas team, it's kind of weird to see them favored over the Bucks, even at home, but the absence of Giannis is just so difficult to overcome. Kristaps, really kind of a minimal impact for the Mavericks. They're essentially the same in terms of net rating with or without him on the floor this season. So I think that Dallas can take care of business here as small favorites.
All right, Ryan, what do you think?
I don't know how the Suns are +6. So I like that a lot. The Clippers haven't done anything to wow me lately. And who knows, Paul George and Kawhi love to be late scratches. I'm not banking on that. But even if they are in, I'm guessing it's because they're on the second night of a back-to-back and they played last night against a tough Utah team. But I love Phoenix +6 in this matchup.
All right, Nick, what do you love tonight?
Yeah, I like both of those calls. I mean, that Mavs Bucks line has even extended from, Mavs -1 to Mavs -1.5 now just in the last half hour here. So I think that's further indication that Giannis probably isn't playing tonight. And obviously, in years past, without Giannis, the Bucks have kind of been able to not miss a beat. When they would hold him out for rest last season and the season before, it would kind of be business as usual. And that's something that what made Milwaukee such a dominant team during the regular season. They seem to have kind of lost that. When Giannis doesn't play, this team completely falls apart, like Matt indicated. They took a tough loss, blew a big lead to Golden State earlier this week, just kind of a very un-Bucks-like loss. But I'm going to actually go to the Miami LA Lakers matchup tonight. It's a big number. Miami's 8-point favorites over the Lakers, who are, of course, without LeBron and without Anthony Davis. The Lakers have looked a little more competent than I expected of late without those two. Andre Drummond, of course, missed time as well during that span. But if you look at all the wins that they've racked up, it's come against Cleveland, Orlando, Sacramento, a very depleted Toronto Raptors team. They did play Philadelphia close a couple weeks ago, but that was when they were without Joel Embiid. This team really struggles when they're facing good quality opponents that have their stars healthy, and that's exactly what Miami has. Miami is coming off a bad loss to Memphis. You do have to take that into account, but I think this is a really good spot for the Miami Heat to bounce back against the shorthanded Lakers.
All right, Ryan, you got another underdog you like to cover?
Yeah, I'm going to kind of go against the boys here. And I don't know if it's a true underdog, but Bucks +1.5 I kind of like. Matt mentioned that Kristaps is going to be maybe on the fringe of playing and not. But I kind of like their supporting cast. I know Giannis is everything for them, but Drew Holiday, like I said a little bit ago, has really stepped up when Giannis has been out. DiVincenzo is very serviceable. Portis might be in that 4 spot with Lopez at the 5, who's playing really well and getting a lot of minutes. So I think that playing an inconsistent Dallas team where Luka does everything, I kind of like the matchup of everybody doing their part on Milwaukee versus a one-man show in Dallas tonight. Nick,
what do you think? You got an underdog that you like to cover?
Yeah, part of me likes Portland against Utah tonight. As Ryan mentioned at the top, Utah's coming in off of a tough back-to-back, went into overtime last night, a really hard-fought game for 53 minutes against the Phoenix Suns. So, maybe there's a little bit of fatigue there. They probably won't have Mike Conley on the second night of a back-to-back. So I might look into that one. But Utah's 7-2 against the spread on the second night of a back-to-back. So that's probably going to be a stay away for me. I think I'm going to highlight Detroit, +7.5 in Sacramento. Not too often that I would recommend betting on the 2020-21 Detroit Pistons, but the Kings are just 5-7 against the spread as a home favorite this season. So usually when they're in a good spot, they haven't always performed all that well. Detroit's about 500 against the spread as a road dog. You really never know which Pistons team is going to show up. It could be the one that beats the Wizards by 30 and the Raptors by 15, or it could be the one that loses to the Knicks by 44 points, as they did over the weekend. So if it's the good version or the relatively good version of the Detroit Pistons, I think they have a great chance to cover this against a Kings team that can be equally, if not more fickle on a nice night-to-night basis. And when you look back, when these teams played in February, it was a 3-point Sacramento Kings win. I'd like the Pistons' chances to cover this one again and probably play out a similar game to that one.
Matt, how about an underdog you like to cover?
I'm going to go with Portland. Nick scared me with the Utah numbers on the second leg of a back-to-back, being 7-2 against the spread. That's something I did not know. It's very impressive. But I still think Portland's the right side here. Conley likely getting the night off. The Jazz have been 10 points worse per 100 possessions without Conley on the floor in general this season. Their defense is really what suffers. They're allowing roughly 10 additional points per 100 possessions in that situation, which makes sense when you take a good defender like Mike Conley off the floor and put on a guy like Jordan Clarkson. So I think that this game should be a bit higher scoring than expected, and that really fits what Portland tries to do. They are a team that their goal is to outscore you, right? I mean, I know that that's kind of obvious. Every team's goal is to outscore the other team, but they're not trying to stop you from getting buckets. They want to win track meets. They want to win games that are played in the 120s and possibly even the 130s. So I kind of like the potential game script here for the Blazers in this matchup.
All right, Nick, is there like a game total here that you like to either go over or under, something that seems enticing to you?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to that Miami LA Lakers game. The total is 204.5, which is extremely low, but the Heat play at the slowest pace in the league since the All-Star break. The Lakers, strangely, without LeBron and Davis, have the second best defense in the league since the All-Star break. So their offense has been horrendous, but the defense has actually held up without those two. They are playing faster, the Lakers are, than they have earlier in the season. They're a top 10 pace team since LeBron went down, but again, the offense has been really, really bad. They are dead last in offensive rating since LeBron James went down. 100.7 points per 100 possessions. That is 20 points per 100 worse than the number one offense, which is the Clippers, in that same span. So they're playing really quickly, but they're not scoring a lot of points. So that, to me, those kind of offset. The Lakers have scored 101 points or fewer in 7 of 10 games without LeBron James. They've gone under 100 points in 5 of those 10 games. So when they struggle, they really, really struggle. Miami's offense, kind of right in the middle of the pack since the All-Star break. They've had plenty of nights where they struggle to break 100. I don't know. I mentioned Miami. I do like them to cover that 8-point spread. That's a big number in a game that I think is going to be low scoring. I think I'm almost more confident that this goes under than I am Miami covering 8 points.
All right, Matt, what do you think?
Yeah, me and Nick are pretty much in agreement on a lot of things tonight. I really like the under in that game. I think that this line is intentionally low to try and scare people away. I'm not one of them. I like the under, but just to be different, I will go right back to that Portland-Utah game. I'm going over there. For a lot of the reasons I mentioned about me liking Portland, I like this game to be a little bit higher scoring. We've already seen the line come up a couple of points. It's up to 232.5. That's pretty high for a Jazz game, but I like there to be a lot of points in this matchup, so I'm taking the over.
Ryan, what do you think?
I'm taking the over 225 in Detroit, Sacramento. That's the game of the night. I think Matt's boy, Killian Hayes, and Sadiq Bey and the gang go off tonight. And I love betting against Sacramento. They can't stop anyone. Josh Jackson, whoever, there's 4 or 5 Detroit guys that are liable to go off against that Sacramento defense. So I'm taking the over. No Jeremy Grant, who brings a lot of defense to Detroit. He's gone. It's going to be Swiss cheese defense.
All right, good stuff, guys. We are out of time. Amazing work as always. Appreciate the time. All right, guys, that is kicking off a 6-game slate of Madden Sims 12, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. It's going to be an amazing day. LaMarca is going to be on some of those Sims this evening. How exciting. He'll be with Glasheen. Can't wait to see how that turns out. The Sweat, though, back tomorrow at 11 a.m. as we are every weekday, Monday through Friday. Going to be amazing. Madden coming up next, so make sure you stay tuned for that. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Well, hey there, Dream Streamers. Welcome on in, and we are happy to have you for the first of a half dozen Madden simulations that are coming over the course of the next 11, maybe 12 hours if we go for extra credit. With Jason Rossi, I'm Adam Kaufman. What's up, man?
Hey, everything's up. Nothing is down. It's a great day to be alive, baby, and great day to kick off the Dream stream. Well, I guess the Madden part of your Dream stream.
Yes, of course, because as we know, the sweat happened for a full hour before we came on. No, not that kind of sweat. It was a different sweat, the kind of sweat that you feel when you are trying to lock in your lineup seconds before everything goes zeros, or when you're just living it and hoping that you outlast your competition. It's that kind of sweat that we have going for you. And here today,
I like it.
The first, yeah, you see, right off the top of the old noggin. What we have for the first Madden Sim of this day, and remember, it is no longer a Wild Weather Wednesday. The weather is normal. It's perfectly normal. It's a typical weather Thursday or something. Bills and Raiders, what does your lineup look like?
Average weather Thursday. My lineup looks, I'm feeling good about this lineup, Koff. I will tell you that. I got, hold on, now it's in the live section. Oh, I'm currently in first. Take a screenshot. Okay. Captain John Brown. One a little different, potentially. I'm hoping his captainship will be a little bit lower. Looks like about 8%, so I like that. Not really drafted all that high in the Koff contest. Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs with Tyler Bass. Those are my Bills. Then I got Ruggs and Waller for the Raiders, even though Josh Jacobs, who I think is one of the most fadeable running backs, has been scoring a little bit in the games I've been watching with him. So I'm like, all right. I don't like that. I didn't play him, but just wanted to note that because usually it's all Rashad.
I'm sorry, can I hear that again?
Yeah, Rashad.
Rashad, yes,
Yeah.
okay. It's French for touchdown machine. So for the nooner, the Koff finished third in his NBA contest to restore some normalcy in the world free roll. I have for my lineup Josh Allen in the captain. Yeah, more on that. Koff excitement right here. Tara Lynn here in the chat, just yelling at me. What is happening? Josh Allen in the captain spot. Henry Ruggs, old Hank Ruggs, part of the lineup today. Darren Waller, Tyrell Williams, who of course, as we know, is a new Lion in real life and hasn't played in what feels like forever. Lee Smith and Hunter Renfrow. So I don't know. You almost hear that and you're like, Josh Allen and the captain, then everybody else. Just hoping for, AI to be on my side today, but we will find out.
And whether it's AI being on your side or the real players when you're playing on DraftKings, it's kind of the way I feel all the time. But your Tyrell Williams, don't forget how much of a beast this guy was in Madden 20. It's kind of faded off, but maybe today's the day that he reclaims it because it seems like you've been on a heater based on the title of this
I'm just
contest.
looking at his game logs. Let's see.
Dude, it's bad.
Last 4 games in double digits, or in single digits, pardon me.
Yeah.
So it's 4, and then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hang on.
Wait
10.
for it.
Last 10 games where he has failed to even achieve a dozen points. So, yeah, I mean, if today is going to be the day, that's let us hope, with every sim being a snowflake, that there is no carryover, no consistency from previous sims to what happens here today.
Agreed. Let's see how it goes.
Yes, 1st and 10 from the 37. We have a phenomenal crew here with us, as we always do, as Derek Carr is hit as he throws it, goes out of play. His first attempt incomplete, obviously. We have producer Jordan, J-Dub, you might say. Producer Jordan. Tara Lynn is hanging. I don't know if she is shadowing Jordan, if she just wants to be around us more. I mean, it could be anything. It could just be Rossi. It's definitely not me. We know that. And then Drew, our technical director, not to be confused with producer Drew, who at some point, I guess I'm just going to have to start calling one of them Andrew to differentiate. And then Frangelico in Game Ops.
Yeah, we got a great crew. Super stoked here. Yeah, I always go with Andrew. I think it's easier. This is the Andrew. The other one is Drew. But nonetheless, we got.
Let's settle it this way, right? Drew or Andrew, what does your? It's a two-parter here.
What does your aunt call you?
What does your great aunt call you? What does your next door neighbor call you? What do your
you don't want to know.
What do your parents call you, and what does your fiance call you? Because if the answer
very personal.
Yeah, well, I know I'm prying here into his personal.
Oh, I know this Sugar Boo. His fiance calls him Sugar Boo. So.
No pet names. I mean, Drew or Andrew. I don't want to know if sugar baby or whatever, sugar boo. No.
Yeah.
So he says Andrew, but he's typing more. All right. So he says parents Drew, pretty much everyone else Andrew. So your parents call you Drew, but your fiance calls you Andrew. All right. Well, now I'm at a loss. I need some consistency here.
Let me explain. So my name is Jason.
Correct.
My family calls me Jay. I don't allow it, and everybody else calls me. Well, most people call me Rossi. I actually have too many names, but most people will say Jason if when I'm having most conversation. But Rossi's more popular, and then a lot of people also call me Ross, which is kind of bizarre. But
well, I mean, I don't feel like Rossi is something you need to shorten.
no, well, that's my point. It's
but at the same time, I get it. I suppose.
Yeah. So it's depending on the circle, I have to remember what I'm going to be called. Like when I've friends that I've grown up with, some will call me Jay.
Okay.
Not a big fan of that one per se, but I don't care.
I like
it. No, it's not that I don't like. I just feel like it's such I don't know. I feel like Jay is for people like Jason doesn't relate to Jay to me like a James or other names. But that's again my own.
Well, it just feels like kind of a different name, doesn't it? Like if if your name is Jackson and people start calling you Jack, like to me it's just a different name. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, but again, it all depends on the relationship you have with those people. Like, you can call me realistically anything. It doesn't matter. I just appreciate the acknowledgement of my life. So that's the way I look at things.
Ricky Robbie says they call Rossi Care Bear.
He knows me too well.
You're cuddly.
Yeah, and people I actually don't know much about the Care Bears. I would make a reference, but I just know my sisters were big. We used to have them, but I have no. Were they magical? I know they lived in clouds. I think they all had different little powers.
I remember watching the show. I really enjoyed it as a kid.
But were they magical bears or were they just friendly bears that lived in clouds?
You know who would know? Wikipedia.
Tara Lynn.
Tara Lynn. Who we had to
Jordan,
pry
maybe
we had to pry her away from watching Care Bears to join us for this sim today.
Maybe Jordan knows.
I like this. Alan says some people call me the Space Cowboy. Some call me the Gang of Love. Some call me Maurice.
Wow!
Care Bears are a group of multicolored bear characters originally painted in 1981. They were turned into plush teddy bears, headlined their own television show called Care Bears from 85 to 88. Yeah, that was my wheelhouse as a kid. They made 3 feature films in 85, 86, and 87.
Had those.
Care Bear different. You have those?
My sisters, yeah, we had those. I still have a pretty
extensive VHS collection.
Yeah, and then with the ones that connect in them, I don't know how to say it, almost opens like a book. That's all the kids ones were like, but
I don't know if you knew this. The current TV series Care Bears Unlock the Magic debuted on Boomerang On Demand February 1st, 2019, and is since tied in with a new toy line from Basic Fun.
Okay, but can we?
Any sort of nostalgia? Want to had people watch that? It was apparent.
Nope.
Care Bears and Cousins was commissioned by Netflix in 2015. This conversation.
What are the Care Bears?
Same, man.
Yeah, where are the Care Bears though? Are they magical? I still don't know what they are.
Let's see. We're gonna launch, relaunch.
It's very important.
History.
I get multicolored bears. That's all I've gotten.
All right, magic spells. There's a category. There's a category for magic spells. The
Magic
Care Bear's
spells.
ultimate weapon is the Care Bear Stare. Rossi and I are going to give you one of those when we get to the break. We're going to give you a Care Bear Stare as we go from the 5. 2.5 to go first quarter, run up the gut, a little shy, 3-yard pickup, in which the collected bears stand together and radiate light from their respective tummy symbols. These combine to form a ray of love and good cheer. Honestly, if you had a superpower, this is what it would be. These combine to form a ray of love and good cheer, which could bring care and joy into the target's heart. So anyone who's a moody little dink, you just, fire off some care light at them, and you would have them in just such a happy place. The Care Bear Stare has several different looks. One is the beam coming out of the tummy being made up of several replicated images of the symbol. Another variation forms a rainbow when multiple Care Bears and or Care Bear cousins are involved. So it's sort of like Captain Planet. Like when our powers combined, we are Care Bear cousins. A yellow beam with red hearts is sometimes seen as well. The film Care Bear's Journey to the Joke-A-Lot and the Care Bear's Big Wish movie do not feature the Care Bear stare, however, but it does return in Care Bear's Oopsie Does It. There's a touchdown, Josh Jacobs.
Sorry, I've been trying to hold in. This is ridiculous.
I'm only like halfway through the section.
I'm sure you are, but just very quickly with Jacobs, there's what I was talking about. It took like 18 shots. I feel like this guy carried the load all the way down. Richard had a nice run in there. I'm sorry, Richard. But there it is. Good for you if you went with Jacobs. This guy is slowly becoming a little bit of a sleeper here in Madden 21, but only 19% of you flexed him. So.
Rossi, I don't know if you knew this, but in the original animated specials.
Oh, yes, please.
In the TV series, the Care Bear stare is initiated by the phrase, Care Bears, prepare to stare. While the Nelvana series, later versions, it is initiated by the phrase, Care Bears countdown. I like the first one better. I much prefer the first one.
That is Care Bears countdown.
Yeah.
Is there a
prepare
countdown?
To stare.
I'm gonna send all that. Is Obi-Wan here? I'm sorry, I've been very behind in looking at things. I want to send all my.
At anything yet?
I'm heading in. I'm going into the dark. I've been over on Twitch to my homies.
Gone to the
my YouTube.
Dark side.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over to YouTube here, because I will tell you something right now. I want Obi-Wan to get all my Care Bear stare today. Every piece of my stare is going directly to you, Obi-Wan.
This is a great comment in the chat. I have to believe it's related to what we're talking about. Jack says, Adam will always be my favorite host, and the other guy is my second favorite.
Mm-hmm.
I assume you're talking about Ross.
Yeah, no, you know what he's talking about? Yeah. Literally, whoever else. He could care less.
Just the other guy. Whoever I'm working with or whoever's on. Yeah. It's like just a massive tie for second. Kenny says Jason Rossi, just call him JR, like JR Smith. Does anyone call you JR?
Very short-lived. That's never really translated.
Frangelico says, didn't expect a Care Bear times Madden stream today, but here we are. I was hoping you would end it with, but I'm here for it.
Yeah.
That's usually what the people say when they actually approve of it.
I'll tell you this right now. Smash that like button. You might get much more Care Bear content on the Dream Stream. 7 days a week, Dream Stream. They're looking for content. Maybe like after the 6 p.m. on Sunday nights, we get a little Care Bear hour.
Evan says Rossi and Koff each create an origin story for the Bears, including the stare.
The stare is actually kind of unsettling, I'll be honest, but I'm really into this. Like, I like the idea that these Bears, like, they had all this triumph. Like, the 80s is awesome because basically they created an entire show off of Bears probably just finding people that are down on their luck or upset or mean, and they just made them feel better and loved. I think I have to watch a show today.
I kind of want to check it out. You guys should do a podcast about it. Then again, that would require Billy actually watching something that he doesn't want to watch. He still doesn't watch Blue Mountain State, the jerk. I watched 8 seasons of Psych. He won't put on a 20-minute episode of Blue Mountain State.
Yeah, he gets a little stubborn about stuff. Like, I'm not stubborn necessarily. So he told me, like, hey, I really want to do this. Let's watch this. I'm like, all right. Or we'd have a conversation. I'm stubborn in my own ways. Don't get me wrong.
I thought of you last night, as I do every night before bed, because there was a thing on. Wait, hang on. Let's, as we reach the end of one, Care Bear stare. Do we need to shout it?
Oh, you do it. You're the leader.
Wait, hang on. What was it? I don't want to screw it up. Oh yeah. Stupid. All right. Care Bears, prepare to stare.
I feel like they smile.
You're right. Real glamour look.
All right,
Anyway. All right. Jacobs 9 for 33. He has a touchdown. Jordan says that is a nightmare. Andrew, however, says nailed it, guys. Grammy on the way. And Tara Lynn has gone oddly quiet. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna be rewarded for our musical tastes and skills. 7-0. Vegas in front of Buffalo. I thought of you because when we last worked together, which very well may have been yesterday for all I remember. I mean, every
2 days ago.
In Simland. Great. 2 days ago. We were having a conversation about baseball movies, and you were talking about how that you're starting to form a list, and that might be the next thing coming up on the pod or coming soon down the line. There was a thing on Twitter turned into a real thing last night. Somebody, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember who initially tweeted it, but it was something like, is Sandlot the greatest baseball movie of all time? Which forced me to actually think about it. And it's not even close. Like, it's not even in the top 10. And I put out a list in no particular order, again on Twitter, which elicited some reaction, of movies that I would prefer to watch over The Sandlot.
Baseball movies.
Baseball movies. Yeah, not just any movie.
Can I, instead of just telling me, could I ask and you say yes or no if it goes over it?
Okay.
Can we make this into a little bit of a game for the peeps?
Sure. Yeah.
Angels in the Outfield.
Yes.
Wow, I did that. That's so shocking. Angels in the Outfield over The Sandlot?
No, I'm not saying, and here's specifically how I classified this, and you can tell me if I'm cheating here, but I think it's just, open to interpretation. I'm not saying Angels in the Outfield is a better movie than The Sandlot. It's not. But if you're looking for,
you would watch it.
I find it to be the more enjoyable watch than The Sandlot.
Wow, this is actually crazy to me. Like, I'm actually starting to get a little emotional about this, as we're gonna see. Yeah, seriously.
Touchdown, Buffalo!
Singletary, baby.
Just broke running backs who were numbered in the 20s.
Broke 2 tackles in the backfield. Had no business not being tackled with a 2-yard loss, and just says, "I'm gonna jive this way, juke this way," whoop, and then took it all the way to the house.
Nice.
But going back to that, to me, just knowing, the age group where you grew up, maybe you just didn't have enough friends that wanted to play with you as a kid, so Angels in the Outfield was more your scene. But all jokes aside, it's just, that's a real hard one for me. I feel like The Sandlot is just so much elements to it that are iconic, but it's
there are. Look, if you were to ask me which is the more iconic movie,
that's different. Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, it's not even close. Of course, The Sandlot. The Sandlot, you'd probably put in the top 5 baseball movies ever in terms of what is, kind of something of legend. Like Angels in the Outfield is not that movie. I just think there's a little more humor. There's a little more, there's some sad stuff, obviously. I think part of it too, the main character in The Sandlot, and this is no attack on him per se, because I think he's supposed to be. It's like, when you come at the new Captain America and Falcon and Winter Soldier for being a DB and you don't like the actor, but it's really not the actor. He's just actually doing a really good job portraying the character he's supposed to be portraying. I feel like the kid who is the lead in The Sandlot is just remarkably annoying. Especially when you've seen the movie 100 times, it almost grates at you. It's like how Obi-Wan is when I'm doing a sim. It's oh my God, this guy again.
Okay, fair. The other thing that Angel in the Outfield has over, the actors are incredible in Angel in the Outfield, but you have Tony Danza do. That could sell. That's the only thing I'll give you.
Jordan says Angels in the Outfield, only 33% on Rotten Tomatoes. How?
I'll tell you how, Jordan. The movie's really bad. It's not a good movie.
Hey, Matthew McConaughey's an outfielder in that movie.
Yeah, and Danny Glover's amazing. Like I said, the actors in the movie is outstanding. The movie stinks. All right, I'll keep the game going though, because this is actually going to lead to, this podcast was going to be this week. I delayed it because it's WrestleMania week, which, by the way, you can get in the free pools over on DraftKings for NXT TakeOver tonight. I'm still fighting the good fight, by the way. We'll see. The Rossi TakeOver.
You should. Yep. That reminds me. I don't want to disrupt from our game, but remind me at some point, people, to tell you about a little programming note for later today that I hope will get you excited. But let's keep going.
Ooh, it is Thursday. There's new things.
That's right. Things.
I look forward to that. So, okay, give you another movie. I'm trying to think of let's go with the obvious ones. Maybe Field of Dreams.
1000%. Absolutely.
Okay. Gonna look at some in the chat here. Bull Durham.
Definitely.
Okay. Trying to think of ones Moneyball. What about Moneyball?
Without question.
Okay. Robbie Noble. Adam reminds me of Smalls, kinda. That just makes me
jerk, Robbie. I thought we had something.
Major League.
1 and 2.
Okay, then I was gonna say, oh, look at this, Frangelico, Benchwarmers.
Yes.
Never seen that movie. I'll be honest.
I bet you'd really enjoy it. And this is,
I'm sure I would.
not me saying The Benchwarmers is a better movie than The Sandlot, but if you're talking about like sitting down for the hour and a half or whatever it is and just enjoying a movie more, yes, The Benchwarmers to me is much more enjoyable.
Yeah, I want to keep this like so people understand. This is Koff's take, so we can all make fun of his takes or whatever.
Yeah,
this is
absolutely.
like he's not saying what's a better movie; it's what he wants. Like we talked about 30 minutes or less last week. Like I would probably today watch 30 minutes or less over. I'm just trying to think of a movie I feel like Tropic Thunder. That's just my opinion today because I've recently seen it. It's quick.
Yeah.
If someone said one of these two right now. Yeah, okay. Well, I was trying to get an emotion. Fever Pitch, one of my personal favorites. I don't know if it counts, but
you couldn't possibly mean that. I think it's one of the worst.
I absolutely
do you really
love
I think
that
it's
movie.
one of the worst movies ever made, and that's coming from a Red Sox fan.
The Red Sox is almost just a backdrop. I think that movie is endearing. I absolutely get crushed for this all the time and completely made fun of. And there's a reason there's a shirt out there that people wear. It says Rossi's Horrible Take. Because I think this movie
Hello.
Baby.
Touchdown Buffalo. We got another one. Step in.
Dig in, baby. There he is, getting into the end zone. But yeah, I think Fever Pitch is hilarious. I'm not a huge Drew Barrymore fan. I actually kind of liked her in this movie. Anyways,
like Fever Pitch, Summer Catch, put those in the same.
Oh, I was just gonna say Summer Catch was next.
Get the heck out of here.
So are both of those below Sandlot for you?
Like so far below. Like if the Sandlot is like at my, waistline, let's say, then Fever Pitch and
careful.
Summer Catch are like somewhere beneath my carpet.
Okay, all right, careful. What about The Natural?
So The Natural's interesting because The Natural, unequivocally, a better movie than The Sandlot. So don't confuse anyone out there what I'm saying. But at times it is very, very slow. It feels a little too longer than it needs to be. Like its peak, its culmination, it's like the iconic moment of the home run, smashing the lights, and the lightning bat and all that stuff. Like awesome. But in terms of the more enjoyable watch, that is The Sandlot through start to finish. So The Natural actually does fall below The Sandlot in this category, the way that I am describing it to you.
Got it. A League of Their Own.
Above Sandlot.
Okay, here's a couple from the Sim Fam. Have you ever seen Beer League?
I'm familiar with it, and I maybe have seen it once, but I don't really remember it.
It's an Artie Lang movie.
Yeah.
During his height on Stern, so got a lot of pub there. Not really a great movie, to be honest. Here's a good question. The Guru, does basketball count as a baseball movie?
So I ranked it as yes, but will happily listen to anyone that says no. I think there's a really fine line there. I went with yes just because it's even though they're more playing basketball than they are baseball. But I mean the ball is designed as a baseball, albeit a large baseball. I think baseball is basketball is tricky. What do you think? I had a hard time with it.
I don't even think it's a sports movie. I know it sounds dumb. It's a comedy, but for the argument,
sports movie, they invented a sport.
But you know what I mean. Like it's ridiculous. I would say
if you take it seriously as a baseball movie, of course not.
Yeah. So to me, you could fit it in all categories. I'm not going to be Tommy Freeze Pops. This is the one Tommy Freeze Pops Die on the Hill, like his whole sandwich takes and stuff. Like I'm not into that crap. Call a taco a taco. Hot dog's a hot dog. Hamburger's a hamburger. Don't care. Basketball could be a comedy. Could be a basketball movie, could be a baseball movie. Whatever argument it fits, whatever you want to do, go for it.
You're not you're not looking to put squares into round holes or anything like that.
No, and if you want, you can. You just break whatever the square is originally. The original setting is broken, and now it becomes whatever you want it to be.
Sure.
Another one here from the Sim Fam. I just saw people are coming in quick with these. I think I saw Rookie of the Year.
I put that over The Sandlot. Yes.
American Man.
A more enjoyable watch.
Wow. See, I think what's the other one? So there was Rookie of the Year, and then
Little Big League.
Little Big League. Thank you.
which is absolutely above The Sandlot.
Oh man! So you honestly, right now, you've said at least 9 movies.
Yeah, and there's some that you haven't even hit on.
And 61. What about the movie 61?
Yes. And while we're at it, The Rookie with Dennis Quaid.
Oh, yep. Have some. Trying to think of. Now I'm starting to lose the one. Bad News Bears. Thank you, Abby.
Bad News Bears, and there are 2 of them I recognize. I remember really enjoying both. I just don't. It's been easily a decade, if not longer, since I've seen either of them. So I sort of feel like, whereas The Sandlot, I feel like I've seen 10 times during the pandemic because of my kids.
Sure.
So I feel like the Bad News Bears need another watch. But if I were to guess, as we go into safety territory here, ball down to 2 after that punt, I almost sort of feel like I'd put the most recent one with Billy Bob Thornton into the yes, and the older one with Walter Matthau into the no. But some of that is just generational, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I still kind of prefer. Thank God they got Billy Bob Thornton. I think that was a big saver for that movie, just because of like his appeal as kind of like a jerk, and what he's with the Bad Santas and things that he's done like that. So that was good. That was a good grab by them.
A lot of people would throw Hardball into the yes category.
I was just gonna.
That's one that's been mentioned.
Oh, I got a really good one.
Mr. 3000.
No, well, you can answer that one first. What do you think about Mr.
But as partial as I am to that movie, just because I love Bernie Mac, I'm going to put that in the no.
Okay, now we're getting real.
Yeah.
Here's a movie that I don't know how many people even saw. Ridiculous movie, but it's surrounded around baseball, licensed by the MLB by the teams in it. Have you ever seen the movie The Fan?
Wesley Snipes.
Robert De Niro, Wesley Snipes. There's another famous female.
Not wall behind me.
I like it. Anyways,
he was basically Barry Bonds. That was essentially what they were going for in that movie.
Yep.
And
pre things.
Yeah, and then the white dude who was his teammate was he kind of like Jeff Kent, or was he Sorry, phone's ringing through the computer. What was the equivalent of
It would have to be Jeff Kent.
Probably
but it was before. Oh!
Fumble!
Reyes
got it! And immediately in touchdown territory. They're in the red zone. Ball to 13, 1st and 10 coming up.
Dude,
no, I think I got to put The Fan. I mean, no, it's
okay. The Fan's a ridiculous movie, but I don't know why. When I was a kid, it was so dramatic. It's kind of like the movie Sudden Death, but baseball, if you haven't, or vice versa, depending. When Claude Van Damme ends up being a goalie at the end of a game to save like his kid. It's amazing. Like 90s action movies were awesome. Jordan Lindenbaum, Rossi. The Fan was awful, entertaining but terrible. Even Stripes and De Niro hated it. No, I'm not saying it's a great movie. I'm just saying it's a baseball movie. I liked it.
Did you ever see the movie? This is a real kind of a real narrow. Like most people have not seen this. I don't even think it was even released in theaters. Game 6. You seen Game 6? It stars Michael Keaton and is about Game 6 of the 1986 World Series. He's a Red Sox fan living in New York.
Dude.
Yeah, it's.
I have not seen this movie, but I'm a pretty big Keaton guy. Multiplicity,
yeah,
come on.
I mean, I have it. Big surprise. But let me see if it came out in 2005. Let me see if it's actually streaming anywhere.
Wait, 2005?
Yeah.
This sounds like a movie from like 91.
Oh, Robert Downey Jr.'s in it? I completely forgot about that. Yeah, Keaton and Downey. It's
Game 6.
Here's how it's described. So Red Sox are kind of the backdrop for this movie. It's described as it's 1986, and New York playwright Nicky Rogan faces a series of fears, but none more frightening than the powerful critic Steven Schwimmer, that's Downey. Nicky worries about a scathing review when his play premieres on Broadway. In the meantime, his beloved Boston Red Sox are trying to win the World Series. And I cannot tell if it's streaming anywhere.
Wow.
Oh, wait. Is it on Amazon Prime? No, it's not. Take it back. Where can I watch Game 6? I don't know, because now we're getting into like sports Game 6. Google doesn't know what I want. But
yeah,
it's an enjoyable movie. You should check it out.
All right, I just typed it in.
Game 6.
Hardball, yeah.
Are we forgetting
liking that?
Hang on, let me
sure, well,
look at the ball. We got a minute to go in the half.
I'll get a list.
All right, so here's one here are a couple we've not mentioned. We didn't mention The Scout with Brendan Fraser, which
stinks.
Absolutely goes below The Sandlot.
Yeah, one of the worst.
We didn't mention For Love of the Game, the other Costner baseball movie, which actually I would put ahead of The Sandlot.
That's a good one.
8 Men Out, I had a hard time with. I had a hard time deciding whether 8 Men Out is above or below The Sandlot. It's right at that line. Incredible star power in that movie. At times very slow, but it's supposed to be. It's about, a scandal, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I got another one. I don't think, did we talk about $1 Million Arm?
No, we didn't. That's the Timberlake one, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put that below The Sandlot, but it's actually, it is an enjoyable movie. That's like a date night movie. Because it's a movie that's, like sports is the backdrop, but there's a romantic element to it. Like if your wife or girlfriend's not a big sports fan, she could enjoy it. And Timberlake's in it.
Yep. Did we mention The Rookie?
I did, yeah. Yeah, that's in the yes category.
What about, here's a real important one. This is the crux of the conversation. Sandlot 2.
Never saw it.
Nobody did.
Probably don't need to.
No, just go ahead and skip that one. Trying to see what else I see here.
Racist Field of Dreams mentioned. That right at the top, baby. That's
first one.
Uno. 42. That hasn't been mentioned. The Guru.
Oh.
And yes, 42 is absolutely above The Sandlot.
Got another one here. Air Bud, 7th inning fetch.
No.
Yeah. Air Bud, the first one. What a movie. Dog, just being awesome.
Just a dog being awesome. Somebody actually sent me let me scroll back in the old Twitter mentions, because when I was doing this on Twitter last night, somebody sent me a bracket. They said that, a friend of mine responded to my tweet. This is an embarrassing list. Are you secretly 11 years old or something? You may be if you think The Sandlot is a more consistently enjoyable watch than The Natural, whatever that means. Yeah, he was very offended I left The Natural off.
I just love how people get, Twitter is just the world. I don't.
And that was from a friend.
Yeah, but that's fine. But I love how people take things so seriously.
Right.
You're a loser if you don't I think it's. Do I like your opinion on this? Absolutely not. But it's your opinion, so I'll just tell you why I think things differently. But when people do that, it's so funny.
So all right, I found it. So Brian Brackets on Twitter. He said, we filled out this bracket on our Instagram story last summer. What's your final four? And he has 4 different divisions, as one does when creating a bracket. You've been down this road before. It's the Capella, Peppercorn, Crash, and Hobbs divisions, which I appreciate. So are there any baseball movies here? I'm going to really leaning into my camera as I try and watch the clock so you guys aren't looking at my eyeball when this.
You're good. 10 seconds. Get Hoyered.
With Matt LeBlanc and the Monkey.
Yeah, that was not.
No, that's on this list. I'm just going to skip over the movies I've never even heard of. Damn Yankees is on the list.
Sure.
100 Stitches? What in the world is that?
I feel like this list already stinks.
Well, it's. They filled out 64 movies. It's a full bracket.
So it's I thought he was 16 for some reason.
No. It's a full bracket of 64.
So was it really 64 movies that are baseball or probably have some relation to? It's got to be is basketball in there?
Basketball is in there, but Little Big League is not. My eye quickly went to that, and I called this person out. I said, "What the heck?" Chris says, "Hey, Adam, 61 is my favorite baseball movie of all time. Did you mention it? We did mention it, and I would put it above The Sandlot." And that's from a Red Sox fan. Allen 117 passing. If you didn't know, the Bills and Raiders are playing today. It's a touchdown in the air for him as well. Carr, not as good. Jacobs, 31 on the ground, a touchdown. Singletary, 50 on the ground with a touchdown. So those two guys, Singletary is the one closer to the bonus anyway. He is pacing as we reach the half. We'll see if he's able to get there. Yeah, ever so close. We will look at the receiving numbers for you as well. Not a ton of offense in this one, as noted.
Yeah, Diggs. That's all you got to worry about. Diggs got a touchdown.
Diggs touchdown, 4 for 78.
Dominating.
Very close to the bonus. 3 for 39 for Waller, 2 for 25 for Lee Smith. No huge numbers here.
No. By the way, you made me go into Instagram real quick, and there is just like Instagram used to be like so funny. You see friends. Now I just have this like Instagram model is just jacked out of her mind. I don't even know what the muscle is like glute, but like side. It's just because you said Instagram story, so I'm like, oh, I haven't checked my Instagram. Yeah, and then all of a sudden, Tara Lynn also posted something about us there. So I literally put like the top thing is just this glute. And it's not even like I'm not talking. There's no sexuality here. It's literally like muscle on the side profile. I'm intimidated and I need to shut it off. I'm going back to Twitter.
Muscle on top of muscle, not for me. It's a little much.
No, that shocks me.
Yeah, a little much. Seems unnecessary. Like one should only be so physically fit. I mean, whatever that level is, it's higher than where I'm sitting right now. But don't go crazy. Don't abuse the privilege.
Andrew, our tech club, you on the gram? Because I'll tag you in this. I need other people to see. Whoever else. I'm just gonna tag a bunch. Cough. I don't know if we're friends on Instagram.
We must be. How could we not be?
Let's not talk about it.
Instagram is different than Twitter.
Screw.
Instagram is entirely a friend space.
Oh, here we go.
It is.
Why don't you tell us? No, you know what?
Everybody on LinkedIn. Like, what's the difference? It's different. It's different.
Anyways, why don't you tell us about that the programming thing you were going to do before I absolutely lose my mind?
As we've reached the half, again, Jason Rossi, Adam Kaufman, we got Jordan, Tara Lynn, Andrew or Drew. Honestly, I don't think he knows which one he prefers. He just exists in this world and is a people pleaser. And Frangelico is with us here as, of course, our game ops extraordinaire. Great to have you all with us. So here's what's up. A little programming note that Brian says, hey, Koff, any chance I can smash that like button? I hope you do. I haven't told you guys. Hit that like. How are we not at 100 yet? Let's go. We're almost there. Smash that like. About 400 people watching the dream stream on the old YouTube. Here are a couple of things that I just want to bring into the world here. So the last-minute NBA contest, or as it's called, last-minute NBA contest, fill it up again! With Frank the Tank in mind, obviously. So we filled 200 a couple days ago. It was a little bit of an effort. We wouldn't have gotten there without Rossi and Christian. It was a very last-minute thing, but we got there. Yesterday, brought it down a little bit to 150. Still got there, but again, it took into the 6 o'clock sim. That just felt like, a little too much effort, again, was required by people trying to fill that thing up so it would run. So what I did today was I brought it down to 100. And not only that, I created it last night. So lineups lock in literally like 7 hours, and we are 73 out of 100 right now, okay? 73 out of 100. So you're almost there. You're almost there, folks, and fill that sucker up. Yes, for those that asked, as is the name of the free roll, I finished third yesterday out of the 150, and hopefully I'll do that much better tonight. But your programming note for later. Very excited about this. New Thursday program that comes your way after the 4 o'clock sim. So ballpark, let's call it 5:15 or so, sometime after the 4 o'clock, and obviously before the 6. Roughly 5:15 until 6 o'clock. You have us in that window live. I will be with Reed T. Fowler, the two of us, for a. I'm sorry, you can stop by if you want.
Well, it depends. Is it my wrestling preview?
We'll be co-hosts. You can be on the couch. You can be the guest. It would be great. Reed and I will be together, talking about day one of the Masters. We will be talking about the NFL. We'll be talking about whatever we want to talk about. It's a catch-all. It's a grab bag. We're just going to be hanging out with you guys in the chat, going over whatever there is to go over. And I swear to God, if we have fewer than 300 people watching live, I'm never doing it again. So I want all of you, that's empty threat, I'll be there. But really, I want all of you hanging out with us. Don't dip out of the sim and get us down to like 150. Hang out with Reed and I, ask questions, or just, it's going to be the same as this is, but without the sim, without the football backdrop. So we're just going to be spending time with you for our NFL PGA catch-all, or whatever the heck we're going to call that show. That's after the 4 o'clock sim, roughly 5:15 Eastern time. Be here with us. That's every Thursday.
So every Thursday?
Every Thursday that show is existing. Now, it won't always be me and Reed, but in that slot, that sort of theme, that let's just run down whatever we're going to run down from the day and important events will always happen. I think Reed and I will be together a lot. I'm sure you'll see Glash with someone. Maybe it's, Bukes or Lamarca or Julian or whatever. It's going to be a good time. Jay Duncan says, "Okay, Koff, I'm workshopping show titles. How about the Squints and Sweet Tea Show?" Fits. It fits.
Wait, I have a question though. Programming question. Yeah. Is there a golf tournament every weekend from here on out? I know nothing about golf.
There is. I mean, obviously not always a major. This is significant. Yes. But there is always a golf tournament until like December. Every week.
Wow. All right. I am so out of the game, dude. I'm going to get in on this though. Because like I say, and I promote this all the time, you don't know anything about baseball? Don't sweat it. And listen to the Sweat at 11, tune in. Or now they have the baseball show on Tuesdays, pre-lock, get in on there. Basketball, I don't know anything about basketball. Don't worry about it. You have $1 in your pocket, put it in, and listen to Chirag, Julian, whoever does those pre-locks. Now I know you're going to be on with Reed. It's just going to be called the Handsome Duo.
And, I like that.
Oh, fumble there, but not going anywhere. You put your $1 down on that because Reed knows. Like, I don't know, so I have to rely on experts. And that's what basically DraftKings is giving you an opportunity to just say, hey, here's a reason to enter a contest.
Right.
With confidence. Or you could be like me and just throw random names in there and then feel bad when you finish like 180th out of a 200-person contest the other night. So take the advice from the pros.
Is that you saying you're not going to enter the last-minute NBA Fill It Up Again contest?
No, I should do it, actually.
You should.
Is it $1 or is it more?
It's $1 and top 15 payout. So already better odds than when it was 200 people.
I gotta go find it. Hold on.
It's in there.
I'm in 84th in our contest in this game, so already trending down. Yeah, but I love this stuff. I think more content that drives you to enter contests and do a couple of, get you more involved. It's great. And they're helping you. Literally, people are helping you. Where else do you get help like this?
Yep.
It's basically a strategic call to build your lineups to make some money.
It's a real help me, help you situation.
It really is.
You help us by being here and hanging out. We help you by providing you with fantasy advice. Heck, if you guys want to ask a little bit about NBA, I'm happy to throw out some of the people that I like tonight. Yeah, I'll even do that a little bit later on.
What's the name of the contest again? You said it like 5 times.
It's the Last Minute NBA Fill It Up Again.
That's
what it's called.
We there it is.
Currently, let's see. Oh, only 15 slots left, folks. You better work.
Make that 14.
5 out of 100 already in there.
Ooh, big question here, Koff. Coming to you, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Okay.
Mitchell was, by the way, what a game by the Suns and the Jazz last night. If that doesn't, the fourth quarter alone, that's all I saw, and it was like watching like Holyfield Tyson back in the day.
It was great, a lot of fun. Overtime was great.
No.
Here we go. No!
Oh!
Hey,
John Brown. That was John Brown.
Yeah, 4th and goal coming up. Got to set up the field goal. Get that Tyler Bass out there.
As you mentioned, went to overtime, long, big time game. 41 minutes for Donovan Mitchell. He was a beast. 41 points.
Take that, Shaq.
Point a minute. So my question is, is he gassed? They're playing Portland tonight. Did they roll him out for another like 30+ minute game, or is this going to be one of those 20-minute games that you see him play sometimes on back-to-backs? That's what I'm thinking about. I'm worried.
I don't worry about him being on any sort of a minutes restriction or anything like that. Is he gassed? That's kind of a different question, obviously, and impossible for me to answer. I'm not in the man's body, but I think that. Let me see. Let me take a look.
I know you're not in the man's body. You said ask an NBA question, so I just asked an NBA question.
Let me tell you what
I'll tell you right now. Most of his back-to-backs, he's playing about 25 minutes on average.
So.
But he's still scoring well. Like his last game after a back-to-back was against Orlando. They smoked him, so that could have also been a part of it. But he scored 22 points in 21 minutes.
Here's what I can tell you. He is projected tonight, based on some of the places that I look. He is projected tonight for right around 40, 42 fantasy points, which is fine. It's not a below average night. It's not an above average night. It's kind of right in line with what he typically does. So, take that as you will.
Andrew says he can toast the Portland backcourt, though. I don't disagree. I think he's a great player. I'm just curious you know what? I'm going to let everybody know I like him. That's it. Done. Moving on. You settled it. Everyone did a great job.
Let's see. What do we have in the chat here? Robert says, if you have $1 in your pocket, just hand it to Kaufman. Why do we need to go through the illusion that we have a chance? Well, I didn't win last night. I finished third out of 150, but I didn't win.
All right.
Didn't finish first, didn't finish second. Reserved a spot in there, Koff, says Congo Cab. Must Be says, Koff, I was really surprised and happy BK got involved last night. Good for him to hang with us regular people. What was that? What did he get involved in? What did he do? You mean in the last minute contest? Because he wasn't.
I don't know what he's talking about, but I think that's so hilarious.
Jay Duncan, Koff, much love to you. How about this one? The Royal Court ties in DK, and you can have a segment where the DK chat proposes an idea, and you can each take opposing stances, Reed and I. That's fun. Darth on Twitch says he thinks it's going to be a Killian Hayes kind of PG night tonight. I think TD Drew / Andrew, he'll probably hop in. He's been getting in the last minute NBA contest. He's been having some fun. He threatened to finish top 5 out of the 200 a couple nights ago. He was right there in the mix for a while. I was rooting him on. I had a dreadful night that night.
Oh, this is the other night when you got lambasted, if you will.
Yes.
You had your bad night. Everyone was laughing at you. No,
Glash, by the way, I was texting with Glash a little bit, and who also finished in the money. He was top 15 last night. He has gone to the office and picked up all of the packages that were there for him and have been for the last however many months that you guys have been sending him. So whenever he's on later, I assume he's on later at some point. Whenever he's on, you guys should ask him all about what he got. You should have maybe he'll do like an unboxing if he hasn't opened them already.
I would like to do that for him. Maybe he'll let me come and open one of the boxes.
Terrelin says the stardom has gone to Glash's head. I can't believe it took you a year to come to that conclusion. 17-7 Buffalo in front. Final minutes of the third quarter.
Gotta find a cheap play. I hope Zach Thompson wrote something. I'll just roster whoever he tells me that costs like $3,300.
Listen, I always tell you, Rossi always tell you, among others, like go to DK Playbook, DK Nation, check out what Zach and Lamarca and our various writers tell you. I mean, I read a lot of that stuff as well when I'm building my lineups. There's a lot of great advice there. Edlow's there. I mean, I hate to give Edlow credit when I can avoid it, but there's a lot of good stuff.
No, he's good. It's good stuff. Good stuff.
Darth says Masters on one TV, MLB on the iPad, Sims on the laptop. It's a good day. That is a nice
Amen,
little
brother.
Thursday.
Yeah, shout out to baseball real quick for having like day games all the time. So you have multiple channels, much stuff to do. It's great.
Reminds me,
they didn't do this last year.
Baseball, folks, in like 20 minutes for anyone doing early MLB contests.
Good shout.
Don't reserve your spot somewhere and not input a lineup. Don't think the lock's at 7 o'clock tonight or something.
Ooh.
Get that lineup in.
Actually, don't know who this is. Playing somebody I've never heard of before in NBA.
Is that right?
Yeah, why not?
Did you create any Masters contests, by the way? Masters lineups?
No, I don't. No, it's too late. But no, isn't there like a secondary entry?
Yeah, I think there's a weekend entry
that
you could do. But I didn't know if you did anything going into today.
I didn't because I didn't get enough time to watch the Ulrich Ultimate show the other day at 2 p.m. on Tuesday. So I don't go in blind like that. So now knowing you and Reed are going to just smother me with information, I'm going to take that, and it'll be a day behind. I think I saw something for Saturday, so maybe I'll jump in then. Take your information, and I'll play with it.
Now, I don't know how many people are familiar with the caring meter from Care Bears. shown prominently in most of the Care Bears films and original TV series. The caring meter, renamed the Care-O-meter in the Care Bears Big Wish movie. It's typically in the center of Care-A-Lot, inside the Care Bears main meeting hall, if you didn't know that, Care-A-Lot. This meter, it shows how much caring there is in both a Care-A-Lot and on Earth. You gotta know how much caring is happening on Earth. And in the films and original TV series, shown as an unnumbered clock-like meter. The meter showing the rain cloud, less caring side, and the rainbow, more caring side. So a lot of deep stuff, courtesy of the Care Bears. They go on caring missions, Rossi, trying to spread cheer throughout the world.
Dude, what a non sequitur right back, and I loved it. I love it.
Callback. 166 passing and a touchdown for Alan Carr. 72. It was more of a non sequitur. You're right. 72 also intercepted. Jacobs, 12 for 71, a touchdown. Singletary, 12 for 68, a touchdown and a fumble. Both these guys absolutely in bonus range entering quarter number 4. I don't think Richard is going to do it. Richard. I don't know who it was, but if Tom Carroll gets the credit or if somebody else does, but he's the first one I heard doing it anyway. Whenever the Jags playing Minshew with the pass, I've become a big fan of that one actually.
It's a good one. I like it.
Right there with Richard.
There you go. A lot more phlegm in there. Get some more phlegm.
Like a
cat.
Oh,
whoa! Sound like my cat. Yeah.
Diggs 5 for 99, a touchdown, so he's almost at the bonus. Carolyn's like, what the hell am I doing here? Waller 4 for 45, Smith 3 for 38. Welcome to the Dream Stream.
Here's the big question.
One of those like Dan Patrick did with Sports Center. Welcome to the big show. Welcome to the Dream Stream.
You can do anything you want. You have unlimited resources. Question: Diggs 1 yard away. Does he get a catch for the bonus?
Nope.
See, I was leaning. I kind of wonder if
I'm reverse jinxing him.
Okay, so you need him.
I don't need him. He's not in my lineup. I just, like most people, I say, it's a lock. He'll get there. And then it doesn't happen. So I'm going to go the other way.
Okay. I dig your reverse psychology there. I will say he'll get there. I just wondered, what about either running back? Do we get, the 30 plus yards for 32 for Singletary? Do we get the 29-ish for Jacobs?
I'm going to say Jacobs gets there.
Ooh.
What about you?
I'm going to say Jacobs. No, I'll say, hold on. Let me see after this run. Ooh. Now I'm going to say yes for Singletary. They're giving the ball a ton.
Ray says, Koff, since it's been a topic from today, I sent you a Sandlot skit on Instagram from the Dad meme page. Well, I'm looking forward to checking that out. Jordan posts along for us from Dustin. Care Bears. What are we going to discuss next? Strawberry shortcake? If you want.
Oh, I know much more about strawberry shortcake than I ever knew about Care Bears. And strawberry shortcakes.
Are you now going to say you care about us? At rainbow levels, Hyro, there is no rainy days around here.
I would stare right through you to give you all the care.
Drew, Hello Kitty on the 2 p.m. Tune in.
I don't know anything about Hello Kitty. Sorry.
It will be a Pong's tribute sim. It's going to be awesome. 17-10 game. What do you think this game goes to overtime?
Oh, don't do this to me.
I'm just asking if you think it will. I'm not.
No.
Okay. All right. He has spoken.
Jay Stark, we see you there over on Twitch. I feel you. Don't have to get too strong about it, but appreciate you being here.
Just good to be hanging out with everybody. I tell you, this is where it's at. This is the fun stuff. Reminder, folks, jump in the last-minute NBA contest. Only a few more slots to fill that thing up long before lock, and I love to see it. On top of that, after the 4 p.m. sim, I'm gonna mention it a few times between this sim and the next because we want people there. After the 4, you would think I'm gonna rely on Emerson and Zach to promote it during the 4? No. I gotta take care of that myself. After the 4 o'clock sim, Reed T and I will be hanging out with you guys live, doing a lot more of this. without the Madden simulation. We'll be talking about the Masters. We'll be talking about the NFL. We'll be talking about all sorts of different things that our producers have been slacking us about all morning and I haven't read yet. It's going to be awesome. So hang out with us for that 30 or 40 minutes before the 6 o'clock, the late classic, gets going.
Love it.
And I, too, love it.
It's going to be good. I'm glad that there's more stuff coming. And, you know, I always can tell the sensitivity levels. Koff's involved with something because there's no asking too many questions behind the scenes. You must be involved. The other day you were like, what's happening? What is this? And now look at you were like, wait, what new show?
Well, Drew was like, oh, yeah, there's a new show on Monday. I was like, what new show? What are you talking about? He's like, oh, it's that golf show. And Emerson Reader.
Tell me now.
Oh, okay.
Tell me now, damn it.
What are you talking about here?
Did I sign off on this?
I do not remember giving the okay.
Yeah. Coffee, here's a random question for you. But you're talking about some people like sliding
everything that we've discussed today. This is a random question. All right, go.
You said somebody sent you something via Instagram message. Do you find it more difficult? Because obviously, regardless of forget about the follow, share, like, whatever on both platforms. Do you find it more difficult to find somebody who sent you something on Twitter that you like can get into your DMs or Instagram?
More difficult, just the actual physical act of finding.
No. Yeah, because like say somebody's like, hey man, like I sent you this, like you didn't get back to me. I feel that Instagram is a much more clear way to find like people that like you're not connected with can send you stuff. Or on Twitter, if they have the ability to do so, it's like hidden in this like message request area that you then have to like seek out. It's not as like prevalent. That's my big like.
I get it. I get what you're saying, but I'm actually the opposite. But that's just because I'm way more familiar with Twitter than I am Instagram. So I find Instagram to be much more confusing. Like I still don't know how to do most things on Instagram, which is why I almost never post. I pretty much just open up the app. I don't even scroll the feed and look at pictures on the wall or whatever they call it there. I look at like the first handful of Instagram stories, like whoever the first, 5-10 people are. I'll just like zip through them. I'll click through them, and then I'm out, and I close the app. So I don't know. I'm like just figuring out how to like if some like Tara Lynn will post something and mention me, how to add it to my story. Like, never mind, like, adding it and then commenting on it and putting my own little... I don't know how to do any of that. I also don't care. So, I just... it's not... I fully... I admit... I recognize that it's, Instagram, I'm just not hip to it. It is skipped over me. It's passed me by.
Okay.
TikTok, forget it. That's not remote in my window.
No, I don't even have that app. You share it on my other things and I'll see it and I'll like it, support you, but
the only experience I have with TikTok in like its existence, I've never done anything with it, is there is one Flash posting TikToks that I don't see on TikTok. I see them because he posts them on Twitter. So I see that. And then I have one buddy that like lives on TikTok and he loves all the, like for people that haven't seen the Mortal Kombat memes that people have been doing and stuff like that lately, like these scene recreations from movies where you have the actual thing on the bottom half of the screen, on the top half, it's like you doing it. My buddy loves those, and once a day he sends me one of those to watch. It's like whatever his favorite from that day is.
That's cool.
That is the only exposure to TikTok that I have.
I'm into this. See, I like when people like that. We don't do enough of like, it's all, did you see this? It's never, hey, here is this, right?
Sure.
Look at me. Sound like an old man. No one ever sends me a text message anymore. I'm told, hey, did you see that on the old... I also feel like there's too many modes of communication. So, like, you have a text message. You can get, like, if you still have, like, a G chat or whatever it's called these days. Right. There's, like, Instagram. There's Twitter. There's Facebook. There's... I don't know if TikTok has a messaging service. I'm guaranteed there is if you're into that. There's Snapchat. There's all these places. It's like, damn, like, I missed you on this one. Or like, I'll text, like, me and you were texting, Koff, and then like 2 minutes later, you send me like an Instagram message. I'm like, why wouldn't this carry on in the place we were just talking? That's one thing I've always noticed with like some of my buddies. I'm like, we're talking on this one specific platform. Now all of a sudden we're talking on another platform.
Tara Lynn says, I live on Twitter. I am a geriatric on Instagram, which is accurate.
I dabble here and there. I like Instagram, don't love it. Too many ads. That's my one issue. I almost feel like if Instagram put out like a $2 like a month, like they could get rid of the ads because I feel like it just interrupts what I'm looking for.
So you'd pay for that?
No, I'm not saying I would. I'd be interested. There'd be a debate.
You just like
going in my head.
This to be a thing.
Yeah, or at least less ads. I understand why ads are important. Like I don't want. I'm an ad guy, so I'm not saying like completely get rid of them, but maybe just like a limitation.
No more.
Did I tell you? Yeah, I got to tell you this one. I got to burn one company to the ground real quick.
Okay. Not a
if I told you my,
sponsor, is it?
we can always retract later. Andrew Jordan. I feel bad. I feel like I'm putting Jordan in like a difficult position. He's like just getting his footing here, and I'm just like I'm gonna destroy it. Like Madison or like Drew would be like,
I am gonna burn this thing to the ground.
I'm just kidding. It's really not bad. You know Fabletics?
I really don't. No.
Okay, it's a company. Sorry, Creature. Yes, Creature. Anything with wrestling, I will be doing it. So trust me.
Yeah.
Sorry,
you're shoving out of his way when that rolls around.
Oh yeah, forget it. Get out of here. PGA, don't care. Give me that wrestling content. Anyways, Fabletics is a company I believe I found out by Michael, one of our other astute producers, that it's a Kate Hudson owned brand. And I'm not a Kate Hudson fan, but here's my issue. So I get advertising because I'm in the market. I've realized I've now loved shorts, Koff, when I'm going to work out. And you look at me and you're like, that dude is so swole. He must work out all the time.
Yeah.
When I do my physical sweat sessions, I like to have built-in undergarment shorts. So like shorts that have like the underwear compression built into them.
Okay.
I don't like to liner. Thank you, Andrew. There's someone that knows how to actually speak. A liner. I like that.
You must work out.
Yeah, seriously. And I get to roll them up and I look all so awesome. Anyways, so I have a few pairs of these from different outlets. So I get a lot of redirected ads from my searches, right? Because anytime you search something, like Koff must get a lot of DVDs from like local small marts that are just trying to survive.
Yep. As you would expect.
Yep. So I get these and they tell you there's this killer offer. Like 2 for $20. I'm like, holy smokes, 2 for $20. I am all in. So I'm going into it. Long story short, you get to checkout. You have to sign up for a service to get the lower cost for the shorts. I damn near almost broke my keyboard disappointed. Like, I don't like that crap. Don't get me like that. So Kate Hudson.
You can't cancel? You can't sign up, get your thing and then cancel? Like the equivalent of, I want to watch, Ted Lasso on Apple TV, so I'm just going to do the 7-day free trial and then cancel before the subscription starts, that sort of thing.
You could potentially, and I'm sure that you could, but I don't play games like that because you know what? I'm too. Even if I set a reminder, I'll forget, and it's just going to take that one time for that bill to hit, and I'm going to lose my mind because that could have been, I don't know, my groceries for the week or something.
Sure.
So and it was expensive. It wasn't like $10. It was like close to $100 per month.
Okay. Yeah.
No thanks.
Yeah, I get that.
So for me, I got very upset about it, lost my mind. Now the point of this is now I'm just on Instagram. All I get is these freaking advertisements for shorts like this. So that's why I would potentially pay I may pay $2 if it was out there just to get rid of those ads.
Yeah. I just can't. What blows my mind, I know it's like we always joke about like, oh, Big Brother's out there listening. Like I get when
Andrew doesn't like the liner.
I get everything connects, right? I get that like you're gonna see pop-up ads on Instagram, Facebook, whatever, based on excuse me. I'm getting choked
you okay?
up. Excuse me. Based on your Instagram search or your Google search, because it all ties together. Totally get all that. What I still can't quite figure out is how you wind up with these ads popping up on your apps, Twitter, wherever, when you didn't search for it ever, when you've never searched for it, but like you had a conversation with someone about it earlier in the day. Like
these things know everything.
That creeps me out. That makes me uncomfortable. Like, no, I didn't even look up availability at this bed and breakfast. I simply talked to my wife about it, and now I have an ad for it? How? No. Why?
Because the technology in these phones and now with these outlets, like whether it be Instagram or Facebook, like, are you kidding me? As soon as you sign up and you have to put your email and phone number, you're done. Like we already know that.
Done. Toast.
So I'm gonna get a bunch of. And seriously, like what else?
Done like the
Care Bears?
Raiders.
Yeah, we're gonna get a lot of Care Bear ads later.
Yeah. Oh my God, that would be the best. 17 to give them all to me. Care meter. Anyway, 17-10. All right, we'll run through the stats quickly, give out some awards, and obviously give you some more great content coming up in just a moment. So don't go anywhere. Any of you, not a one of you. Allen, 166 passing a touchdown. Carr, 124, no touchdown. He was picked once. Let's go. Running backs.
Didn't get there. They didn't get
Let's
there.
go. Running back. All right, Singletary.
Whoa.
I'm doing it for them. I'm doing it for them. They want to move us along.
Okay. This is Koff being a dink. If anybody.
Where's
okay.
Madison?
No, don't you do that. Don't you do that.
Singletary, Jacobs, 81 for each of them on the ground with a touchdown, a fumble as well. I'm telling you, Jordan's already hitting us with the come on, boys.
Yeah, no,
Diggs.
He's not.
I know he's the best. Diggs.
No, don't kiss his butt now.
5 for 99. 5 for 99.
We were both right. He didn't hit it.
He didn't get there.
Oh, you're right.
A touchdown for him. Waller, 45. Ruggs, 41. 38 for Smith. 34. Richard.
Richard.
All right. Who's your babysitter Billy? Not my kid award. Let's start negative and go positive, like the Care Bears would.
Not my kid award is going to go to. I actually had the other one more sad. I was no. You know what? I don't care. I don't care how he wasn't that owned. It's John Brown. He dropped a touchdown, had one catch, done. See ya. Bye. Babysitter Billy, if you still want that, I'm going to give it to you. Straight forward, Care Bear stare style. It's going to be Josh Jacobs. Guy wasn't, he's been kind of in that up and down mid-range ownership, scored 81 yards, had a couple grabs, like him, love him, gets the Koff award.
Not even in the winning lineup, Josh Jacobs.
Don't care.
CJ is going to come away with the less than about a quarter of a point victory, as a matter of fact, barring any stat adjustments from our dude Frangelico. Out of the 155 entries here in the nooner, the Koff finished third in his NBA contest to restore some normalcy in the world free roll. By the way, we have filled up the 100. So maybe I should have done 150. We filled it up just like that. You guys are the best. All right, gotta go. Thanks to Andrew. Wow, you see what I did there? Andrew. Drew and Andrew.
But it wasn't Andrew. It's Andrew and Jordan. Come on.
All right.
What the hell are you doing?
To Tara Lynn, to Frangelico, to all of you. Remember, new show after the 4 o'clock sim. Reed and I just hanging out, talking about the Care Bears. I'll see you again for the next sim, which comes your way, the Mad Matinee, in about 50 minutes. Rossi is done for the day, but returns tomorrow for Madden After Dark. So excellent. I'll be with Zach Thompson. Look forward to seeing all of you again real soon. Enjoy the sweat.
Happy Thursday, everybody. It is Thursday. I had to check and look that up. One more day until Friday. That is very tight. I'm Jesse Cofield. This is obviously the sweat. Now, if you're new here, we do this award-winning show every Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern. It kicks off a day of Madden Sims here on the Dream Stream. These 6 to be exact. We're going to have 12, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. A day full of Sims. Going to be magical. But we aren't there yet. Before the simulated football, let's talk about baseball. DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey, Darian Thorne, and Nick Fryer. So this is MLB Chaser Fade. Agree or disagree with the following DFS and sportsbook plays on today's 9-game slate? That's a lot of baseball. All right. Royals second base, and Whit Merrifield's most expensive hitter on the slate tonight. All right. $6,100 in salary. Now, are you going to chase him as your favorite bat over 5K on this slate, or fading him in favor of someone else? I go to Kenny and his 2 adorable stuffed animals first.
Oh, thank you. Well, look, anyone with hit in their name, I think I love hits more than anything, maybe even more than home runs, just someone who gets hits, and that's what Merrifield does. So I don't mind him here. I don't think he's in the best matchup, though. I'm going to do something that we love to do here when we play DFS. I'm going to go take a little trip out west to Coors Field, and I'm going to pick up Trevor Story at $5,100. Look, he already has 3 barrels this season. We know this guy is a barrel machine. He's ranked in the top 10% of the league in barrel rate twice. He has an average exit velocity this year of 92.7 miles an hour. He's going to be hitting third in this lineup. I think that there's going to be plenty of runs scored from the Rockies specifically in this game. When you look at the matchup here, Merrill Kelly is a pitch-to-contact pitcher. He is a right-handed soft tosser, as we threw around that term a bunch yesterday on the sweat. What does that what does that result in at Coors Field? Does that go well for pitchers who pitch to contact? No, it never goes well. So I think the Rockies score a bunch of runs here against Merrill Kelly. And I think Trevor Story has a big hand in it, is probably the hottest hitter right now. And oh, by the way, he was their resident righty masher last year. Their best righty bat against righties, I should say, for the Rockies. So I think Trevor Story has a big game today. $5,100, great price.
Gary, and you trying to make a little trip out west as well?
No, I'll stay in the East. I will say Merrifield, fine hitter, but I mean, that price made me do a double take this morning. I have no idea why he's $6,100.
Especially against Lance Lynn.
Yeah, it's really strange. I get that we have to kind of inflate the salary of some middle infielders. It's not always the deepest position, but yeah, that one's wild. So anyway, let's go closer to like that $5,000 tier you were talking about, Jesse. Pete Alonso and the Mets in general, I just think in a really nice spot on today's slate. They get Nick Neerdert for the Marlins, who, like, even the Marlins don't want him to be making this start. It's an emergency start because they've had some injuries and some guys unable to break camp with the team. So this is someone who's only thrown 49 and a third innings above Double-A, a majority of those coming at Triple-A. And in those 50-ish innings, he's got a 5.11 ERA. And he's a pitch to contact guy, as Kenny was talking about earlier in regards to the Rockies lineup today. Also, the Marlins bullpen, like once they get past this guy, the Marlins bullpen has the second highest National League ERA so far this season at 6.75. So it's just bad pitcher after bad pitcher for someone like Pete Alonso, who should probably be more than $5,000. He's only 4.9 on this slate. If you're going to let him make contact, he is going to produce barrels. That's just what Pete Alonso does.
All right, Nick, where are you going on this one?
Well, I like the Pete Alonso pick, Gary, and after talking about him yesterday, I think that's a great call. But I am actually going to go with a different first baseman here, and I am going to fade Merrifield as well because, like you guys said, 6.1K, that's way too much, especially against Lance Lynn, who not only is he good, like Kenny was talking about, he's not done well against Lance Lynn throughout his career. Now, I'm going to go – now, having said that, Jose Abreu has not done great against Brad Keller throughout his career, but Brad Keller stunk in the spring, and he just got his lunch money stolen by the Rangers. So I'm going to go with that. And I think with Abreu not necessarily being his MVP self to start the year, he's going to make him a less popular pick at 5.5K. So I think that you guys can sneak him in where a lot of people aren't going to go for him.
All right, guys. Jose Barrios was dominant in his first outing against Milwaukee. This dude racking up 12 strikeouts in 6 innings. Guess what that's good for? 40.9 fantasy points. Now, he is the most expensive pitcher on the slate. 9,800 he's going to cost you. Likely going to be a popular pick, too, after that last outing. So you're going to chase him or fade him in favor of someone cheaper who could maybe put up comparable numbers here, Garion?
I mean, fade's not the right word. I think Barrios is definitely viable on this slate, though I do think the Brewers were a big part of his amazing first start of the season. We've seen now that they have a lot of swing and miss in that lineup, but so do the Mariners. So he could have a very similar start. However, if you're looking at the top 2 price pitchers on this slate, the one guy I would say is 1, just better than Barrios, and 2, definitely profiles as more of a strikeout artist that you can rely on slate to slate, game to game. It's Corbin Burns. I mean, it's almost unfair how good he looked in his first start of the season. This is someone who last year struck out 37% of the opponents he faced. And then in 2021, his fastball velocity went up 2 miles per hour. His cutter velocity went up 2.5 miles per hour. He is throwing his cutter harder in 2021 than he was throwing his 4-seam fastball last season, when again, he struck out 37% of opposing hitters. So, I mean, I just feel bad for the Cardinals. And I think the Cardinals have a pretty good lineup, but the one thing the Cardinals don't have is a lot of left-handed power. And if you look at Burns' numbers in right-on-right matchups last season, righties hit just 194 in terms of slugging percentage off this guy in 2020. That is insanely low. This is just a really good matchup for Burns.
All right, Nick, I mean, what do you think? 9,800 for Barrios. Do you want to pay that? You're looking for someone else?
I love Barrios, but I cannot go with him here at this point. I'm going to get in on his action a little bit later on, though, for sure. But look, to expect him to go throw another, near perfect 6 innings again. I understand the Mariners strike out a lot, but I just can't imagine he's going to go off like this again tonight. And I like the tandem of Jake Arrieta and John Gray for me, going with the Cubs and the Rockies. Anytime I get a chance to bet on the most jacked pitcher I've ever seen in my life, I'm going to do that. And Arrieta, look, he did great last time too. So I'm going to see if he's got the hot hand and roll with it. And then John Gray, look, I know that it's the Rockies and it's Coors Field, and there are definitely some offensive weapons on the Rockies side where I wanted to try and go with them. But the Diamondbacks, on the other hand, I'm not feeling it. And I think Gray, last time out, he looked awesome. Again, riding with a hot hand here.
All right, Kenny, who you riding with?
Yeah, Jose Barrios, this guy might as well be Ricky Nolasco. He might get you 8 Ks today, but I think he's also going to give up like 2 homers, 5 runs. Look, I don't trust him at all. He's a regression candidate when you look at his expected stats. He hasn't really been good or really consistent or reliable for like 3 years. So you just never know what you're going to get. And I agree with Gary in that the Brewers are clearly not a good lineup, and they are really what's to do with the fact that Jose Barrios was so good last time out. But look, Nick hit the nail on the head. He listed my 2 favorite pitchers. I mean, John Gray, the guy's been washed and back like 8 times over his career. I think he might be back. But I want to talk about Jake Arrieta for a second because he has a great matchup today. He's $8,500, which I think is really too cheap. 6 innings, an earned run, 6 hits, and 5 strikeouts last time out against the Pirates. This team is dead last in hard hit rate this year. They were last in WRC plus to righties a season ago. They don't even have Todd Frazier yet, who is like supposed to help this lineup. He's still not playing. He's hurt. So I don't see any reason why the Pirates even get more than 1 run here. I think they easily get shut out by Arrieta. I don't think it's the fact that he's that good at 35. But he's good enough to navigate this lineup once again for sure. He also, did look sort of impressive against the Pirates. I know that, again, it's a bad lineup, but, perhaps there's something to going back to Chicago, putting that uniform back on. He looks clearly rejuvenated, and I think that he has another nice outing here. And, he's one of these guys that came up, 10-plus years ago. He's not going to pitch 4 innings. I think he'll give you at least 6 here.
All right, well, we're talking about a lot of guys that are going to cost you. So how about a value play that you're going to be chasing today, Nick?
Well, I feel good about Gary bringing up Pete Alonso earlier because I feel like we're of the same mind right now. He brought up Adam Eaton yesterday, and I'm going to go with him today. I know he was off a little bit last night, but he's a little bit cheaper again today. And look, again, Keller, this is a guy who he hasn't faced him a ton, so we don't have those same numbers like I'm talking about with Jose Abreu. But with Eaton, going up against a guy who's been struggling, I feel very comfortable with that, and to a get right game. And then we brought up Merrill Kelly earlier. I feel like there's some guys in the Rockies lineup too that you can get some value. Garrett Hampson, Ryan McMahon. Look for some of them. McMahon's a little bit more expensive, but I feel like you have 3 decent options there.
All right, where are you going to go with this one, Kenny?
I do like going to Coors. I was really scared that you were going to once again, take my pick. My pick today, I think is pretty obvious. I think this is like the most excited I've been about a value play in a long time. It's Michael Conforto at $3,600. When you look at Neardhart, Garion laid out the fact that he is a great matchup for the Mets. Conforto is going to be hitting third. He's in a contract season, which means that he's going to likely have a very good season. I think that he is probably the most talented hitter on this Mets team, aside from Francisco Lindor. I think that he finally has his breakout game today. When you look at his splits over his career, a .510 slugging percentage against righties versus .408 against lefties. So he has the splits advantage here. The Mets have an implied team total of 5 runs. I think that they beat up on Neardhart. Conforto right in the middle of that order is going to have plenty of opportunities to drive in runs. He should be part of plenty run-scoring events. I think he gets his first pop of the year here as well. The guy had a good spring. He didn't have any homers. He had 6 hits. They were all singles, but he's seeing the ball well, and the Mets have run into some good pitchers so far. And again, they haven't had the full complement of games like some of these other teams have. So I think Conforto's breakout game or first big game of the season, whatever you want to call it, happens today. $3,600, stupid price on this guy. He's going to go off.
All right, Garion, where are you looking for value here?
Well, I agree with these guys in terms of the Mets cheap outfielders up top. You can throw Brandon Nimmo into the mix, who's leading off today. I also like Adam Eaton. So we're all kind of got consensus on the hitters. So I'll go to a pitcher. And while I do agree that Jake Arrieta is in a great spot today against a Pirates lineup that looks pretty hapless, someone who is almost $2,000 cheaper in that same game, also pitching against a lineup that looks pretty hapless, is Tyler Anderson. And Tyler Anderson is not someone who I really thought coming into 2021 I'd be all that excited to talk about. But in his first start against the Cubs back on April 3rd, he generated 21 swinging strikes in his 91 pitches. That's insane. That's a swinging strike rate over 23%. I'm not saying he's going to be able to recreate that necessarily on today's slate, but he does have swing and miss stuff. We've seen it in the past. And this Cubs lineup has been terrible. It's been absolutely awful. I mean, coming into 2021, the big narrative was, oh, all these Cub bats are going to normalize. Well, they still suck. So I'm going to still take advantage of this lineup. Right now, they are hitting 124 as a team with a 29% strikeout rate. I think Tyler Anderson's in a fantastic spot. I also like John Gray, as these guys were talking about, especially with Ketel Marte probably not going to be in there for the Diamondbacks today. So, I mean, heck, you could start a lineup with two pitchers who are $7,000 and $6,600 and just have so much money left to spend on bats.
Dang, Garion. Kenny going wild in the background. Loves that pick. Loves that pick for you. All right, but let's talk about the GK Sportsbook, guys. Is there a game total that you want to like chase the over on today? Where's it going off, Kenny?
Well, I like the under in this Cubs-Pirates game, and that's why I'm going nuts, because I love both these pitchers. I think Tyler Anderson's in a great spot. Garion doesn't think that Tyler Anderson can recreate the swing strike rate that he had last time out against the Cubs. Garion, the Cubs are like, they swing and miss more times than anybody.
I'm saying he's not going to have a 23% swing
I
strike
know.
rate. It might be 17.
I agree with you, and I'm saying if there's any team it's going to happen against, it's against this team. Look, the Cubs' offense is an affront to baseball. I absolutely detest this offense. They can't hit the baseball. They have like 3 true outcome guys who don't even hit home runs. They've been trying to convince me Jason Hayward's a good hitter for the last like 4 years, which he's not. He stinks. They had issues. Okay, Kyle Schwarber was swinging and missing on a lot of pitches. He wasn't hitting nearly enough home runs to make it worth it. So what do? They go out and get Jock Peterson, who somehow is a worse version of Kyle Schwarber. At least Kyle Schwarber hits the ball the other way, right? And they have Jake Marisnick and Matt Duffy in there now against lefties. Where they'll be starting today likely against Tyler Anderson. Those are your solutions against lefties? Like, these guys stink. Anthony Rizzo started the season awfully. He might be done. The only guy in this lineup who can hit is Chris Bryant. Javier Baez has shown that he's a fraud. He continues to swing and miss on everything. So I think this lineup stinks, and I think that the Pirates' offense is just as bad, and Arrieta has a good game. I think there's like 1 run scored in this whole game. I'm taking the under.
1 run. We're going to hold you to that, Kenny. All right, 1 run. Garion, is there somewhere you want to chase the over on today? I don't know, maybe like Coors Field?
I mean, Coors is an option, obviously, although I don't think the Diamondbacks are going to carry their weight there. So that's a bit of a risky play. I'll go back to this Marlins-Mets game. The total right now is 8.5 on the DKSB. I think the Mets could obviously get there themselves between the starting pitching and the bullpen that is lining up for the Marlins today. But I do want to point out, Taijuan Walker is making his Mets debut today. Walker's a pretty good pitcher. Like, there's nothing completely negative to say about the guy. He had a pretty good surface stat season in 2020. He had a 2.70 ERA. However, his expected ERA was over 5, and he actually had the second biggest discrepancy between his ERA and his expected ERA among pitchers with at least 150 batted ball events last season. So there's a little bit of regression coming for Taijuan Walker. I'm not saying he gets like blown up today, but he might give up like 3 runs to the Marlins, and that's going to be enough because the Mets are going to do their part and get this game over.
All right, Nick, game total. You want to chase the over on today?
So much Mets today. Well, I'm going to go with the former Met, the Grim Knight, with the Red Sox-Orioles game. I'm going to go with the over at 9 right now. Look, I know Matt Harvey did well against the Red Sox last time, but I'm not feeling it this time around. There's no way he's going to replicate it on this quick of a turnaround after what the Red Sox did against the Rays. And then on the Red Sox side, they got Erod coming out for his first start of the year. The way the Red Sox are, every time they bring this guy back, more so than anyone else off of an injury, they really like to baby him. So I don't expect him to be out there for a long stretch. And that means the Red Sox bullpen is going to have to carry the workload. And we saw one of their guys throw a ball in the dugout yesterday. So I don't have any trust in the Red Sox bullpen right now. So I am very comfortable taking the over in this one.
All right, guys, slate for pick time. Your favorite bet or DFS play, wherever you want to go with that. Garion, where are you going?
I'm just going to stick with Corbin Burns. Again, it wouldn't shock me if he racks up like 12 strikeouts today. So he's someone I think under $10,000 you have to pay for.
All right, where are you going, Nick?
Oh, I've been waiting for this part of the show the whole time. Okay, I didn't go with Barrios as a pick today. I'm fading him there, but on the sportsbook, I'm going to go with his over 6.5 Ks. And Kenny, where you're saying we're of like mind, I can't accept that because you're going to go and call Barrios Ricky Nolasco ripoff or whatever.
Right.
Come on, this guy's the stud. He's bringing the fuzz. His friggin' hook looks outstanding. So I know he had 12 Ks last time out. That's not going to happen again. But the Mariners are top 5 in strikeouts to start the season. This is a guy who's got a career 9.5 K per nine against him. He's going out there at least 6 innings every time against them too. So you got the form, you got the history, and then the Mariners, they strike out a ton right now. So I'm very comfortable over 6.5 Ks for Barrios today.
All right, real quick, Kenny, slate approved pick time.
And Alaska wore the same jersey. Great hook, a lot of strikeouts, and he still gave up like 8 runs a game.
Stop it.
I really like the Brewers money line. I've been saving the Corbin Burns talk till now, but 6th in Cy Young voting last year. The guy was maybe the least talked about good pitcher ever coming into this season. And all he's done was just look absolutely spectacular last time out. The Cardinals, Gary mentioned from the left side, they have a little bit of a discrepancy. The swing and miss stuff's been absolutely outstanding. And what will cure the Brewers, what wrongs them, what ills them on offense is Adam Wainwright. The guy is continuing to regress. He's so old at this point. And I think the Brewers eventually just find a way through here. They break out offensively, and Corbin Burns shuts down the Cards.
All right, good stuff, you three. Amazing, as always. Happy Thursday. One last dance with our NBA panel. DraftKings contributor Matt LaMarca, host of the 4 Seasons podcast for Ball is Life, Ryan Mogg, Josh, and guys, we've added RotoWire's Nick Whalen. Look at us. Look at us now. All right, let's talk sportsbook, you three. So which bets are you targeting on tonight's 7-game slate? Matt, give us a favorite that you like to cover the spread tonight.
I like the Dallas Mavericks. I think the big story here is obviously Kristaps could miss the game for Dallas, but Giannis could miss the game. Doubtful for the Bucks. 2 big names, but one carries much more significance than the other. Giannis, even though he's not really in the MVP discussion this year like he has been the past couple of years, he still remains arguably the most impactful player in the league. The Bucks have decreased their net rating by 12.1 points per 100 possessions with Giannis off the court. They go from being, one of the best teams in the league with Giannis on the floor to actually getting outscored without Giannis. So I think that this Dallas team, it's kind of weird to see them favored over the Bucks, even at home, but the absence of Giannis is just so difficult to overcome. Kristaps, really kind of a minimal impact for the Mavericks. They're essentially the same in terms of net rating with or without him on the floor this season. So I think that Dallas can take care of business here as small favorites.
All right, Ryan, what do you think?
I don't know how the Suns are +6. So I like that a lot. The Clippers haven't done anything to wow me lately. And who knows, Paul George and Kawhi love to be late scratches. I'm not banking on that. But even if they are in, I'm guessing it's because they're on the second night of a back-to-back and they played last night against a tough Utah team. But I love Phoenix +6 in this matchup.
All right, Nick, what do you love tonight?
Yeah, I like both of those calls. I mean, that Mavs Bucks line has even extended from, Mavs -1 to Mavs -1.5 now just in the last half hour here. So I think that's further indication that Giannis probably isn't playing tonight. And obviously, in years past, without Giannis, the Bucks have kind of been able to not miss a beat. When they would hold him out for rest last season and the season before, it would kind of be business as usual. And that's something what made Milwaukee such a dominant team during the regular season. They seem to have kind of lost that. When Giannis doesn't play, this team completely falls apart, like Matt indicated. They took a tough loss, blew a big lead to Golden State earlier this week, just kind of a very un-Bucks-like loss. But I'm going to actually go to the Miami LA Lakers matchup tonight. It's a big number. Miami's 8-point favorites over the Lakers, who are, of course, without LeBron and without Anthony Davis. The Lakers have looked a little more competent than I expected of late without those two. Andre Drummond, of course, missed time as well during that span. But if you look at all the wins that they've racked up, it's come against Cleveland, Orlando, Sacramento, a very depleted Toronto Raptors team. They did play Philadelphia close a couple weeks ago, but that was when they were without Joel Embiid. This team really struggles when they're facing good quality opponents that have their stars healthy, and that's exactly what Miami has. Miami is coming off a bad loss to Memphis. You do have to take that into account, but I think this is a really good spot for the Miami Heat to bounce back against the shorthanded Lakers.
All right, Ryan, you got another underdog you like to cover?
Yeah, I'm going to kind of go against the boys here. And I don't know if it's a true underdog, but Bucks plus 1.5, I kind of like. Matt mentioned that Kristaps is going to be maybe on the fringe of playing and not. But I kind of like their supporting cast. I know Giannis is everything for them, but Drew Holiday, like I said a little bit ago, has really stepped up when Giannis has been out. DiVincenzo is very serviceable. Portis might be in that 4 spot with Lopez at the 5, who's playing really well and getting a lot of minutes. So I think that playing an inconsistent Dallas team where Luka does everything, I kind of like the matchup of everybody doing their part on Milwaukee versus a one-man show in Dallas tonight.
Nick, what do you think? You got an underdog that you like to cover?
Yeah, part of me likes Portland against Utah tonight. As Ryan mentioned at the top, Utah's coming in off of a tough back-to-back, went into overtime last night, a really hard-fought game for 53 minutes against the Phoenix Suns. So, maybe there's a little bit of fatigue there. They probably won't have Mike Conley on the second night of a back-to-back. So I might look into that one. But Utah's 7-2 against the spread on the second night of a back-to-back. So that's probably going to be a stay away for me. I think I'm going to highlight Detroit, plus 7.5 in Sacramento. Not too often that I would recommend betting on the 2020-21 Detroit Pistons, but the Kings are just 5-7 against the spread as a home favorite this season. So usually when they're in a good spot, they haven't always performed all that well. Detroit's about 500 against the spread as a road dog. You really never know which Pistons team is going to show up. It could be the one that beats the Wizards by 30 and the Raptors by 15, or it could be the one that loses to the Knicks by 44 points, as they did over the weekend. So if it's the good version or the relatively good version of the Detroit Pistons, I think they have a great chance to cover this against a Kings team that can be equally, if not more fickle on a nice night-to-night basis. And when you look back, when these teams played in February, it was a 3-point Sacramento Kings win. I like the Pistons' chances to cover this one again and probably play out a similar game to that one.
Matt, how about an underdog you like to cover?
I'm going to go with Portland. Nick scared me with the Utah numbers on the second leg of a back-to-back, being 7-2 against the spread. That's something I did not know. It's very impressive. But I still think Portland's the right side here. Conley likely getting the night off. The Jazz have been 10 points worse per 100 possessions without Conley on the floor in general this season. Their defense is really what suffers. They're allowing roughly 10 additional points per 100 possessions in that situation, which makes sense when you take a good defender like Mike Conley off the floor and put on a guy like Jordan Clarkson. So I think that this game should be a bit higher scoring than expected, and that really fits what Portland tries to do. They are a team that their goal is to outscore you, right? I mean, I know that that's kind of obvious. Every team's goal is to outscore the other team, but they're not trying to stop you from getting buckets. They want to win track meets. They want to win games that are played in the 120s and possibly even the 130s. So I kind of like the potential game script here for the Blazers in this matchup.
All right, Nick, is there like a game total here that you like to either go over or under, something that seems enticing to you?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to that Miami-LA Lakers game. The total is 204.5, which is extremely low, but the Heat play at the slowest pace in the league since the All-Star break. The Lakers, strangely, without LeBron and Davis, have the second best defense in the league since the All-Star break. So their offense has been horrendous, but the defense has actually held up without those two. They are playing faster, the Lakers are, than they have earlier in the season. They're a top 10 pace team since LeBron went down, but again, the offense has been really, really bad. They are dead last in offensive rating since LeBron James went down. 100.7 points per 100 possessions. That is 20 points per 100 worse than the number one offense, which is the Clippers, in that same span. So they're playing really quickly, but they're not scoring a lot of points. So that, to me, those kind of offset. The Lakers have scored 101 points or fewer in 7 of 10 games without LeBron James. They've gone under 100 points in 5 of those 10 games. So when they struggle, they really, really struggle. Miami's offense, kind of right in the middle of the pack since the All-Star break. They've had plenty of nights where they struggle to break 100. I don't know, I mentioned Miami, I do like them to cover that 8-point spread. Big number in a game that I think is going to be low scoring. I think I'm almost more confident that this goes under than I am Miami covering 8 points.
All right, Matt, what do you think?
Yeah, me and Nick are pretty much in agreement on a lot of things tonight. I really like the under in that game. I think that this line is intentionally low to try and scare people away. I'm not one of them. I like the under, but just to be different, I will go right back to that Portland-Utah game. I'm going over there. For a lot of the reasons I mentioned about me liking Portland, I like this game to be a little bit higher scoring. We've already seen the line come up a couple of points. It's up to 232.5. That's pretty high for a Jazz game, but I like there to be a lot of points in this matchup, so I'm taking the over.
Ryan, what do you think?
I'm taking the over 225 in Detroit, Sacramento. That's the game of the night. I think Matt's boy, Killian Hayes, and Sadiq Bey and the gang go off tonight. And I love betting against Sacramento. They can't stop anyone. Josh Jackson, whoever, like there's 4 or 5 Detroit guys that are liable to go off against that Sacramento defense. So I'm taking the over. No Jeremy Grant, who brings a lot of defense to Detroit. He's gone. It's going to be Swiss cheese defense.
All right, good stuff, guys. We are out of time. Amazing work as always. Appreciate the time. All right, guys, that is kicking off a 6-game slate of Madden Sims. Welcome back, everybody. We are sweating some basketball right now with DraftKings contributor Matt LaMarca and host of the 4 Seasons podcast for Ball is Life, Ryan Mogjosh. All right, guys, NBA Price Check is the name of the game. Matt, who's your favorite DFS play in the 9K plus price range? So, like, the expensive guys.
Yeah, I'm going to go real off the board here. I'm going to pay for the most expensive guy, Luka Doncic. The production hasn't exactly been there for him recently. He has scored, under 50 points in 3 of his last 4 games, but the usage rate is there. He's had a usage rate of at least 39.8% in each of his last 4 contests. There's at least a chance that we don't have Kristaps Porzingis again for the Mavericks in this spot. So I think Doncic, once again, looking at a big usage rate, he's too talented. He's going to bounce back. And this is a potentially good spot here against the Bucks. This game has the second highest total on the slate, so there should be some points scored. Give me Luka Doncic at 10-9.
10-9. I mean, wow. Okay, Ryan, where are you going? Nope. Did we lose Ryan there? He looks a little frozen.
I'm back now. Can you hear me now?
You're back. Let's do it, man. All right. 9K plus range. Just a quick pause for you. Let's talk about who you're paying up for.
Yes, I'm paying up for Vooch at 9,100 at Toronto. Speaking of a good spot, Toronto's beat up and they're not playing great basketball right now. Granted, it's in the backcourt with Lowry and Van Fleet, but their whole team is just not running like they usually do. And Vooch is on a heater right now. Yesterday went off for 63. I think he was the highest scoring player in DFS yesterday. 51 the game before that. And Levine is questionable. So that's even more touches for Nikola Vucevic. Even with Levine, though, I still like Vooch paying up for 9,100.
All right, Ryan, let's stick with you while your internet's doing good. All right, 8K range. Where are you going?
8,100. I like Drew Holiday tonight, and Matt touched on it. Giannis, probably doubtful. All right, he is doubtful, probably a no-go. And while he's out, he's balling. 51.2 fantasy points in his last 5 games, while on the season averaging only 35.8. So something about with Giannis gone. I know it's a lot of touches, but I don't know if Middleton's deferring to Drew Holiday, but Drew is like the top dog when Giannis has been out lately. So I like Drew.
All right, Matt, where are you going in this price range?
Yeah, I certainly can't argue with Drew Holiday, but I will go with Donovan Mitchell. I like him. He's only $500 more. I think Holiday sort of priced at the ceiling for what we would expect for Drew Holiday. Donovan Mitchell kind of not at 8.6. Mike Conley on the second leg of a back-to-back, good candidate to sit out. Mitchell has increased his production to 1.4 DraftKings points per minute in games without Conley this season, and just an excellent matchup versus the Blazers. 29th in defensive efficiency is Portland. The Jazz lead the slate in an implied team total. So I think that this is a good night to pay up for Mitchell.
All right, moving down a little bit here, Matt, the 7K range. Who do you like in here?
Yeah, so I can't really argue against Chris Middleton in this price range. A lot of the same logic that Ryan used with Drew Holiday. If Giannis is out, Middleton has increased his usage rate by nearly 7% with Giannis off the court this season. That's the top mark on the team, averaging just under 1.3 DraftKings points per minute. So I actually think you can build a pretty nice balanced lineup tonight. Go with a few of the guys in this, 7 to 8K range. There are also some strong values that we'll get to, but this 7 to 8K range seems a little bit stronger than we see most of the time.
You agree, Ryan? A little stronger in this area. Who you going with?
Yeah, I like the balance tonight. I like Rashawn Holmes tonight as well. I love the Detroit-Sacramento matchup, especially because Jeremy Grant's out. 7,600 for Rashawn Holmes, and Detroit really struggles guarding bigs, specifically centers. Bagley also out, and for whatever reason, the Kings don't even like playing Whiteside, probably because he tries some nights and doesn't try other nights. So they really don't have another guy. Plus, Rashawn Holmes, he's kind of slowed down the last 3 games. I see him picking it up against Detroit tonight. But before these last 3 games, he was going off for mid-40s, low 50 points in fantasy. So I like Rashawn Holmes' matchup and spot tonight.
All right, how about that 6K range, Ryan?
So Toronto's been inconsistent, but their guards have been getting a lot of minutes. I'm talking Bembry, Gary Trent Jr., and Malachi Flynn. Tonight specifically, Gary Trent Jr., I feel like, has the spot to be great, but has kind of underperformed. Malachi Flynn and Bembry have been the ones doing the work. But Lowry, FVV out, and I just think Gary Trent Jr. is the better player out of those 3 guys who are getting minutes. He's not shot the best the last 2 games, but I think that he picks that up tonight.
What do you think, Matt?
I'm going to go with Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes is never a guy that you get excited to play. He's pretty boring, but he just gets the job done for you. He's averaging right around 0.9 DraftKings points per minute, but tons of minutes recently. He's coming off of 37 in his last game, 37 2 games before that, and he scored at least 40 DraftKings points in both of those contests. Ryan touched on this matchup. I do think that this matchup has some sneaky upside. The Kings have the second highest implied team total on the slate. We know that they're bad defensively, worst defensive team in the league. So Detroit could potentially provide some value in that matchup too. So I'm going to go with Harrison Barnes. I just think that safety-wise, he makes a ton of sense. Maybe not the highest ceiling at 6,400, but I feel pretty good about his chances to return value.
All right, let's talk super value under 6K. Matt, you were saying there's a lot of good value on this slate tonight. So where are you going?
Yeah, there are a bunch of interesting players, but I have to stay on brand here and go with Killian Hayes. This is my guy. I have planted my flag with Killian Hayes. He's 3,200. He got the night off in the Pistons last game, but prior to that, over 34 DraftKings points in 25 minutes. He should see, I would imagine, another slight spike in playing time tonight. I mentioned the Kings' defensive struggles. They're terrible. And no Jeremy Grant for the Pistons. So Hayes is kind of the guy, as scary as that is. Maybe Sadiq Bey, but there's just not a lot of talent left on this Detroit roster. So Hayes was the number 7 pick in the draft. He's barely played this season because of injuries. I think that over the second, sort of this final stretch run of the season, they are going to unleash him and find out if they've got a player here. So Killian Hayes, 3,200. Love him tonight.
Oh, man. Ryan, where are you going on this one?
I like the Killian Hayes pick, and I have a guy in that game as well. I have 2 here for ultra value, and ultra value is my favorite thing about DFS. So I got Dean Wade for 4,600. Cleveland is banged up. No Jared Allen, no Larry Nance Jr. So that 4 or 5 spot is kind of missing. Dean Wade plays the stretch 4 for them a lot. They play OKC, and I think that there is a blowout factor warning because OKC is so beat up and you never know who's going to play for them on a day-to-day basis. But I think it favors Dean Wade because in blowouts, they play a lot of their younger guys to get more minutes. So I like Dean Wade. He's the last 3 games, he's played 38, 31, and 38 minutes. So I like his opportunity. And my last one in that same game that Matt mentioned, Sadiq Bey, because there is no Jeremy Grant. So you need a 3-4 tweener guy going to fill that role. And Sacramento stinks. And so anytime you get to play guys that play against Sacramento, you do it.
Man, Dean Wade. It just sounds like D Wade. Like it's got to be tough, right?
Pretty much the same player.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. What a name to live up to. All right, guys, great job. As always, you'll both be back to close the show when we turn our attention to the DK Sportsbook. That's going to be great, but you can take a break now. Jeff Ulrich will be here in a few minutes to talk hockey. We will be right back. Let's talk some hockey with DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich. Jeff, we're going to go through some DFS plays, some bets. You tell me what you like for tonight's 10-game NHL slate. But first, we're going to kick this segment off with some praise. Jeff, some praise for you. Yesterday, one of your favorite bets and DFS plays was Kevin Fiala of the Wild. And last night, he just destroyed the Sharks. He had a hat trick, 4 points, 8 shots on goal to total 51.5 DK fantasy points. Highest scoring player on the slate, crushed his over 2.5 shots on goal prop you love so much. So just, I mean, a little clap it out for Jeff. So
I mean,
yeah.
I'm here for this, Jesse. We can just, let's just bring up the good stuff and like, let's ignore the fact that my bets the last 2 days had missed. So I'm all for it. Fiala hitting was nice. I got another guy that could, I think could have a similar night here. So yeah, I'm ready to get back into it.
Oh, Jeff's ready to dive right back in, so let's do it. So obviously, like big 10-game slate. We're going to start at center. We see Connor McDavid at his usual spot atop the salary list, 9,100 in a great matchup against the Senators. Can you give us a center that you like tonight that has a shot at matching McDavid if you want to fade him?
Yeah, I mean, I think the obvious pivot tonight is going to be Mika Zibanejad. I mean, I love playing Zibanejad when the Rangers offense is really clicking, and they're definitely clicking right now. Scored 8 times against Pittsburgh. They've had like a couple, just 8-goal games and over the last month or so. So that's going to be the natural pivot for sure. Zibanejad's great, plays a ton. He's got as much upside. He's not as consistent a point getter as McDavid. Obviously, no one really is, but upside wise, pretty similar. And in a matchup against the Penguins, who've allowed 15 goals in the last 2 games, that's a good pivot. The guy I actually really like though, and I think you can, if you're really looking to save money, is Matthew Barzal. At 6,500. That's the guy I really like targeting. I think he's good value going up against Philly. I've talked about Philly's issues on this show a lot. They just stink, like in goal on defense, and they just give up. They don't even give up a lot of scoring chances. They're just not good at keeping the puck out of their own net, and they don't have good special teams. So it could be a spot where Barzal picks up one on the power play, maybe picks up an extra one. He's played really well over his last little bit as well. He's got 15 shots on goal over his last 3 games. So you like the aggressiveness. He's almost pushing towards a point per game play. So 6.5K on salary. Matthew Barzal is definitely the guy I like going down to.
All right, well, over on the wing, you find the Rangers are Artemi Panarin sitting at 8,400. This dude been on fire lately. 4 goals, 11 points over his last 5 games. He's averaging over 20 DK fantasy points in that span. So would you pay up for him, or is there someone else on the wing you'd prefer to be spending a good chunk of your salary on?
No, I mean, I think Panarin does make sense. You look at the top 3 plays. I mean, you've got Ovechkin and Pastrnak going up against each other. Boston's been juggling their lines around a bit. So I'm not sure how much I really want to trust, Pastrnak in this spot. And then, Ovechkin going up against the Bruins, who don't allow a ton of scoring chances. They're a good defensive team for the most part. I'm not really sure I want to take a chance on Ovi either. So Panarin, he doesn't get the shots on goal that those other guys do, but he's just such a consistent points producer that he kind of looks like a solid floor play here. Now, obviously if he only comes through with like 1 assist, you're not going to have a big night. So I do think that if you're looking for a similar upside play for a GPP, I think Tyler Toffoli at 6,600 going up against the Jets. The Jets are still bottom 10 teams in terms of scoring chances allowed. Like they'll give up 5 goals in a game. I mean, they have very good goaltending and obviously they can get shut down, but I think Toffoli has just as much upside as Panarin. He's a little bit more boomer bust, but in this spot, you're getting a higher shots on goal guy, a higher volume producer in that regard with Toffoli. Montreal offense still a little bit hit or miss, but at 6,600, it's such a big savings. So I guess, maybe the theme is, Panarin, if you're having like a core lineup or a cash game lineup, but Toffoli's the guy I would probably target more in GPPs. You get such a good savings there for similar upside.
Speaking of savings, Jeff, how about a value play tonight? So cheaper players catching your eye here?
Yeah, let's stick with the Islanders. I mean, Anthony Beauvillier, 4,100, getting first line power play exposure for the Islanders. Again, it's a really good matchup for their power play. Philly is pretty terrible on special teams, bottom 5 in terms of penalty kill as well. I just like targeting the Flyers, especially with the value plays because, obviously team allowing a lot of goals. You get these guys cheap around 4K. If they get a goal for you, it's just such a big boom, at that price tag. So Bolivier is kind of a shoot first player as well. Only has 14 points on the year, but he's kind of come alive lately, 6 goals over his last 10 games. He's averaging right around 2 shots on goal. I like targeting him around the 4K range. If you want to get a little bit cheaper and, again, we're targeting this Rangers offense who's been really good. Capo Caco, 3,200 for the Rangers. He's kind of been in this quasi like second line, third line role, gets a little bit of power play exposure, but again, a shoot first player, averaging 2.5 shots on goal. For 3,200, Kako is a decent little punt play at that price.
All right, let's talk about some sportsbook stuff. Which game on this slate do you like to hit the over?
So, the unders have kind of been trending pretty well for the NHL. Like the overs really haven't been solid bets of late, just for the most part. But there are a couple games where I would definitely trend towards playing the over rather than the under. The first one's probably going to be, the main one is going to be Pittsburgh, New York. I talked about the Rangers offense, and you just look at the way these two teams have gone. Like Pittsburgh's offense has been really good as well. 4 of their last 7 games have hit 7 or more goals now for Pittsburgh. And then you look at the Rangers, it's a similar story. Guys like Zibanejad's picking up, Panarin back in the lineup, he's picked it up. 5 of their last 8 games have hit 7 or more goals now. These two teams combined for 11 goals in their last meeting. I think it was 11, it's somewhere around there. The Rangers scored 8 in their last meeting. That's all you need to know. So with Pittsburgh, perhaps, getting a little bit of aggression in net, I wouldn't want to touch the under here. So it definitely has me leaning towards the over in that game. If you are playing totals, I probably like going the under in a game like Buffalo, New Jersey a little bit better than playing any of the overs. But for an over specifically, definitely Pittsburgh, New York.
All right, Slate Approved Pick Time, Jeff. Your favorite bet or DFS play today, wherever you want to go. What is it?
Okay, let's stick with. I'll give you 2 on the sports book. Let's stick with the player prop. Let's go over on Matthew Barzal's shots on goal. You can get about plus 110 over 2.5 shots on goal going up against the Flyers. Barzal's averaging 2.7 shots on goal over his last 10 games. He's got 15 shots on goal over his last 3 games. I think at plus money, that's a great over prop to take. But let's stick with my boys, so to speak, the Sabres. The Sabres are at home against the Devils, and they're plus 123. The Devils are terrible. They just traded away Kyle Palmieri. I know the Sabres are bad too, but like when you get 2 teams like this that are so bad together, let's just take the one with plus money. The Sabres are the ones that have actually looked a little bit better over the last couple games. They got that big win against Philly, right? So, plus money, I think the Sabres at home on the money line here also makes sense as a bet.
All right, Jeff. Hopefully some of your advice hits and we get to praise you again tomorrow. All right.
Welcome on back to the Dream Stream, and thanks for being with us. Madden simulation number 2 of a half dozen over the course of this day. Getting started in just a matter of moments. Lineups locking in seconds. You know this guy. He is Professor Z, Zach Thompson. I'm Adam Kaufman. We're happy to be with you. This is the Madden Matinee. So Russell Wilson's definitely staying put, right? Free roll, and I think so. I assume Zach thinks so. And we can get into that a little bit during the sim. We got the Seahawks and Chargers coming our way. Lineups have locked, my friend. So 1,
there you
how
go.
Are you? And 2, what do you got?
First of all, I'm doing great. Thank you. Always good to hang out with the Sim fam on a Thursday afternoon. And excited about the tournament coming up next week and all of that, which we can get into if people want to. That's going to be a lot of fun. And yeah, this should be a fun sim too. Chargers and Seahawks. We've seen it 2 other times. I was on the call for one of those, so that's probably slanting my captain's pick a little bit here, because when I was on the call between these 2 teams, Austin Eckler had himself a game. He went off for a huge total, so he is my captain. I went back to the well there. He had 36 fantasy points, 190 yards rushing, and it was just a huge game. 2 touchdowns, 36 fantasy points total. So he's my captain. I do have Russ as one of my flex plays, as well as Justin Herbert. And then to make that work, I went cheap with some Seahawks pass catchers, Tyler Lockett, Philip Dorsett, and the power back, but probably the most involved power back we have in these sims, Carlos Hyde, who gets a lot of work because the Seahawks run a ton of power formations, actually catches a lot of passes. He's not the third down back, but he catches a lot of passes because they run so many plays out of the formations that use the power back. So he is in my lineup. Who do you have?
Well, we obviously have similarities. I reversed things just a little bit on you. I certainly considered, as I often do, Eckler in captain spot, but I went with all reliable, at least he typically is, and that's Russell Wilson, who is going to be heavily owned. We'll look at those numbers in a moment. I still played Eckler, but pricing it the way that I did without going just super cheap across the board really kind of took me out of the running for Justin Herbert. So unfortunately, I do not have him. I've got, again, Wilson in the captain spot, Eckler. I do have Keenan Allen.
The captain spot was pricey.
Exactly.
That's why
I
went
mean,
with
it was
Eckler. Yeah.
ridiculous, 17 plus. But I have got Keenan Allen, Hunter Henry, and then like you, Philip Dorsett and Carlos Hyde. And I imagine a lot of people are going to be in on Carlos Hyde today because, again, we've seen enough of these. We know how it works.
Know, right? So cheap. Looks like Austin Eckler is captained in 18.6% of lineups in the free contest, while Wilson is captained in 19%. So almost dead even ownership there in the captain spot between those two. Those two are also the most owned overall. Wilson at 78% and Eckler at 65%. So our 2 captains, the top 2 captains in play for this one, which isn't surprising. Both pretty chalky plays, but we've seen this enough. We know how this goes, and we know that we should, at least according to their previous matchup, should get a close, competitive, and fairly high-scoring sim. Both these defenses have the ability to make big plays, but they also give up some big plays, so we should have a good one here today. Justin Herbert and the Chargers with the ball first. I like these white jerseys with the light blue trim. The Chargers jersey set, one of the best in all of the NFL, in my opinion.
It's a good-looking uni. It's a good-looking uniform. We are scoreless, just underway. Virtual Seattle, Zach Thompson, Adam Kaufman. We got Jordan. We got Drew. We got Tara Lynn hanging out with us. Frangelico and Game Ops. Great to have everyone here, and, of course, all of you in the Sim Fam. And few bookkeeping things to get to. And I am hoping, by the way, that I finish better in this free roll after going 127 in the nooner. Ugly. This one's got 152 entries. We'll see how it goes here. As we have a pass completed for first, but a fumble. Seattle, just like that. I came so close, Zach. So close as Barton on the recovery
DST
to playing that Seattle DST at, if I remember right, it was like $4,600, getting better than 7 points a sim. But I mean, to return value, even like there's no question Seattle's one of the better DSTs in all of Madden 21. We know that. But to return value on 40, north of $4,000, like you need a defensive touchdown in there. You need multiple takeaways. Like that's tough to rely on. But
or a
heck of a start, minute and change in.
Yep. Bobby Wagner and Jamal Adams, both the superstar X factors there with that avalanche X factor. The only 2 players in all of Madden 21 that have that X factor. And actually, when it first came out, Jamal Adams still on the Jets, the
Correct.
trade that then moved him to the Seahawks, put both those Avalanche X factors on the same team. They force a lot of fumbles. We've seen games where they force, multiple fumbles in the same game, 4 or 5 fumbles they've had a few times, fumble recoveries. So can definitely be that way. I almost had them as well, but did slide off them at the end, just shuffling things around. I thought about it, but then was like, wait a minute, this is not Wild Weather Wednesday.
It's true.
So
2
I
minutes
did
gone
not
by,
go.
scoreless, 2nd and 2 on the way from the 35. Wild Weather
Jacob
Wednesday
wants to know.
yesterday, and downright painful as it often is for for my lineups.
Yeah, I got to play some DSTs. That'll help. Chris Carson with the first down there. That'll help this Seahawks drive continue. Jacob wants to know if the Chargers have the best unis, and he asked you because maybe he thought that was you who said that. That was me. I'll own it. I said one of also. Then who has the worst? And he throws out there Atlanta.
I love the Atlanta uniforms.
You do. Even
Atlanta,
the
meat
gradient
machine?
ones. No, I know those are nice. The gradient ones they rolled out.
No, I don't love those.
Black fade, I didn't like.
No, I
those
mean
at
if
all.
we start to talk about like alternate uniforms or that type of thing, then you can like. Obviously, we love the Chargers powder blue, which we're not seeing here today, but that's a popular uniform. So, sort of depends. I mean, the worst uniform, who's got the worst uniform? I think, at least in Madden 21. I don't really remember. I mean, it's obviously going to look similar in real life, but the Raiders that are the all white with the white numbers and letters also.
The color rush.
Yeah, that's a terrible. Maybe I just
the
say
Lions
that as
have a
say that as
very
a commentator,
similar.
but that is a terrible uniform. It's impossible
The Lions
to read
have
those
a
numbers.
very similar uniform where it's like the gray with the white letters, and it is very hard to read. I've been on a Lions color rush day where it was that way, and Russell to the 2 where he slides
Need
to
you
the
to get there, Russ. Something else
16
in the
yards.
chat, and we can keep going with uniforms. By the way, anybody out there, weigh in by all means on the chat, YouTube or Twitch. Let us know what you think the best and worst uniforms are. We will certainly shout you out. Our pal Emerson,
I like the action green. The action green that Seattle has. Yeah,
it's not for me. That's
you don't like it?
the kind of lime
highlighter. Yeah,
like
so the accent on
almost,
this
almost looks
and
like
then,
a booger. Not
almost,
not,
yeah. They
like
prefer calling it action green, not booger green, but
I think it
same
would sell
thing.
more if you went booger green. Carlos Hyde almost got it. Needed it, baby.
Oh, he didn't get it.
As much
It
as
looked
I'd
like
love
he
for my
got it
captain
from the
Russell Wilson
animation.
to get the rushing score and hog all the points to himself, I would have been perfectly okay with a Carlos Hyde touchdown right there. Here's what I don't want: Chris Carson. Don't give
None
me
of
any
that.
right now.
Oh, hey, how about nobody in the backfield?
Take it yourself, Russ. Roll out and take it yourself. Quick
Gonna
pass.
throw it.
Strike. Touchdown.
The
Who
Seahawks
is it?
throwing from the 1 yard line.
Wow.
That's unusual.
Carlos
It's
Hyde
Carlos
getting it done in
Hyde.
the air. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, he did. You can't. I mean, there you go. There's.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Hide your kids. Hide your wife. There, right there, are the. That's his average right there. He's getting 7 points a sim. He's hit it.
Done.
Hyde only
30%
30%
owned.
own the flex in the large
Oh,
contest.
come
In our small one, the hashtag team always hearers, if you will.
Yeah.
Got him at about 50% owned because you know
You know where it is.
Our pal Emerson
You
was
know
coming
it.
up for the 4 o'clock sim with you. I
That's
don't know
right.
if he's Emerson. You still out there listening? Say in the chat if you are. He posted in the chat, "Hey guys, I'm at the gym squatting. Going to be in pain, super sore at 4, but I'll overcome the adversity for my DK Sim fam. I will sacrifice a toe for y'all." Anyone else want to call him out on that? Who wants to call his bluff? See if he'd really cut off a toe for the DK Sim fan. Go full Big Lebowski.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna say no. and just so people don't think I'm calling him out, I wouldn't either. I also would not sacrifice a toe for the DK Sim fan. Glash might. He might.
If we got enough likes.
If you got enough likes. But he's gonna need at least 500 likes in order to chop that toe off. But he'll do it on Periscope or whatever for you. It'll be an Instagram live situation.
TikTok?
Yeah, TikTok. He'll find some TikTok meme about chopping off body parts, appendages. There's awfully close to a first. After
Not
the 32, it's going to be a 7-yard pickup. Herbert getting it down in the air. And Virgil, Uncle Verge.
Thanks, Uncle Verge. 7 yards for the Chargers on that one.
Tara Lynn says we already lost Glash's eyebrows for a period of time. Wasn't enough. Yeah. That's true. He'll keep going.
Toes don't grow back quite as quickly, from what I've heard. Dropped in the backfield. The Chargers' first drive ended in that fumble, hoping for a better result this time. They were moving the ball pretty good before the fumble, and then the Seahawks marched right down, and it was a Russell Wilson to Carlos Hyde touchdown pass. Just points everywhere for those of us that have both those guys.
Emerson just texted me, so he must be listening. I can't read you what he wrote, but it's one word and it rhymes with truck. 1st and 10 from the 40. More importantly, though, he's broken his silence. He told me after I beat him for the 6th straight head-to-head not to talk to him for 2 weeks. So he has reached out. He has broken our silence.
Maybe, good to see the two of you talking together.
Yeah, maybe he and I should do like League of Legends. Just yes. Or CS:GO. Something that we can go into just totally and completely,
I have read,
like couldn't possibly be more even in our lack of knowledge in those areas.
I have read a lot of those write-ups during the quarantine. I did a lot of editing on League of Legends and CS:GO. Yeah, I can tell you all about the different laners.
So I don't want to play against you then.
It's complicated. It's very complicated. That's all I've taken away from it. It is very complicated. Not quite as complicated as Aussie League football, which is a lot of fun, but it's complicated. There's a first down for the Chargers out across midfield. Herbert to, was that Eckler out of the backfield? No, it was Henry. Hunter Henry with his catch there.
1st and 10 from the 49.
So looking at the bracket here, which was released, and you can see it over on the Madden Stream info page, the next week we will start our Madden tournament, and these two teams are on opposite sides of the bracket, so they will not meet. Seattle in the first round drew the Cowboys, which is a tough draw for them, and it's not a random draw. It is based on the reverse order of how the teams finished in real life. So Dallas is a very low seed because they struggled in the regular season. That's why Seattle drew them. Dallas is a 23 seed, actually. Seattle's number 10. And then the Chargers are a 20 seed. They will be taking on the Bears on the other side of the bracket.
How do you feel about it?
About those two games?
Yeah. Matchups. Where are you going?
So I did fill out a bracket. I'm not saying it's like my final. I might change it, but I have.
Yeah, you got a few days.
I have both teams winning first round matchups. I have the Chargers knocking off Trubisky and the Bears. Sorry, Bry Guy. And then I have the Seahawks beating the Cowboys.
Bry Guy might be in the chat just hanging out.
Well, just letting him know. He's a big Trubisky guy.
For anybody asking, by the way, we've reached the end of one. 7-0 is the score. Seattle is in front, obviously, on the Carlos Hyde receiving touchdown. Stats appear to be lagging a little bit on the website and on the app, but they are up to date from our man Frangelico. So not to worry, everything will be cleared up here. We have one incompletion thus far. That's it. Herbert's 5 for 5 for 46. Wilson 3 for 4. He has a touchdown. We'll look at the rushing and receiving numbers for you as well. Not to worry, though. All those points coming at you, folks, as they always do. And a reminder, smash that like button. We got, I think it was Drew Jordan. It was Jordan. He said we're sitting at around 115 likes. Can we get to 150 by the end of the sim? We better. Come on, folks. Hit that like button, 150 by the way. We should get to 200 by the end of the sim. Eckler,
our leading rusher,
that's it,
is Justin Herbert. Just like we all expected.
Wilson right behind him at 1 for 12. You got 2 for 20 in the air for Henry. He's your leading receiver, the only guy with multiple catches. Of course, Hyde with what has technically gone down as a 0-yard touchdown. One catch, no yards because he basically just had to step over. Not even a gratuitous, yard for the inches that he had to travel. I think he
guess
deserves
not.
a yard. Can we?
He
can
did
we
have the
appeal?
carry that got it to the 0
Yeah.
yard line. So Virgil Green has a catch for 7 yards. DK Metcalf on the board, 1 for 16. Our boy Philip Dorsett, 1 for 13. He was a value play in each of our lineups. No catches yet for Keenan Allen or Tyler Lockett, wide receiver 1 for both teams. Quiet in the first quarter.
Even
quiet.
Virgil Green is involved.
Well nigh silent. Yes. Virgil Green, however, is on the board. No
So
Greg
again,
Olsen.
7-0 Seattle. A couple things, then we'll get back to the bracket conversation. Tara Lynn says, Koff, who's your biggest fake enemy, Glash or Emerson? Absolutely Emerson, without question. Like Glash, it's too obvious. Emerson and I definitely have that fake rivalry that I think is a lot of fun. So, but I mean, you guys might say Glash just because we're more open about it. I think it's the subtle digs of Emerson and I to make that more fun. He and I have never, I mean, we've worked together a zillion times. We have never in the Dream Stream space worked together, meaning like done a sim together. I know that Emerson and Glash did a sim together fairly recently. Maybe the two of us should. Maybe it's time that we bring our little fake rivalry to the air together. Who would actually be interested in that? Emerson and I doing a sim together of you people in the chat. Does that appeal to you, or does that not get you excited? You can be honest. If you don't want it, we won't push for it. We rely on we need you, Emerson and I both. We need your approval in all facets. All right, it's a 52-yard try. No. Short.
No. Yeah. Thanks, Badgley, but no. Not gonna get it
Love
done.
End zone dance. Sorry, forgot to smash the like button, but it's a done deal now.
Thank you.
Hit that like. Let's get. We're at 125 and go to 150. Jacob says, Z-Man Koff, can we fill out a free roll bracket anywhere on DK? So what details with this tournament beginning on Monday can you pass along to the people?
Yeah, so the pool pick, the pick pools that will be available will be coming out soon. You'll be able to pick the entire first round, which is 16 games, 32 32 teams, 16 games. So you'll choose the winner of each of those first round for a very sizable pool, and it is a free pool. So that means it is available anywhere, not just where paid pools are available. I know those are a little more restricted, but free pools can be played anywhere. So if you were able to get in on any of the other free pools that we've offered, you can definitely get in on this one and pick the winners of that first round, where we'll go all the way to the Sweet 16. We don't have quite as many teams as the NCAA tournament here, so just one round and we'll be at the Sweet 16. Then I believe there is a whole nother pool that will be the rest of the tournament. So you'll pick the first 16 games, that's the first pool, and then the second 15 games is the second pool that will be available, because obviously we need 31. That way we end up with just one team left standing.
Dean Murray, I guarantee if you and Emerson did a sim together, there would not be a single play from the game called. Kicking Club, if you and Emerson do a sim together, you would need Tara Lynn on the call as well to keep it civil, LOL. Coffin Zach equals Sim Bliss, says Peace of Mind. Appreciate that. Always great when you guys join us. So let's go rapid fire. We're not filling out. We're not filling out anybody's thing or anything like that. I just like your rapid fire, no analysis, your gut feeling, just round one, because I'm not sitting here with a bracket. Okay. We're just going round one.
I have it right here. You want me to just do it?
Yeah, let's do it. We'll each give our winner.
All right. I'm just going to read it, and we're just going to quick winner, no analysis, move on. That's it. And I'm not looking at my official entry. If we do any kind of group, we'll do that different. It may not match this.
Yeah, and
Bay
honestly, like things are such a, as I always say, every sim is a snowflake. Things are so unpredictable in Simland that, like, no matter what winner I give you right now, if it comes time that I am able to fill out a bracket in a few days before this thing starts, odds are I'm going to pick a different winner at that time anyway, because I'm not even going to remember who I chose. So here we go.
Exactly. Here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
We'll start with the number 1 overall seed, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, taking on Jacksonville Jaguars.
Bucks.
Okay. Do we want to go in order, or do we want to just go down the bracket?
Your world. Dealer's choice.
Okay. Raiders, Cardinals.
Cards.
Steelers, Broncos.
Steelers.
Rams,
Run.
Panthers. Nice run.
Rams.
Chris Carson.
Panthers, but I don't feel good about it.
That's an upset. Just saying it.
Yeah.
Packers, Falcons. That's a first-round matchup.
I can't root
That's
against my guy Aaron Rodgers, Packers.
That is a great first-round matchup. By the way.
It really is. It's a great one. Love that.
Bears, Chargers.
Chargers.
Colts, 49ers.
Colts. Naheem Hines.
No. 49ers, Raheem Mostert. Saints, Bengals. Nice end around. Touchdown.
Touchdown. Yes, sir.
A rushing touchdown for my boy, Tyler Lockett, in my lineup in the end zone.
Touchdowns in these Sims?
I don't think so. I think that's his first one. Let's pull it up and confirm. That is his first rushing touchdown of the Sims.
Gorgeous.
In fact, and I'm confirming, I don't think he's had any rushing yards. I'm looking for any rushing yards on Tyler Lockett's player card, and I am coming up with nothing. Nothing. Not a single rush. Well, maybe there was a rush that went for no yards. Not a single rushing yard before that carry. Nice play creativity. Touchdown. Seahawks
Like
up
that.
14-0.
Peace of mind. Lockett?
Yeah.
Yes, sleeper mode. Damon says he's with me 100% so far, whereas Robbie Noble says, Niners win, Adam, how dare you? I like that.
All right, I think we left off with Saints Bengals, right?
Thanks.
Okay, that is the first half of the bracket.
Okay.
Other side, here we go. Chiefs Jaguars.
Chiefs.
No, Chiefs Jets. I'm sorry, I misread.
Still
that.
Chiefs.
That is. Let me correct that.
Although
Okay.
I won't be the least bit surprised when the Jets win that game. But Chiefs.
Okay. Dolphins Patriots.
Patriots.
Seahawks Cowboys.
Ooh.
That's a spicy one. It really is.
That is, you know what? Cowboys.
I think the two matchups, and we can go back to this after, the two best first round matchups are Seahawks Cowboys and Falcons and Packers.
Yeah,
Yep.
agreed.
Browns and Lions.
Browns.
This one's pretty good too. Bills and Texans. The
Texans.
tough draw for the Bills.
Yeah.
Bills are the number 3 overall seed, but they have to take on the Texans. So you said Texans?
Yes.
Wow, that would be a pretty big upset.
I like
just
it.
From a seeding perspective.
Sure.
Vikings, Washington.
Vikings.
I
Dalvin
agree.
Cook, baby.
Dalvin Cook. Titans, Giants.
That's tough.
It's a very
I'm gonna
close
go
one.
Titans, but that's tough.
I would go Titans because of Derrick Henry, but I could definitely see that one going either way. And then
Maybe
another
it's Saquon
great.
on the other side.
Yep.
Nice grab.
Nice
Pretty
grab
hard
there.
pickup.
This is probably
24,
as
actually.
Eckler, yeah, 24. Yeah. The other great first round matchup on the board. We talked about 2 already, or 3 really, if you want to throw Buffalo, Houston in there. Baltimore Ravens, Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, I think I'm going Ravens, but
So
wow.
I'm going to go Ravens, but I sort of feel like the Eagles are going to win. Like my gut says I just can't pick against Lamar, but at the same time, he has so little around him in these Sims that it wouldn't surprise me in the least if, Miles Sanders goes off and you got a couple of, good targets, obviously, pass catchers, Ertz and company for.
No, I mean, I think we're going to get
I'm
a
going
lot
to
of
pick the Ravens,
upsets.
but I could absolutely see the Eagles winning that game.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a lot of upsets in the bracket. I think it's going to be a lot of fun
Now
to see
I'm
who
curious to
survives.
see what their head-to-head history is.
Ravens and Eagles?
Yeah, do you actually have that?
I can get it. You carry on. I'll be right back. I'm here. I'm just switching.
Don't go
screens.
anywhere. It's 14-0 Seattle. Don't miss a thing. 2nd and 7. That ball nearly picked. 3:20 to go here in the opening half. Tim says, what's being talked about? A Madden tournament on DK? That is correct. You have heard of college basketball's madness that happens in March? Well, we are giving you some April Maddenness. Starting April 12th, a week-long tournament. So just a few days away. Begins on Monday, where you will have a field of 32, not the 64, 68, a field of 32, meaning every team in the NFL, and bracket style. And it is, all the prize pools to be announced. There's a lot of great information, obviously, coming to you there, and how you can sign up, where you can sign up. It's make sure you go into the DK lobby. There's a lot of good stuff happening.
Yep. If you just stay tuned to Playbook, I'll make sure to hype them in my regular article that comes out there. But yeah, the pools are not open yet, but they will be very soon. I cannot find a recent contest that I have played that has either one of those teams in it. Hang on, still looking.
Hang on.
Please hold.
Oh, Glash has a new TikTok, guys.
Oh boy.
Felt like the people need to know that. Well, I don't know if he needed to know it, but I wanted to share.
Did they?
I was hype. You guys think I'm his biggest critic or whatever. I might be his biggest hype man. What do we think of that?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. Big time Glash hype man. Hit the like. 20 more. Get to
Do it for
150.
Glash.
Do it for Frangelico. Do it for Tara Lynn.
Yeah.
And Drew and Jordan. Don't even worry about us. We don't need it.
The whole crew. Yeah, not for us.
No, I definitely need it. Fall asleep.
Okay, maybe for
How many likes? How many likes did we get today? Oh God, it wasn't enough. Why don't they like me? Why don't they like me? Oh.
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
That's why it's so great for the ego doing the early sims. You get most of the likes. Second and inches. Throw on the run, kinda, for Herbert, but good enough to complete a pass out to the 5. First and goal on the way.
All right, I've given up on that method of finding the answer
Don't
to your
worry
question.
about it.
I'm
What
going
other
with
things
another
do we
way.
have left to
No,
cover
that's all of them.
Oh, it's all of them. That's it.
That's it. Yep.
Perfect.
Eagles beat the Ravens 28-21 in their most recent contest.
Mm-hmm.
That is the only time they have played since
Come on.
Come
on, Herbert. Come on. 2-yard pickup after all that. Second and goal. Damon, do it for Skip Perkins.
Oh boy.
Dirty Canadian, I'm here, Koff, to like the stream.
Thanks. Yeah, that's the only time they've met in Madden 21, and the Eagles won. So definitely could be an upset there. Wouldn't that be something? Lamar Jackson goes out in the first round.
Yeah, it'd be like his real life.
Right.
Second and goal from
That's a
the
good
3.
point. Although this year they won one game. Don't
They
take that
did.
away from them. But in theory, there's some nice matchups that could be awaiting the second round, too. We'll have to see how things play out, but could be some fun ones. Could have Chiefs Patriots in the second round. Could have Browns and Seahawks, which is a fun one we've had several times. The 4 top seeds are the Bucks, the Chiefs, the Bills, and the Packers, the last 4 teams from the real-life NFL results, which is how the seeds were assigned. That's why the Bucks are number 1.
So
So it's not regular season, it's playoffs. Touchdown. Mike Williams.
Mikey.
Little Madden. Even Mikey
They
likes.
like me. They really like me. It's Mikey. Speaking of Glash, by the way, he just sent me a series of text messages, and this ties back nicely to something Jordan Lindenbaum brought up in the chat a little while ago, if Jordan's still out there listening. Jordan said, why is tonight's quote-unquote last-minute NBA only 100? So it was a couple days ago when you were in it, Zach, it was 200 people. Yesterday, I don't know if you were in it, but it was 150. And today, I dropped it to 100. Jordan said, why is it 100? And Glass just texted me, WTF, man, NBA filled already. 100 out of 100. I figured I had plenty of time. Well,
Never assume you have so much time. Get in there.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta jump in as soon as you see that thing, obviously. But the reason, Jordan, Glash, anyone else wondering, is this. So we were able to fill the 200 and the 150.
We were?
Obviously, but it was but it took a real big push during the 6 o'clock sim to get to 200, and you guys, the Sim fam, you did it. It was awesome. It took a little bit of a push, still took like 10 minutes before lock or something like that to get there, to 150 yesterday. So I figured this is exhausting, trying to jump in the jet and push this thing to make sure it runs. 100 just feels a lot. I'm just going to do 100 because I'm confident that's going to fill. I wasn't banking on it filling like 5 hours before lock though. So that's a testament to all of you, and maybe I need to go back to 150 tomorrow.
Very nice. Yeah, very cool. Good to see it filling up.
Did you take part yesterday or no?
I did not. By the time I got there, it was full.
No? Well, I guess I need to. Should I make another one for today? Another one Hondo or
hey, man.
A 75er? What do the people think? I'll let you
I'm
guys
not going to
decide
tell you
in
how to
the
live
chat.
your life.
I appreciate
Chat
that.
will,
We're
though.
gonna fumble. I'll let the chat tell me how to live my life.
There you go. Fumble.
You guys decide if you want me to make another one for today for like a 75 or 100. I can do it. I can create it right now if you want it. It's up to you guys.
Seattle was able to recover that fumble, which may not have been a fumble anyway. If it had been recovered by the Chargers and reviewed. Oh, they're going to review it anyway. Oh, because we're under the 2-minute warning. So the booth wants to look at this and decide ball placement. But it'll be the Seahawks ball either way.
So
Looks like he's down to me.
LT the Great says, why don't you just make it resizable, set it at 200 and let it be? So it doesn't though, right? Like I don't think
Correct.
when you get to
I don't think you
200,
can. There's a certain number that once you're over that, you can't be resizable.
Correct.
I think it's 100, maybe.
So clear this up for me then. As people teach me how DraftKings works. So we make the 200 free rolls for these Madden sims, and those obviously resize. But is that just because there's no money involved? And that's
Correct.
Got it.
Yep. Free rolls are if they run regardless, right? Like they run no matter if they're full or not. If the paid contests are not full above a certain size, then they do not run.
Yeah.
I want to say it's 100, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
I think it's actually much smaller. I think
Is it really?
I think it has to. I think if I'm not mistaken, I believe 20 is the max size you can go to and have it resize.
Oh, really? Okay.
So even if you set it for like 25 or 30, whatever the number is, that
You got to hit that number.
that has to fill. Yeah.
Gotcha.
We've run into that in the past. That problem when internally amongst our group trying to create like a Super Bowl, contest
Showdown or
something like that, and it hasn't filled and it hasn't run. It's like, oh well,
Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's not really a fun time. Lockett with another catch there. He's had a fun first half. Had that rushing touchdown.
Damon says we should, some people are saying 75, some people are saying 50, some people saying up the prize pool, BJ saying 200. Damon has an interesting one. Damon says, what about a 50-person $2 entry? So it's like 100, monetarily speaking, but 50, larger pool. What do we think? Would you enter that, Zach Thompson?
On a everyday basis, no. On a one-time basis, sure. Today, I'm not 100% sure because I don't know what my evening looks like.
Fair.
The problem with NBA is if something comes up and you're not at your computer or on your phone right before lock or right before the game start.
Right.
You are at a pretty significant disadvantage just because of all the late lineup news that's been coming out, especially at this point in the season, with so many players being rested or different injury situations that may or may not be decided in time to make your lineup super early. So it's a little bit different. Baseball is actually a little bit easier that way because the lineups more in advance and you can get an alert, obviously, if there's a scratch, but you can kind of build your lineup that way. But there's so much uncertainty with the NBA at this point in the season. Especially this season with how packed they had the schedule at this point.
Ricky Robbie says Kaufman always wants less people make it 200. Ricky, that's not the problem. It's not going to fill. If I make a 200-person one right now, it's not going to fill. We're all out of luck. Doesn't exist. Doesn't happen.
everybody just refunds everybody gets their money back and it doesn't happen. So
Right.
that's why the hesitancy to just go to 200.
I'd love
Justin
to go to
Herbert.
200. Please.
Sorry. I was just going to say Justin Herbert is 13 for 16, 115 yards, and his 1 touchdown to Mike Williams. Russell Wilson, 7 for 8, 87% completion, 65 yards, and a touchdown as well. So 1 passing touchdown for each. Lockett has the 1 rushing touchdown. Again, did not have a positive rushing carry in any of these sims until today. He ran 20 yards for a score. Chris Carson has also been pretty good on the ground, 42 yards. Austin Eckler, my captain, and in your lineup, 8 carries, just 9 yards. He's being outrushed by Justin Herbert, who has 21 yards on his 1 carry. As far as receiving, Carlos Hyde has the 1 score for the Seahawks. Mike Williams has the 1 score for the Chargers. He's also the player with the most receptions at 4 catches for 33 yards. Austin Eckler does have 33 yards as a receiver on just 2 catches.
Let me tell you guys, Billy stinks, smells. And Austin Eckler, he's got a real babysitter Billy stench to him halfway through this game right now. It's not pretty. 14-7 game.
To this
Not
point, he
good.
definitely does. But we still have all half to go.
Producer says, make it 200. When it cancels, we all win. That's true. Here's your money back.
Nobody loses money.
Oh, man. Jordan, our producer, points out, accurately, might I add, can't even hit 200 likes. We're at 140. Let's get that up.
That's a good point.
If we get to what's the right way to do it? Should we do $2, 50, $1, 100? Go crazy. $2, 100. I know. Let's get nuts. We should make another one.
I don't know, man. That's what.
Where are you sitting in the contest right now, by the way?
Well, since my captain's been a bust, I turned it off to see when the last time the Ravens and Eagles played. Let me pull it back up here.
Sure.
It's not good though. I'm fairly confident on that. Well, how am I in 16th? What? What? I mean, I have Tyler Lockett, but yeah, I'm in 16th. I thought I was going to be like last. I don't know how that happened, but maybe it's because everybody has Eckler-ish. I don't know. But yeah, that's where I am. 16th. Where are you?
Not nearly as good. 80th at last look.
I seriously navigated away because I thought it was a lost cause. I guess because I have Carlos Hyde, who has the touchdown, and Tyler Lockett, who has the touchdown, and I have Herbert and Wilson, who have both been decent in flex. They're kind of making up for the disappointing Austin Eckler, who does have almost 10 points as a captain. He's kind of saved his day a little bit with those receiving yards, I guess. We'll see how this plays out here in the second half. Russell Wilson going back to Tyler Lockett, who's putting up a nice game to this point. Another catch for him.
All right, guys, I'm going to make another one. I'm going to make another one right now. 75 entries, $1, top 10 win. We're going to call it last minute NBA. What? Another one? Next.
It's a good name.
Thanks. Sent. And I'm going to text Glash so he can stop whining.
All right, and I'm going to go reserve my entry.
Just made another one, Glash. Get in there. Exclamation points galore. Maybe Tara Lynn will even fix her account and start playing against us sometime.
Whoa.
Hey, Drew, I know you're going to jump in. Drew, did you already get in the 100, or are you going to get in this one? Drew likes to party.
Last minute NBA. Fill it up. No, that one. Where's your... gotta reload, I guess. I'm only seeing the fill it up again.
You got reload.
Reload.
What?
Another one?
Another
there
one?
There it is.
There it is.
All right, reserve.
So assuming we fill this thing up, and I'm not worried about it. So first place will get $17. You'll get, looks like about $3 if you finish toward the bottom there. Drew says, yeah, I don't need extra contests to be made early. I was in early.
There you go. Way to be in
I
early.
lost all my money to golf during the NFL season. Yeah, we haven't played in a while.
You got any Masters action?
I got a couple head-to-heads, and I joined our group that we got our Bry Guy created one that it looks like there are 9 people in,
nice.
including Drew, and producer Mike is in there, producer Drew is in there, Emerson is in there.
Oh, I should have joined that one.
Yeah, currently I'm sitting 7th. Not great. I've got so my lineup. I got Bryson, DraftKings own Bryson DeChambeau.
Of course.
Victor Hovland in there.
Not so good start for Vic.
Not terrible.
He turned it around.
Not as bad as some of my others. I got Daniel Berger. I got Cam Smith.
Burger time.
Corey Connors, and I got Jason Kokrak in there as well.
I like the Kokrak play. Not bad at all. How did he do? Or is he not started yet? I lost track of him. Well, he's at 2 over right now. Through 8.
Yeah, 2 over. Par 5. Or 5 par for him so far. He's got a couple of bogeys. It looks like he's 2 over.
Yep.
2.5 fantasy points. Not great.
I've got Hideki and Webb Simpson in a couple of my lineups. So strong start for me. Jason Day, my only big disappointment. To this point, we'll see. Still early.
26 people in the contest already, says Congo Cat.
Boom.
Good. Fill it up before the end of the sim. Prove me wrong. Like, make me feel like an idiot, everybody. If you guys can fill up the 100 and the 75 that fast, that tells me, you know what? I guess we need to keep it at 150 or 200. I want to be. Will
you make a third? What would you have to do to make a third? Like, how fast would it have to fill? Because I'm sure it's some of the same people, right? I mean, are you in both? I would assume you're in both, right?
Well, I have to be because I created it.
Right. Don't leave. Then the rest of us.
Well, I'm not going to withdraw. Come on, got to be in there. So I'm certain. Yeah, I'm in both. So 30 out of 75. Yeah, what do you think? Do we make a third one, like a 50-person or a 20-person, if we fill this one by the end of the sim?
By the end of this sim, I think you have to.
Yeah,
right. I think you have to.
So 45 more to fill it. If we fill it by the end of this sim, we'll create a third one for tonight.
That would be pretty awesome.
Yeah,
that would be pretty awesome. Let's see it.
It's going to be the same people over and over. That's
right, okay. Pretty much. But it's I mean, at that point, it's the same as a $2 contest, right?
Yeah, exactly. I like it.
Oh, dropped it.
I support it.
Big third down drop there from the Chargers. Not great.
Related to the Masters and other things, by the way, I mentioned this quite a bit during the previous sim, have not yet mentioned it here in this one. So, new show coming your way after the 4 o'clock sim, ballpark 5:15 Eastern time. After the 4 o'clock sim, the next sim, Reed T. Fowler and I will be hanging out, really just doing what we always do, whether it's me and Zach, me and Rossi, me and Reed. We're just going to be hanging out, except there won't be a Madden sim in the background. You'll be staring at our ugly mugs the entire time, but we will be sitting there talking about the Masters, NFL news. You know, we can get into some NBA. We can do whatever you guys want to do. We'll be with you for good 30-40 minutes or so before the 6 o'clock Eastern sim kicks off the late classic. So looking forward to it. And look, I see right now, I see 357 people watching the Dream Stream on YouTube at this very second.
At this moment.
I expect to see that same number, folks, during our 4 o'clock show. I don't want to see any drop off. 350
Does your show
plus.
have a name yet?
No. Jay Duncan has been in the chat workshopping some things. Maybe Reed and I will just spend the full half hour, 40 minutes talking about what we should call the show.
Hey, there you go.
And then the next
episode 1,
the actual content. Episode 1. What do we call ourselves?
Episode 1. What is this anyway?
Maybe Tara Lynn could come up with a name for the show. I trust her. She has good judgment.
Wow.
Here's your schedule the rest of the day.
Trust.
I know. Don't blow it. 4 p.m. Eastern, you got the Ravens and Bears. Zach will be back with Emerson, and then, you know, assuming he survives his trip to the gym, of course. And then, like I said, Reed and I are together for the unnamed extravaganza after the 4 o'clock sim that I can trust Zach is going to just promote the heck out of. You've, by the way, got the Unreasonable Odds podcast. Steve McCann and Julian Edlow coming up right after this sim, so that you have to look forward to. 6 o'clock, kick off the late classic, Texans Dolphins. Brandon Cristal, Christian DeAndrea together. Then it'll be Brendan Glasheen and Matt LaMarca for the Titans and Chiefs at 8 prime time. And then for whatever reason, it's a one and done for Glash. BK's coming back with LaMarca for Falcons Jets at Madden After Dark, 10 o'clock.
He's got to go watch his NBA sweat.
I guess so.
Now that you made a contest for him.
Got to make some TikToks.
That's probably more accurate.
Yeah.
Probably.
I don't know if I have time for two tonight, guys. TikTok.
TikTok.
LT says, I will log in just to be part of episode 1. Support my man, Koff. That's what I like to hear.
There you go.
Look, I'm pretty sure, guys, don't hold me to this, but I'm just going to throw it out there. I would really need our producers, whether they're here or not, all producers to weigh in and tell me if this is accurate. But I'm just going to say it. I'm going to sell it as truth. We have never maintained 300 plus people watching in between Sims before. It's never happened. We've got a lot of great shows. We do NBA pre-lock and PGA pre-lock and the Monday golf show that Emerson Reed have been doing, and Unreasonable Odds and the Sweat and a lot of good stuff. But we have not maintained the 300 plus watching on YouTube for any of our in-between Madden Sims content. And I want to see that streak end today, folks. I want to see 300, 350 plus hanging out with Reed and I just to chill and talk about all that is going on in the wide world of Masters and NFL and whatever the heck else we get into. And I'm holding each and every one of you out there responsible for yourself. You're going to be responsible for yourself. Sit and join us. I can't come to your house. I can't as quickly as Moose Air or the DK Sim bus that we all strap on into drives us all around. I can't get all over the place that fast. I need everyone to take a little accountability and hang out with us. Appreciate you. Chris says, I'm in both contests for tonight now. Remember the DK name, I Know Nothing 19 for the win. Well, you better hope you know something if you're looking to win this thing.
That's true. It's true. You better. Bryson DeChambeau just double bogeyed. Or
nope, not into that.
Nope.
I originally had a lineup that had Jordan Spieth in it, and I changed.
Yeah, he's my pick to win.
Is he?
Yes.
How's he doing early? Because he teed off at what, 2 o'clock?
Just made his first birdie of the day on hole 2. I mean, still too early to really say anything. But.
Peace of mind. A sim bus? Now we're talking.
Hey. I believe there's a graphic for that, isn't there?
There is. Yeah, Daniel, our dude, made it. Yeah, I'm getting tough start to the Masters right now for me, but long way to go.
Long way to go. And you
41 out of 75 in the last minute NBA. I hope this one fills up before Glash can get into it. Is he in it?
That would be awesome if it did.
No, he's not in yet. Guys, honestly,
that would be hilarious.
Just jump into Spike Flash. Yeah, everyone just throw the buck away for humor's sake. Maybe you win, maybe you don't, and just jump in to fill this thing before Glash can even notices it exists. Sorry, man, I created another one.
I made you a second one. How many do I have to make for you?
Yeah, how many do I need to make for you to jump in a contest here? What are we doing?
Come on.
Trent
what
says,
TikTok content can wait?
How do you feel about this? Trent says, the funny thing is the writing was on the wall for Eckler to suck today. Of course, I still used him, but every time there's one stud RB on the slate, he blows.
What's like, not every time.
That's
okay.
Belief from Trent here.
All right. Well, he will like tonight's slate then, because there is plenty of juicy running backs out there. There are 5 stud running backs that are the RB1 and the third down back. There's 5 of them in play tonight. So 5, not 6, but 5.
5.
Because you got to have one timeshare in there just so you get some value.
Sure.
And it's the Texans, actually. It's Johnson & Johnson are the only timeshare on the board.
I like that. And where's Olabisi when you need him?
Yeah, I know. Not in play on this one, but
that was
we
so
had that
fun the
scene.
other day when that lineup finished first. You're vaccinated. You're good.
Done.
Johnson & Johnson, you win. 135 passing for Herbert through 3, not great. 97 for Wilson, even worse. They each have a touchdown in the air at this point. Wilson really should have one on the ground, but it's neither here nor there. We'll look
You
at,
mean where he slid at the 2?
Yeah. Lockett has a rushing touchdown. You heard me right.
He does.
Lockett a rushing touchdown, 1 for 20. Eckler 12 for 31. Gross. Carson 7.
But it's much better than he was at halftime.
Yes, it's a great point.
Low bar.
Madden Sim, the goat of producers, is trying to go all Beetlejuice on Glash, saying his name 3 times. Glash, Glash, Glash. See if he pops in with the eyes emojis or something. Eckler 4 for 44. Williams 4 for 33. A touchdown. Olsen 3 for 24. Just putrid offensive numbers to this point.
Yeah, the third quarter was not a good one for the offenses at all. Nope. Chargers do have the ball about midfield. They're looking to tie it up. Still just a 1-score game, so there's some drama left in this one as we go to the fourth quarter. Hopefully we get some more points, too, because that third quarter, sheesh, it was slow. It was slow. That's fair, right? I'm not being mean.
No.
It was just slow.
It was slow. There's no denying it.
Pick it up. Let's pick it up. Let's go.
Will Zalatoris is doing well. Tied for 5th. He's 2 under.
Yep. He got all the way to 3 under with an eagle. But what?
Done for the day, right? Yeah.
He's in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
The leader in the clubhouse is actually Brian Harmon. Lefties. Lefty sneaky good at Augusta. For some reason, I mean, Bubba Watson probably most famously, but there's not that many lefties on tour. Phil, Bubba, Brian Harmon, they've all got a
lefty.
Yeah, that's okay. Fair enough. They've all got very good track records at Augusta. Brian Harmon, obviously, much less so than the other 2 because they've won multiple times there. But Brian Harmon in early with a 3 under, the leader in the clubhouse at this point. Zalatoris, like you said, right behind him at 2 under. Si Woo Kim also in the clubhouse under par. Those are the only 3 who have finished under par. Michael Thompson, not related to me or cousin Chris, in an even par.
Are we sure?
No, I again, like with Chris, I am related to someone named Michael Thompson, but it's not that guy.
So, Pro Football Talk had this tweet a little while ago. I'm just looking at it. Juju Smith-Schuster, who, as we know, after time in free agency, re-signed to go back to Pitt, says Andy Reid recruited him by just texting him pictures of the Lombardi Trophy. Obviously, that wasn't enough, though, because he went back to Pitt.
Well, he must not have had the cheeseburger in the picture.
Yeah, right.
You got to have the Lombardi Trophy and the cheeseburger that he ate to celebrate. That's the picture that would have worked.
We're at 48 out of 75, guys. Not bad.
Not bad.
I got a feeling Glash is going to find a way to sneak in there in time.
Probably. He'll probably be like the 73rd. Oh, Herbert takes a big hit. Jamal Adams with the safety blitz and the sack on that play did not jar the ball free, though, which is what he normally does with the Avalanche X factor we talked about earlier. Brings up 2nd and 16, puts the Chargers behind the chains as they go on this potentially game-tying drive. But now they're going to face 2nd and 16, see what Justin Herbert can come up with.
I don't know about you. I am famished.
Okay.
Really hungry. Just thinking about it.
Well,
just wanted you to know.
Just get a snack, man.
Well, I will.
It's okay.
After the sim, in about 6.
You've got some time between this sim and the show that shall be named later.
Yes. Again, coming up after the 4 o'clock, so right around 5:15 Eastern. Reed, T. Fowler, Sweet Tea, and I.
Sweet Tea from the Masters. Although he won't be at the Masters, but on the Masters.
Can we get him there in time?
That'd be cool. I'm sure he wouldn't mind. Like, I'm sure he'd be cool with that.
I mean, who would say no? You
Heard it.
I'm good.
I've heard it's the place to watch. Yeah. I'd obviously reduce tickets this year, but that'd be pretty cool. I'd love to go sometime.
Be fun.
Just it's so recognizable, right? There's no and I did a little bit of work on this as we prepared for the tournament, but there is no other major championship that's at the same venue every year. So while you might have, the iconic shot of Tiger on a specific course that you remember, and Torrey Pines they use every year for that tournament, but it's not a major championship. The only major championship that's always in the same venue is the Masters at Augusta. That's why it's just so recognizable and so unique. And everybody who has played any of the golf video games, the Augusta's the one you want to play, right? So 80 and sunny, Jordan reports in Augusta today. Sounds good to me.
Is Jordan at Augusta?
Maybe. That'd be cool.
Imagine you're hanging out there for the Masters, but you're producing the dream stream.
Doing a Madden sim.
Yeah.
With the 18th green
I couldn't find a fill-in. Ed Zone Dan says, I withdrew from the second contest to make room for the DK fam. All have a chance to enter, but I will jump in if it looks like it's not going to fill. No, just jump in and spite Glash. Fill it up before he can get to it.
Keenan Allen, X Factor, illuminated. Austin Eckler with the carry. Not enough for the first down. Chargers now down to the 13, facing a critical 3rd and 2. Under 5 minutes left to go. It'll be interesting if they don't pick this up. If they decide to go for it here, it's a little early. But do you take the field goal at this point? Is this a who wanted to kick the field goal situation?
Let's hope they don't have to. First down pickup.
They picked it up. That was pretty funny. You saw that Jeopardy clip, right, with Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah.
Who wanted to kick the field goal?
Yeah. That's a good question. I really don't.
Definitely caught him off guard. At least the way it played on TV, it caught him off guard. He was not ready for that.
Exactly. He handled it well, for sure.
He did.
I really don't understand the.
And the guy said he knew the answer.
Campaigning to be the next Jeopardy host, though. Like, does he just not care about football anymore? I mean, I get it. Like, you love the show growing up. You're all into, like, it is a commitment. Like, it was a full-time job for Alex Trebek. You don't just like parachute in and host Jeopardy and jump on out of there and go focus on your side gig. Oh, but that pays you millions upon millions of dollars that you're supposed to put all of you into in pursuit of a championship. I don't, and he's not. He's also talked about playing into his 40s. Like, they're not just gonna. I think Jeopardy.
They'll just keep using these rotating hosts until he's ready.
Yeah, for the next handful of years. Like, I think they're, they'd like to find themselves another Trebek, like a guy who's going to be there for, 20 years or whatever. They're not just looking for a placeholder until Aaron Rodgers is ready. Or it doesn't make sense to me. I don't really get what's happening with all of that right now.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be the next host. I mean, he's
won't
fine.
Be the next host.
He's fine. He's not been bad as the host, though. That being said, I didn't think he was
doing
awful.
it for a couple weeks. I mean, I know they.
Yeah, I think he's got a couple weeks.
But is that what it is? A 2-week run?
I believe so. Yeah. Sounds right. It was around that.
Yeah.
They've had a number of guest hosts. Somebody the other day threw out one that I was like, oh, I would watch that. LeVar Burton. I was like, oh yeah, that'd be fun. He said he's interested. Yeah, right. He would be a very good host.
He would be.
And he is not, from what I've seen anyway. They do take the field goal, which is probably a really bad decision. But I don't know what that. Hey, Chargers, Anthony Lynn. It's not the way to keep your job. But LeVar Burton would actually be a really good host. I would be interested in seeing that.
Is this true? I mean, if this is true, everything I just said is wrong. Tara Lynn saying, fun fact, BK said the entire season of Jeopardy is filmed in 50 days.
So is the fun fact that BK said that, or is that
I think
fun fact that
I think BK said it, and it is a fun fact. I don't know. That's how I interpret that. I don't think it matters who said it. She says we discussed this the other night.
Oh. I do not know.
I mean, I guess he could do the whole thing in the off season, depending on when they shoot. But
I guess
I'm standing by it. I don't get it. Tara Lynn, calm down.
What?
You bozos!
Oh, wow.
Why in the heck would they kick?
Who wanted to kick the field goal? You want me to write it on a piece of paper and you can reveal it as the final answer here?
This is Jeopardy.
Don't get too close. We don't have the rights to that music. We can't afford that.
Don't you? It's Michael Butler's ears out there. The Turtles. What is 50 days? How long does it
Russell
take
Wilson.
for a season of Jeopardy? Oh, Russ. Oh, that's big. That's big
huge
for Joseph and the Chargers.
It's huge, and he never even went down, so it's not even anything that's going to be overturned on review like his earlier fumble was. That's the first turnover of the day for the Seahawks. Not well timed, Russell Wilson. Not well timed. Let Russ cook. Little overcooked there.
Jeff Windsor says,
Didn't
I work
slide.
in Hollywood, and yes, they shoot like 5 episodes a day. I have 2 responses to that. 1, that sounds exhausting. 2, what do you do in Hollywood, Jeff? Are you going to make a movie about the Dream Stream?
3, cool.
Cool.
Enjoy the weather.
Yeah, right? Is it 80 and sunny where you are? Or is that just at the Masters?
I feel like it's always 80 and sunny at the Masters. I know it's not, but
Jordan says only 5 shows a day. Pff, we do 6 sims a day.
somehow I feel like their energy input into the show slightly more. Just
Our energy actually might be higher than theirs.
oh yeah, energy
Our
in.
intellect is much lower.
Oh yeah, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Although that would be fun. We could do like a Madden Sim version of Jeopardy. Fantasy Sports Jeopardy. Who would be the host? Would you be the host?
I'd be happy
Fantasy
to
Sports Jeopardy.
I'd be happy to host. I will volunteer my services. Touchdown, back in the end zone, Mike Williams.
Mike Williams.
Second of the day. Is he the Krusty Koff Award winner? He might be on his way.
I think so at this point, but we still have 131 left. Russ, time to make up for that costly fumble and redeem himself. I will be a show writer and come up with questions.
Yeah, there we go.
The game. I'll research this.
This popular running back was a force in Madden 21, but in Madden 20 was nothing more than a running gag. You like that? Who is?
Tevin Coleman?
There, you get that, Terrellin? Running gag? We're talking about running backs? Huh? Yeah, she doesn't get it. Fred Jellicoe, but
She said you're hilarious.
She didn't mean it.
I've never seen sarcasm come through that strong in the chat. That is
Yeah,
impressive.
it was pretty
Slack
good.
has its own sarcasm font, and she just created it. I think that is
little did we know.
Fire emojis.
All of a sudden, everybody in the chat is the camel from that commercial. Mike. Hump day! He's celebrating the Mike Williams touchdown.
Yep.
Anthony, who is Raheem Mostert? Yes, that is correct. We will take former Madden 20 stars for 600. This dolphin, once referred to as our Laird and Savior,
That's too easy. You can't put the answer in the question.
has only touched the ball 1 time in Madden 21.
You can't put the answer in the question.
It's true.
You gotta do this. Dolphins RB4 was very involved as both the receiving back and the power back in Madden 2020.
Yeah, there you go. What else can we do?
I mean, you could do any of the quarterbacks who've been replaced.
Yeah.
Trying
This
to think of
Patriots
one.
tight end
Yeah.
appeared to have the skill set and route running of Rob Gronkowski, even
Though he retired.
football age. Yeah.
Even though he retired before the end of the season.
Zach would come up with the best questions. They'd be so good, like commentators would have trouble answering them.
Well, you got to have some easy ones too, and then you got to have the hard ones at the bottom of the board, or for the daily double.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what we're trending towards right here, though. A field goal and extra football.
Field goal.
Where this is headed, I have a feeling.
Cliff says Daniel Berger falling apart at +3. Thanks, Cliff.
Burger time.
My lineup needed to hear that.
It's all right. 3 overs. Still got time. He'll be all right. He'll be all right. I like Berger. As long as his injury doesn't flare up, he'll be all right.
Halfway through.
Big
round one,
first down. Died the sideline. Tyler Lockett. It's been a Lockett day.
Lockett. No, lock it up.
Lock it in.
Lock it up.
Lock it up, lock it in. I prefer lock it in.
Let me begin. All right, what do we have in the 58 out of 75, guys? 58 out of 75.
Come on, we can do this, guys. We can
Fill
do
it up
this.
Before Glash gets in.
We don't even need more
He's
time.
already in. Doesn't matter.
Greg Olson.
Touchdown!
They left Russ too much time, and he made up for that fumble with a touchdown to Greg Olson. And the Seahawks take the lead by 4. Well, soon will be by 4 as soon as they add this extra point.
Adam says, if I stay in first in the free one, I'll win $10.88, making the money I lost from Coffin baseball yesterday. Listen, I don't make you guys send me challenges.
Don't do it. How's our baseball weather looking?
Your decision.
I know you were saying you had the starting pitchers from these late games that had weather concerns. Let me give you a weather update.
Please. I don't need any goose eggs.
Yeah, you got to avoid those.
Not a single guy in my lineup has even started yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I have Chris Bryant. He's started strong.
I'm going against our pal Samir, though, and he doesn't have a single point anywhere yet, and he's got 3 guys that are halfway through their games.
Still not looking great for the late games. They're still expected to play, but Chicago and Minnesota both dealing with some weather issues, so keep a close eye on that as we get close to first pitch. Although if they both get rained out, then there's nowhere you can pivot to.
Right. Yeah, that'd be a problem.
Would not be ideal.
No. That would be bad.
Let's see. Who else do I have in my early MLB lineup here?
First,
well, my snake lineup, which I've talked quite a bit about snake.
And out into traffic, picked
off.
Picked
Just
off.
because the Seattle DST needs some more points. I've talked with you on our last sim, I think it was, right? We talked about what MLB Snake is and how that works and everything. So I'm winning my Snake contest quite handily because of Bryant and Lindor, who were the 2 people I wrote up. So that works out well for me. I write up the Snake every day over on the playbook, as well as these Madden sims. It's always nice when I can draft the players that I suggest people draft. But the my classic is not going quite as well for MLB. Not awful, but not quite as well either.
I'm rooting for you. I want to see you do well.
I went ahead and played Erod today. I know it was risky. I know it was risky. It's risky for a lot of reasons. Strikeout upside. That's why I did it. I feel like it could come back to him.
I tell you, except for that one game, the Red Sox pitching has been really strong. It's true. Terrible game.
It was terrible. It was terrible.
See how they do in Baltimore today. Getting underway here shortly.
Yeah, it was nice. I was having a little bit of PTSD from last season. Not that I still am under no illusions that the Red Sox are going to be good this year, but I was afraid they were going to be unwatchable. But they look much more watchable.
I had them at 87 wins.
I would take that.
87 wins, which is possibly
Wild
a playoff team.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Herbert, 237, a couple of touchdowns and a pick. Wilson, 2 touchdowns. He went for 193. And we will take a look also at the rushing and receiving numbers, obviously, as Zach contemplates his award winners. Austin Eckler, yuck. 13 for 33 rushing. Carson, 9 for 50 on the ground as your leading rusher. Lockett, 1 for 20, but a touchdown. The first rushing yards, the first rushing score of his Madden 21 career. Receivers, no one even hit 75 yards. Lockett, 4 for 73.
Yeah.
Olsen, 4 for 42, a touchdown. 2 scores from Mike Williams, 6 for 58. Eckler went 6 for 54. So those are some of the more notable numbers anyway. In this contest, barring any statistical adjustments, manual scoring, of course, so not everything has necessarily trickled in yet, but our guy Frangelico is on it. Dallas God is pacing for a half-point victory. We'll see if that holds. So Russell Wilson's definitely staying put, right? Free roll for the Madden Matinee. I am 89th. Where's Z Thompson hanging out? 28th, tied for 28th.
There we go.
Much more respectable than where I am
Thank
at.
you.
So your Krusty Koff Award winner is?
Yeah, it's got to be Mike Williams. 2 touchdown catches. Like you said, the rest of the numbers weren't great across the board. Tyler Lockett, honorable mentioned for sure with his 1 rushing touchdown, but only 4 catches, so doesn't have the PPR points that Mike Williams put up. And the 2 touchdowns for him, 23.8 as it currently stands in a flex spot, and he is your Krusty Koff player of the game. A little bit of a throwback day for him. Used to do that all the time in Madden 2020, which we were talking about earlier. Some of the players that have dropped off, he would be one of them, but not today.
And your babysitter Billy, not my kid, not interested in paying any sort of alimony or anything on this child, award winner.
I'm going to go with Eckler. Not that he was awful. I mean, 14 fantasy points in the scope of this game, I guess isn't that bad, but just very underwhelming given what he normally does and what he has done against the Seahawks team in the past. And he was very high ownership in both our smaller free roll and in the big free roll, well up over 50%, and a disappointing showing from him at that ownership level.
All right, here's the deal, folks. Coming up after this, you have got a special treat. Steve Buchanan, Julian Edlow, the Unreasonable Odds podcast is coming your way. They will give you reactions to opening week in the MLB season, key injuries you need to know about from around the NBA, and so much more that will guide you through until the next sim. Zach will return with Emerson, and that comes up in about 50 minutes. It will be the Ravens and Bears. And remember, Reed and I will be together after the 4 o'clock sim right around 5:15 Eastern for the debut of a new program where we will do a whole lot and, try and keep you entertained along the way. So be with us for that. But don't go anywhere. Unreasonable Odds podcast. Right meow.
What's up, hooligans? Unreasonable Odds podcast. The actual crew is back for the first time in about, 5 weeks. March Madness is over. That means I am invited back to my own podcast. Julian has been at the helm for weeks now. And you know what? Give credit where it's due. He did an exquisite job. We had a number of high-profile guests on, nobody that I can bring in, although you and I did get verified the other day, so now we are a little bit more legitimate. But Julian at the helm. I'm doing an intro. So it's a blue check mark box.
I know. I shouldn't distract you. You haven't done an intro in like 2 months. So
I know.
If I say something, it might throw you off.
But I will say you did very well at the helm, kind of riding the ship of this podcast. But now we're back into baseball. I'm here again. Talk a little baseball, talk a little NBA, talk about a little bit of everything here on the Unreasonable Odds podcast as we divulge into the absolute mess that's been the NBA. Talk about the early trends here in MLB. So let's just get right into it. Let's start with some baseball chat. By the time you're watching this, the majority of baseball games will basically be over because for whatever reason, when they start in April, they have to do all these early games. Like, I don't know what they're trying to prove, like to make a point. I have no idea. But personally, I don't like all these early games because when nighttime rolls around, and I want something to watch. It's like nothing on because I'm not a big NBA guy. I'm very big in baseball, though.
If a baseball game starts at 3, it's going to end at the same time a 7 o'clock basketball game ends. What's the difference?
True, but that's when that's like when my day is like starting to come to a close and I want to kind of chill. There's really nothing on. But let's talk about some of the early trends that have gone on here in baseball. And this is going to lead me to a new segment that we're doing here on the show. I'm very excited for it.
Can't
You should be
believe we're
very
going to
excited
lead
for
with
it.
this.
We are going to lead with this.
One of our weakest all-time segments.
No, it's not. This is going to be one of our best segments because it's called Quest for the West. And let's talk about one of my favorite teams in MLB right now in the Seattle Mariners and how they're going to take down the AL West. I said this before the season started. I told all you
like
fools.
4 days ago.
I said this for weeks. I told all you fools to get on that now. But luckily for them, right? Well, so yeah, they're 3-3 right now. So luckily for them, they're playing a little bit of possum, and you can actually get them at a better number. Because on opening day, they were 26-1 to win the West. Now they're 33-1. So if you were kind of, a little iffy about it, now you can get a little bit of a better number. But let me tell you, it's not going to stay that way for long. And it's funny too, because I was getting random DMs from these losers who are like, "Oh, great job picking the Mariners. You're an idiot." Oh, why? Because what was your rebuttal? That the Oakland Athletics were going to make some noise? Yeah, they're 1-6. Okay. Hey, how's it going down there? The bottom of the division. Not looking too hot, huh? That team's going to sell off. No problem. They're going to be sellers probably by, May 15th. We'll give that a month or so. Houston Astros. Yeah. They're doing their thing. 5-1. Fluke. Not going to stay that way. Wait, watch out for the Mariners. 3-3. But if you want to get on the train now, if you don't want to be left behind, if you don't want to be looking at the caboose of the train leaving the station, now would be the time at 33-1. And look at the schedule they got coming up. Twins, Orioles, Astros. That Astros series, that's when they could jump up in the standings. That's when they become number one.
Are the Astros up? Are the Astros doing really well?
Astros are 5-1. They're minus 125.
Okay, I was going to say, so one team had to have a hot start if the Mariners, who were projected to go about 10 games or 20 games below 500, I'm just doing math. If the Mariners, who were projected to go 20 games below 500, start 3-3 and go from 26-1 to 33-1, that means somebody is practically yet to lose in the division. A 500 team at 33-1, that makes a little bit of sense. I'll say wait until, if you're watching this on Thursday or listening on Thursday, you might as well wait for Barrios to mow them down today, and then when they're 3-4 at 35-1, then you take them.
Barrios, we don't care about him. They'll probably get him out of the second inning because that team is elite.
12K shutout in his first start.
I mean, everybody has a good day once in a while. Who cares? Just let it be known. This is probably your last opportunity to get him at a really good number. So 33-1, you'll cash a lot of money later on. But we're going to be doing this weekly. So whether you like it or not, I don't care. Because this is our podcast, not yours. Just get on the train and be quiet. Let's talk about some of the other trends going on in MLB.
I liked this podcast better when it was my podcast.
Yeah. Well, the numbers will reflect that. Okay. Let's talk about some of the numbers going on in the MLB right now, some betting trends that you can kind of look at. One thing I wanted to bring up, and it's very, very early, so, I don't want to get too much into this, but one of the storylines coming into this season was, that, they were changing the baseball. They're changing the baseball, and basically what scientists said, they took a break from COVID, they started looking at baseballs. What scientists said was that once the ball reached about 375 feet, it would start to die down 1 to 2 feet after that. So I said, you know what? If a ball's traveling 375 feet, if it's not to dead center, it's probably gone anyways. So what's the difference? But when looking at some of the over-unders so far this season, only 11 teams right now have a better than 50% average of hitting the over thus far. So we've seen a lot of unders. So it kind of got me thinking a little bit. And Blake Snell was somebody that kind of was talking about this. Him and I were in an ESPN article. It's not a big deal. But Blake Snell was saying that he liked the new baseball because it was a little bit lighter, but it was helping him snap off pitches more effectively. So a lot of his breaking pitches were getting more movement. So my question to you, and this is kind of what I'm thinking, do pitchers have the more of an advantage now because they're the ones handling the baseball? They're the ones that are kind of, able to do things that maybe they weren't able to do as effectively last year. And again, it's early. Everybody's still kind of getting into game mode, but at least in the early going, from an over-under perspective, it looks like pitchers are having the advantage at this point.
I mean, that's what the numbers kind of said in spring training, and that's what pitchers were saying in spring training. So that's what I was going to trust. Not that it's going to make this massive impact on games. We've seen plenty of high-scoring games. We've seen some massive overs at Coors Field as usual at times. If the pitchers say it's helping them, then it's helping them. If science says it's going to lead to less home runs, then it's going to lead to less home runs. So I'm a believer in that. I don't necessarily know what it means because if there's a time to take advantage of it, it was last week. It's now. It's going to be early because numbers will adjust very, very quickly. I'm more interested, rather than trying to take advantage of the ball and what that means for a total, I'm kind of more interested, and this might have been what you were going to bring up next. I'm more interested in trying to take advantage of maybe a live over in a tied game late. Maybe it's in the 7th or 8th inning.
We're still on the same page, baby.
Because maybe there's only one more run in the game and a team, it's whatever, 3-3 in the 8th, and the live total is 7.5. So you need 2 more runs or whatever. Maybe a team hits a solo home run or gets a run around in the 8th or 9th, and it's a 4-3 game. But if that game goes to extras at 3-3, or maybe it goes to extras at 4-4 and you already win. But if it goes to extras at 3-3, you're starting with a man on second base, and the chances of getting, whether it be 2 runs from one team, or as we saw, we saw this in a Red Sox Rays game the other night. I'm sure there's other examples. I'm not following every freaking baseball game because that's impossible, but or there's examples where top of the 10th team gets that man on second round, bottom of the 10th team gets that man on second round. It's not that hard to do if you really need to do it to stay alive with no outs and a man on second. Right. So I think taking advantage of this runner on second thing, kind of projecting or just having faith that a game will go to extras that's tied late and taking it over, I think there's something to that. You might lose some of them by, bad luck ending in regulation, but I think you'll probably win more of them based on how these extra innings are looking.
Yeah, 100%. And that's where I was going to go to, that these live line bettings that, obviously are available on the DraftKings Sportsbook. You can always check out the live lines there, but it's a difference maker for those over-unders, because we are going to see the automatic guy in scoring position, no matter how you start. And if we didn't have that situation, you would see a drastic change in the line if that happened organically. If they didn't have that and somebody immediately hit a double and on there, obviously you'd see a dramatic change in the lines there. Now it's already built in. Now it's kind of part of the game. So that is something to definitely keep a watch on here. And we've seen a couple teams already that have been doing well with the overs, in general. The Mets obviously had a slow start because of all the COVID issues with the Nationals. They're a perfect 3-0 so far, hitting the over. The Reds, Astros, and Tampa Bay, all 5-1, hitting the over so far. Amazingly, the Athletics are 5-2 at hitting the over, but they're only 1-6 overall. So that kind of goes and kind of shows you how their pitching has been doing. And they're not winning the West anyway, so what do you care? But it's kind of something to keep a watch on there, too. A couple teams that have been putrid at hitting the over. Some surprising teams. The Padres, 1-6. We miss you, Fernando Tatis Jr. Please come back soon for baseball and for my card collection. The Cubs, Blue Jays, and Yankees, all 1-5 on the over so far. So a lot of surprising offenses that we thought were going to do well, really kind of struggling out of the gate and hitting those overs. Now, again, it's very early. These numbers really don't want to take too much stock into them, but at least in some of the early trends, that's how it's looked so far. Houston also notable, a perfect 6-0 on the run line so far this year. And I've been getting more into that. I've been getting more into that lately, betting the run line. But Houston, man, 6-0. Cincinnati Reds, 5-1. Those are your 2 best teams on the run line. Everybody has at least 1 win on the run line right now. Tampa Bay, Oakland, the only teams with 1. But yeah, man, Houston Astros, 6-0 on the run line, covering by an average of 5 runs, by the way. So they're not just like barely getting it by, they're absolutely mashing. And it makes sense too, because you look at how many runs they're averaging on the season, 7.5 on the year, which is the second best mark with the Cincinnati Reds at 9.5. Yeah, go ahead. Take a note. Write that down. Write that with a crayon.
Looking up Astros scores.
Oh, it's been crazy, man. They've been absolutely annihilating.
So they really just dominated the A's in that first series. 8-1,
Right.
9-5, 9-1, 9-2. Absolute domination.
Right. So that's obviously has a big part of it. But regardless, they're scoring runs. And they're scoring a lot of them. So, again, if you want to ride some of those trends, Houston Astros on the run line has definitely been a play so far. I think it's been also somewhat notable about player props, especially this early in the year. I love playing player props. If you're a daily fantasy player, obviously it's a shoe-in, because if you're doing the research for daily fantasy, you're basically doing the research for player props. But I think it's so important too, Julian. I wanted to bring this up that when we're in the early stages of the season, these should all be small plays. Like, we're still gathering data, good data that we can kind of look at as trends and whatnot. Numbers are going to fluctuate so much as the season goes on. But I think it's so important. I really think this is for every sport too, basketball especially. You have to make sure that you're managing your bankroll correctly early in the season until we start getting some hard data. And I think baseball is another perfect example of that so far.
Well, for me, it's fun you get excited when baseball arrives. For some people that are casual baseball fans like myself, it's for more reasons. It's kind of like spring's here. Yeah. This year, with what's going on in the world, having summer here with where, we're at with, vaccinations and everything, I think people are really excited for what, opening day in baseball just stands for. Like, hey, we're going to have a summer. Let's get outside. Let's have some fun. You get excited. You want to make a couple plays. Yes, very important to keep them small. I personally don't really start betting baseball that much until at least a month or two in, for a couple of reasons. Number one, because if you follow our content on DraftKings Playbook, DK Live, anywhere, you see that I'm bogged down in NBA stuff. So I don't want to, the worst thing you can do is spend your whole day researching NBA and then say, oh, I want to make a baseball bet with no research, because you're going to lose.
Right.
Now, when you have the time to research it, that's great. But baseball is a numbers-driven sport. When you have some data in front of you, you're going to do better. So I want a couple months of data to be able to make my bets, especially this year, because last year we had a weird 60-game season where I would say trusting 2020 numbers mean less than going to the numbers from the previous season any other year. So yeah, I want to get some 2021 MLB fans in the stands, 162, managing for 162 game long season. I want some of those numbers on paper before I really start getting into baseball.
Before we move over to NBA, just want to call out a couple of pretty significant movements in some of the bets that you can still make, like division winner after you do your Seattle Mariners bet for the AL West. I did want to point out in the NL West, the Dodgers are now minus 400 favorites to win the NL West. And I think obviously that has to do with A, their hot start, and B, the loss of Fernando Tatis Jr. for the Padres, who are now plus 275 to win that division. No one even in the ballpark, no pun intended, after that. The Giants are third, and they're 50-1. Like, it's absolutely insane that the third best odds in the NL West are now 50-1.
Do we have a timeline on Tatis?
So, I mean, I think this is so ridiculous. And believe me, nobody wants to see him on the field more than I do, except maybe the Padres. But they put him on the 10-day injured list, and it's kind of a wait and see approach. We're going to have him do rehab and see how he feels after that. And I'm like, that is just a disaster waiting to happen, because he's had shoulder issues all throughout his career. So it's obviously something that's been an issue. They're hoping he can get through the season and then after that do surgery. Now, according to the Padres medical staff, he should be able to go through the year without doing further damage, which just sounds horrible. Like that just sounds like an awful idea. I don't have a medical, certification or certificate or, whatever they hand you after you've done all that school and paid all that money. Like, here's your book. Now you can go get a job. But that just sounds like a horrible idea. Like, it's nobody wants him to be hurt. He's good for baseball, but it's like, You invested so much money for so many years. Like, just get it done now. Like, give him the surgery now so he can come back, maybe in the postseason, definitely for next year, and then ride that wave after that. Like, they're so stacked to begin with. It's a loss, but it's not like a big loss like it would be for other teams. Like if he was on, like the Mets, or if he was on the Red Sox or something like that, where it's like, okay, that's a massive loss. That can be somewhat covered up with the Padres.
I think it kind of shows, because obviously they made a long-term investment in him. I think it kind of shows, how aggressive the Padres were this offseason to challenge this season.
Yeah.
So I think it kind of shows that they are still, it's so early in this season that they're still dedicated to this season and being able to challenge the Dodgers. So I'm thinking you can't bet the Dodgers minus 400. So if anything, maybe it's the time to, if you were thinking about taking the Padres before the season and didn't, not an encouraging start, but It's a long season and they invested in pitching, and pitching is what ultimately gets you there. Like they can figure out the offense without Tatis. They have, Machado still in the middle of that lineup and all those other bats. So I'm not betting on that division, but if you liked the Padres, maybe still like the Padres at a better price. And before we go to NBA, there's one thing that I do want to start compiling in MLB. And it's a pitchers to fade list, generally on a first 5 inning bet or an opposing team total. If generally not a full game bet because you don't know, but either take the other team on the first 5 when you see this guy on the mound, or take the other team total because they're going to get it early against that pitcher, or the bullpen is bad enough, or whatever, pitched a 13 inning game the night before or whatever, is in a position where you can get those full game runs. One guy that's on it is Madison Bumgarner. Bad start to the season, and then he comes out again and is awful, and he was awful last year. He's done. He's a guy coming out against, middle of the pack pitchers in pick'ems that take the other side. Matt Harvey is pitching today against the Red Sox. Eduardo Rodriguez, I haven't seen this dude pitch in 2 years. I'm not going to bet on the Red Sox, but he's a guy that I can't back. Red Sox offense heated up a little bit. Historically, they do well at Camden Yards, even though Mookie Betts is accountable for half of that offense. That's a guy I want to fade. You have a guy on the Blue Jays. Who did you do a team total against the other day?
Oh, yeah. It was against Kyle Gibson, who ended up, shutting him out, which was fantastic.
No. But you faded a pitcher on the Blue Jays, no? Or was it the Rangers?
It was the game yesterday. I had the first 5 for the Rangers and Blue Jays. I won over 4.5 runs. They only ended up with 2 because Kyle Gibson on the Rangers ended up pitching unbelievable after getting shelled against the Royals. The Royals ended up, the Rangers ended up with a 5-run lead. He gave it right back in the first 2 innings, and then he comes out and just shuts out the Blue Jays. It was pretty remarkable.
No, didn't you fade somebody else?
It doesn't matter.
Come on.
We get your points.
I'm looking for a pitcher's name that you faded. This happened.
I mean, it happens a lot. But I will tell you somebody I am fading today, and this is a play you can make today. 4:15, Brewers going against the Cardinals. Adam Wainwright. He's 47 years old. He's still pitching for the Cardinals. The Cardinals go out, get Nolan Arenado. Still can't hit. Arenado's the only guy hitting in that lineup right now. But that's a good first 5 inning bet that you can make, because if you want to take the Brewers to lead after the first 5 innings, it's 107 for that. If you want to just take on the first 5 innings money line, a little bit steeper at minus 155. But I have absolutely no faith in Adam Wainwright at all. So kind of to your point, looking at those first 3 bets, those are definitely spots that you can take advantage of. Are you done looking? This is not good content. Are you looking through my Twitter page, which is now verified? But thank you.
I looked at your Twitter page, which has been verified for one less day than mine has. And I didn't see it there, but I think it's maybe Tanner Rourke.
Oh, yes. Yep. Yeah, he was statistically one of the worst pitchers in baseball. And
I'm seeing a 6.8 ERA last year in 11 starts. I don't have the full game number. I don't have the stats from the game he pitched in front of me, but I see he has a 15 ERA this year, which isn't good by my math.
Right. So the team total on the Rangers was 4.5 at plus 107. I think they had 5 by the third inning. Like it was
now you
ridiculous.
Remember.
Well, I have so many bets that it's hard to keep track, and we're 4 days in. Talk to me in July. I forget that. I won't even know what I'm giving out for a play 2 hours before.
Well, that's exactly what people want to hear.
So there you go. For today, the Brewers first 5 against Adam Wainwright. A couple days ago, that was a great bet against Tanner Roark.
All right, I'm probably going to bet that. Okay, so there you go. There's 3 guys I've put on a list: Bumgarner, Harvey, and Roark.
Roark. Say it right.
What is it?
Tanner Roark. Yeah, it doesn't look
right. Whatever. If you're on this list, you don't deserve to have your name pronounced right.
There you go.
There's oh man, there was one more that I wanted to bring up, but it's probably going to come to me too late.
Well, that's okay, because you can think about it while we're talking about the NBA and the absolute disaster that it has been since the All-Star game. If you are on the Twitterverse, if you're in the Twitter world and you follow anybody that plays NBA, you've likely seen a couple of angry tweets about how the injury report has been an absolute disaster. Like, look, we get it. Teams are going to rest some of their starters, already looking towards the playoffs. We get this all the time with the NBA, but it has been, I think you can agree, worse than usual. Guys going from probable to out, guys going from out to playing. It's been a complete disaster. And especially from a daily fantasy point, it's been almost impossible to make lineups that you feel good about until it actually locks and those players are physically walking on the court to play. One good example, we just saw it last night, Kevin Durant making his long-awaited return. Hadn't seen him in game action until since February 13th, I think it was. His status was changing. It almost felt like by the minute. First, he was going to play. Then he was coming off the bench. Then we didn't even see him until the second quarter. Like, this is the stuff that is maddening and putting the NBA on people's lists for things they don't enjoy at the moment. How are you handling betting the NBA right now? Because for someone like me who doesn't, I am glad I'm not involved in this because this has been maddening. But this also has some advantages and disadvantages. Give them.
Luke Weaver is the name I was thinking of. He's not on the list yet, but we might put him there soon. Okay,
he's on the list.
The Kevin Durant thing is weird. That was like warming up for the first time in 2 months, and like, I don't know, you cramp up or something, and he came in late. I have no idea what happened there. But the NBA is I would recommend not betting a game until 90 minutes before tip or less. We'll have content for you, but in my content, I'm specifically saying, this is a game I'm thinking of betting tonight. These are the circumstances in which I will bet it. Last night on Wednesday night, I had Hawks first half. John Morant wasn't supposed to play. He played. Clint Capella winds up getting ruled out 90 minutes before tip off. They go up like 15 in the first quarter and then lose the half by 5. Like, that's a classic NBA swing and miss right now. So
the Hawks need to keep losing, by the way. They're winning too much. Go ahead.
Once they lost me that first half, I was happy for them to get smoked. Because we are on the under there. I'm like triple, quadruple dipped into the under there, but I have faith. So anyway, you can't do it. So here's how I'm betting the NBA. And it's the reason this is happening, by the way, is we remember all the postponed games in the first half of the season. It was already a 72-game condensed season. There's just all these back-to-backs with COVID going on where teams just throw guys on the injury report and they do it late. So, and it's not just, we think the 5:30 injury report in the East, those are for like 7:00 games kind of. So like last night, the Hawks were playing at 8. So at about 6:30, Capella got ruled out. So that's where I get that 90-minute number. I'm waiting until 90 minutes before tip to bet games. You might lose value, but I would rather take a team and say, okay, this is the spot that I want to bet on and lose a point and have confidence like, okay, the guys I want on the floor are on the floor. We'll make that point up. I like this spot, rather than bet on it early to try and save that point. And the line goes 3 points the other way, 4 points the other way because a very key player is ruled out. And even if you catch it in time, you got to hedge out of it, eat the
Yeah.
juice. You're taking a small loss. So I'm waiting. It's 90 minutes before tip-off. I will not lock anything in before that. Hawks first half on Wednesday was the last straw, the last one. So the other aspect of that is getting your hands on player props and getting your hands on them quickly. I was unable to get a Durant under, but as soon as we found out he was coming off the bench and then wound up not playing until the second quarter, like, wow, that's talk about value. If you say a guy's not going to come into the game for 18 minutes, you should probably play his under. But so last night, an example of a winner that I did have was Bogdanovic on the Hawks. His over 23.5 points, rebounds, assists. It stayed up for about 5 minutes or so in order to get that in. But, you know, we have no DeAndre Hunter, no Cam Reddish. So he's been playing a really big role on the perimeter for the Hawks. He has some really big, like 40, 50 DraftKings point games recently. He's been a good DFS play if you're still grinding it out in NBA DFS right now. And he got there in the Memphis blowout. I think he got to 16 or 18 combined in the first half and got us there. He had a bad third quarter, got us there in the fourth quarter. Once Gallinari and Capella were out, I know he's a lot smaller than those other wings, but there's just nowhere else those minutes can go. So you got to play smaller. He got his shots up. He got there. So those are my two NBA daily takeaways. We'll talk some futures in a second, but daily betting takeaways. I'm holding myself to a rule. I will not be locking things in until 90 minutes before tip for the most part. And that goes for player props. Like I tell people will tweet back at me all the time when I do a player prop. It's not there. 20 minutes later, dude, it's not there. Dude, it's 5 points different. I know it's going to be there for 5 minutes. You got to take it.
Right.
I don't know what that means, how you want to do it. Turn Twitter alerts on at Julian Edlow if you would like. If you want to make your own decisions, at DK Live, turn the Twitter alerts on. You'll see the players out. Okay, this is what I want to do, and you got to go do it right away. But that's how you have to do it, and you have to be disciplined and wait to bet NBA games, really.
No, I think Twitter alerts are super important too, especially for a sport like the NBA. Like you're just saying, this news is going to come fast and furious. The books are going to react at the same level. So if you're trying to match some of those in, you got to turn Twitter alerts on because they're basically getting the news the same time as we are too, because you'll see, a couple minutes before something is reacted. Sometimes they're faster than others, but like those are super important too. Let's talk about the Nets again, because I know that you do like them, betting some of their futures here. They are the favorites to win the championship right now. Obviously, with the Lakers dealing with a lot of injuries, they've fallen to the second best odds. Lakers at plus 340. The Nets have moved to plus 260, kind of gathering all the leagues. Misfits, it feels like. Blake Griffin's on the team now. LaMarcus Aldridge's on the team now. They just got back Kevin Durant. They're getting healthy and all that. Conference winner. You're only getting even money on them on the conference, which I thought was a little bit surprising. The Bucks right behind them at plus 300, followed by the Sixers at 475. The one I wanted to kind of point out to you, which I thought was kind of gave me a pause here, was that so the Nets are favorites to win the championship right now. But if you want them to win the division, they're only minus 150. Like, I feel like that should be a little bit higher for a team that's favored to win it all. To only be minus 150 to win the division, and the 76ers are at even money right behind them. Does that kind of jump out to you at all? I was surprised that, again, for a team that is expected to win the championship, they're only minus 150 to come out of the division.
So I think that's a little bit playing with fire, because these are dealing with, if you bet to win the East and to win the championship, you're betting on playoff games. If you bet to win the division, you're betting on regular season games. And we don't know what's going to happen in these regular season games in terms of playing time. The Nets were dominant last night over the Pelicans. That's the team that they can be. And that was with, just Irving on the floor and a half a game of Durant and no Harden. So the Nets should win the division, but Philly is probably going to try harder to win the division. It's probably more important to them to win the division. Whoever wins that division is the 1 seed in the East, almost certainly also.
Right.
So it means more to Philly, I would say, whereas Brooklyn's just slapping guys together and whatever happens, they'll be ready for the playoffs. So I probably wouldn't bet on the division just in case the Nets keep resting guys leading up to it. But I love the Nets at even money to win the East. I have a lot of that. I have them at plus 135, plus 160, and even money. With it still being at even money, that's the play I want to give right now. That's what I would go bet if I were you, if I'm betting something in the NBA futures market right now. They've played 7 games with Harden, Irving, and Durant together. There's not many games left, and Harden's going to be reevaluated in like a week. By the time they get back on the floor, we're looking at like 5, 6, 7 more games of those guys in the regular season. And then honestly, their last piece of putting it together is probably going to be whoever they get in the first round coming out of one of those East play-in rounds now. It's 7 versus 10 and 8 versus 9 to get in. Those are going to be like the last tune-up games for the Nets, honestly, just kind of playing with their food in the playoffs, and they'll get through before they have to play a Bucks, Sixers, whoever they get along to. But when they have everything on the floor and Blake Griffin and LaMarcus Aldridge, who everybody says, quote unquote, suck, but now they're your 4th, 5th, 6th best players, they're good in that role. When they get everything together, they just, all they have to do is try on defense and they will get out of the East. They just have to give effort on defense and they'll get out of the East because they can score anytime they want. They can give guys appropriate rest even in playoff games because you only need 2 of those guys on the floor at the same time. You like start the first 6 minutes of the game maybe with all 3, finish the last 6 minutes of the game with all 3. You only need 2. They'll be fine. The Sixers, the Bucks, I don't see them losing in the East. I think it's worth taking some of them to win it all because they would be favored over the Lakers or whoever comes out of the West, and they'll be more talented than whoever comes out of the West. So you can add that if you want. And one last note, I have some Lakers plus 125 to win the West. I don't want to bet them to win the title. I think the Nets would get it from them this year, but I think now they're at plus 180, I think, on DraftKings Sportsbook to win the West. I think that's well worth it. Bet on them while the spotlight's off of them. Bet on them while people are down on them. LeBron and Anthony Davis aren't playing. Right. LeBron will be back. He's shown throughout his entire career he is made of steel. He is a robot. He will play every playoff game and play 40 minutes, and he'll be fine. Anthony Davis, a different story. We'll see if he can stay out there. Hopefully he can. But there's good teams. We just saw a great game last night between the Suns and the Jazz in the West. There's good teams that can challenge. Jokic is probably going to win MVP. Denver gave a good run in the West last year. When it comes down to it, I think getting that plus 180 on the Lakers just because LeBron and Anthony Davis are hurt now and they won't be hurt in the playoffs is good value. And I'm hoping we get that Brooklyn Lakers series because that's probably what everybody wants to see. LeBron versus Kyrie in the finals, LeBron versus Kevin Durant again in the finals, which we got Miami OKC years ago. But yeah, bet on the talent in the NBA. Lakers, decent bet. Nets to win it all, little sprinkle there. Nets to win the East, even money. That is the bet that you want right now, in my opinion.
One last note on the Lakers here, too, and I actually think is somewhat interesting, is there's starting to be a really close gap between those 5, 6, and 7 teams in the standings. The Lakers are 5th, but they've gone 4 and 6 over their last 10, while Portland and Dallas have gone 6 and 4 and 7 and 3, respectively. So now those 3 teams are within 2.5 games of each other. So there could be some pretty significant movement in the standings from there. If the Lakers continue to fall, which is very, could be likely because the Grizzlies are really kind of still, they're in the 8th spot right now, but they're 11 games out. So they're 5 games behind the Lakers. So it would really take the Grizzlies to start continue to play well, which they are, by the way, four wins in a row as we record this.
The Grizzlies, by the way, are 10-1 against the spread in their last 11 games.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Quick NBA trend for you.
So is there some value to wait on this for the Lakers? Because realistically, they could be down in that 7th spot, within a couple of weeks if this trend kind of continues here.
That's a good point. You actually might be right about that. If the Lakers could move to plus 200 to win the West if they keep going down, if there's a chance that they have to play in one of those play-in rounds, that from an odds standpoint should drop them a lot because you have to play in an extra playoff round, which if LeBron and Anthony Davis play in, you'll be fine. They will win that. LeBron will not let them lose that. So it just kind of, it adds extra miles, extra stress for when the Western Conference Final does come for guys like that. But I have no concern over the Lakers actually winning that round. So yeah, it depends if LeBron and Anthony Davis are going to come back in time to help get the Lakers out of that play-in round if they were to fall to it, or they're just going to drop into it and say, let's get healthy and trust ourselves to get out of that spot. But one way or another, yeah, this could get to plus 200 or better for the Lakers to win the West.
And the haters say, I'm completely useless. That's going to wrap it up for this edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast. We'll be back next week. Normal schedule now. We're going to be mixing in some guests here and there, but I'm back on the schedule. Happy to be, joining my own podcast again. Happy Julian allowed me to come back after writing the ship, driving everything for the past month and a half, which I'm sure you did very well too. If you were following his and all of his guest plays, you made some money, and now you can lose it all back with my MLB plays. For Julian Edlow, I'm Steve Buchanan. We'll catch you next week.
Okay. Let's do it.
Let's go, dude. Hold on. I need to
All
pull
right,
up.
holding.
I need to get all of my masters tabs situated.
Yeah.
Okay, I am good to go right now. How are you, Zach? It's good to see you again. This is your second sim
Doing
today.
good. It's true. You just realized I was here, huh? When you looked up,
Dude,
you're like,
I saw you.
Zach.
I saw you
Yes,
like 10 seconds
that's
ago.
who
I
it
was
is.
like, "The hell's that guy's name?" So yeah, it's ZT, bro. I have missed you.
I have missed you as well. It is good to see your face.
Great to be back with you, pal. You and producer Jordan, Frangelico on the ops teams, Andrew on the ones and twos. I mean, Tara Lynn's like sitting here creeping in the background. Yeah, I'm pretty ready for this. It's like my only sim this week. We got a lot of stuff going on.
Hey, it is good to be here. I am lucky to be here with you. Then I am.
So what? What do you want to tell me?
It's going to be a weird one.
Why is this going to be a weird one? I need you to be open and honest with me.
All right. Here's why this is going to be a weird one. We've got two quarterbacks here, one of which is really good at running, and one of which really wishes he was as good at running as the other guy. And they both run a ton, and they do a ton of their team's offense on the ground. So what you end up with is receivers that are extremely hit or miss. They'll have a huge game when the quarterback throws them the ball. The next game, the quarterback just runs the whole time, and they don't get the ball at all. So very inconsistent production from the receivers on both sides. Plus, on top of all that volatility, you end up with backfield splits on both sides. You got Tariq Cohen and David Montgomery for the Bears. And on the Ravens side, you've got J.K. Dobbins and Mark Ingram. All four of those guys have had good games, and all four of those guys have had games where they absolutely, totally, 100% disappear. So it's really kind of a toss-up. There's lots of different ways this could go, but it should be exciting because we really don't know what we're going to see, except that the workload for each quarterback is going to be huge. I think if you're building your lineup, you've got to have both quarterbacks in there. There's just not really a way to make it work without both quarterbacks in there. I have Lamar as my captain. I'm sure that's going to be the chalky play. Mitchell Trubisky, a very solid flex play. It does leave you short on cash, but you can do it. And I'm sure that's what most people did. What did you do with that big brain under the Augusta hat?
Well, I'd also like to give a shout out to my adopted son, Samir. He just sent me a Slack saying he's watching. So it's good to have you here, son.
Samir.
Watch and learn. You're watching two legends call what hopefully will be a legendary sim. I went ahead and I captained Jimmy Graham. I do have both quarterbacks in there. I totally agree. You will not win this sim without both quarterbacks in your lineup. I got Cohen in there. You're right. I got Mandrews in there.
Okay.
Do you have him? Yeah, because you're a coward. And then I have J.K. Dobbins in there.
I have Dobbins. I have both quarterbacks.
You're the
I have
worst.
Both receiving backs, Cohen, Dobbins. And then I spice things up with some Ravens defense because I think Trubisky has fumble issues, and I have Justin Tucker. So I have the special teams unit for Baltimore.
That's wonderful, man. I'm really excited to see how I'm excited to see how your lineup performs. You called a very high ownership percentage for Lamar, which is anything but a bold take. But Lamar Jackson with 90% ownership in the free contest here.
Sometimes even not bold takes are correct.
It's about being right. You know what? And that's the problem with reporting these days, pal. Everyone wants to be first. No one wants to be right. Forget being first. Be right, dude.
But it'll probably be wrong, right? Like I can tell you to captain. Mark Ingram, but I could go even more off the board, right? Like Miles Boykin, definitely the right captain. Like that's pretty spicy take, but it's also probably wrong.
I like a spicy meatball. Mitch Trubisky, dude, 68%. 68%, second highest owned. Mandrews, 49. A-Rob, 48. Jimmy Graham, 42. So Lamar and the captain, as they pick up a first down. Mitch is 2 for 2 through the air on this one. Lamar in the captain spot, 46%. There's my dude Cohen. Love you, man. Love you. Mean it.
Yeah. Look at this, though. Receiving back in the single game showdown, receiving back priced at 9.4. That's wild, man. That's weird. We normally don't. I mean, Cohen's somewhere we go for value, right? Like a low price tag because he doesn't get all the work. He loses quite a bit to Montgomery, but he's all the way up at 9.4 because there's just such a weird layout to this whole sim with the receivers that just don't get as much work. Single back now behind Mitchell. Mitchell now the backup for your Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, they are. And then I was speaking of the Bills. It was yesterday. I was listening to a little bit of a podcast there from the on the NFL Network that Josh Allen was on, because already there's talks of, when are they going to hit him up with a contract extension? How rich will they make him? And he was asked about the potential of a franchise tag eventually. Assuming the team's going to pick up his fifth-year option coming up next year, it's like $20 million.
I would think so.
But he was asked, hey, all right, so what do you think about a potential franchise tag? He said, ew. But my guess is Buffalo will do its best to not screw this up and lock him up long-term and give him a boatload of money.
I would think so, and it would seem to be the right move to make. I know in these sims he can be a little inconsistent, but in real life, definitely an emerging talent, and a lot to like going on there in Buffalo.
Yeah,
on
that was the
AFC Championship game. And hey,
that was
I do
the 10
have
question. What's up?
Go ahead, you first.
I was gonna say that's the 10 questions with Kyle Brandt. That's like the podcast that it was. So you gotta listen to that. I found a link. First time I've ever listened to it.
He's good.
It was good. He's awesome. Really good dude.
So I have right here, I have the bracket for next week. If this is your last sim this week, I need to get your picks for this thing, man.
All right, so what are we doing? What's going on?
Okay.
Oh, we have a fumble.
Perfect.
Hold on a second.
Hey, that's my
Okay.
DST. They didn't get it. Your tight end, I think, actually covered it. But.
What is this? What am I looking at here? No,
So
I haven't been here all week. No one tells me
Let me bring you up
crap,
to speed.
and I'm
It's
over
all
it.
good, man.
I'm freaking out.
Hey, I'm here to help you. Calm down. It's going to be okay. First of all, it's going to be okay. This is exciting. This is good news. Just to keep things, you said you like spicy meatballs. Next week, plenty of it coming your way, because we have the Madden Madness March in April bracket tournament going down next week, starting on Monday. We have a 32-team bracket competition, single elimination. The teams have been seeded 1 through 32 and matched up. They're going to go head-to-head starting on Monday with the first sim of the day. There'll be sims throughout the week, and we'll eliminate it down until the following Monday, a week from this coming Monday, championship game. I have the entire bracket right here, and we can fill yours out together. So you're picking winners is all we're doing here. We're picking winners.
All right.
Those kind of things. But you've been on a lot of these sims. Many. Too many to count, because why would we waste our time doing that? But I've seen a lot of these. You make very strong fantasy lineups. Can you pick the winner of the tournament bracket? I filled out my bracket already, so I will not steal your picks, I promise.
Where can I fill? Do we have like a Word document or something I can fill one out?
So we do not have a Word document.
This is ridiculous. We're not even we're doing this. We're not even prepared.
I got it right here.
This is
man.
terrible. Hold on a second. Jordan just dropped some information in for me.
Okay.
First off, I'm telling you right now, Jacksonville's going to upset Tampa Bay in the first round.
I like it. Here,
like,
let me.
That's not even that bold. Have you seen the Jaguars play in these sims? They're not the worst.
No, they're not. So let's talk about how they got that number 32 seeding. It is based on the regular season real results. So that's why the Bucs are number 1. The Jaguars are number 32. All right, I'm filling this out for you. So you're picking the Jaguars, Raiders, or Cardinals?
Okay, hold on. Raiders or Cardinals in this game? Cardinals.
Okay. Good call.
Are you filling this out for me?
I'm filling it out for you, bro. I got you.
Oh my God, this is amazing. I freaking miss you, man.
Hey, man.
I have missed you. Here. Okay, cool.
We're
so
good.
The next one?
Right. Pittsburgh, Denver.
Ooh, Pittsburgh.
Okay. The Rams or the Panthers?
Ooh, Panthers.
Ooh, that's an upset.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Of course
you ready
it
for
is.
this? One of the best matchups of the first round here. Green Bay, number 4 seed overall, against the Atlanta Falcons.
Damn,
Green
the
Bay,
Falcons
Atlanta.
are not
mean,
awful in Madden, dude. That's what you are really. Let me tell you something. Go ahead and give me the Falcons.
Gonna
Give me
take
the
Atlanta.
Falcons.
I like it. I like it.
I gotta,
All
you
right.
gotta have some balls. You gotta have some fun. Come
I
on,
like it. Bears or Chargers?
Bears,
We're
because of
watching the
Madden
Bears right now.
Mitch. Madden
All right.
Mitch. Look at this. Look at this guy. He's all pro. He's all Madden in my eyes right now.
He wants to be. Indy or San Francisco? A very nice matchup as
San
well.
Francisco. San Francisco all the way.
I agree with you. Koff picked Indy in the last.
Okay,
set. Just saying.
that's
Just
cool.
saying.
To each their own. Let's go back
You
in
can
the
be
end zone,
wrong,
and
right?
that's why
Touchdown!
I'm taking the Bears, bro.
There it is. Ted Ginn Jr., wide receiver 2. Madden Mitchell puts his team up. All right, last one on this side of the bracket. Saints, Bengals.
Saints, 100%.
Okay, so that is the first half of the bracket right there. You want to keep going?
Yeah, Chinchilla, let's go. I'm making all my picks.
All right, Kansas City, Chiefs, New York Jets.
Chiefs.
Okay. Miami,
Next.
New England. I like this. We're moving right along here. We're gonna make this
Patriots.
Miami, New England. All right. Seattle, Dallas. Another great first round matchup.
I'm taking Dallas. What's the Dallas would be the upset, right?
Yep. Dallas is 23rd seed because again,
Okay.
it's based on regular season or
Yep.
it's based on real season, not just regular season because Tampa Bay's won because they won the Super Bowl. Cleveland, Detroit. Easy. But I'll let you pick. I'm sorry.
Cleveland.
Okay.
Yeah, dude.
Buffalo, Houston. Another nice first round matchup. I like.
Buffalo.
Okay. Koff pick.
I can see Houston winning that. I can see Houston winning that in the land of Madden. Yeah, that's fine. But you know what? I'm going to go with my heart. I'm going to go with my soul. I'm going to go with my gut. I'm going to go with my wife. And I'm going to go with Buffalo.
Hey, can't go wrong. Can't go wrong. When all that's on that side, yeah, you got to go Buffalo.
See what I'm saying?
Even if you lose, you still win. Washington, Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Dalvin Cook. Tennessee, Giants.
Tennessee.
Titans, Giants. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is another nice first round matchup. These Ravens, who we're about to see here with the ball, against the Philadelphia Eagles.
Give me the Eagles. Give me the Madden Eagles.
All right. All right. So Lamar Jackson,
Guys,
cover athlete, out in the first round.
That's right.
I like
And
it.
this is a prime example of why I'm not doing it. Because of situations and throws like that. Get out of here. Eagles would pick that off and house it.
Listen. Other way. I hear you. All right. So that's the first round. You want to keep going or you want to take a break?
No. I don't want to break. My brain doesn't need a break.
All right. I like it. So that's your Sweet 16. Here we go. First matchup. Jacksonville, Arizona.
Jacksonville.
I love it.
Dude.
Give me that Gardner Minshew. Give me all that Minshew.
Yeah, let's go, dude. Mark Ingram. Nice little carry there. First down for Das Ravens. Next.
Steelers, Panthers.
Oh, God. Panthers.
Okay.
Stop looking at me like that when I give a bold prediction. Okay, I don't like it. It's like you look at me. You look at me with "Are you sure, man?" That's the way you look
for your answer. Chicago. Atlanta, Chicago. I can't wait.
Oh God, it's really tough to go against Mitch in this, but. F it, dude. Let's go bowling. Give me Atlanta.
Atlanta, the number 29 seed, moves to the Elite Eight. I love it. San Francisco, New Orleans.
New Orleans.
Okay. That's half your Elite Eight.
Okay.
Kansas City, New England.
Oh, good. Kansas City. Yeah.
Okay. Dallas, Cleveland.
Dallas. Wow.
23
I know.
seed. 23 seed moving
around.
Yeah,
I'm big on the 20+ seeds, dude.
I like it. I like it a lot. Got to feed Zeke. Buffalo, Minnesota.
Buffalo.
Okay. They're the number 3 seed. I like it.
Oh, I know. Oh, I'm well aware.
You're all over this. Tennessee, Philadelphia.
I'm going back to the Eagles.
You're going back to
am.
the Eagles.
I know,
Number
man.
27 seed. I love it. I love this. There is
Not
no
like all
chalk.
those other boring dudes, the
This is
boring
the
analysts and
chalk-free
play-by-play.
Emerson.
Screw
The
it,
chalk-free
dudes.
Emerson picks. I love it. All right, you want to reveal your final four now?
Yes, give
Or
it
should we wait
to
till
me.
the second quarter? Let's
You
wait
know
till
what?
the second quarter.
Let's wait the second quarter
Run down
because
the
it's
stats,
yep.
and then we can come back and we'll do your final.
That's the end of the first quarter there. I believe that was Mandrews on the reception to kind of wrap things up. I'm feeling pretty good right now, dude. Feeling pretty
You have not made a wrong pick yet.
good. 7-0.
Bears
What?
with the lead.
Yeah, hold on a second. I was
Trubisky,
just going to
touchdown
open up.
to Ted Ginn, in case you're just joining us. Lamar Jackson,
Yes.
2 for 3, 24 yards passing. As far as running, David Montgomery has 4 carries, but only 4 yards. Tariq Cohen has 3 yards on his 1 carry. Both Dobbins and Ingram, 10 yards on their only carry. And of course, both quarterbacks in on the rushing action as well. Trubisky, 8 yards and a fumble. Lamar Jackson, 2 yards on his only carry.
Amen.
The fumble, by the way, was not a lost fumble, so that will not show up in your stats. So we know, but it's a fumble. His own team recovered it.
I was just going to say that. Dude, Brian C. asks, is there a legit favorite in this tournament? And I don't know. My guess would be no.
I mean,
it matters-
I think there's a favorite, but I
Crapshoot.
think the fact that I think there's a favorite, does that mean it's a heavy favorite or the favorite is going to win? No, because in these, any sim can go any way. The Jaguars have beat the Chiefs multiple times, which you already referenced.
Thank
I
you.
mean, it can go any way. It can go any game, can go any way. And that's why it's exciting. I think we're going to get a ton of upsets. I love your bracket because it's got all those upsets in it. I may have to go back and change mine and add in some of these upsets, but I won't copy yours. Don't worry.
Yeah, okay, pal.
Because
Sure thing. When you're done, let me see the changes you make. Yeah.
All right, I'm
Well-
not going to change it. I'm going to lock in what I
Don't
have.
change it. Wow, that was interesting. That was almost picked off, and then off the deflection,
Almost.
it was Mandrews with another catch.
Pinball. But hey, it worked for him. All right, ready for your final four. Here we go. Jacksonville, Carolina. 32 versus 25.
Jacksonville or Carolina? I'm going Jacksonville. That's
Got it.
where, you know what? 2 teams came in the league the same year.
It's true.
Both had a boatload of success in the first couple years. Let's
Yep.
go. Take me back, sweet cheeks. Jaguars. Any
Atlanta.
given sim day. Any
It's true.
given sim day, Brian C.
All right, and for those of you just joining us and catching up with us here, this is the Madden tournament, which starts next Monday. There will be free pools available for everybody to jump in and put in your picks and win a share of a very nice prize pool. Those will be coming out very shortly. Stay tuned. You'll hear all those details as they do. The first of those games is next Monday. That is when the first pool will begin. The first pool is all 16 of the first round games. You don't even have to pick the whole bracket. Just the first 16 games is the first pool, which will be available very soon with a very nice prize pool. You'll definitely want to try and pick the winners of these 16 games. Emerson is down to his final four. He has selected the Jacksonville Jaguars as his first team into the final four. We have
in there.
Oh, he did not get in there. He did get close. Mark Ingram down to the 1. So here we go. We're gonna get Ingram.
wait. Was
We're
that
gonna
no?
get
I think that
Dobbins.
was a wraparound. I think that was a Marquise Brown run.
Was
I
it?
think. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was.
All right.
But don't
All
quote
right,
me
I
on
like
that because I'm so focused on filling out this bracket.
I know,
Correct.
I
I have confirmation from our ops team stud mod from
You in.
Frangelico.
Touchdown.
Yes.
Lamar
Who
Jackson
is
threw
it?
it. He threw
Reveal
it.
yourself. There he is, Hollywood Brown again.
Hollywood. Touchdown.
Sorry,
Lamar
Mr.
Jackson throwing the
Jackson.
ball. Not usually the way it works, but hey, going down here, 7-7.
Yeah, right now,
Volume.
Ravens on their opening offensive series. Brown bagging it. Hollywood Brown, couple plays there, getting this team close and then inside the end zone, stuffing themselves
Finishing what is-
inside the end zone.
33% ownership in the free contest for Hollywood. The free
You know
show
what?
contest.
But what about over in the follow the Sassy Springers on Instagram contest. Hollywood Brown is
20% ownership, 4.5% captain. He is not in my lineup. I do not believe he's in your lineup either, but he's still a very nice person.
154 entries in that. So shout out to everyone. We almost filled up the contest there, and we're actually almost up to 154 likes on this stream today. So if you guys or gals still have an extra like to give, drop it right now. Show us some love. We'll show you some love because ZT is taking time to take us through this bracket.
It's a good time. All right. Resuming, we have one Final Four team, the Jacksonville Jaguars. The next matchup in the Elite Eight is an NFC South special. It's Atlanta. It's New Orleans. Who you got, the Saints or the Falcons?
Give me the Saints in this one.
All right. So the Cinderella run for the Falcons ends there. The Falcons did win our preseason tournament, which I'm sure you remember, back when Madden 21 first came out, and we celebrated with a short season followed by a playoff, and the Falcons ran all the way through that and beat the Chiefs in the championship game. The Chiefs are actually in your next matchup, and a matchup we've seen many times in these sims. The Chiefs and the Cowboys. Who you got?
I'm going Cowboys with the upset.
I like it. I like it. Chiefs have made it to the championship game in both of our tournaments. They made it in the preseason tournament and lost.
Screw that. I'm over that. I don't pay attention to the past. I focus on the future, buddy.
They've also been really bad lately. They've lost some
good
weird games. Like they lost to the Jets, and that's a real story. They played them in the first round, by the way. And in your final Elite Eight matchup, we have your Philadelphia Eagles, who have run through Lamar Jackson and Ryan Tannehill and Derrick Henry to get to this point. And they will be facing off with the Buffalo Bills. So you have Bills, Eagles. Are you going to do it?
Oh, my God.
Are you going to do it?
Oh, my God.
I know.
No. Oh, I got to. Come on. What am I doing?
I love how hard this is for you.
I have to go with the Bills. I have to go with the Bills. I can't pick against the Bills.
All right.
I'm not doing it. Not today.
Okay.
Maybe tomorrow, but not today.
All right. We've got a Bills punt, by the way. All right. So in the final games, okay, we're still getting questions. Yes, people, let me bring you up to speed if you're just joining us. There is a Madden tournament coming.
Guys, this is the biggest. This is huge. This is huge. This is huge. This is huge.
Monday, Madden tournament begins. There will be a tournament, bracket style, 32 teams. All of them have been seeded. You can check it out on the Madden Stream info page to find out exactly what teams are seeded where. There will be a free pool that everyone can enter. Every state where free pools are available, you can get in this pool to pick the 16 winners, get them all right, get most of them right, get whatever, winning your piece of that prize pool. It's going to be a lot of fun. So that pool will be coming out soon. There will be more on that in, very soon. Are you going to do this, man?
Dude, listen. This has nothing to do with my fandom.
I know.
Okay, right now, I'm being very objective in my opinion as Lamar Jackson. Oh my God, breaking ankles to the end zone. 8 is great, people. 8 is freaking great. 43-yard touchdown run. That has him north of or close to 70 rushing yards now.
Boom. He's good. Maybe he should be on the cover.
Like, Lamar, the merrier. Let's go, Bro-tato chips.
Let's go. He's my captain, and I will take those points. Way to go, Lamar. He's a lot of fun in this. He may be the most fun single player to watch, although Mahomes is pretty fun too because he just chucks it all over the place. Tyreek Hill. I don't know. That'd be an interesting debate at some point. The most fun sim player to watch. I think it would be Lamar. But anyway, he's already out in your bracket. You ready to pick your final four?
Let's go. Final four
All right,
time, everybody.
Hang on. I'm going to pull up mine just to see if we have any of the same Final Four. No.
Of course. You've already said you're going to emulate and copy my bracket at this because you love you love how bold I am. Mine's a boomer bust. Mine's a boomer bust. I don't go like smack dab down the middle. Okay, I'm not vanilla. I'm bold. And you know what? If I fail, at least I failed fantastically.
All right. Well, let's see how you finish this, right? Because we have your Jacksonville Jaguars, the number 32 seed after their Cinderella run, knocking off the Bucks and the Cardinals and the Panthers. Now they're in the semifinal against the Saints. Are we going to do this? Is it the Saints or is it the Jaguars in the championship game? Tell me, sir.
Oh, my God. This is one of the most difficult decisions in my 30-plus years on this planet. I have been faced with countless decisions in my life, hundreds of them every day. I have to make decisions. This right now.
What cereal should I have?
It is 100%. I'm in Star Market earlier. I said, I don't know which way to go. Do I go with the Crave? Do I go with the Pop-Tart cereal? Do I go with the Hershey Kiss cereal? Listen.
Did you get them all? That's what I always do, and I can't decide. But go ahead.
It's a strong strategy. Anyway. I think right now, if I want to be realistic,
yes,
and I truly believe any sim day, and I see the talent, people, I see the talent on the Saints side. I see Drew Brees and Michael Thomas, okay?
99 overall receiver.
I see Alvin Kamara.
It's true.
I see that defense. Damn it, I see it. But then you know what?
This game would be in the Superdome. It would be. I'm adding that.
That's great because the Jaguars play great indoors, Zach.
I'm just saying.
I look over on the other side. They're America's team for a reason. They have a quarterback no one believed in, has a mullet, travels the country in a Winnebago, wears jean shorts, represents the working man.
It's true.
Real salt of the
Maybe
earth.
out of a job soon, but yes, he does.
DJ Chark, do. Okay, and that's about it. But you know what? Every once in a while.
What about cousin Chris? Don't leave my cousin out of this. He deserves to be at least mentioned.
Have you ever read the Bible? Have you ever heard of the story called David versus Goliath?
Yes. Yes, I have.
This is the prime example of David versus Goliath in Madden. And right now, I'm not an idiot. I'm going David. I'm going with America's team.
Do it.
The 32 seed because Sister Jean is on their side. Send it. Send it.
Done.
The Jaguars clawing their way to the top.
I like it. They're in the championship game. Now, the real question. Who are they going to play? Will it be the 23-seeded Dallas Cowboys who have knocked off the Seahawks, the Browns, and the Chiefs in the Emmer bracket? Or will it be the Bills who have trounced the Texans, vaporized the Vikings, and I don't know what they did to the Eagles, but they beat them too. And now it's the Bills and the Cowboys. It's the old school Super Bowl rematch, Dallas-Buffalo. Who will face the Jaguars?
Let me tell you something. History, yes, you look at this matchup in real life. You look at history, you look at times the Cowboys have just straight up smashed and gashed and dashed the Bills. The Bills have had an embarrassing past, especially the closer they get to the big stage. We know what Dallas has done to them. But this is where it stops.
This is it right here.
This is where the Bills, like the Phoenix, rising up through the frozen, snowy ashes
they will
out there in Orchard Park.
Dallas has got to go to Buffalo.
Payback is a you-know-what.
Thurman Thomas.
And the Bills.
You can celebrate.
The Bills saying, hop on my back. I'm going to carry this sim. I'm going to put you on my back like Jan Sport. The Bills rising to the occasion.
Mm-hmm.
The furthest thing from a coward. Buffalo, go ahead and throw your ass through a burning table because you, in the most important bracket among people who call these games, has crowned you a finalist.
I like it. All right. Now, we're almost to halftime here. Do we need to save this? Do we need to tease this, or do you want to get it done in the first half? Because this is going to be a tough call for you now, because you have the number 32 seed Jacksonville Jaguars.
I know.
Against the Bills.
I know. And thank God my roommate's not home. She's not home right now. She's at work.
Okay.
Otherwise,
I
it
feel
would
like that's probably influencing this final decision. I do feel like that's an important piece of information for everyone to know.
Even Andrew on the ones and twos like, yeah, I was wondering why you were screaming, because I don't have someone here to tell me to stop screaming. I'm letting it out. I'm releasing the Kraken. I don't care. I haven't been with you guys, the DK Sim fam, this entire week. This is it for me. We got a crazy weekend ahead. I'm not going to be here. I'll be back with you next week.
You'll be back with us for the games in the tournament, of course.
Yeah, you're damn right I will be. Let me dial into this real quick. I'm 3rd and 1 from the 10, 20 seconds to go. Throws out to the flats. They have
one timeout.
One timeout to go. Okay.
Well, now they don't even have that. They got nothing. But that was good. First down. Take a couple shots at the end zone. Who was that on the catch? Was that Dobbins?
I certainly hope so.
Me too.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot. You once again emulate the greatness. That is my lineup. That is 120 out of 154 right now. Son of a gun.
It's hard not to emulate that.
All right. Oh my goodness gracious, that was so easy. And of course, Lamar throwing it and going to Willie Snead, the 4th.
Yeah.
Not the first, not the second, not the third.
I was going there as well. Not any of the first 3 Willie Sneads, but the 4th one grabs that touchdown, which is the 4th one of this sim, and puts the Ravens up 21-7. That's 2 passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdown for Lamar Jackson. The other one, Mitchell Trubisky to Ted Ginn. I am currently 76th in our family free roll, the Fall of the Sassy Springers on Instagram, created by that man, Emerson Lancia.
Yeah. And just speaking of Buffalo, that's where our 2 little girls are at right now.
Oh, really?
They're with our in-laws.
Okay.
We visited them really quickly. Yeah. We visited them really quickly last week, and we left them there because we got a busy schedule here over the next week and a half. So I'll go back and scoop them up next week. But it's been really interesting. It's been interesting having to have full conversations with my wife and not actually be talking about the dogs. It's kind of weird. I'm reintroducing myself to my roommate again. I'm like, hey, what's going on? Haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I get it, man. I get it.
How's life? I mean, you know it with you got a whole football team there in your house, for crying out loud. So busy, but it's also great being able to sleep through the night right now.
Oh, nice. That's a win. That's a big win. Yep.
Meanwhile, my father-in-law is like, your dog took another dump in my living room today. And I'm like, bro, you got to take her out more, man. That's not on me. That's on you. You got to know when. Don't be calling me and complaining. I can't fix your problem from hours away, pal.
No, what you gonna do? You gonna go take her out? No.
Yeah, what do you want me to do? You want to FaceTime me and put it in front of the face? And you want me to talk to Georgie? You're an engineer. You're an adult. You can probably build something.
That opens the door automatically or something.
Oh man!
Or the
Hey
dog
guys,
can open the door.
I just need one of you right now, and I want
Just
one
one?
of you to tell me who it is. Get us to
Very
150.
special someone.
We're at 149. It takes a very special human being to hit the like button
Sure.
and get us to 150 right now. Tell me
Look
who
at this
you are,
by
'cause I want to
Trubisky.
tell you I love you. Oh, incomplete.
I like the boldness though. That's kind of fun. It's a good end to the first half.
Yeah, so we're at 21-7.
We are.
There's no way in hell the Bears come back in this. But I have a question for you about the tournament. It's a good one from Team Always Here from our dude PhD.
Cool.
Says Emerson, will there be wild weather on Wednesday for the tournament? That is big. Wait a minute, there is?
There is wild weather on Wednesday for the tournament. The exact weather conditions have not been specified yet, but I have been informed by the powers that be that control the weather. Yes, there will be wild weather Wednesday on Wednesday. There are 6 sims, and they are all outdoors, so they will all have weather.
Why are we doing that?
That is Texans,
why-
Bills.
what's going on?
Lions, Browns, Cowboys, Seahawks,
Okay.
Patriots, Dolphins, and Jets,
All
Chiefs
right.
will have weather. There you go. That's the information. To answer the question. It's a very good question. It is. Do you feel like that makes upsets more likely or less likely?
Yes. Yeah. It makes upsets more likely.
I agree.
Every single one of those games, you cannot predict them. They're all become wild cards.
Right,
what
but
did I
didn't we already
do?
say
I
that
wish.
every okay.
Yeah, but Wild Weather Wednesday adds a little something to it. You got to think a little more about it.
Okay. All right. So we can revisit. Your picks are not locked in yet. You haven't even finished, man.
Nah, you know
still
what?
got
I
a
don't
whole nother
change. I don't change. I am who I am. I'm not doing.
Oh, I
that.
know. Okay. All right. You don't want to
Real
revisit
quick.
any of it.
Yeah, the one thing I want to revisit is the receiving department here for this game because it's on our screen. So 5 catches for 40 yards, and Willie Snead has the touchdown.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hollywood Brown's got 3 for 21 and the touchdown. Ted Ginn Jr. has the only touchdown for Chicago, 2 for 29. Mandrews has a pretty good first half, 4 catches, 52 yards.
Pacing for the
Miller,
bonus.
yeah, Miller 2 for 22. A-Rob just 1 for 17. So I'm sure. Oh, and of course, there's my ridiculous captain Jimmy Graham, really crushing it there, pal. 1 catch for 8 yards. Superb work. I will never roster him ever again.
Never ever until you forget that you said that and do it the next time. But yeah.
Yes.
I got you. Sounds good. Sounds good. I think you did pick the Bears to win, so you could do it when they play the Chargers in the first.
So who do I have as my final 2 teams standing?
You have the Jaguars and the Bills, of course, and you're very proud of that, as you should be.
Well,
so do you want to go back and look at the weather games, or are we gonna just move on? You're not gonna figure that in. Okay.
I'm not going to change my picks, but if you want to tell the people listening right now what those are.
Okay. Buffalo and Houston in Buffalo.
Yeah. We don't know the weather yet, people. We don't know the weather.
Right. We just know that there will be weather. That's what I was told. Lions and Browns in Cleveland in the weather. Probably snow, I would guess, but we'll see. Dallas and Seattle in Seattle. Patriots and Dolphins, but in Miami. It's not in New England. It's in Miami. But there,
that's going to be rain. That's going to be rain or wind. I can tell you that.
Right. Well, it's not. Don't think it's going to be snow. That'd be weird. Jets and Chiefs, which is in Kansas City. So those are your 5 Wild Weather Wednesday sims that will have weather turned on. Again, Texans, Bills, Lions, Browns, Cowboys, Seahawks, Patriots, Dolphins, Jets, Chiefs. It's on the Madden Stream info page too. You go on over there, you'll see the breakdown of what's on what day. Again, the weather has not been specified, but you can see that there is weather for that.
Just want to point out that Lamar Jackson with his X Factor ignited and super hot. He has just
cannot fumble.
Reached the bonus in the rushing department.
Yeah. Capping my
It's
captain.
almost it's like a lock every time this dude is on the field. It's the reason you said you have to roster him, and a majority of you do. It's like 90-95% depending on which contest you look at.
Yeah, he's so locked in. I mean, he does have some down sims every once in a while. I was on one with him. Who did they just play? I want to say it was the Bills, actually, and he had a down game in that one. He only ended up with like 18 fantasy points, and it felt like a huge down game for him. He has 30 plus in 3 of his last 4 around that sim, including his last one when he ran for 2 touchdowns against the Chargers, over 100 yards in that one, already over 100 yards here. He's thrown for 2 touchdowns, and he has run for another score. And with that X factor eliminated, that means he cannot fumble, will not fumble the ball. No matter how hard you hit him or how many hits he takes, he cannot fumble while that X factor is lit up. He does have fumble.
Light him up, up, light him up, light him up, I'm on fire. I would like to address one comment here in the comment section from good friend Adam Kaufman, who has stolen quite a bit of my money lately.
Kaufman, what's up?
Because he cheats in head-to-heads.
Long time no see.
So he says, hi, yes. Question, is Emerson Latia still doing sims or going full Bukes and Reed and only doing one every so often? I'll hang up and listen. The past week and then moving on to next week are kind of crazy for us, Adam. If you'd like to side chat me, I can give you more details. You know that I must be with the DK Sim fam as much as possible, as the Ravens are now down to the 1 yard line. That was a reception by Miles Boykin. His first catch of this sim. But I need you, DK Sim fam. I need you. For when we get this all figured out, I think we should get an apartment together. What's up with everyone over on Twitch? It's a whole nother family over there, a whole nother world. I want to live amongst you guys. We could be like the wildlings in Game of Thrones. Oh, we're trying to go for a fullback dodge.
Touchdown.
Oh, they give it to him? What the hell?
Touchdown. Is it DeMarco?
Patrick Ricard?
It's
number 42?
Yeah. Jackie Robinson, number 42. And that's not Jackie Robinson, but it is. Whoa. That was a generous spot. They gonna review this? Nope. Put it on the board. Patrick Ricard. He is owned in 0.58% of lineups in the free showdown. So 1 in every 200 lineups has Ricard and has that touchdown.
All right.
How many touchdowns do you think Ricard has? Before I find him, how many?
I'm going to say that is the only touchdown that he has. I'm going to say that's his first one in Madden. Yes, really.
I think he's probably got one other. Let's find him. I gotta find him now. It might take a while because he's only in a few lineups. But you'd think they'd be near the top.
And you know what, Germ, I agree with you. I thought he was way down there. He was way down, but they gave it to him.
They did. Generous spot. All right, so do you want to tell the people about the Madden bracket again before you pick your winner?
Yeah, go ahead. I was just poking over to the Masters really quick, seeing Justin Rhodes is in the lead. He's through 12. Matsuyama drops a shot.
Yeah, he did.
He really does. I think I have him in my lineup. I got to check. I can't remember.
Rose?
Yeah, Rose.
I stayed away from Rose. That back injury scared me away. I'll be honest. That being said, I have Brooks Koepka. So
yeah, you know what? He was a valuable play. Like, as long as he stays healthy, I think people are off of him because you just don't know how a ankle or foot or
surgery on.
Yeah, the knee. There you go. And so, but like, especially, and we can't dive into it too much during one of these games, but like sports betting wise, like he had incredible value. If you really were that confident in him. So, anywho. And
I'm not finding Mr. Ricard here. I can't find him in any else. Which is weird because he's got a touchdown. You think?
Retease, did you know? Not a fan of Bryson. Is he struggling right now? What's going on?
Last I saw,
oh my
Bryson was
God.
3 over. Where does he?
4
where is
over
he
now. Now he's a guy who's only finished in 3 trips here. As a professional, he's only finished in the top 30 once. And usually, like bombers can crush this course because they just eat up the par 5s.
Right. And he just had accuracy issues again today. He had a double earlier, and yeah, just has not been his best self for sure. In fact, I don't think. Let me pull up his card here. I don't think he's got a single birdie on the day. He does not. He doubled 4, bogeyed 5, and bogeyed 8. Now that said, he's still got 8 holes left to go here, but not a good day for him so far. He started last year's Masters a little rough too, but then rallied to make the cut. So could still turn it around. We will see. But yeah, a lot of people have him in their DraftKings lineup, and not a promising start anyway.
I'm laughing at this comment, and Twitch fam, you need to listen to this. My guy Ricky Robbie over on YouTube, and I'm not trying to pit you guys against each other. I'm just the messenger here. Don't come after me. But Ricky Robbie says Twitch is like the kids' table at the family gathering.
Ooh,
I don't know, Ricky Robbie. That may be a little aggressive there, pal.
Ricard, by the way, that is his 4th touchdown. Jordan found it because I sure couldn't find it clicking around in people's lineups, but Jordan found it. That is his 4th touchdown in these sims. Those fullback dives get used quite a bit. So if you're going to go with a punt play, sometimes a fullback can pay off just like that.
Ooh.
Now, Reed T. Fowler's coming up after this. He and Kaufman are coming on. They're doing a little show after this. And Tony Finau is +1 through the opening 9. And, if you know anything about Reed, he is a huge Finau fan. So.
Yeah, what's the schedule? Is there what's coming up next? Is there like a special
show
golf
to be
show or
named
something?
later with Adam and Reed. Yeah, they're popping in. They're going to host a little show, breaking down the first round of the Masters and whatever else they want to talk about. So yeah, that's on right after us.
Okay, is this going to be a weekly thing?
I'm not sure.
Or is this just today for the Masters?
Masters special edition.
Okay.
But, people hang around and watch. They like it.
Yeah, sounds good.
We could find those 2 guys.
Okay,
And
excellent.
Spieth, my pick to win. He's just 1 under. I was hoping he'd do better.
Yeah, I had John Rahm. He was definitely because he's a new dad. I was buying way into that, and I don't know why. I think it's just when I became a father of dogs, I felt that power. I felt unstoppable. Rahm was even.
So. I would also say, as someone who has been a new dad, there is some sleep deprivation you got to overcome, right? Like I get you, right? Like there's a lot of new dad narrative that people like, but there's also some sleep deprivation involved. So we'll see. I think he'll be just.
Well, I'm gonna hang out. I'm gonna watch the show because I have questions. I have questions about the Masters that I know Kaufman and Reed can answer for me.
Yeah, I want to know. Is Justin Rose's back going to hold up or not? Because he's tied for the lead now. Brian Harmon and Hideki Matsuyama.
So everyone hang out for that. Masters questions. Bring it. So wait, now I'm being told it's NFL news? I don't know what the hell's going on here. I need someone to send me a schedule of what we're doing on the stream because it just feels like it changes every day.
Right. Thursdays, typically it's NFL news, yes. I am sure that with those 2, they will talk quite a bit about the match.
Well, Jordan, it could
ramble.
And then tomorrow, are we going to do there's going to be a cut special or something like that? We've done that in the past.
Cut sweat's intense at the Masters. They did change the rules. You know this, right? Before November,
more people, more people will be making the cut, right?
No, less.
Exactly.
55 and ties, I believe, is the new rule. No more of this 10 shots of the lead thing. They got rid of that. Remember that? That was the weird Masters Special Edition rule where if you were within 10 shots of the lead, no matter how many people were within 10 shots of the lead, they all made the weekend. But that is not the case anymore.
How's Sandy Lyle doing? Okay, so he's 9 over.
Yeah, not great.
He was
a lot of those past Masters champions. They come out. They come out every year.
His odds were were hilarious.
They weren't great. No. Or they were great, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, exactly. So we got about 1:20 to go here in the third quarter, and Baltimore's just rolling right now. We've been talking about it a lot throughout this sim because it's a big week for everyone on the Dream Stream next week.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be launching this. Is there an official name for this, or should I butcher that too?
Just go right ahead. We're calling it the Madden tournament. I don't know what
Madden Madness Tournament of April.
Yes.
So whatever. Is there information available on the Madden Streams information page right now?
There is, yes. The first round schedule is up. Actually, the entire schedule for the whole thing is up. The links for the pools will be up as well. The DFS contests will continue as usual. Although we may have something special for the championship that is still to be decided.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll have all that information there. Just stay locked into that Madden Stream information page, and we will keep all the latest information there. You can right now see all those first round matchups. Start figuring out who you're going to pick in those.
Retease, did you know, asked, did Rory hit his dad? Yeah, he did. If you guys want to check out my Twitter right now at Emerson Lazia, I posted a clip of Rory McIlroy today. Hit a spectator. That spectator on hole number 7, green side, was his father. So what do you do like if you end up hitting your dad like that? Because typically you go over, you give him like a signed glove or
right, exactly, right.
I don't know, maybe you give him like your driver or something like that. But I don't know. I feel like your dad has deserved something. Like first off, he made you, and then second, now you're trying to murder the man. But he plunked him right in the back of the leg.
Are we sure that, I mean, did he get a good lie out of it? Like maybe his dad, maybe they're working together. Maybe that's part of the plan, right? Like this wouldn't happen to you because you're so accurate. But maybe
I'm ridiculously accurate and long.
Right? Like, so maybe you're going to drive it over the green and I'm going to go back there and I'm just going to be the backstop for you, right? Like you just bounce it off me. I'll stop it for you.
I'm looking for where he is right now because I want to know what he did on that.
It's not good. It's not good, man.
It's bad. Where is he? He's second on tour, like in distance. But when it comes to accuracy, all over the place, dude. It's a sprinkler, just spraying it everywhere.
Yeah, so he's at 4 over, and he did bogey hole number 7. And it was his second shot. He was already kind of in the rough, and he went all the way across the hole, went from off on the left to off on the right. He did yell when he hit it, off to the right, and then he hit his dad. Like, just nailed it.
At least he can blame his dad now. Yeah, Mrs. Big Cheese says, do you get extra points for that?
I'm not sure if that's, like, really
it should be like an automatic
accuracy. Par. I also think, like, if you're Rory's dad, that's pretty impressive, right? Like, he's going to miss it over here. Like it's a bumper in bowling, right? Like I'm gonna go keep his shot from bouncing way out. All right, I'll take one for the team.
Kick it closer, like Judge Smale, like just give it a nice little kick.
Whoops! Oh, it's on the green. It's impressive.
Interesting.
The rest of his round, not quite as impressive. Yeah, 4 over for Rory. And I mean, he said that this whole Bryson thing and the added distance kind of has gotten into his head a little bit, and he's trying to increase his distance, but kind of sacrificed his overall game for it. He bogeyed 3 straight holes on the front 9 today, including that bogey on hole number 7. Then he birdied, turned things back around a little bit, but did finish at 4 over. Sergio Garcia right there with him as well at 4 over. They're both done for the day. They were part of the early group out on the course.
Yeah, so
Bryson now at 4 over with
That's an interesting point you make, and I read that recently, that because of the way Bryson is like changing the game and his approach, that you're going to start to see other golfers emulate that, a lot like golfers started emulating like Tiger Woods,
right
when Tiger Woods burst onto the
somebody
scene.
asked Rory about it, and he admitted that he is trying to do that, and he thinks that it has hurt his game. So it is a very transparent moment for Rory, so we appreciate that, right? As fans, we like it when our stars are honest with us, and kind of a little struggling right now. And this week, at least to this point, it doesn't look like he's going to turn it around, but still plenty of time. 4 over is not, I mean, he's definitely not out of the running yet.
Yeah, Andrew on the 1-2 says, is it a smart long-term play though, prone to injury? For sure. I mean, Tiger Woods has had a handful of like back injuries, and a lot of it has to do with how powerful.
Yep. Yeah, you're putting your body under that strain from all the extra power and all the extra muscle that you build up. Can definitely, result in those injuries.
Yeah, and Reeties, did you know, again on Twitch, I'm glad you referenced that. Yeah, when you see Rory hitting his father, that is the main reason I refuse to play golf with Brendan Glasheen, because Samir, and I am not lying to you guys, Samir has said every time he has played with Glash, which I believe is like 3 or 4 times, he said the last time he went out, Glash almost hit him multiple times, like on accident, unless he is trying to kill Samir, which that would piss me off. But Samir stands like behind him in some way, somehow. Glash knows how to get like negative yardage and hit a piss missile backwards at Samir's head.
That's almost impressive if true, because I mean, if you're swinging one way and can hit it the exact opposite way hard, that takes some talent, some skillability.
I love Gunfishing's like, yeah, use the foot wedge a little bit, got a bad lie, just get it on out there.
Oh yeah, there you go. There. Sorry, son, you hit me again. No, obviously, I'm joking. I understand that is not what happened in this case, but yeah.
Real quick, since I just received hundreds of emails, people asking me who my champion is going to be in the tournament.
I know. We got to get your pick here, and we do have 5 minutes left in this game, but
yeah,
I need your final answer.
Did he crack the goal line? He did. There's Tariq Cohen, baby.
That's our boy. That'll help our lineups, yours and mine, and the other people who paid up for Tariq Cohen. Like we said, very expensive, Tariq Cohen for a receiving back.
Life's a Mitch, man. And Buzz Killington. Unleash the fury, Mitch.
Do it.
And you also, thanks to everyone who hung out with us during this 4 o'clock sim. Got us up to 166 likes right now. This is good stuff. Yeah, you're gonna get a pick. And
do we need to recap your tournament so far? Your final 4, which are totally different than my final 4. 0 overlap. Jacksonville, New Orleans, Dallas, Buffalo, and your championship game is Jacksonville Jaguars, the number 32 seed, on a Cinderella run. They've knocked off the number 1 overall seed. They knocked off Kyler Murray. Then they took out the team that joined the NFL with them, the Carolina Panthers. Then they beat the Saints to get to this point where they will now take on the Bills. Are you going to do it and pick the 32nd ranked Jacksonville Jaguars, or will you stay loyal to your in-laws and your wife's team and go with the Bills?
My decision
choice is yours.
Is final. This will be my final answer. And when you pit this house divided on the dream stream in the Simland as Lamar Jackson refuses to go down.
Don't worry, he can't fumble, people. Don't worry. If you're worried about a fumble, he cannot do it while that X factor is low. Physically.
Never, ever have we ever seen America's team disrespected the way that DraftKings right now is disrespecting America's team in this tournament. You knock off Goliath with TB12 and company to start things off. and you continue to grind. And you continue to climb that mountain of adversity. You hear the doubters, you hear the haters. All it does is fuel you. All it does is ignite the fire in your loins, a fire that was always burning. And now, this moment, you rise up and you prove and you show that all 31 teams ranked ahead of you are weak, they're feeble, they're decrepit. They've got nothing on you. You are America's team, and the Jacksonville Jaguars will win this tournament. Mark my words. So there you have it.
There we have it. It's a beautiful thing. I love it. I'm ready to like run through a wall now.
Same.
I feel inspired.
Who was your champion?
Well, it wasn't the Jacksonville Jaguars. I can confirm. My champion, Green Bay Packers. I went with a not chalky pick too.
Didn't I have the Packers being upset by the Falcons?
You did in the first round.
Yeah.
So I just put in our Slack your picks. I'm now putting in the Slack my picks. You can see we don't have any overlapping at all, really. I have a nice run by the Cardinals because I like Kyler Murray. No, I think they're gonna. I have them knocking off the Bucs, and because I have them, I don't have Jacksonville, and I don't have the Saints winning even a game. I have the Bengals actually knocking them off, and then
your bracket. Your bracket sounds dull, buddy.
All right.
I can't do your bracket. I can't. If I saw your bracket, I'd burn it. I'd rip it up. So you don't
just
want
sent it
this.
to you in Slack, so be careful.
Disgusting. I don't want to look at that. Frangelico, Emerson, I hope you have spoke that bracket into existence. I just felt like the president in Independence Day when he's giving the speech.
I'm ready to go kill some aliens. Let's do it.
Reed, did you know? Is this Ducey or Emerson? You shut your face, man.
Although I don't think Kenny would pick the Jets to win this. I really don't. I don't think he'd do it.
Dude, it's not, guys.
It might be funny to find out.
It was very, very objective. Like it was not a biased pick.
No.
I based it off of their performance in Madden. This isn't about real life. They were seeded based on real life, which is idiotic. What are we doing? Let me tell you something. Biggest sleeper in this tournament. Mark the tape, guys. Mark it. Not changing any of my picks, even the ones on Wild Weather Wednesday. Please keep that in mind next week. There's Wild Weather Wednesday. That incredible day we love so much remains on the calendar.
It does. Yes. Very excited for that. I know you love Wild Weather Wednesday. Can't wait for all that rain and snow and wind. It's the best. It looks pretty on the screen. Hey, look at this.
There's Allen Robinson getting some extra yardage here as we hit the 2-minute warning. Again, coming up next, before the 6 o'clock sim, which is going to be Texans at the Dolphins with Brandon and Sister Christian, we are going to have Sports Talk Live. It is going to be with Kaufman and Reed. I'm told they're going to talk football. I'm sure there could be other things involved as well. But show my guys some love. Two good dudes.
Kaufman said he wants 300 people here, so stick around. Tariq Cohen with another catch there for us.
Yep. Even if you have to leave your house, even if you have to go, leave your house for the first time today and go accomplish something, leave your computer on, leave YouTube on, so we can maintain the viewership.
Put Put it on your phone.
Yeah, do it on your phone too. I was doing that today at the gym when I was letting everyone know, hey, I'll see you in a couple hours. I'm squatting right now. Yeah, it was great.
It was good to have you check in. I was like, hey, there he is. Look at that.
That's
Working
right.
out, checking in.
Had you
Talking
guys
about
in
his
my
toes.
Yep, earbuds. I wasn't talking about my toes.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything about my toes, bro.
You said you were gonna cut off a toe.
Oh! I said I would cut off a toe for the DK Sim fam.
See, exactly. You were talking about your toes.
I know, but
That's
the way
okay.
I talk about my toes is like I'd sacrifice myself for the DK Sim fam.
I
Now, if
understand.
it's like Glash or Rossi talking about their toes, it's like they're
Yeah,
looking
no,
at
that's
someone.
It's different. Different. We don't need to talk about that.
Yeah, they get weird with toes. What half of Glash's pictures on Instagram are just pictures of toes.
That's on TikTok, I think. Fourth down. They're going to go for it.
Yeah,
They're
they
gonna
got
get
it.
First down. David Montgomery with the carry there. Takes us inside 1 minute remaining. Bears still have all their timeouts. So if they get a touchdown and they can stop Lamar, which they haven't done all game, they're, you know.
They don't seem to be showing any signs of urgency here, though, my bearded wonder, because with three timeouts, the clock is just ticking and ticking and ticking.
Tick, 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 tick. Plenty of time. Throws it over the middle to the Ravens.
Whoa.
Deflected.
What the hell just happened there? I thought
Deflected again and dropped. Yeah,
It was
bounced
Calais
between at
Campbell.
least 3 people. Yeah.
It was Calais Campbell
Two
who
Calais
dropped back.
Which makes a lot of sense when you have an X Factor unstoppable force pass rush. Let's drop him in pass coverage and see how that works out. Well, it worked because Mitch threw the ball right to him.
All right, stay glued right now to the Dream Stream because these could result in a lot of points, meaty points, more points, more fun for your lineup. Like right now, is that my captain? Yeah, right. That was Jimmy Graham.
I believe it was.
Yeah, another catch for him.
It's an extra point for you. 1.5. Since he is your captain.
So I open up the LOTZIA, follow the Sassy Springers on Instagram contest. Graham now 3 catches. Back in the end zone, deflected, dropped again. 4th and goal coming up. 3 seconds to go. Chicago not calling any timeouts is kind of a head scratcher. I'm not going to lie.
Well, I think they're, in theory, saving them for when they give the ball back to the Ravens, but it's not going to matter because there's only 3 seconds left. So this is probably it. Either way, it's 4th and goal, 3 seconds. This is probably the last play of the game, barring a penalty, and it is an incomplete pass, which feels about fitting.
What an absolute perfect way to end this sim.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the Ravens the Ravens come away with a 28-14 victory here.
Yeah, so I mean, this is not breaking news. This is not unexpected. This is not a big surprise, but it's still the truth. Krusty Koff player of the game, gotta be Lamar Jackson. I mean, that is just an impressive total. Over 50 points in your captain spot, threw for 135 yards and 2 touchdowns. Trubisky actually threw for 224 yards and 2 touchdowns, but did not have the rushing production. Lamar Jackson had 152 yards on the ground for Lamar, and he is the Krusty Koff player of the game.
Yeah. Who do you have for your babysitter Billy?
Yeah,
not my kid. I'm still single. Player of the game.
I'm looking right now to try and figure that out. Who is nobody? I mean, I guess. Yep, that's what it is. Ricard got the short yardage touchdown, right? He got that touchdown, the fullback dive touchdown. That only accentuates the fact that J.K. Dobbins, as the power back, got nothing. 1.2 fantasy points for J.K. Dobbins. Power back and the third down back did not get anything done in this. Only 1.2 fantasy points. He is your Not My Kid Award winner for this one. Sorry, JK. Not JK.
All right, right now we are going to toss it over to Adam Coppin and Sweet T. Fowler. You guys keep an eye on these contests. Frangelico adding things up. Scores are about to go final. So hopefully you got into a paid contest, we'll make some cash. But ZT, good hanging with you. Good seeing you again. I'll catch up with you next week. Thanks for all the work you're doing with that tournament that the Jaguars will win. Jordan, appreciate you do for Angelico, Andrew, Tara Lynn. Much love to you guys. AK, Sweet Tea, take it away, brother.
This right here, the closest Emerson and I have come to working together on the Dream Stream, is this crossover, this moment. But it's coming. It's coming,
It's
man.
happening.
We're going to do
It's
it.
gonna
It's going to be
happen.
great.
Love you.
And you, buddy. Big hug. Virtual hug to you, or however the people do this. All right. Hey, Reed T. Fowler, Adam Kaufman. We are with you. We are live. We are going to take your questions. We are here with you until the next sim kicks off the late classic. It's something of a, I don't know, a catch-all hour. You might call it a pre-lock. Either way, we're with you, and we're going to go over the Masters. We're going to look NFL. We can maybe dive a little bit into NBA, and that's slate tonight. Good to see those contests filling up in the DK Sim Fam Friends League lobby. But Reed, how are you, man?
Good. I was going to just take a step back and, let
just
you
get
and
out of the
Emerson
way
run the show. Yeah, a little known fact about Emerson as he turns off his camera and he runs like a coward. He didn't enter our contest. Me and Samir asked him to enter our contest, or actually, he's the guy that always complains that no one plays a head-to-head against him in these big tournaments. And lo and behold, what did he do? He didn't enter a lineup.
Well, what contest was this? Because our own Bry guy made a contest for the Masters that Emerson and I both entered. So are you guys doing a little something special off to the side then?
No, I mean, this was something that we've been doing for the last 17 years. Ballpark,
so yeah,
it was grandfathered in.
Sure.
But yeah, it's just an easy way to, gather crowns from those two hammerheads for me personally. I'm just going to take it, I guess, from Samir. So no, that's just something I just wanted to tease Emerson about. But it's good. A couple of things too, Koff. Not just the Masters, not just football, but the WSL, the World Surf League, our free-to-play pool is up and running on DK Sportsbook right now. The WSL, also known as the World Surf League, something that is near and dear to my heart. The Rip Curl Newcastle Cup is on right now on YouTube. So if you guys want to head over after, obviously, our show, after this little stream here, head on over to WSL, World Surf League's YouTube. It's live surfing right now in Australia, and you guys need to check it out if you have it, because it's amazing.
Well, so we got about 250 people watching, and don't one of you, not a soul, go anywhere. I'm watching those numbers. I'm looking for likes. Let's get to 200. We're basically right there. Smash the like button. Even Brendan Glasheen is watching. He's in the chat asking if Reed's going to get an opportunity to talk in this show. So far, we've mixed him in just a little bit, and I think we're going to hear from him some more. But you brought it up. Let's start there. So this free $1,000 World Surf League Newcastle 2021 CT pool available, as you said, on the DK Sportsbook. Now I'm looking at this thing, and I'm seeing all sorts of how many perfect tens will be scored during the Newcastle event, the winning surfer, which stance is this individual going to be in, the championship tour event, final score, the combination of the best waves and a 10-point ride being the high. Oh, I don't know what any of this means, Reed. None of it. I don't know what any of it means. So talk to me like I'm 5 and explain to me how this works.
So talk to you like I talk to you every week?
Normally.
Right.
Conduct yourself as usual.
Exactly. So a couple of things. One, the free-to-play pool is pretty easy, right? It's multiple choice, and you're making decisions off of, you're taking the quote-unquote guesswork as much as out of it. If you have never watched surfing before, if you have no idea how it's scored, right? There's judges, and the surfers are scored on a handful of things, right? They're scored on their progression of their moves. They're scored on the continuity of their moves from move to move. The power in which they surf, where they surf on the wave, if it's in the pocket. So that's how they get scored from just a contest perspective. They can catch probably 8 to 10 to 9 to 5 waves, and you take the best 2. So it's similar to what you see right in the Olympics, whether it be gymnastics, other judged events that you guys have seen in sports. You take the top 2, whether it be diving, whatever the case may be. That's similar, right? So they take their best 2 scores, and then those 2 total up to what their score is for that heat. And then the surfer, who obviously has more points than the other guy or in that group, advances to the next round. So that's sort of a breakdown of how surfing is judged just from a contest perspective. When you take a look at these free-to-play pools, a perfect 10 is extremely hard to come by, right? Like, it's exactly what it sounds like. it's a perfect 10. It's hard to come by in gymnastics or any other judge score. It has to be a perfect wave. And at this break, it's a little bit harder, right? Because the waves, in order to get a perfect 10, you need to have a pretty distinct, either it has to be an aerial move, a distinct move with power and progression, or it has to be a two bride. A lot of these things have to happen. So that might be a little bit tough, but the other stuff I think is completely attainable. We've seen a lot of guys come out here, a lot of rookies too, come out here and do pretty well.
Do you have any favorite surfers? I mean, who's NFT, whose trading cards are you collecting out there on the boards?
Yeah, I wish which CryptoPunk surfer do I want? Is that what you're talking about?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, well, the guys in general, right? The surfers that I really like, and not necessarily in this contest right now, because one guy that I really like got bounced early, is John Florence. He's a kid from Hawaii. He grew up on the North Shore, and yes, it's a little bit of a homer pick, but he's great. You know, he's a tall guy. He's got a long wingspan, and that's what you need, right? It kind of goes back and harkens back to some of the other guys back in the early 2000s that we see that surf extremely well, that can paddle into these waves deep, so they can get them very far back and get on these waves to be longer on the wave. John Florence is someone that you need to look out for. But Morgan Siblick, he's a guy that beat John Florence in this last heat, and he's a rookie, and he's from Australia. So a lot of that's sort of a homer pick for the Australian fans out there. But a guy like John Florence, who just won the Pipe Masters, won a pipeline before we had this lockdown, a little bit of a lockdown for the WSL. He's a guy that you have to look out for. He's one of the best surfers on tour.
I'm looking here in the chat. Glash teasing as he does, says, I'm watching the number of people watching. What a way to monitor ratings. Just mocking me. Whereas, let's see, Jay Duncan says, I'd like the Arbitron ratings to reflect that I am watching with my dog right now. Put us down for 2 viewers, please. And Emerson's still hanging out in the chat. So if he's here with, multiple Sassy Springers, then yeah, the numbers are not fairly representing what we have going on here on the Dream Stream for this catch-all program, Reed. If anyone has any questions about this free-to-play pool that Reed was talking about involving surfing, yes, we do it all at DraftKings and the DK Sportsbook. Happy to take those questions. I'm sure you guys can come up with even more intelligent questions pertaining to that free-to-play pool than I can. But in the interest of time, because we're only here with you for, I don't know, 30, 35 minutes, let's say, before obviously things get rolling with the next sim in the second half of the Dream Stream day. We got to spend quite a bit of time on the Masters, because when I think golf and DraftKings, I think Reed T. Fowler, I think Jeff Ulrich, and I pretty much stopped thinking there, as is typical. So our leaderboard at the moment, and we are in round one. This thing is not complete yet. Let's see. It looks like we have, well, my stupid screen has jumped on me, but it looks like, is DJ in front?
No, DJ is very far back.
What are we looking at here? Is this last year's Masters?
Yeah, I'll hold on. Kaufman, you collect yourself. I'll give you the
I don't want to collect myself. I just want this to work right the first time.
Well, it's
getting
really not.
Trouble. Hot. Yeah.
So,
it says hot start. Justin Rose is in front, right?
Yes.
Justin Rose, Brian Harmon, Hideki Matsuyama, Will Zalatoris, who had a monster start to his day. You have a guy in fourth whose name I won't even pretend to pronounce. Christian
Zudnote.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. Webb Simpson, Patrick Reed, Woo Kim, as our friend Pat Mayo would say. Michael Thompson, Patrick Reed. Pardon me, it jumped. The leaders: Michael Thompson, Kevin Kisner, Cam Champ, John Rahm, Xander Schauffele. It goes on, tied for 9 lists for quite a while. I was going to read you the top 10. It expands for quite a while. Who has jumped out at you most? I'm assuming one of those guys, but it could be someone on the flip side, like Bryson DeChambeau, DraftKings own, off to a little bit of a slower start than he would have wanted. Who has surprised you most, for better or worse, to this point?
Surprised. I think you have to take a look at, let's start with like you mentioned on the backside where guys aren't doing well. I think it's surprising that Justin Thomas, is not doing well. I think, a lot of people thought that what he did at TPC Sawgrass would be similar, not similar, but would be close to what, it was an indicator of how to do, that he was potentially going to do well here, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But so him right now, I believe, what is he at, +2? That's not necessarily too bad, because look, the best score, the lowest score out there, Koff, right now is a 69, I believe. Justin Rose is contending with that low score right now. He's at 4 under, but Hideki Matsuyama at 69 has the lowest score of the day, along with Brian Harmon. This is a tough course. These are extremely fast greens. The wind is picking up. The humidity is picking up. And when you see that winds along with hard greens and fast greens, that's where the pros really have difficulty. And this is Augusta National. So you're seeing a lot of these guys like Bryson, especially when the driver's not working, struggle here. And that's why if you look at the leaderboard, it really harkens back to a little bit of the veterans playing well. The Hideki Matsuyamas, Patrick Reed, Webb Simpson is there. He's in the clubhouse at -2. He was at -4 at one point, and you're seeing the back nine really show its teeth. Mark Leishman came out and was 4 under through 6, and now he's not even close. I think he's back at even par. He might even be at 1 over when it's all said and done. So
yeah, Leishman's
this is a tournament there's a long way to go. Just because your guy did bad, let's say he's like Rory's at +4 right now, or Sergio's at +4. You're seeing these other guys at +4, +5. There's a lot of big numbers out there. It's still a long ways to go. So Friday is, we could see much more favorable pin placements and more scoring on Friday. Maybe the course gets a little bit more moisture over the evening time, but this is going to be a fun tournament. You're seeing some of the veterans do well early on.
So you're saying don't panic, don't look at your lineups and start to think about projected cut lines or anything like that. We obviously a lot of the guys that you talked about are already in the clubhouse. Justin Rose, the leader, currently is not actually. He still has looks like 4 holes to go. He's on 15 right now, sitting -4, 1 point lead on the field, or 1 stroke lead, pardon me, on the field. But you have all of tomorrow still to go before we need to worry about it. But it's true, as you alluded to. I mean, there are some big numbers out there right now that I'm sure a lot of people aren't feeling so great about where they stand.
Yeah. And look, right, like I mentioned, you always hear this. You can't win a tournament on Thursday, but you can definitely lose it.
Sure.
Right. And that's what these guys need to focus on. Like if DeChambeau, who's at +5 now through 12, if he doesn't right the ship here and get birdies on these next par 5s, and he finishes the day at +6, +5, he's going to have an uphill battle to make the cut, right? So these guys are struggling right now, and it's hard to when you get that first bogey or double and you start to see +2, +3, and you try to get back those birdies all in one fell swoop. It doesn't happen here at Augusta, especially in these conditions. We saw DJ at -20 win last year. That's not going to happen. So these guys need to focus on getting it back. If DeChambeau can get back to +3 at the end of today, that's a good spot. If your player finishes the day at +2, that's a really good spot to be in after a hard day like today. So a lot of big numbers, but stay patient because Friday, there's still a lot of golf left.
We got Robbie Noble saying he's just here so he doesn't get fined, going all Marshawn Lynch on us, although fined by me because I threatened everybody not to leave. We got 150 strong watching. The dedicated #Timo is here. Tell your friends, tell your family, get on in. Pfu on Twitch, Pfooligan. Reed, what score do you think will win? -11 or lower? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if the conditions are like this, golf, it's probably lower. My projection at the beginning of the tournament earlier in the week was -12, right around -11, -12. But if the conditions stay like this, then yeah, we might see that minus. Usually what we see too is these guys will come out on Friday and maybe we see a -8 leading after Friday, something like that. And then that's kind of where it stays over the weekend, right? They'll, the guys maybe will shoot -1, -2 on Saturday, get to -10. And then on Sunday, it's really hard, right? Sunday at Augusta or any major, it's extremely hard. And that's when you see that those scores might not be the -4s or 5s. It might be the +1 on Sunday that could win it for the eventual winner. So, I'm probably predicting around -10, -9 if the conditions stay the same.
Mr. Hawk, where the hell are Chirag and Julian? No NBA pre-lock here specifically in this slot today. Not to worry, you will see them again this week, and always happy
Those guys
to
are
dive on.
Boring anyway.
Yeah,
They're not boring.
we'll get into some NBA a little bit later if you want.
Kidding.
We can
Those guys
touch on
aren't
some
boring.
plays for tonight. I know that some of those contests have been filling up, but staying with the Masters right now, again, day one almost in the books at Augusta. Some of the larger contests, the Millie Makers, obviously. You got the $4 million Fantasy Golf Millionaire with $1 million going to first. And at the moment, and obviously $4 million in prizes here for this contest, almost 500,000 entries. We do have a solo leader by 1 point, and it's Guarded 70, 14th entry. And this group currently here. Let's see. Are they all done? All except for Rose. Rose is still going. He's got 55 fantasy points. Zalatoris, Casey, Matsuyama, Reed, and Shoffley all in that build as well. Now, as I ask you this question, which is, what do you think of the build? It goes without saying that, well, good job so far. More thinking bigger picture in terms of the entire weekend and trying to go out and win $1 million, though. Do you think it holds up? Do you like this group?
I think Will Zalatoris is interesting. I mean, 15% for Zalatoris is a pretty high number there, ownership wise. The $7,300, right? You got Will Zalatoris cheap, and this is what I mentioned. A lot of the stuff that we did leading up to the tournament is that last year's winner, history doesn't necessarily repeat itself, but it rhymes. Two of the players were above $10,000. It was DJ and JT, and the other four were below 7,500. What this lineup has done is it's totally faded the top five guys who did not play well, who are not playing well currently, and then started with Xander, right? And so you're able to get more of those players, right? Patrick Reed at 9,300, Hideki at 83, kind of a step down style, kind of went like a hybrid balance, right? Because you got Xander up there at top. Does it hold? I mean, Sunday on the back nine on Sunday is when the Masters is won, right? We could see we could definitely see that's when the tournament starts. We can definitely see this lineup be completely blown up if these guys don't make the cut. We've seen Hideki blow up a little bit, in past tournaments. We've seen Paul Casey, Justin Rose. He's a question mark. I liked him leading into. He was one of my favorite guys down here, value plays, and it's looking good right now. But we know that there's a lot of golf. That term works both, for us and against us.
Yeah.
Right. Kind of like this guy wants the tournament to end right now, but there's a lot of golf left. So
pack
I'm
up
gonna
shop.
say no.
Everybody go home. We're
I'm
done
gonna
here.
say no by default, that it's not going to hold. But at the same time, these guys right now, they're Will Zalatoris is the biggest one, right? Because this is his first time playing.
Reed, I can't believe that with 473,000 entries and only a 1-point lead on day one, albeit late, you're not ready to proclaim a winner right now and just, call this thing over. How dare you?
Or a loser.
Or a loser. Let's go to the $2.5 million fantasy football millionaire. Again, $1 million to first. This one, a larger buy-in, and so you only have 28,000 entries for this one. And in my tree, 8th entry for that individual is in front right now with 193.5 points compared to the 208 in the lineup we were just talking about. This person has a 2-point lead with Reed, your guy Finau, Sanjay Im, Hideki Matsuyama, Will Zalatoris, and Justin Rose, and a few of those guys are still out there on the course. Finau, Im, and Rose as well. What do you think of this grouping?
Yeah, again, Zalatoris is there. He's a question mark. He's 15% rostered in here, pretty much similar, right? But here's something that I thought was interesting from a course history experience or a course history question and context of. People faded the guys who did well last year, November, because the course wasn't going to be the same. Well, look at Sanjay Im, right? Even par right now is a really good score. And he's coming in at less than 10% rostered after a runner-up finish just 5 months ago at this course. Like Cameron Smith is not doing it. He's I believe, at +4 or +5, but Sanjay is. And that's something that you have to consider, that the contrarian build is not necessarily going against players who you think are going to do well. It's also going against narratives that people are peddling and pushing, ad nauseum the entire week. Everyone was saying that this course wasn't going to play the same. And yeah, it's probably true, but it doesn't mean these guys can't play well. They played well 5 months ago. So I like that Sanjay Im pick.
Jay Duncan in the chat. Can we ask questions that might be a bit more skewed towards the sports book? You absolutely can. Load them up. Let's go, whatever you got. He says, if so, here's a fun prop. What player is likely to make an eagle tomorrow in round 2?
Any player?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I'm sure the odds are, wildly different depending on which guy you would select. But I mean, who do you like to have an eagle? Look, it's tougher than a birdie, man.
Yeah. Look, I mean, Justin Rose got an eagle today. I'm not saying that you can make eagle. Like eagles are obviously they're hard to make, right? So it's kind of you got to do it in the par fives. There's 4 par fives. Usually that's on the front 9, guys who are, making eagles on the front 9. I mean, if I had to guess, it's guys who are doing really good on par fives, right? Bryson's going to need eagle to do a lot better than he did today, or depending on where he finishes. A guy who's really good at eagles, maybe you aren't short of par fours, but at eagle rate is Colin Morikawa. He's a guy that always, when you take a look at what he does from an eagle rate standpoint, he's pretty good. The top, 10 guys over the last 24 rounds in eagles gain reads Corey Connors, Carlos Ortiz, Sergio Garcia, Brendan Todd, Matt Wolff, Adam Scott, JT Xander, Bryson, and Finau. So if you want to attack the top 10 guys in eagles gained, out of those guys, I mean, Bryson, JT, Xander are probably my favorite.
All right, just some things to keep an eye on. Again, Rose is in front right now. We'll keep you posted on the Masters as things move along here in round one. We also, before we do move on to football, if you want to take a little look-see here, we'll show you what it looks like. The Masters winner splits. Jordan Spieth, the odds on the DK Sportsbook at plus 1,200. And let's see, 12% of handles, 9% of bets. Justin Thomas and Bryson DeChambeau at plus 1,050. Similar, obviously, and for Thomas, percent of handle, 8% for DeChambeau, percent of bet, 8 for Thomas, DeChambeau 5. You have Dustin Johnson, John Rahm on here as well. What are your takeaways from some of these numbers?
Yeah, I mean, not much of drift. I mean, JT does a lot of drift right now. Bryson, not so much. And DJ, if you're looking at this as betting, the futures for Sunday, there's not a lot of value right now. I mean, John Rahm at plus 1,200 probably presents the highest upside. But it's this is where you need to this is exactly how you guys should be thinking about this. This today was extremely hard, right? Today the conditions were extremely hard, and you're seeing a lot of drift on these guys that we didn't get at the start of it, right? I think Matthew Fitzpatrick at plus 1,800 is interesting. I don't know exactly where he's at right now, but he came into the tournament, I believe, around 40 to 1 or plus 4,000. So clearly you're not getting what you got pre-tournament, but you have to take a look at these numbers and look which guys played well. Like Victor Hovland scares me right now because he's someone that I'm looking at the wrong numbers. I was looking at golfer props, but Victor Hovland is a guy who scares me right now. That his ball striking was terrible. Not terrible, it was bad today. But he saved a lot of strokes putting. He opened with a triple bogey, but he ended the round at +1. He saved a ton of strokes putting. It's those guys that you have to take a look at. The ball striking was there, but the putting just didn't sink, didn't go in. So those are the guys that you want to target. I know there's no strokes gained statistics here because we don't get it from the Masters. But those are the guys that I'd be taking a look at. Victor Hovland right now at 35 plus 3,500. That scares me a little bit. Brooks Koepka at plus 4,000. Matthew Fitzpatrick still at plus 4,000. Those are some guys that could potentially, if they get a good Friday, Bryson's at plus 6,600. This guy was at plus 1,000 coming into this tournament. I know he's at plus 5, but if he birdies out or if he gets, if he goes 2 or 3 under over the next 5 holes, he's at plus 2 and he's right in it. Get those numbers now if you like those guys.
To that end, I know round one's not complete yet, but are there any bets for day 2, DK Sportsbook, that really jump out to you? Anything that you'd like to get in a little action on?
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned earlier, Bryson doesn't look good right now. He's the ball striking isn't there. But again, if he gets the +2, and I'll be watching it right now, +2 or +3, then that's something that I'm taking a look at. I think Sungjae M at plus 3,000 is interesting. When the course gets difficult, these guys like a Sungjae hadn't scares me, but like a Sungjae can do well. We saw him do well just a minute ago, 5 months ago. So as well at plus 5,000 is someone that also presents some value because he's right there. And when it gets difficult, these guys tend to play well.
All right. If you guys have any thoughts on golf, DW Nasty 7, going with Spieth for an eagle, any thoughts that you guys have, you want to weigh in, certainly do so in the chat. YouTube, Twitch, we'll keep an eye on it. Smash the like if you're watching on YouTube and hit the subscribe button if you are with us on Twitch. Of course, give us a follow there, twitch.tv/DraftKings. And we are grateful to all of you in the Chat Kings conference room for hanging out and anyone else wherever you are watching, even if there is no chat involved. Let's go NFL a little bit here, Reed, because we still have I don't know, 20 or so minutes to chat a little bit. We haven't. Get out of here.
Oh,
I'm ringing through. It's, you know what? It's DeChambeau. He wasn't happy with it. He wanted to talk about it, vent a little bit. And now's not the time, Bryson. I'm going to have to call you back, buddy. We got to talk about Sam Darnold, okay? Because we've danced around a little bit talking about him throughout these Madden simulations, especially when the Jets have been involved. But real life, Madden sims are fun, and soon enough we'll see him in that Carolina blue and Madden 22 when that rolls around late in the summer. But
yeah,
real life impact when that comes up in a matter of months. How do you feel about Darnold going to Carolina? How do you feel about the Jets obviously dealing him off, seemingly, barring a Deshaun Watson trade, committing themselves to Zach Wilson at number 2, and also just to sprinkle it all in, the return, a 6th round pick this year, a 2nd and a 4th next year. For me, it felt like the Jets sold a little bit low on him, not dramatically, but a little bit low on a guy that just, I don't know. I think the biggest part of his problem, quite frankly, in the last few years when he was one of the worst quarterbacks in the league, was that he played for the Jets.
Yeah. Well, look, who else were the Jets going to trade him to? Like, that would be the question that I ask is who else was trying to acquire Carolina? Or excuse me, Carolina. Who else was trying to acquire?
Yeah. Well, I wonder if Washington could have had interest, obviously pre-Fitzpatrick. I wonder if the Niners, could have looked at him.
Yeah.
Now, obviously they didn't. They, traded a massive haul of assets to move up to number 3 to seemingly draft Jimmy Garoppolo's successor. But I'm not surprised Sam Darnold's gone. He certainly was not viewed as their future, but I don't know. Even if you held on to him a little bit, let Wilson learn behind him just a tad, and maybe he performed pretty well, and you could have just sold a little bit higher on him than they did.
So I guess you're like Zach Wilson. Are the Jets come out and say we're taking Zach Wilson, number 2?
No,
overall?
but that seems to be the consensus belief. Lawrence at 1, Wilson at 2, and then it's one of obviously Jones, Lance, or Fields at number 3, and maybe even a QB at number 4. I mean, all this stuff as it figures itself out in the next couple of weeks before the draft. I mean, those 5 guys are going to be off the board, seemingly all of them in the top 10.
Yeah. So one thing I think you bring up a really good point, and this is sort of a 2-part answer, is that I think there's a lot of fantasy friendly implications with the Jets. And so I think, with what they're doing with their quarterback situation, I think you could take a look at that. Now Corey Davis is probably like, hey, I thought Sam Darnold was going to be my quarterback, but he's not. And if you take a look at what Carolina is going to be able to do, look, we didn't get Christian McCaffrey last year at all, and that we still had some fantasy friendly weeks out of guys that we have down there, and I do think that Sam Darnold can revive his career in Carolina under Matt Rule. Matt Rule is a great coach when it comes to offensive creativity, and that's what you need. Sam Darnold's looking for a new start. It was like when Adam Gase essentially ruined that team, there was no shot for a guy like Sam Darnold to do well, right? Like it just didn't fit. It wasn't going to work. And that's why when you bring in Robert Saleh, it's a complete culture change. And that's why, and this goes to my second part of that, I don't think that Zach Wilson is the answer for the Jets. If they want that to be a culture which is similar to what Saleh was running on the defensive side in San Francisco, there's a lot of question marks about Zach Wilson on his off the field stuff, right? And again, that's neither here nor we have no idea. You and I have no idea. We're just speculating, but there's some personality question marks around this guy, that he's entitled, that he's a spoiled kid, that his uncle owns JetBlue and all of that stuff. And like whatever that is, right? Whatever, if it works for his for him and it, like in his advantage to being a better player and having this chip on his shoulder, or whether it works against him that these teams don't want him, I honestly think a guy like Justin Fields fits that culture that Saleh wants to bring in as a head coach. You don't want to bring in another quarterback that might have question marks. And so, a guy like Fields, a mobile quarterback who is someone in the pocket who can perform admirably, is someone that I like a little bit more than Zach Wilson. But Zach Wilson has an excellent arm, 33 touchdowns in college, close to 3,700 yards, I believe he passed for at BYU or something like that, which is impressive in the 15-game stretch. So I think it's good for the Jets. They got rid of the quote unquote baggage that they need to get rid of. It's a new start for that team. And I think it's a new start for a guy like Sam Darnold, who has the potential to do well in Carolina with a good offense.
We'll go to that in a second. Do you not believe that? And look, it would like we only know so much. We know what we read, basically. We'll find out how, and so much could be posturing, smoke screens, whatever. We're not going to know till we know. April 29th, round 1 of the draft, that's when we will know. But right now, do you not buy into Wilson at number 2 being an inevitability? Do you think some of those other guys, be it Fields, as you mentioned, or Mac Jones, who's drawn a lot of attention from the Niners, seemingly at number 3, and obviously Trey Lance, like of that fearsome 5, that Lawrence is the only foregone conclusion, but to you, Wilson is not inevitable at number 2?
Well, I think once you see the third quarterback go, whoever it is, then there's going to be the next 2. They're going to go very quickly. So whoever that is, I don't think it is, especially because it's Jets. Like the Jets are a question mark because it's a new front office. Like it's just new. Everything is new there for New York. And what do they want to establish here? What does Salah want to establish? Because this is not just Salah working for this contract. It's also working for the next contract, right? He's going to have this is a quarterback that he's going to be tied to, for future head coaching positions, not just with the Jets, but for the rest of his career as a head coach in the NFL. Is what did you do with the first time that you had a second overall pick, essentially your pick of the litter sans Trevor Lawrence? What did you do, and what style of team did you want to build? Now he's a defensive guy, so he might leave it a little bit more up to his offensive coordinator. But I'm a firm believer in a guy like Justin Fields at a big college, a pro style college, and a guy who's a mobile quarterback. And doesn't really strike me as a guy who's going to be able to use his legs. Yes, he can, but arm strength doesn't mean as much as it did five years ago. Being a mobile quarterback does, and I think Justin Fields fits that a little bit more for the Jets. And if I were in the front office, what I would want with my quarterback.
How do you pro Reed Fowler? What a pro Fowler focus? How about that? That's even better. Pro PFF, pro Fowler focus. How do you rank those top 5 quarterbacks? If you're the executive, you're there in the draft war room, what order are you going in with these guys?
Well, it's Lawrence number 1. I think Fields is number 2. I think Zach Wilson. I think I think number 3 is a spot where it's a little bit of a question mark for me. I think Trey Lance is interesting, but North Dakota State, that might be a little bit tough. I think if the Falcons are still there at number 4, they gotta really figure out if they want to trade out of that position, which is a lot of reports that they're looking to trade out. Denver might move up because Drew Lock is not the answer. Sorry, Kenny Ducey, Drew Lock is not the answer there. If they don't, then he's fine, he's serviceable. But I do think it goes Lawrence, Fields. I'll put with Zach Wilson in there, but a tie with Trey Lance. I think Mac Jones is number 5.
It's interesting. It really is interesting to see. I mean, we're looking at the draft order. Jacksonville 1, Jets 2, Niners 3. We know those are all going to be quarterbacks, whatever the order. Like Reed said, the Falcons seemingly, I mean, it's a good time to draft Matt Ryan's, eventual replacement. You're not going to get out from under Ryan's contract, obviously, but it's a good time. Or, as they have reportedly been doing, listening and maybe deal that away. Thing is, who's going to move up for a quarterback to number 4? There are only a couple of teams. Carolina, might have before, but not now after acquiring Darnold. Denver, obviously, like you said. Washington, maybe. Patriots are certainly in that conversation at number 15, but it's a bevy of assets that it's going to take in order to jump up that high from Pat's 15, Washington 20. And again, what is Denver willing to do going from 9, trying to get up to, 4 or even maybe 7 if Detroit were to trade down? That's a possibility. Going to Carolina, Darnold and Bridgewater are still there. Now, Bridgewater, he's not elite. Let's not kid ourselves. But I don't think Darnold is just that much of an upgrade from Teddy Bridgewater, especially with what we've seen in the NFL to this point and in the last couple of years from these guys. Like Bridgewater, when he came in, when Drew Brees went down a couple of years ago with the Saints and what he did for Carolina last year, he has been a decent enough, serviceable, generally winning, at least in New Orleans, quarterback. He's gotten some good production out of the guys around him. And now I can't imagine they're going to keep him around as just this insurance policy to Darnold maybe going down. He's got to be on the move, right?
Well, it's a little bit of both, right? Is Darnold the insurance policy for Teddy, right? We have no idea how it's going to pan out. Yeah, probably. I mean, Teddy Bridgewater is, like you mentioned it, he's kind of a meh quarterback. Like, he can get it done when you need to. He's a great bridge quarterback if you need that. He's a better, I think he's a better version of Tyrod Taylor in the sense of the bridge quarterbacks, right? That he can be serviceable and win you 7 to 8 games, and not make a ton of mistakes. He's not going to make a ton of mistakes. And if that's what you need from your offense, which is what Carolina kind of needed last year, coming into the year, because they thought Christian McCaffrey was going to be their guy, DJ Moore, Curtis Samuel, so on and so forth. But like that never panned out because CMC was hurt for the entire year. So yeah, I don't think I don't think Sam Darnold is going to take him to the playoffs. But I do think that, they're waiting and seeing like what else is out there, right? I mean, all the quarterbacks that were available are already gone. And so Carolina's looking at their quarterback room and saying, Teddy's not the answer. At least Sam Darnold, we have some potential upside. He's still young. So I think that's what they did there. And if Teddy's on the move, then I think a team's perfectly fine with taking him as your second quarterback and having him back up whoever the starting quarterback is, because, backup quarterback is just as important as a starting quarterback as we saw last year.
Are there any teams out there that you think would be, leaders in the clubhouse to want to acquire a Teddy Bridgewater? Even teams that might be looking for a guy to come in and push its starter. Maybe, again, that could be the Pats with Cam Newton. It could be the Bears with Andy Dalton. It could be Washington with Fitzpatrick. I mean, is there a good fit out there for Bridgewater, you think?
I mean, yeah, the names that you mentioned are fine. I think Denver, I don't think again, you're looking at teams who have quarterbacks that currently are on their last year of their contract, or, just are waiting till next year. And how many teams can you say that right now? I think it's just a little too early. We'll see if teams like with their starting quarterback goes down, that Teddy Bridgewater's name, if he is the backup to Sam Darnold, will be thrown around, because he's someone, again, that could easily come in and give you stability in an unstable position right now. So I guess Chicago would be the one. But again, what are you gaining with Teddy Bridgewater over who they have right now? I don't think there's a market right now for Teddy Bridgewater unless someone gets hurt.
Mr. Hawk, Fantasy Hawk in the chat. Reed, can you name one OSU QB that actually panned out? I know you can't.
Joe Burrow. I mean, he got hurt, but I think what we saw with Cincinnati, he's going to be pretty well. Good. I get what you're saying, but name me one QB from North Dakota State that's panned out, right? Like, I mean, revisionist history is fine and dandy, but it's about the potential. It's about where the NFL is going, not where it was. And right now, I think Justin Fields is a guy that's definitely there. Like, I mean, name you one Alabama quarterback that has panned out yet, right? Mm-hmm. Like, again, we can do this all day. Jalen Hurts is great, but Philadelphia is also saying, maybe he's not our number one quarterback, right? They're still out there saying, and that maybe that's the rhetoric that's out there, but we can do this all day where we're like, quarterback is such a hard position. And when you hit big, right? When you get a guy like Trevor Lawrence, Andrew Luck, Peyton Manning, these players, like, that's why you pounce on them. That's why you really, you mortgage the future to get these guys right now because of what they can do for an organization.
Well, and that's why for me, Reed, and I've said this before, I've gone deep dives into it during these Madden Sims at points, but your thoughts, I just feel like, and I know with the draft, like it's always a crapshoot, right? Like you don't, there's a reason you have the Ryan Leafs of the world. You don't know what's going to happen at the next level, but at the same time, there are just some guys that it seems like their programs, their competition are better built for, maybe it's certain positions coming out of Alabama. Maybe it's, like those NFL style, pro offenses, pro style offenses, things like that. But you look around the SEC and yes, like there have clearly been some hits in NFL history. There are some that are still there, but more often than not, SEC quarterbacks, they just don't tend to work out at the next level. And that's why, like, I'm skeptical of, whether it's you want to look at, like you said, Mac Jones coming out of Alabama. You could look at like some of the day two guys like, Mond or Trask, some of the others in the top five. I don't know. Like, they have me a little bit weary about what they're going to be at the next level, just because the pedigree historically hasn't really been there. Are there exceptions to the rule? Of course, there always are. But a lot of these guys, more often than not, they don't pan out.
No, that's why it's extremely hard. It's very hard to land on a guy in the first round that's going to pan out. And that's why, I think when you look at the first round, and the Patriots are notoriously smart about this, they trade out of the first round to get draft equity, in second and third rounds. It's not only cheaper to do that, you're also stocking up on talent, stocking up on what is the margin between second round and third round, really, right? It's potential. And that's what you're drafting. You're drafting potential. What I think is more important than where the guys go to school. Yes, the experience is great, but it's way more important when they get into the right system, right? We see these players, these quarterbacks, when they get into the right system, man, they flourish. Josh Allen is in the right system and he's flourishing right now. So that's what you need to focus on, is if these guys land in the right spot, that's what I'll be looking at for fantasy purposes, as opposed to, not necessarily where they go in the draft. That really doesn't matter to me, because how many times have we seen Jamarcus Russell, Ryan Leaf, and these number one guys just not pan out? A lot more than they do, a lot more than they do, and a lot more than they're successful.
Before we get out of here, and we will in a minute or two, first time playing Fortnite on Twitch, Reed, who is the number one wide receiver off the board in this year's draft, according to you, sir?
Yeah, I think, man, the wide receiver class last year was great. I think, like, Jalen Wall is nice. I think he goes to the Patriots. I don't think he's the first one at all. Devontae Smith is nice. I wish Kyle Pitts was a wide receiver, because he'd be my first wide receiver. He might as well be a wide receiver. He'd be number one in my books. But I think it's Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase out of LSU. And I think he goes to the Dolphins. I think what you see there is a young wide receiver who's going to be coupled with Parker and Fuller. And if those guys get nicked up, you could potentially see Jamar Chase really bust out into the scene. I think he's one of the better wide receivers in terms of all around that we have in the draft. Devonta Smith is probably the purest route runners that we have, but Jamar Chase, I think, is the most talented. But Kyle Pitts is my favorite prospect right now.
Well, Reed, this has been a good time. I think we're going to be doing a whole lot of this in the weeks to come. It's not just Masters related. We're, like we said, it's kind of a catch-all. We did half golf, half NFL. There's going to be much, much more NFL news as we get that much closer to the season. I know people are going to want to spend more time on NBA and MLB, maybe even some NHL. A lot of good stuff. And heck, free-to-play surfing pools. Don't count any of it out when Reed is around, man. We can get into all this stuff.
Tell you, man, surfing's a great time. And once you guys get out on the water and surf yourselves, you'll see what I'm talking about. And watching it's not just as good, but it's the closest thing we got.
And I'm taking a quick look, folks. Quick look, because people have been asking about NBA. I'm not throwing anybody off the scent or anything like that. I haven't made my lineup. I don't know what my lineup is going to be. I'm not going to sit here and outline one for you, but I will tell you your top studs tonight. Luka, clearly, and then probably Pascal Siakam over the likes of Vooch, Lillard, Kawhi, Fox, Mitchell, some of those guys. Don't sleep on Siakam tonight. If you're looking for a play from me, I'm just going to put it out there. You want to think about value as we get a little closer to lock. More of those guys are going to emerge. You got some Princes, some Bays, some Whitesides, some of these guys. Again, you can't fit them all in probably because you want to have a little bit more balance, but just some things to think about because I know some of you asked out there in the chat, and we appreciate it. Hang with us because the back half of the Dream Stream Day is coming your way. Coming up in just a few minutes, you will have pregame coverage of the 6 o'clock, the Happy Hour Sim, Texans, Dolphins. Brandon Cristal, Christian DeAndrea will be along for that one. And then 8 and 10 tonight. This will be a treat. Brendan Glasheen and Matt LaMarca. Prime time and Madden After Dark. That's right. 8 Titans and Chiefs, and then at 10 Falcons and Jets. So good times ahead, my friend. It's going to be great.
Yeah, absolutely. Justin Rose -6 right now, and he's 3 ahead of Matsuyama. So you guys got Rose in your lineup. You listened to this stream when I was talking about Justin Rose, and you faded Ulrich. you should be in a good position on Thursday.
Well, I didn't. I should have, and I'm gonna go cry about it in the corner in the fetal position. Our thanks to Jordan, to Drew, to everyone who has been involved in the last little while that we've been hanging here. It's been a treat. Again, catch us again on Thursday. Next week, more of the same, and all of you joining as well. He is Reed T, who is diving right back on into everything Masters and so much more. I'm Adam Kaufman. Done for the Dream Stream day for me, but you can catch me on Sims tomorrow at, tomorrow's Friday. The Nooner with Reed will be together for that one, so that'll be good. Reunited, and it feels so good. And then 8 o'clock prime time tomorrow night be fun as well. So looking forward to it. Thanks to all of you. Thanks for watching. Enjoy more Madden Sims coming your way. Reed, pleasure, buddy.
All right.
We are live.
Go for it.
I missed the cue. We're running a little bit late. That's on me. We're getting there. We're getting there. That's the important thing. As you may have noticed, the free roll is a little late going, a little bit discombobulated, but that's because you have the Christian Cristal matchup tonight. Brandon Cristal, how are you doing tonight? How are things over in Mountain Time?
Everything's great. Good weather. Watching some golf, watching some baseball. The Rockies were winning. No, everything in the Mountain Time Zone is good. It's been a couple days since it snowed. It's going to be nice weather through the weekend.
All right.
And hopefully a good golf tournament to watch and some more baseball. Baseball wins. The basketball team can't lose. They've won 7 in a row. Hockey team's playing pretty good. So, yeah, things in the Mountain Time Zone are good. Everybody's kind of focused, though, on this quarterback. I was telling Glasshat the other night, I'm like, all these things are happening, and all anybody wants to talk about is competition for Drew Lock and what the Broncos are going to do at 9. How's everything in your neck of the woods? Aaron Rodgers to become the full-time Jeopardy host? Are people pulling for that, or they want him only focused on football?
You know what? I feel like enough people up here are sick of Aaron Rodgers, despite all the good he's done. Like it bless their hearts. It's been a while since I've been there. If you go to the towny bars up here, they've been sick of Aaron Rodgers for like the past decade. They are the ultimate "what have you done for me lately's." And even though
be careful what you wish for, right?
Exactly. They want to go back down to the days of Don Mikowski, and they want to see how bad this Packers team can be. But no, I'm 100% here for Aaron Rodgers, Packers quarterback and Jeopardy host. I think he can multitask.
He could absolutely do it too. Yeah. I mentioned that to Glasshat. I don't know if you had heard, but Dan Patrick, who obviously did all those years of sports Jeopardy, was talking about how it's 50 days a year that Alex Trebek would build his own schedule and work the 50 days he wanted, and so they could easily work that around his offseason. I mean, look at just the time now. He could do the whole season in February, March, and early April before he'd have to be, whether it was Green Bay or anywhere else. Or he could easily do a little bit, 20, 25 days now and do the rest in July so that, it's kind of spaced out with more current questions. Yeah, be careful what you wish for. Jordan Love, I get his first-round pick. We can name a lot more a lot more bad first-round picks than good first-round picks at quarterback, especially Hall of Fame first-round picks.
Drafted. I mean, this isn't a guy who was a surefire top 3 pick. He's a guy who struggled through his last year at Utah State, did not hit the NFL draft at the top of his bounce, and the Packers still traded up to get him, but it was not a spot where success is guaranteed the back end of the first round, early second round. That range, like occasionally the best case scenario was a guy like Andy Dalton, which Andy Dalton, perfectly nice quarterback, can get you to the playoffs.
Sure. I mean, gone to 3 Pro Bowls, went to the playoffs, but he technically, I guess, he was a second rounder, but I get your point about quality. Right. Although Aaron Rodgers was also taken right around there. Aaron Rodgers was a 24th pick, but that would be the exception. And as producer Drew points out to us, and I was going to say the same thing, Colts fans had it for obviously a while too, where you go Hall of Fame quarterback to likely Hall of Famer had Andrew Luck stayed healthy. But with the Packers, they have the longest run maybe in the history of football, right? To go, they're going on 30 years, give or take, of Hall of Fame QBs, right? You go from 92 when the Bengals knocked Don Mikowski out of the game, and a guy you traded for from Atlanta, second rounder from Southern Miss comes in, and the rest is literally history. You go right from one Hall of Famer to the other, and so it just doesn't happen because we can name all the Hall of Fame quarterbacks. I know we've kind of skipped over it. You were nice enough to make a contest late. I just lost it in the day and then was thinking about it as I was driving back from carpool, realizing, oh man, I hope Christian made a contest because I didn't, or we're going to get a hard time from the chat. And we'll get the chat fired up here and talk to you guys. Sure, give me your lineup here. Give me your lineup here, Christian.
Well, for the whoops, Christian and Cristal nearly forgot the free roll Texans Dolphins. I saw this one as a big time explosion opportunity for the Dolphins passing offense. That Texans secondary isn't that good. They have a decent run defense, decent front seven. So I faded Breida, put that man right there we just saw come down with the catch. Mike Gesicki in the captain spot. Got Tua, got Devontae Parker. Spent up big for Deshaun Watson. And then my punt plays 2 cheaper guys out there at 4,600, Albert Wilson, and at only 26. No, how much did he cost? Yeah, 2,800 for David Johnson, who, if he gives me like 5 fantasy points, Brandon, I'm going to be happy with that performance. For 2,800, that's going to be okay with me. What about you? What does your lineup look like?
So I don't always do this. In fact, I rarely do unless it's a Ravens sim and they're playing against a suspect D, is pay up for the top player and the top quarterback. But I did it for Deshaun Watson because it's about the only good news he's got going in his life these days, other than he does have a lot of money coming to him, assuming he can ever get back on a football field. But with Watson as my captain, I loaded up on the Texans, and I could live to regret that because there's a reason they should have the number 3 pick in the draft. We know it went to the Dolphins, part of that trade, but they weren't very good last year, although Watson was. So Watson, Randall Cobb, Brandon Cooks paid up there, was able to sneak in Gesicki and Albert Wilson, who we know is kind of a boomer bust play, and then the Texans D, just hoping that they make a play here or there because I was so Texans heavy. I didn't want to play the Dolphins D against Deshaun today. So we'll see how it goes. I don't love this build. It was obviously last minute construction, but I'm in 4th place. So
not bad. It's a tough one. I'm right behind you there at 5th, actually. So only 3 of you out there who checked the DK Sim Fam and Friends League with about 15 minutes to go before lineups.
Yeah, good job by you, though. Everybody, good job by you, specifically Christian. Good job by you, the members of the DK Sim Fam that were able to get their lineups in. Yeah. Have you been playing in Kaufman's $1, 150, 200 person NBA contest? I didn't play 2 nights ago. Last night I did. He was stoked to finish. That's going to be a touchdown, huh, Sabrina?
Oh no, he's.
I would check that.
He's going to get the chance.
They're going to say right butt cheek was down, but that would have been. I would review that. I finished 115th last night.
Ooh, out of 150.
Kaufman finished 3rd.
So Kauf got his groove back. He got his.
Yeah.
He was so.
He got 14. He got $14. Tom finished 75th. There's a Breida touchdown.
There's that Breida touchdown. See, I was stacking up the receivers. I faded Breida, and he's making me pay for it immediately. So my top 5 standing, not going to last here. No, and I stay away from the NBA contest just because I know I'm making a donation to the Kaufman Kids College Fund if I do that. And,
look, I don't think he's doing that much more research. He is doing more research, and he's working with Osimo, so he's getting their stuff free.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to pretend like I'm breaking down the numbers myself. I'm usually just trying to find people who seem like they make a good point or a good argument on their post, whether it's a Twitter post or a longer article that is free, because there's too many of them out there, and I don't care enough to subscribe to anyone's. Or I'll obviously check out what Lamarck and everybody's doing on DK Nation. So it never feels like a donation. It just feels like I'm kind of a half-assed approach, if you will.
Yeah.
Like but I get your point about the deal. Look, I lost to him in 10 straight contests in basketball. We did 5 in one night. And I was like, just give me your Venmo or your kid's college fund 529 link, and I'll just put the money there.
That's smart. That way you can
it'll save me more time. And I can write it.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, you can't write those off. Well, I don't think you can. You write either of them off? You can't write. You certainly can't. I guess you could write your losses off if you had winnings to offset it, or vice versa. But
yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the legality would be there, because I mean.
But I imagine it's not a charity giving. If you're giving to a college fund, like an actual charity, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But if you're just giving to a friend.
Yeah. You need.
He's probably not a 501c3 or whatever.
Yeah, I feel like this is a loophole we could exploit, but we probably should be talking about it so loudly. As we get a nice come-up run there from David Johnson, former Northern Iowa star, one-time All-Pro, and, bit of a disappointment. Got traded from the Cardinals after that injury really sapped his effectiveness, and wasn't bad last year by any means, but just wasn't that good. He signed that restructured deal to stick around, stay in town. If you played the full season, he would have had an outside shot at 1,000 yards, 691 in 12 games. But he did average 4.7 per carry. He was useful in the passing game. You just kind of wonder what he could have done on a better team, Brandon. If you put him somewhere with a little bit better blocking and maybe took a little bit more weight off his shoulders, because, I mean, let's face it, who else were you going to give it to in that run game in Houston?
Duke nobody.
Johnson was a nightmare. He barely broke 3 yards per carry. You put him in the right platoon, I think David Johnson can still make things work for you. I just don't think it would be in Houston.
Well, and who left? Duke left, so David's still there.
David's still there. He restructured.
He's going to battle with Philip Lindsay and Mark Ingram.
Yeah. Well, Lindsay's not a bad addition. That's intriguing to me. No. I mean, you know better than I would as a Denver guy.
Yeah, and the thing with where Lindsey ended up, I know there were teams that at least reached out, a couple in the NFC West specifically, but never really got anything done. I'm saying reached out to the Broncos, never got anything done. I imagine that they talked to Lindsey, his agent Mike McCartney separately, but the Broncos didn't want to pay him the 3-3 as a second round tender. They were willing to pay him the 2-1 as an undrafted tender, but they knew that someone was going to end up grabbing him, and then he was able to, with his agent Mike McCartney, just say, hey, just let me walk, so that then y'all don't even have to think about it, which I thought was nice of the Broncos to do, right by a guy that had 2,000-yard seasons and was a Pro Bowler as an undrafted rookie. But the fact that there weren't multi-year deals out there for him, and he ends up signing with the Texans where Mark Ingram had already signed, and like you said, David Johnson's there with the restructure, lets you know that there wasn't a list of 15 teams wanting Philip Lindsay's services now, because I think they see the same limitations the Broncos saw, in that he doesn't catch the ball well, he doesn't run good routes, and he's not good in pass pro. So he's good between the tackles, but he's limited. And for a guy that's 5'8", even if he is really explosive and has that extra gear that not every running back has, it's not worth a whole heck of a lot beyond these 1 year, $3 million deals. He's probably going to sign a few of these, I bet.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. Definitely seems like a ready-made platoon guy, and he's a little bit older than you would expect, because he did, play all 4 years in college. So he's going to be 27 this upcoming season. And so there's always going to be that question mark about, okay, he's had a bunch of carries in his career, and he's always been a run-first guy. So it's a little bit more mileage than it seems. And
he's been banged up.
Exactly. Is he going to fall off that production cliff, or is he going to be able to keep this going? So yeah, I agree with you there. It does seem like 1 year deal is going to be the norm for him, as Deshaun takes it inside the 10 there. Now with a guy like Philip Lindsay, one of the things I noticed, that I didn't watch a ton of Broncos games, but as an invested season,
he didn't miss much.
As an invested season-long fantasy guy on Philip Lindsay, I did seem to notice that games where Lindsay was in the lineup did tend to spur a little bit more steady production from Melvin Gordon. I feel like Gordon's mess-ups and miscues tended to happen a lot more when Lindsay wasn't available to spell him in the lineup to take him out there. Do you think a guy like Melvin Gordon needs pressure from a platoon mate to really push him to his best possible self, or do you think he can still handle the load as kind of an unquestioned number one?
Well, he showed at times that he still had a lot left in the tank, and kind of going off the obvious answer to your question, in that there was the DUI arrest, and everything kind of got not tossed but reworked, and so he ended up paying a fine and all this, and there were some issues with exactly how everything went down. But there was a story out there that he told the arresting officer that, because by all accounts he wasn't blasted. I think he'd had a couple too many drinks, right? But he told the arresting officer, like, I think he said something like, I'm in a position battle, I can't have this right now. So even in the middle of the year, he was aware that the snaps, that's an interception.
Oh, interception for the Miami D. Rashad Jones with the end zone pick. Bad finish there for the Texans on that drive.
And so it's an interesting question, because Lindsay only dressed in 9 games, and I didn't break down where Melvin played his best ball as it related to Philip being on the field. I'm trying to think if there were any games where Philip had more snaps, and maybe one, maybe two. Certainly the game without a quarterback. Lindsay took some snaps as the quarterback, and Royce Freeman did the bulk of that along with Kendall Hinton. But here's what I know. They're not going to go into the year, or this is what I would bet. They're not going to go into the year with Melvin Gordon, Royce Freeman, and Levante Bellamy.
Yeah.
I don't know if a running back is high on their board in terms of need, right? But let's say they keep trading down at 9 or at 40 somehow. Najee Harris or the running back from Carolina is there. And both of them could be long gone. Or you keep going down and the kid from Clemson's there, whose name inexplicably escapes me right now. Or Chuba Hubbard's there, right? Like, I think there will be another back, because Melvin Gordon isn't a long-term solution. I don't know if any running back is really a long-term solution that isn't like a top 4 or 5 guy, right? With Zeke, Kamara, Derrick Henry, Christian, not you, Christian McCaffrey.
Right.
You're a long-term solution here. But beyond that, and I know I'm missing a couple, but it feels like running back by committee will continue to be in vogue unless you have a true frontline guy. And then that kind of jacks up your salary cap.
Yeah.
Because here, I'll throw this trivia question at you. You may know the answer to. A lot of people do. Look at Tua.
Wow, you got him. That Devontae Parker there, it was in fact. So just like that, Miami fixing to make this a 2-score game. First and goal coming up from the 3 as the Dolphins are dealing right now.
So, but I'll ask, in the history of the NFL, we've had 55 Super Bowls now. How many times has the NFL's leading rusher been on a Super Bowl championship team?
Oh, man.
It's Breida again.
Need a touchdown. Speaking of Russia,
Walking into the end zone.
That's a great question. I mean, off the top of my head, the only guy I could think of was Terrell Davis. I'm not even sure they made the Super
Yeah, he won the MVP and ran for 2,000 yards in the second Super Bowl season. Yeah. So there's the second answer. The first one just a couple of years earlier. The guy who wore the same jersey number as Matt Breida, and actually from the state of Florida.
Okay.
Like the Dolphins. Emmitt Smith. I can't swear that all 3 years that they won Super Bowls, he was a leading rusher every one of those years because he and Barry Sanders were trading a bunch. But no, not Walter Payton. He didn't lead the NFL that year, as producer Drew guesses. Just Emmitt and Terrell Davis. Now look, you need good running backs, but you need really good quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And so if your offense is built around your running back, that's great. But if you look at the Browns, they had 2 good running backs last year, and it didn't matter against the Chiefs. The Chiefs running backs, we know that Edwards-Helaire might turn out to be a nice player. I don't think he is in your true upper echelon, but a really nice piece as a guy at the end of the first round. But they were giving it to Darrell Williams, not even Le'Veon Bell, who is considered certainly at times a frontline back. And that's the point. The year before, Damian Williams, right? It's like you need a back that can do that can catch the ball, that can block, and can pick up the 4 yards you need. You don't need a back that's going to pick up 40. It's nice if you have them, but you need all those other pieces more. You need your left tackle, you need your pass rusher, you need your pass catchers, and most importantly, you need a quarterback.
Yeah, and I think what the Patriots proved too, if you can get a guy who can do that, who's also a power back, who can really get you those big time goal line carries like a LeGarrette Blount. Yeah, it helped that he could break through and break away and rip off some big plays, but he had that 18 touchdown season. It wasn't because he was scoring from 20 plus yards out. They were just brute forcing his way in there. So if you can get a short yardage guy, that's just almost as valuable as having an every down back in some ways.
He's Christian DeAndre. I'm Brandon Cristal. We're both doing play-by-play and color. D-Rod says in the YouTube chat, though, and this point I think was going to lead me into where I was about to tell you as it relates to Melvin Gordon. He says Melvin Gordon was a dual threat in San Diego. He'll find his groove once he starts playing in the system or playing and understanding the system better, and they'll start finding out that he's good with his hands. Well, they certainly know that, and that was why they had no problem letting Phillip Lindsay go. Royce Freeman's better catching the ball too, and so Phillip Lindsay wasn't a great pass catcher anyway, and then he hurt his wrist at the end of his rookie year, and he never really got back on track, and he doesn't run great routes. But for Gordon, I'll say this. While I don't think he's going to be a Bronco for the next 5 years, it just seems impractical, I do think he will be a very good fantasy back next year. I don't see a world unless, look, if Najee Harris ends up here or the kid from Carolina, and I was confused, is his name Carter or Williams? It's one of those. And he's number 1 on some people's boards.
Javonte Williams.
If somehow, yeah, Williams. Okay, and he looked really good Senior Bowl week in those practices.
Yeah.
If one of those guys is here, that kind of changes my prediction. But if it's a later round change of pace back, because we spent almost every week last year in the 9 games that Lindsay played when Gordon, or 8, because Gordon missed 1 with illness. I think he missed the Patriots game maybe. So in the 8 games they played together, every week we asked Vic Fangio and Pat Shurmur, how do you see the carries break down? We weren't asking them for snap count, but kind of how do you see the workload? And they never really had a good answer. Like, yeah, we'll just play it by ear. We'll see how it goes. It wasn't a great answer. There will not be those questions this year as it relates to asking about Melvin Gordon, unless one of those couple frontline guys is on the roster all of a sudden to push Melvin Gordon for playing time. Tyler Burke asked on YouTube, Brandon, do you see Bridgewater coming to Denver? I do, and I had mentioned that on here a couple times. I think he'll end up here. There's people putting out there that watch out for Atlanta. A couple things have to happen. Well, one, he has to figure out how he's restructuring his deal. He's got $10 million coming to him. So does he work through that with a new team, or does he just sit there? I mean, they can trade him anyway. But does he work it with Carolina through a new team, or does he say, cut me and then I'll go sign anywhere else? And then that'll mean actually less money because a new contract is likely for the minimum and it's likely going to offset against that $10 million guaranteed. Versus if they trade him and a deal's worked out where Carolina's and the new team are working out part of the 10, but maybe Carolina's kicking in more and you're getting a little more. So instead of getting the full 20 or whatever, you're getting 11 or, versus the hard 10, and the new team is gonna pay you nothing. But I saw where somebody said Atlanta could be in the mix. I don't know why he would go there. If I'm not going to Denver where he has a chance to at least compete and or get on the field if Drew Lock screws up, how does Atlanta make sense? You're banking on Matt Ryan to get hurt, I guess. Maybe he would go back to New Orleans and try to battle with those two guys. But if you're cool just being a backup, go to Tampa. Right? Enjoy your $10 million this year. Go win a ring. Hang out with Tom Brady.
I mean,
been around Breeze.
Tour of the NFC South. I agree.
Yeah,
I mean, it might be out of his hands because obviously Carolina would prefer to trade him, not just because they cut him, they eat so much of that dead money. But
they're also willing to trade him. What I've been told is latest round picks, 5, 6, 7, somewhere in there. So I think it'll be a 6. So at that point, you don't really care whose 6 it is, and you're trying to work with the player and do right by him. So you say, hey, Denver wants you, Buffalo. I'm just picking teams. Buffalo wants you. The Niners, whatever. Seattle wants you. Where do you want to go? Teams will do that for a guy, typically, and they'll give his agent permission to talk to teams. Yeah. I remember when Colin Kaepernick came and had dinner at John Elway's house, and John wanted him to rework his deal, and he didn't want to. He hasn't played quarterback in the NFL since. That's a sack for one J.J. Watt, the newest Arizona Cardinal. He's in the zone. So it's I don't know. Not really. They're down 14-0. It's not really in the zone.
Yeah, it's a pretty familiar zone, actually, if we're talking about the 2020 Houston Texans. J.J. Watt playing well, and the rest of the team just kind of being shambles behind
them. At this point, there's really only 5 places where you can start battle. Denver, Washington, New Orleans, New England, and Carolina. Maybe Detroit and Chicago. Exactly. So to just throw it out there today, and again, it was tweeted in town that keep an eye on Atlanta with Terry Fontenot, who obviously was there as assistant GM in New Orleans. That just doesn't make any sense if you're already looking at Matt Ryan and you're paying him $30+ million. Why are you going to add more? I get that Carolina will eat most of that guaranteed money probably, but still.
Yeah, and it would be fun if you're Teddy Bridgewater. You get to work with a lot of tools there, and you got to imagine that barring a trade back, it's very, very possible for the Falcons, but they're probably going to add either a frontline top-tier blocker or an elite receiver or tight end. So it's going to be a lot of fun to be a quarterback in Atlanta this year.
In practice.
We just don't know yet. We don't know if he's ever going to see the field. I mean, Matt Ryan's only 36 years old, and this is not an era where 36 is an old quarterback anymore. He just led the league in passes attempted, and his arm is still live. So, yeah, I agree with you there. Unless he really wants to hit every spot in the NFC South, there's no reason to go to Atlanta.
No, I think that those places that producer Drew brought up make a lot more sense if you want to compete, I guess.
Yeah. So let's rank those places.
And Tom jumped in. The undercover boss said he'll throw Minnesota in there too.
Ooh. I don't think Minnesota. Yeah. I mean, maybe because you could use a high leverage backup, but I think Cousins and Bridgewater are such different passers that I don't know if you really want to confuse the issue there.
Yeah, I'm just reading what Tom said.
Yeah,
I
agree. Okay. They could use an upgrade there, and obviously it'd be a nice story of a homecoming, and you can make good.
Well, here's the thing about Bridgewater, though, real quick before we rank these teams. He's not an upgrade anyway. Teddy Bridgewater is essentially Alex Smith.
He's average.
Maybe a little less athletic prior to Alex's obviously devastating leg injury. And so calling someone Alex Smith isn't an insult in as much as you'll make a lot of money in the NFL. You're a grade above the Chase Daniels of the world. Like, you are a starting caliber quarterback. The problem is you're not inspiring anyone. and even if your teammates like you, they don't look at you and say, oh, you know what? Every Sunday, we've got a chance to win with this guy. They don't think that they're going to lose. It's just like if they're down 10 in the fourth, you're not sure he can make enough plays to get you the 2 touchdowns you need, or if they're down 11 or 12, whatever. We need 2 touchdowns, or even enough to get you a touchdown and a field goal. You're not convinced that Bridgewater can go make enough of those plays. And there aren't a million of those guys. That's why people are constantly upgrading their quarterbacks and trying. But
he's basically Trent Dilfer.
He's never thrown more than 15 touchdowns in a year, but he still completes 64 to 68% of his passes. So it's a trade-off. Like even in last year with all those weapons in New Orleans, he had 7 touchdowns in 5 games and 2 interceptions. So you like the ratio, but over the entire season, that's 22 and a half touchdowns and 6 picks. Even a rag arm Drew Brees is doing better than that.
What I did like seeing from Teddy with Carolina, and he obviously fell off in a big way towards the end of the season as we get is it going to be in the end zone?
That's a touchdown.
Close,
come on.
Very close. The game keeps throwing these at us. But what
New York needs to be flagging this or whatever, buzzing down. That needs to be looked at. Anyway, keep going. Sorry.
The one thing I did like seeing from Teddy was that he was trying to make more deeper and more adventurous throws. So he upped his average depth of target in Carolina. It was still 34th out of 44 qualified passers. He was not a dangerous field passer, but he was trying harder, which, you know what, give him credit for that. It wasn't the check down heavy offense of the Saints. It was something different. It was a step in the right direction. And he was also a lot more mobile than I think anyone expected him to be. His scrambling yardage was up. He ran for career highs in both rushing yards and rushing touchdowns. So he's live enough that you can win around him, but you're probably not going to win in because of him. Like, as you said, he's not going to lead a stirring comeback drive on his own. He's not going to make the throws you need to get there, but he's also not going to throw the game away, which has value. He's Tyrod Taylor, basically.
Must Be High is convinced that he's better than Darnold and Locke. Well, he's never thrown more than 15 touchdowns. And last year he had the weapons that he should have in a passing-friendly offense that Joe Brady ran in Carolina. And even against the Broncos, he got outplayed by Drew Lock, who threw 4 touchdowns in that game. So,
yeah.
You had Robbie Anderson, you had Samuel, you had DJ Moore. You're not gonna do much better in terms of 3 good targets on the edge.
Yeah. And again, it was like the first 5 games, like, oh wow, this is what Teddy can do, and he just couldn't sustain that pace. And I really want to see what Sam Darnold can do in a Matt Rule offense using play action, taking some runs under his belt. Because Darnold's another guy whose scramble numbers went up. He was elusive. He was a lot better than I think we expected him to be with his legs. Obviously, he's not gonna, you're not gonna mistake him for Lamar Jackson at any point, but he did a good job of escaping pressure, which is something he had to do a ton in New York. And now he gets a coach who can build around that. Throw in a little play action to give him more time in the pocket and let him make those throws downfield to a pretty solid receiving core. So I like the ceiling of Sam Darnold much more than the we already know what Teddy Bridgewater is. Teddy Bridgewater is going to be the guy who has the 100 passer rating plus, which is dead nuts average. That's it. He's just the perfect average quarterback. I like Teddy a lot. I want him so badly to have a comeback season. I want him to be the guy again, but
what does that look like? Even in his best years, like I said, he's never thrown more than 15 touchdowns. Those first couple years in Minnesota, where he was really efficient as a young player, he still only threw 14 touchdowns each year.
Yeah.
So it's limited. Parker's got a really good look at the bonus, by the way.
Parker looks good.
Tua's got more yards than Watson, but you mix in Watson's yards on the ground, and he's got more yards. Parker 79 yards on 3 catches. Defensively, we know JJ's got that sack. And there's your defensive stats for the day. It's not a very exciting sim, so I'm glad we're having a good conversation. I'm looking to see if anything in the chat piques either of our interests other than D-Rod and a couple other guys must be higher going at it about Darnold and Bridgewater. Here's what I'll say about Bridgewater. The reason Bridgewater is available is because the owner didn't like the contract and doesn't like the player. So should I go to that website right now?
No. Have you seen the post route? Because actually, that Sam Darnold take is the crux of Wednesday's newsletter over on the postroute.substack.com, and you can subscribe for free. It's me. It's our other former SB Nation NFL editors, Sarah Hardy and Ryan Van Bibber, and we talk all things NFL, all things beer, all things pop culture. We cast a wide net, Brandon, but we send it to your inbox thrice weekly, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Wednesday was
All right, I'm going to subscribe.
Yeah, Wednesday was a look at what Sam Darnold brings to Carolina. Tomorrow we're going to talk about not the draft fits that necessarily work out, but the draft fits we really, really want so badly, including precious baby Rashad Bateman, former All Big Ten standout at Minnesota. I want so badly for him to go to Green Bay. I want him to be the kind of wideout Devontae Adams is. I want him to be the guy who takes some of the pressure off Adams and Aaron Rodgers and upgrades that defense from great to offense from great to legendary. It's one of my key.
They've been in the NFC title game the last 2 years. So for an offense that no one seems to like, and Rodgers did win an MVP.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, the post route just thanked me for signing up. You're welcome. I'll respond verbally to you, and you can let your partners know.
I would appreciate it. It's such an honor. Such an honor. We have such a great list of subscribers, including a lot of members of the DK Sim fam. We can't tell you how grateful we are to have you in there.
We can move on from Bridgewater talk here in a second. Must Be High says, I'm funny for talking about the owners in Carolina. Why do you think they traded for Sam Darnold? Because they're in love with Teddy Bridgewater? They're going to give up 3 picks. That's a touchdown.
Got
Look at
ourselves a
that.
high ball game just like that. 66 yards for Brandon Cooks, the guy the Texans brought in to be that Nuke Hopkins replacement. Wasn't that guy in the regular season, but was right there. We're about to steam headlong into 14.
That's going to help me out. And I got both those guys with Watson as my captain, so I'm feeling good about that. But you don't trade 3 picks and go get Sam Darnold and tell everyone in the world, publicly, essentially, and privately, that you want Deshaun Watson and that you don't like Teddy Bridgewater and that you don't like his contract. That doesn't get out there. And I wouldn't hear about it in Denver if it wasn't true. If the owner wasn't letting people know that, and football people weren't letting other football people know that. And so if you love Teddy Bridgewater, great. If you hate him, fine. I'm indifferent. I think he's limited. I don't think he, even though you alluded to him taking more chances, I don't think he takes enough chances downfield. To a quarterback that's in this game, feels like he's cut from that same cloth, right? Yeah. He's going to complete 65% of his passes. But if he's throwing 22 touchdowns against 10 picks, great. Who cares? That means your running game and defense better be really good. Otherwise, you'll be on the outside looking in, or you'll be one and done in the playoffs because you won't be able to go make enough plays to win.
So
I don't have a direct line into David Tepper. I'm just going by what I hear.
I Tepper and I are share the same.
You might talk to him. Sure.
He's a shady guy. Anyone that donates money to Carnegie Mellon University.
I was say, did you go to Carnegie Mellon? Really?
Yeah. Hated it.
Oh, there you go. So.
Terrible place. Did grad school.
Pretty good if you studied music. Did you study music?
No, I was an architecture school dropout, then got a creative and professional writing degrees instead.
But they do have a pretty good music school, if I'm not mistaken, right?
The College of Fine Arts is awesome. A lot of you'll find a lot of random actors went to CMU too.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, what's his name? Who's married to the actress from Modern Family, the lovely Colombian lady. He played a werewolf.
Oh,
he was Magic Mike and Italian dude, but from Pittsburgh.
The real actor, not Al Bundy, not Ed O'Neill.
No, not Ed O'Neill.
Joe Manganiello.
Joe Manganiello. He was a Carnegie Mellon guy. I went to school with the guy who plays Noho Hank on HBO's Barry, Anthony Kerrigan. Just people like that. Yeah. So a lot of good actors. They were the only attractive people at our school, Brandon Cristal.
Noho Hank is the best character on that show, I think.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It says Ted Danson's a Carnegie Mellon alum after Stanford. I thought he played basketball at Stanford, then went to Carnegie Mellon.
Ted Danson played basketball at Stanford?
I heard him talk about it on a podcast.
Oh, wow. I believe
this is Judith Light from Who's the Boss? Yeah. Zach Quinto? Yeah. James Cromwell, legendary actor. He's been in a million. Josh Groban, Blair Underwood, Cherry Jones, she's great.
I think Groban.
Patrick Wilson. David Tepper shows up right in the middle of all these people. Jack Klugman from The Odd Couple, of course. Man, Carnegie Mellon's fine arts program is no joke.
Stacked up, man. That's where all the attractive people are.
You should have just been an actor. Just follow their lead.
With these looks and this hair, I mean, would never have had a problem auditioning, but chose the illustrious art of writing and journalism instead. That's where all the jobs are, Brad.
You got a lot more hair than your buddy that plays NoHo Hank.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's not just about hair. Oh, Matt Bomer went there too? Man, the list just keeps going.
Yeah, Bomer went there.
There you go. That's the way to run straight out of bounds.
The classic.
Stop
Hey,
the
you
clock.
got 4 yards.
Stop the clock.
If you're waiting on that Adam Shaheen 1.4 points, you got to be pretty happy about that. The former
Producer Drew throws a question out there that I think we've gotten into before, Drew, because I talked about Ted Danson's new show with Kaufman because he hadn't
Mr.
seen
Mayor,
it yet.
right?
Mr.
Is it any
Mayor.
good? Is it good?
It is. Well, it's written by Tina Fey and Robert Carlock, and they did 30 Rock, and they did Kimmy Schmidt, and obviously 30 Rock's probably a top 10 comedy for my money. But is Ted Danson the greatest TV actor of all time? There's no question. You're going to have a hard time finding anybody close because of his run on Cheers.
Yeah,
and I know that not everybody watched Becker, but Becker was on for like a decade.
Yeah, Becker
Then
was
he
fun.
jumps into some CIS CSI just for a couple of years for the heck of it. He had that weird show on HBO that was pretty good. He has amazing cameos as a heightened version of himself on Larry David's show. And then now he's on this show and The Good Place.
Yeah, The Good Place cemented it, if anything.
Yeah, for sure. So it's like he was already in the Hall of Fame, if you will. And now when you only hit home runs, it's like, is he the best power hitter of all time? Give me an argument for somebody who is a better TV actor over 40 years at any stretch. And television's obviously only been around really like 65.
I mean, I'm trying to think of who.
Julia Louis-Dreyfus close. Bryan Cranston's got a lot more to do. Bryan Cranston's a Hall of Famer because of the money and the longevity on Malcolm in the Middle and Walter White being a top.
I think the versatility with Bryan Cranston in the awards.
Sure,
that's going to give him a pretty good argument.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody's
one more
saying
legendary show though to get there.
Yeah, and Your Honor's not it. I enjoyed it, and they're not making a second season. He's going to need another 7-8 year run. Anthony Hopkins. How much TV has Anthony Hopkins done?
Westworld. That's about it, right? Was he another? I don't know.
He might have been in something, but nothing that comes to mind.
No.
Brandon Cooks does hit the bonus. 4 catches, 112 yards.
She was light from Who's the Boss, and then she had some dramatic roles, and then
Sally Field is up there, right? Sally Field. You go back to Flying Nun, Gidget, and then all the stuff she's done since then. But she also did a bunch of movies. I don't know.
Yeah. Henry Winkler, if he filled up the middle a little bit better, it would have been.
Yeah, there was too big of a gap.
But obviously, The Fonz was great, and then you had Barry Zuckerkorn in Arrested Development, and now speaking of, a couple great.
But between Arrested Development and the end of Happy Days, the only thing you ever saw him in was the Scream movie.
Yeah, that's true. He had a lull. Oh, another big run here from Deshaun, who does not fumble at the end of the run. Always concerned there. Looks like he is up to 72 yards there.
Yeah, closing in on a shot at the bonus. Right now, Brandon Cook's sitting at 36.5 points in the captain spot. That's good enough for first place in our smaller contest in the bigger free showdown. I'll get that loaded up here. First place there is a lot-of-way tie, an 11-way tie currently, and that lineup also features Cooks in the winning captain spot with Watson and Breida. If you don't have those three guys as of now, you're not going to be anywhere near the top. Oh, maybe that Dolphins deal was the play.
Ed O'Neill, you can make the case. Ed O'Neill had a couple big roles.
A lot of people have had 2 good runs. It's like, but give me 4 straight decades where he's been on TV.
It's not like all Crunchberries mix.
Or
Tom
she.
Selleck had Magnum PI, and then now Blue Bloods, and in the middle he had some good guest roles on Friends.
But these are all people with 2 shows. Give me, Ted Danson, because of The Good Place, has done 3 shows, and I guess you can make the case Kristen Bell was him and Kristen Bell.
Yeah.
I know The Good Place wasn't a 10-year show; it was a 5-year show. But still,
I think if you go back to Julia Louis-Dreyfus, starts off with a nothing role on Saturday Night Live. I don't think anyone remembers her from that. But
No, you have to start her career with Seinfeld, really.
Had a long run on that Old Adventures of New Christine or New Adventures of Old
Yeah,
Christine,
and then Veep.
Which is a legendary show. Not enough people appreciate Veep as far as
No, I'm trying to get Koff to watch it because of how great it is.
Oh.
And I want to get my wife to watch it again. She watched the first couple with me and then bailed, and I obviously wrote it out, and it kept getting better and better every episode.
You gotta wait until like the Jonad files come along and they just list out all the Jonah insults at once at a congressional hearing, and
The best.
probably laughed for like 15 straight minutes after that.
Betty White, an iconic career. There's no question. Maybe. I mean, Betty White's obviously in her 90s and still working.
Golden Girls was great, but I mean, what other full-time roles can you name for Betty White? That's the problem. Like she had great guest roles across a whole lot of different areas, but I also feel like maybe we're ignoring a lot more dramas. I can't even think
Well, like David Caruso obviously had a great run on NYPD Blue, gets out of there, and then is on CSI Miami forever. What's he done since?
Chris Maloney from Stabler I thought he was great on Happy.
Back to Stabler.
Yeah, then back to Stabler. Dude,
Wasn't he
Happy
on
was
Oz
great.
too? Wasn't he great on Oz?
Oh, dude, I'm rewatching Oz right now. Oz is such a bonkers male soap opera.
I know.
It's enjoyable. There's no doubt it is an enjoyable show.
I do not think I'm getting my wife to watch Oz.
No, that's not.
If I'm going to go back into Oz, I'm doing that on my own. Oh, Kelsey Grammer. That's tricky because
that's a good one.
He's great on Cheers, and then he just plays Frasier as the focal point of Frasier. But what else did he do? So you've got two.
Voice of Sideshow Bob, legendary guest arcs.
Sideshow, yeah. Sure, but I'm talking about where you're carrying a show.
Yeah.
And to even argue Ed O'Neill's carrying Modern Family is probably a stretch, but you get the point. He's close enough.
No, agreed there. He's in the
Mary Tyler Moore. Mary Tyler Moore is one that popped into my head for sure.
Yeah,
that's
Mary
a good
Tyler
call,
Moore's
Jeff.
got a case for it. Maybe.
It said,
Carol
wait, who
Burnett.
did the Boss show? I don't know. Someone wrote he did that Boss show. And David Duchovny. David Duchovny again. Two great, Agent Mulder and then on Californication. I heard a good interview. I've been listening to the podcast. That's only once a week, but it's the Smartless podcast with Jason Bateman, Will Arnett, and Sean Hayes, and they always have great guests. And they just had Ted Sarandos on, who's the president of Netflix or whatever. And he was great. He was just talking about how they kind of lucked into the idea of dropping all the episodes at once when House of Cards came out, because at that point they had only bought old shows, and their data showed that everyone would watch at least more than one episode. So like, how do you want to put it out? Like every week, for a month. He's like, oh, let's put it out all at once. Let's see how it goes. And then the rest is literally history. We skipped over. Can we get the quarterback numbers again real quick to see where those guys are heading into the fourth?
No one near the bonus. 203 and touchdown for Watson.
Watson could get there a couple big passes, more realistically than Tua. Cooks is there. We flew through the running. Nobody's over 50 yards. Well, no, that's not true. Watson's at 72. So Watson could get to that bonus maybe more easily than the throwing bonus. And then Cooks, really the only one doing anything. And Parker didn't do a darn thing since that big catch. 3 for 79. Gesicki 3 for 41. Maybe we'll get some scoring here in this fourth quarter. Or we'll just keep talking about TV.
Yeah, we could get there.
Also, I need to check out what's going on in the golf tournament. I kind of lost track of it.
Oh yeah, I really haven't checked in since I saw DeChambeau trying to hit a shot from someone's backyard. It looked like.
Well, Justin Rose is going out of his mind. He shot a 7 under to lead by 4.
Yeah, that's not bad.
All your stats are updated. We'll check out these contests. Are much smaller. Christian and Cristal nearly forgot to make a contest. But Meager 66 leading that one right now. Cooks, Watson, Breida, Tua, Johnson, Aikens, and a touchdown. Johnson again.
Wow. All right. At 2,800, paying out dividends.
Look at that value there. Look at you pulling David Johnson.
I mean, this is a game you need to have both running backs in there. 2 for Breida, 2 for Johnson. If you had those two, Cooks and a little bit of Deshaun Watson, you're having yourself a pretty good day.
If I didn't know any better, I would say that it's rigged, except that I don't have him in my lineup, so I can't say that.
Fair. There are some good supporting actors I think really fit the bill too. Like Adam Scott has been like not a huge guy.
Sure,
like,
that's a different category
great,
though.
And then Parks and Rec, he was great in. Great guest arcs on The Good Place. Like not
That
up
to me
there,
was a
but,
different. That's a different category.
Yeah. One of those. Yeah.
There's a bunch of people that I think Catherine Hahn falls into that. I mean, she's like that in movies too. There's lots of people that are like that. Where you're like, oh, every time this person comes on screen, it's awesome.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy that we got to the point where everyone's like just appreciating Catherine Hahn. Like this was the year of Catherine Hahn appreciation.
Did you watch that HBO show she was in?
Yes, the
5-episode thing where she's a divorcee.
Series,
Yeah,
where she's very naked in a lot of it. Yes, I am familiar.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I thought it was a good show. I don't know if you.
It was designed. It was a little bit like a little bit tough to relate to, as I'm not a mother with a child leaving the nest, but like I could appreciate what was going.
Yet,
I appreciated it. They were making a statement. They're going for it, which was good.
We get 2 more scores here. Does Miami answer, and then does Houston have a chance? I guess we could end up with some free football too, the way this is setting up score-wise.
Very possible.
Scores a touchdown.
My overtime sense is absolutely tingling on this one.
So I can give you a Masters update for those that aren't watching, or if you're watching. You can stream it free on Masters.com, even though everyone does it on ESPN's site. Masters is like, nope, just come to our site. We're fine. You can just keep watching it. You can watch ESPN's coverage. Justin Rose, a 7 under. It's four-shot lead. Hideki Matsuyama and Brian Harmon, 4 back at 3 under. Patrick Reed, Webb Simpson, 2 under. If Rose can pull away from that, that definitely screws up the cut line, but we'll see. Tomorrow's a different day. He's playing in the morning. Don't know what weather will impact. Does it feel any different? And this is a question for everybody in the chat. Is your enthusiasm for the Masters different than it was? I don't say November because that was just weird. But with Tiger not in it, are you less inclined to keep track of it through the weekend where you're watching it versus just checking a score here and there to see how your lineups might be doing? Like, are you building time to watch the tournament each of the next 3 days with no Tiger?
And personally, it's not even a Tiger thing for me. I have been... It just hasn't felt the same for me. And I don't think it's Tiger related. I think it's just like I'm in a little bit of like I'm in a sports cool down mode now. The NCAA tournament's over. Like I'll watch this weekend. But like right now, I just don't need anything in the background right now. Like I'm content writing stuff and calling these games and just kind of staying in my lane there. Like I haven't been watching the Brewers or the Pirates or anyone or any of my teams. Just been kind of keeping it low key. So yeah, I think it's more that than anything. Although, I mean, obviously it'd be nice if Tiger were in it. And obviously, hopefully he recovers. Although, can't imagine, given all the wear and tear his body was already dealing with, he's going to have a long road back to even.
Yeah, it almost seems crazy to talk about the idea that Tiger's going to play again. And when he does, it'll be amazing. It's like, let's just make sure he can walk again and do all that normally. And there's people out there that aren't familiar with his injuries. They're familiar with the general injuries. And so they think that he can get there.
Yeah.
Eventually. I'm looking outside and there are 2 dogs running, and I thought they might be my 2 dogs, but I never let my dogs out, so that means someone else did. So anyway, but I'm like the rest of us, all hopeful that he gets there. It's just let's see where he's at in 6 months, and then see where he's at to just assume that he'll get back, and when he does, he'll be greeted with the hero's welcome like maybe we've never seen. And if he plays well, then it's a whole different level of amazing. Stephen Roche on YouTube says, I'm on holidays this week to watch every shot. And there's plenty of people who are like that. And look, I played golf last Friday. I'm going to try to play a lot more golf this spring and summer because I'm just finding holes in my schedule to be able to do it, even with all these darn kids. Hopefully that's the plan. And so I'm mad at myself, even as we're doing these Sims. I realize it's our job to talk about these Sims, that I went 45 minutes without having it on my monitor here, just to see what was going on. Mad's not really the right word, but I'll watch it as close to as many shots as possible. And then when I drove to grab the 14-year-old, I had it on PGA radio on Sirius XM.
Nice.
Masters Radio, as it was renamed. Watson to Fells. So much for Miami answering.
Yeah, I get the feeling, though, that if Miami can coax a field goal out of this drive and stop it short, we are going to see some
We'll
magic.
get free football that way, yeah.
I feel it could be. We're still not out of the woods yet. I'm looking forward to getting. All right, never mind. Field goal, not going to be a thing. Will Fuller, heard you call him worthless, Jay Shark. Gets into the end zone there. Not having a great day by any means, but that should put him into double digits on the afternoon. So at least there's that. Texans on the road facing a team that had 6 more wins than them in the regular season, but currently up 11 with about 5 minutes to play.
The winning lineup in our contest right now does not have Fuller, does have Watson, doesn't have him in the captain spot. I've got Watson in the captain spot. I'll be curious to see where I jump to. I am currently in 26th place. I bet I'm in the top 20 after this. And in the big contest, I had that up just a second ago. In the big contest right now, before that touchdown, depending on how quickly scores get updated, a 5-way tie for first place. Man, I'm losing to Kaufman in golf too. Jeez. I switched my lineup around based on the conversation Jeff and I had on Sunday where I said it. He's like, I would do this, and this on camera, on our sim. And so I basically made my lineup on his advice. And then the problem was I kept listening to people throughout the week, and you hear Brando Strambolli in an interview, and you hear this, you hear that. So I basically changed my whole lineup around. I don't think that's actually not true. I have that lineup in one of them, in one of the $1 million lineups.
Yeah.
And so let's see. So I have 2 entries. They're almost both terrible. Wow. So let's see. So here's the one Jeff basically advised me to do, all the guys he liked.
Yeah.
I'm in 461,264th place with 64 points to this point. The one I changed around myself, I'm in 455,779. Safe to say, I will not be a millionaire based on this contest, the way things are headed today. No, certainly not. Yeah, it's a defeatist attitude. We got 3 days left to golf, so maybe all of my guys learn to play golf better in the next 2 days. Then I'm in a 17-person, it was supposed to be 20, 17-person contest with some friends, really friends of friends.
Yeah.
$100 a pop, because I was like, you know what, I'm feeling good after talking to Jeff. I'm like, let me start for real. 17th out of 17 in that one.
Wow, holding it down. They do any? Is there a prize for last place? Like, do you get like?
No, there's not. And then Kaufman is currently beating me 98-67. He has DeChambeau though. He has Hovland, Berger, Cam Smith. We both have Cam Smith, Connors, and
Ooh,
big play there.
The Dolphins.
I've got
signs of life.
Justin Thomas. I thought Justin Thomas. And look, he's +1, so that's 316. He might even pick up a shot or two here to get under. Cantlay, not good, +7. M, +5. Cam Smith, like I mentioned, we both have. CT Pan, +7. Charles Schwartzel, +2. So I'm not playing Coffin Hoops tonight. I will get into, does he have a big basketball contest? So I asked that, and then did anybody answer? Drew, does he have one? Do we know? I didn't get a text from him, so I don't think he did it.
Let's go.
He's one to restore order. He
DK
said.
Sim Fam and
He has
friends.
2, says Tom. All right, well, then I'll jump in one of those. I got 6 minutes.
I see it. Yeah, it's already filled. 100 out of 100.
That's why he made it.
Yeah. And he filled up 101, and he filled up a 75 person. Wow.
No, I can't get in either.
Yeah, Cough just too popular.
I'm definitely not going to just play him head to head. I'm doing that in golf right now. And we get back into it in NASCAR this week after our NASCAR race. Obviously, doesn't happen Easter weekend.
Dude, I was debating whether or not to go down to Indianapolis for the 500 this year. I had a neighbor who
Have you gone? You gone?
Oh yeah, I lived in Indianapolis a couple of years. It's like one of the few redeeming qualities of the city. I'm not a fan of Indiana, but
Indianapolis is great for big events.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'd love it the other 50 weeks of the year, but for the combine and the Big Ten championship and
exactly.
Exactly. It's such a generic city. It does a perfect job just accepting the form of whatever comes to town. That's why it can be great for Gen Con when it's a whole bunch of role-playing nerds. It's great for it's great for the Combine when it's a bunch of football nerds. It's great for the 500 where it's a bunch of race day rednecks. It just does a great job of assimilating to whatever you bring.
Final Four. I've been there for 3 Final Fours. I've always had a great time. The fact that you can walk the whole downtown.
Yeah.
I love visiting Indy. I would never want to live there for a million reasons, but I love visiting.
Yeah, you really run out of things to do there.
I went to the 500 a couple of years ago. It was the second hottest 500 of all time, and hottest since 1934 or something. And my wife was at that point 6.5 months pregnant, so she wasn't.
Yeah. Well, plus then you're sitting on those metal benches, and the heat is just reflecting. And
I was able to get a press pass, which was cool.
Nice.
And get to take advantage of a little bit of that, and went the day before.
You go to Carb Day?
Not to anything of note. I just stopped by to pick up my pass that day, and then I had friends that were having a party a couple blocks away, so I stopped by just to have a beer and then get rolling.
Nice.
DW Nasty's mad at us for not watching the stream. We called out all the big plays. 28-20. Miami's got to get a stop here, get the ball back, score, and get a 2-point conversion. I will predict that does not happen.
Jay Duncan spent a ton of time in Speedway, Indiana. I'm curious of what you were doing in Speedway. Was it related to the actual track itself?
It's not too much else.
Yeah.
No, you better be working at the track. Not better be, but what else are you doing? So here's the thing I found out as it relates to what's going on right now in the NFL with all the prospects in Indianapolis. And there's rumblings that, Vegas wants to host the Combine, and LA with the new Rams complex and NFL Network being based there, they want to host the Combine. The reason they can't host the Combine, all those cities could technically do it.
Right.
But the hospital in Indianapolis has 12 MRI machines. Most hospitals have like 1 or 2. You know why? Because you only need 1 or 2.
Yeah.
But because Indy, as part of this deal, worked it out with the NFL or the hospital footed the bill or whatever, there are 12 MRI machines. So when 330 kids come to town, they can all get MRIs over 6 days. Unlike if they went to LA, which is, one of the second biggest city in America, they would have to use multiple hospitals.
Right.
Like the Combine goes there and the hospital is able to function completely normally because this is all set to the side. Everywhere else, you'd have to stop your hospital business, which isn't great for, hospitals. So unless someone's willing to foot the bill on a dozen MRI machines, Indy will continue to host the Combine. It's also centrally located, so there's that. And you can walk to everything, so there's that. I mean, the budget, even though these teams are all billion-dollar franchises, if you've got 30 coaches and scouts in town, you have to deal with 30 rental cars.
Yeah. Well, plus, it's Indianapolis. You don't have to drop more than $200 on a hotel room, even on one of the busiest weekends of the year.
Yeah. Right. In LA, if they're like, oh, wait, we've got the whole NFL coming to town, all of a sudden every room's $450 a night.
Yeah. All right, big stop there for the Dolphins.
Oh, Jay Duncan told us his job. Marketing manager at AMF Bowling, one of his centers and raceway lanes right across the street in the short shoot between 1 and 2. I want to play golf out there at the 500.
Yeah, I never had the chance to do that. When I go golfing out there, nearby, Coffin.
It's not a crazy expensive cost. I don't think it's the hardest course in the world.
No, it's a pretty basic course. And
how often do people hit the ball onto the damn racetrack, though? That's got to happen a lot.
Oh, yeah. And plus, the course itself, if you're doing it in June, is going to be a little bit beat up from, the infield maniacs trampling and passing on and whatnot. But they know what they're doing. They know that it's a solid idea. You're going in and out of the most historic racetrack in the U.S. Don't hit me with Talladega or Bristol. We all know the Brickyard is a lot more.
No one thinks that. Even the biggest NASCAR fans don't think that. They could maybe argue Daytona, but they're not going to.
They should.
I've heard that the NASCAR Brickyard 400 weekend's as fun, if not more fun, than the Indy 500.
Absolutely not. Okay. So I'm a little bit biased because the Brickyard I went to was one where they couldn't figure out the tires, so they had cautions every 10 laps. But comparing NASCAR, I've been to a handful of NASCAR races. I just can't compare to IndyCar for me based on the speed, the amount of passing.
The speed's way different. Yeah. I like following NASCAR a lot more because I think the drivers are a little more personable.
Yeah.
Or they go out of their way to make themselves their brand.
Sure.
More whatever accessible. It doesn't help that Indy as a sport just isn't very popular in America compared to NASCAR, and you have a lot more international drivers. And I'm not being critical of them, but
No, it's true. I mean, especially, and even if you want to take it to that point, you like that kind of open wheel racing. Well, you can't compare to Formula One, and the road courses in America aren't very famous, so you don't really have that kind of appreciation either, like you would over there. So it does seem, in a lot of ways, kind of like a minor league operation. They never really got back the fans they lost after they split into IndyCar and kart, and that was just
that was stupid. They certainly blew that. Everyone knew it from the second it happened that it was a bad idea. Well, so what's stopping you from? You could go down there. How many people? What's the capacity? Are they going to be close to full capacity?
I honestly don't know. It's one of the
I get all the emails from them. I guess I could just look and see what it says.
I don't know what they're doing, but it's a big enough place that you could easily get by. But the lady friend here is going to take a little well-earned vacation. Yeah, she's missed 2 birthdays basically thanks to COVID. So she's going to go do a self trip with one of her best friends from way back when. They're going to do that. So I'm going to be stuck here with the tiny tornado, and we're going to hang out over Memorial Day weekend. But neighbor goes down there like, oh, we have a free camping spot if you're interested. And it's like, that sounds awesome. I can't imagine how awful it would be to do the Indy 500 with a 3-year-old, though. I can't imagine how awful it would be waking up the next morning, that Monday morning at 6 a.m. to a screeching child. As Albert Wilson, did he get his feet down? If he did, the Dolphins are in business. They're going to get 2, maybe 3 cracks at the end zone here, and it looks like a toe tap to me. BK.
I got Albert Wilson in my lineup.
He's in there. That is a catch. We're going to uphold this, and Tua Tagovailoa is going to have a shot to tie this game up at the buzzer.
I hope he throws it to Wilson and not Gesicki, because so many more people have Gesicki. I'm in 42nd place right now. John Damron 32's in first with Watson in the captain spot.
Cool.
He's got Cooks. He's got Breida.
There's going to be the time.
Johnson,
now you're down to one
Let's
play.
see.
You can't get stopped in bounds. Don't love that idea.
In the biggest contest, or our $250 free contest, you now have a 2-way tie for first. Star Manx and Mithrandir 39. I'm going to say that's how you pronounce that. Their lineup has Cooks in the captain spot, Watson, Breida, Fuller, Sanders, and Johnson.
Oh, no.
No. See, there you go. That's Tua being Tua. That's exactly what he could do. He needs to throw it to the end zone. What's he do? He dumps it
He
underneath.
makes that amazing throw to the sideline to hit Wilson to set up what should have been 3 shots at the end zone to tie this game up. At least 3 shots. What does he do? Scrambles on first down, throws short of the end zone on second down, and the fans in Miami leave Coral Gables pissed because Tua Tagovailoa threw for 327 yards and found the end zone 0 times. Disgusting.
Well,
Deshaun, 279, 2 touchdowns and an interception for him. He still gets the win, even though he threw a pick.
How about Tua hitting the bonus?
Yeah, 300 plus for him. Deshaun, 78 on the ground. Breida, 52 touchdowns. David Johnson, 31, 2 touchdowns. So Johnson, you know what? Even though he didn't really gain that many yards, I'm going to go ahead and throw him Krusty Koff Player of the Game honors. At 2,800, he came out and he gave you more than 15 points of value. Give that man his crown ahead of guys like Brandon Cooks, 5 for 134 and a touchdown, and Deshaun Watson, who was very valuable. And for the Babysitter Billy, not my kid award in this one. Tough call.
Randall Cobb?
Yeah, I mean, Cobb was pretty.
No one owned him really, though, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. Everyone kind of did show up and got something going.
Wilson had that catch there at the end. He only had 6 points. I don't know what his ownership was. It's probably pretty low.
I think it might have to be Tua, because even though he hit the bonus, 0 touchdowns. I mean, he's still going to have
12 points in the flex for Tua.
Yeah,
when you have to pay that much money, you're quarterback, and you're only throwing up 12. Yeah, I'm with you. And he made that terrible decision on the
It's true.
final
He
play.
in the game late after almost throwing them back into it. So Tua, I'm so sorry, but you're the Babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner for this one.
BK, are you coming back? What do we have coming up next?
I'm not. I'm done. I'm one and done, dude. I am one and done. And then I am back for 2 Saturday, 2 Sunday. You got Glash and LaMarca back-to-back coming up here. Titans at Chiefs, Madden After Dark, Falcons at Jets to close out the night. So Glash and LaMarca, they'll have fun. They'll talk some golf. They'll, I'm sure, make fun of Koff one way or another as it relates to his contests. And then, I'm off tomorrow, back Saturday. When are you back? You back tomorrow?
I am back tomorrow at 2 and 4, I believe. I got a Kenny, and then I got a Moose.
That's when I am. I know I'm Saturday 2 and 4. I'm split. I drew the short straw. I get to call the final round of the Masters via Madden Sim right at the 6 o'clock Eastern kickoff, 4 o'clock Mountain Time. I will be 5 o'clock your time. I will not be doing these, as I've said, not the small screen on my computer. I will have a big TV like I did when my Jayhawks were playing during the tournament, the first game. But we will be focused like we just were focused on every single scoring play there of that barn burner, 28-20. That was fun, though. Are we flipping a coin? Who's tossing to Ross next? Because I know Ross Tucker's podcast, they're talking Sam Darnold's coming your way next. Do you want to toss? Do you want me to toss?
Awesome. So, go listen to that. And when you're done, go check out the post route to see our take on how Sam Darnold will do under Matt Rule. But yes, coming up next, Ross Tucker, former NFL lineman, talking Sam Darnold after this. And I know it says BK, you rap, but I don't know. I feel like I got that one. We good?
You're doing great.
All right. Hey, thank you everyone for watching. Thanks for hitting that like button. Or not, if you didn't like it, that's cool too. Hey, we will see you later on. But now here's Ross Tucker. See you.
It is a Wisdom Wednesday presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. And yes, we've got the Masters the next 4 days, so I will let you know the ridiculous deal DraftKings has for you a little bit later in the show. Most of you know I am Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman. I got the helmets and the game balls behind me to prove it. You can check me out on social at Ross Tucker NFL. And in fact, we'll have Greg Cosell on Friday's Ross Tucker Football Podcast, and we'll have a new Spread the Word winner via social media. So just engage in any way at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, whatever. Just like it or love it or quote tweet it or reply. I really don't care. I notice them all. They all help the algorithm, whatever. We'll also have a sponsor confirmation email winner. So if you're taking advantage of the Keeps offer, Purple Mattress, Raycon earbuds, there's a lot of them. ExpressVPN. I got an ExpressVPN email yesterday, which I love. Just send it to me, Ross at rosstucker.com. And of course, the YouTube shout out, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Love the people that subscribe and comment. Very excited, by the way, about today's guest. I don't think I've ever had him on the show before. Maybe I have once or twice. Now I'm forgetting. I've done about 1,500 of these at this point. I should mention a lot of times Wednesdays are Andrew Brandt. Check out Andrew's Business of Sports this week. Andrew's not going to be here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast this week. So check out his Business of Sports to get his thoughts on Aaron Rodgers, on Jeopardy, and the Darnold trade and all that stuff. I wanted to go to a guy that, first of all, is an absolute stud at what he does. Secondly, I heard some things about his background recently that I had no idea about. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
All right, you see him all the time on NFL Network. You can follow him on Twitter, Mike Garofalo. Did I say that right?
No.
Mike Garofalo. Mike Garofalo. Hey, you know what, Mike? It's really funny because I've known you for a while now. You are like one of the 3 people I just have like a mental block with you. I know it's Garofalo, but for some reason, I want to say, I don't know if it's because of Garoppolo or Janine Garofalo, but like I want to say it the other way so bad.
Well, the other way is the actual real pronunciation. If you go back to Italy and the way it's pronounced there and which syllables they accent versus which syllables the American English accents. So you are correct. You were correct. But it's funny because before we started this, you were like, I know it's Garofalo, right? And I was like, yeah. He's like, yeah, all right. Because the other one, and then we come on and you went the other way. It's just it proof that, it just both are rattling around your head at all times.
It's really incredible because, it's funny, Mike, I even went, and I know it, but I still went on your Twitter timeline at Mike, Garafolo, and to look at some recent clips to just hear somebody say it just to make sure. But the clips are always cut off, like right before you start talking, you're right, so they don't even say it. So Garafolo. People must get that wrong all the time.
Yeah, I mean, dating back to grade school and people, I've heard some variations of it. People throw an extra syllable in there, but I mean, it's actually gotten better over the years. I think, I don't know, maybe because we're on TV every day saying it. I have no idea.
That is why. It's because you're on TV every day. You're doing a terrific job. It's interesting. You have down your Twitter bio that you're an NFL reporter. Is there a difference, Mike, in your mind between NFL reporter and NFL insider, or are they the same thing?
It's funny because that's my Twitter bio. My Instagram bio, which I did more recently, I think I threw them all in there. Reporter, insider, host. Is there a difference? Yes, there is. Now we're going to go like 7 layers deep into what this business is like anymore. I mean, I worked with Jay Glazer, who told you I'm not a reporter, I'm an insider, right? Because he's made it clear publicly that he reports his numbers 2%. He says I report only 2% of everything that I know. The other 98 I hold back, and it's kind of an information trade type deal, and that's what it is. I mean, listen, it's part of the frustration sometimes with the insiders, which I sort of have one toe in. The guy that reports it first doesn't mean that he knows more than the other guy. It's just sometimes it kind of falls that way. Like, if ESPN reports something before us, doesn't mean that we didn't know about it. We were just kind of waiting for all the dominoes to drop. Same thing with us. If we beat them to something, doesn't mean that they didn't know. Just that they were waiting for the go call. A lot of times in this business, sometimes you're too close to the source, right? And the source will say, hey, wait, I'll tell you when to go with it. I promise you, I'll tell you. And the next thing you know, somebody else hears it from somebody else and they fire. So usually reporter to me means somebody who's going to dig for the truth, really go out there, really find out all the information, present it as best they can. Insider, sometimes, they're wheeling and dealing behind the scenes.
I think that's a good way to describe it. And I think at times, Mike, it feels like it gets blurred a little bit, the difference between those two. I actually found out recently, I can't remember, I think it was Glenn McNow that said this. Did you used to be a producer at WIP?
I did. I started out there in 2000. I was a junior in college. There was a note on the board at LaSalle saying that they were looking for board ops. Well, they call them producers, but we were board ops. And the reason that I say board op versus producer is we were not allowed to have any input into the show. That wasn't from the hosts. That was from program director Tom Bigby, who recently passed away. A guy that was in the business for years and years and years and ruled with an iron fist in a lot of ways. And so a lot of times if I had an idea, we would have to put it through the host. The host would have to go bring it down to him to get it approved. Because if he thought it was coming from the producer, he would knock it down. Now, what's funny is, by the same token, if things went wrong, he would call the producer to fix it and to complain about. He wanted calls. When callers called in, they had to be 2 minutes. If it went 2:03, your phone would ring. Why hang up? Why is it going over 2 minutes? Like, it's 3 seconds. I don't care. 1:59, and even that's too long, he would say. And I'm like, dude, we're making $7 an hour. You got guys in there making $500,000. Like, what do you want me to tell these guys? So yeah, I worked with all the shows back then, which was great. I mean, it was a great experience to learn from guys who had been in the business, guys who had written. I mean, that's when I graduated college and I was working there. I said, look, I don't even know if I want to do this. Like, if I want to host a radio show, even if I did, the guys that do it are former reporters. So I think I have to go out and write. And those guys helped me with a lot of connections to really get me started in the written part, which is where I spent the early bulk of my career.
Yeah, I mean, when we met, you were the Giants beat writer, and probably the most prominent one for a long time. Then you got the NFL Network gig. I guess my question now, Mike, because I'm sure people are curious, what are the pros and cons of your job now? Because you kind of talked about reporter / insider. What are the good parts? What are the bad parts?
You know, they're the good part. The good parts are, you know, what I get to do every day, which is talk about the NFL and you know, really dive in on a lot of different and interesting stories, and to get around and to learn a lot of things and to meet a lot of people around the league, and you know, kind of see how everything really comes together. You know, I enjoy that. It keeps it fresh. By the same token, you know, and for all those folks now who are out there and on a beat and covering one team, you know, there's a joy in that too. There's a joy in following the journey of one specific team and one group of players and, you know, one coaching staff and, you know, chronicling that for the people that follow that one specific team. I mean, it's hard a lot of times for me when you're covering 32 teams, you don't know everything, right? So sometimes you'll go on air and you'll say something, and the people that follow that team on a daily basis will really kind of get after you and say, no, you're wrong about X, Y. How could you not know this? I mean, that's my favorite, by the way, is the, you know, if I make an incorrect prediction, because they make us make predictions on the air or, you know, certain things, you know, how did you not know that? I could do your job better than you. No, it's not how it works. I mean, you know, you follow if you're a Titans fan, you follow the Titans, and you probably know more about the Titans than I do. But the other thing is, our network, a lot of it is surface level, right? So a lot of the things that we do on the NFL Network, we're not going to talk about necessarily the interior of the offensive line. But if you're covering the beat day to day, you'll write about that. So you'll ask questions about that and you'll know more about that. And if you're a fan and you're really into it, you'll know more about that, right? So that's the part that, like I say, when you're on a beat, there's a beauty in digging deep on the roster down to the 53rd guy, 55th guy, whatever the roster is now. You know, there's a beauty in that, and there's a joy in that. So I hope that answers your question. I mean, it's you know, I've enjoyed all aspects of everything I've done in this business.
Yeah, I mean, so I did Sirius XM for 12 years, and you got to know every team, man. And I mean, and because these people that are listening to the NFL channel and that call in, they really know their team. Yeah. Like I tell people all the time, like there's nowhere to hide. It's a call-in show. They can call and ask you about the Nickelback for the Seahawks, and you better be on it. I mean, there's no question about it. You didn't really get into the cons, though, Mike, and hearing you talk about sort of the trading of information. You know, the part that I feel like, and I'm not sure this applies to you as much, but the part that I don't think I would like is almost, it feels like, especially the guys like Schefter and Rappaport, like you have to be on call, right? I mean, you don't ever get away from
now. Forrest Lamp is about to come to terms. You know, the guard for the Chargers is about to come to terms with the team, and I'm trying to listen.
Go ahead, tweet it while you're on with me. Go ahead.
Well, I can't. Supposedly the team. Here you go. Here's another one. The team is going to release this one, and so I'm being told by my source, hey, I was going to give this to you, but the team is going to put it out in the next 20 minutes, so you got to sit back and let the team do it. I mean, it's these are. I don't want to be complaining about this. I don't want to bitch about this stuff, but this is our, you know, Adam and Ian deal with this a lot more. I like, as a reporter versus an insider, or at least a co-insider, or whatever. I don't want Ian's life. I tell him all the time. He goes on vacation. I fill in for him. He comes back, and I go, I don't want your life. The old Varsity Blues line. I don't want your life.
I don't want your life.
I don't want your life. Right.
So, Mike, what if I tweeted right now, according to Mike Garafolo, according to Mike Garafolo's source, Forrest Lamp is about to agree to terms on a new deal with the Chargers. The team should be releasing. You know that they're going to release it by the time this show comes out.
I don't know. I don't think it's the Chargers, by the way. I don't even know who the team is. It's. Are we live, by the way?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm realizing this now. Probably should have done that if we were live. If you did that, I'd get in trouble. That's what would happen.
I know. That's the beauty of it. Beauty of it.
So just so you know, by the way, here's the backstory. I kind of go through free agency and I kind of identify whether it's, teams or, people who are close to a guy or even the guy himself. I'll kind of identify certain people in free agency because you can't do 200 free agents all at once and expect to break all of them, right? So we'll kind of sort of divide and conquer between me, Ian, Tom Pelissero. There is some overlap, but really, like, I actually made a spreadsheet of 40 guys. I said, here's 40 guys that I should really focus and lock in on. And Forrest Lamp was on there only because I wanted to tweet, quote, I love Lamp, source on team that he's signing for, right? Like, that's really all I wanted to do. That's why I put him on my list. So I made a concerted effort to identify Forrest Lamp because I wanted to break that one so I could just say I love Lamp. And now it's all out the window. So all that work I did tracking Forrest Lamp, all out the window. I had another one. Who was the other one? Hold on, it's in this text chain. Oh, Denzel Good. I was focusing on Denzel Good because I wanted to say it was a good deal with a capital G. And I did. And people were like, dude.
So, Mike, what? Let me ask you this, though. Like, obviously, a lot of people follow you because they want to get the information. But from your employer standpoint, from the NFL Network standpoint, what is why is it so important to break news?
It's from the employer standpoint,
right? Like in other words, like you're not breaking news when you're on NFL Now or these other shows you do. Good Morning Football you're on recently. You're just talking about information that you know.
That's what they care about.
Right. But so what I don't understand is, like, you want to break news, I get it, but when you break news, you really just break it on Twitter, which has nothing to do with your employer.
By the time you're on the air, somebody else has confirmed it. Listen, my biggest of all time was Beckham being traded to the Browns, and it was really cool to tweet it and watch TweetDeck explode, and my phone actually freeze because I'd gotten so many texts and alerts, right? But by the time we came on the air, ESPN had already confirmed it. Cleveland had already confirmed it. Mary Kay Cabot, So by the time we went on the air, nobody could really split the difference. Now, they say, "Oh, here comes the guy that broke the story." Like, they like to do that a little bit, but they don't care. And I'll tell you a story. A couple of years ago, I was in Cleveland for free agency. I was still early on with the NFL Network, so I really didn't have a whole lot of relationships in certain places. And I got to Cleveland, and I had one guy in Cleveland. I said, here's the deal. You guys are going to be active for free agency. I'm on the air at NFL Network. I said, I'm not going to break everything, but here's what I need you to do. When something breaks, I need immediate context because they're going to come to me no matter what. So the Osweiler deal happened while I was there. And Schefter broke it and said, hey, the Browns are trading for Brock Osweiler, yada, 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 whatever. They're taking on the contract. They're getting a second-round pick, whatever. It breaks. I make a call to my guy immediately, and my guy goes, all right, here's what you need to know. We care more about the contract than the player. This is about that. The player might not even step foot in the building, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, boom, hang up the phone. As I hang up the phone, they're coming to me. They didn't ask me, have you confirmed it? Do you know anything else? What? Nothing. Boom, we're coming to you. Because of another guy at another network that broke it. So the light comes on, and I was ready to go. And I called the guy back. He's like, hey, I'm sorry. I kind of wanted to give you a heads up on that. I said, listen to me. I said, I didn't care. What did I tell you I needed? I needed to know what was happening. I needed to know what was happening immediately. And that's all my employer cared about. They were like, hey, that was great. They didn't care that I didn't tweet it out first. But so it's self-imposed is what it is. All this pressure and all this desire it's self-imposed from us, to be honest with you.
All right. So then, Mike, the flip side to that is what do you give those people in return so that they give you this info? Like, how does the trade work?
Oh, it's information trade. I mean, that's what being an insider is, and I learned that early on, and Ian learned that early on, because we had relationships from when we covered, if he covered the Patriots, I covered the Giants, and, guys would leave and go elsewhere, and all of a sudden you'd have a guy there, or maybe people you just knew just from the course of doing business with the Giants, or agents, whatever. So you did at least start out with a base of sources, but you would kind of try to build it. And I remember he called an agent one time and said, I don't understand. How come Schefter gets all your stuff? Like, we're building a relationship here. And I think the guy said something like, Adam gives more than he takes. And it was an eye-opening thing for us to realize, like, oh, okay, it's a scratch my back, scratch your back kind of deal where, they need information to help them do their jobs, whether it's a team or a player or an agent or whatever. And we'd like to, hey, when it happens, let me know. Hey, I'm hearing this. When it happens with your guy or whatever, let me know so I can put it out there. That's the trade basically. And a lot of times it'll be, a team. I saw one recently. Hey, a team is open to trading out. Okay, that's the team using the reporter to send the message to the rest of the league. Hey, come call us because we're interested in whatever. Or sometimes it's an agent. Hey, my guy's got in previous years before COVID, he's got 15 pre-draft visits. Put this out there. So it's a little bit of a give and take.
Yeah, some of the tweets, man, that I see that are so clearly agent driven, like, hey, can you please tweet this? It just makes me laugh, man. Like, I get it, but it's like I've been doing it long enough now, Mike. I mean, my rookie year was 2001. But I feel like, and I know when I was with the Patriots, they knew all the connections. They have like a whole flow chart of which coaches and executives have which insiders that they're tight with. Like they knew the whole thing. They really do. Like they know who's everybody guy is so that they can quickly connect the dots.
Yeah.
And it's just funny because now that I know how it works, it's like my favorite is like when 6 guys at the same time tweet so-and-so signed a contract per source. And like my timeline's literally 5 guys in a row. I'm like, ooh, I guess everybody got the text message at the same time.
But what are you gonna do, right? If you're one of the people, like not tweet it and look like you're way behind, or just be part of the parade, right? So and you got like 0.01 seconds to make that decision, right? In your head. This is gonna make me look like an idiot, whatever. And God bless his heart. Rappaport doesn't care. Just fires, never reads the replies, which actually I've gotten into as well. It kind of and I feel bad because there's a lot of people that I enjoy the give and take with on Twitter, but it's a cesspool in a lot of ways, and so I don't even open my notifications tab anymore. I'll look at the replies to a specific tweet sometimes just to make sure, because a lot of times people will say, hey, you screwed something up. And you can fix it really fast, But other than that, so Rappaport doesn't care if people are like, oh, Adam bodied you. That's a good one. Adam bodied you, or and Adam gets the same one. A rap sheet beat you. It's just people love the bus job.
Well, it's like, what do they want them to do? Do they want them to go through and see if somebody else already wrote it? By the time you go through and see if somebody else already did it, you might you might lose.
But I also do try to do that from time to time, all the time, really. Like if somebody gives me something, I'll be like, all right, let me see, is this out there? Because sometimes like the local guy will have it. I just say, hey, local, because I listen, trust me, I've been there. I was the local guy. You'd have something. And a national guy would break it, and you'd be like, dude, I just said this like a half an hour ago, or even like a day ago, or something like that. So I always try to make sure if I'm not first, just give the credit. I saw something the other day. An agent said that do we need people to be like, I've confirmed whatever, right? Like a signing comes out, a national guy breaks it or whatever, and the guy goes, and I've confirmed it. And so I sent him a text, and he calls me, and he's like, was that too harsh? And I was like, well, you got to understand something. Like you're the local guy, and you're covering a team, and the national guy breaks it, and you got to acknowledge it, right? So what are you going to do? Like you kind of say, and so I quickly learned, because like early in my, national career, Adam would tweet something or Glazer or something, and I would say, I've confirmed, and people would be like, "Oh, good. Wasn't sure if Jay Glazer had gotten that one right." The sarcastic reply, I'm like, "All right, going to change that phrasing from now on." And so I told him, I said, what I try to do is, if I can add something, like if somebody reported something, like, hey, somebody signed with whatever, and I've got the contract numbers, I'll say, hey, as whoever reported, source adds that it's a X number deal or whatever. So at least I'm pushing it forward and not just adding another tweet to your timeline that doesn't add anything else.
Well, and it's funny, Mike, because I always feel like the confirmation, I feel like that's so insulting. You know what I mean? It's like
that's the other thing.
Like, I don't believe what Schefter just said. That guy might be a liar. So I actually talked to somebody. The whole confirming. I get it though, Mike. We went way longer than I was expecting. This, and I have like Darnold, Eagles. I got all kinds of stuff here, but this is way more interesting. Thank you so much, man. Check him out. He's on all kinds of NFL Network programming. You can check him out on Twitter, although he won't look at your replies, at Mike Garafolo. Garafolo, Garafolo. Thank you, Mike.
You got it. Enjoy, man. Thank you.
That was awesome. You know what's so funny? I love stuff like that. I was going to ask him about the Darnold trade and Teddy Bridgewater, but I don't know. I kind of feel like, and you guys let me know, hit me up on Twitter or email or whatever. I kind of feel like if I'm interested in something, you guys would be as well. And right now, I am interested in HBO Max. Look, live sports can't always be on, but thankfully, HBO Max's shows and movies can bring the latest action right to your couch. From epic HBO originals, Game of Thrones, anybody? Celebrating 10 years this month, to comedic favorites, Happy Gilmore, amazing, South Park, amazing, to new WB same-day premieres like Godzilla vs. Kong, available in theaters and now streaming on HBO Max for a limited time. HBO Max is the perfect option for your team's off day. Go to hbom.ax/DraftKings. Again, hbom.ax/DraftKings to start streaming now.
Tux Takes.
Morning, Ross. What happened on Monday afternoon? You talked about it with Mike Garafolo, but any other thoughts on the Sam Darnold trade? Well, actually, you didn't talk about it with Mike. What am I talking about? Let's get your thoughts. Sam Darnold from the Jets to the Panthers for a 2nd, 4th, and 6th round pick.
Right. The 2nd and 4th round picks are next year, 2022. I think there's a couple things that happen here, Bri. Number one, the Jets decided they wanted to go with Zach Wilson. I think that they think he's better. I think that they think he'll be cheaper, and they wanted to go with Zach Wilson pretty clearly, right? So that makes sense. Then they had to trade him. The issue is they really let a lot of other teams, the Bears with Andy Dalton, Washington with Ryan Fitzpatrick, these other teams couldn't wait around. So I wonder, I suppose, if the Jets could have gotten more for Darnold if they had been more willing to trade him earlier. As for the Panthers, and I tweeted this at Ross Tucker NFL, you look at like Daniel Jeremiah's latest mock draft, he has 5 quarterbacks in the first 7 picks, Bri. Even Justin Fields going 7 to the Detroit Lions. And this is, by the way, before the Darnold trade. So I think on some level, especially after the Niners traded up to 3, I think the Panthers said, you know what? We might not be able to get any of these guys at 8. Or maybe we get one and it's the 5th guy. Maybe that's Justin Fields. Maybe it's Mac Jones. Maybe it's Trey Lance. But maybe we don't love that 5th guy. We'd rather get Sam Darnold. We'd rather have Sam Darnold. And by the way, be able to use our 8th pick on a stud. The question really is how good is Sam Darnold? I mean, you look at his stats. It's unbelievable contrast. Like Mitch Trubisky has much better stats. Yet he signs for $2.5 million for 1 year. And instead the Panthers give up 3 draft picks to give Darnold over $23 million fully guaranteed. Really is, especially if you listen to the Even Money podcast yesterday, Steve Fezzik, he doesn't think Darnold's good. And I'm going to ask Greg Cosell about Darnold on Friday. I don't think Greg thinks Darnold's that good. So evidently the Panthers do not agree with my guys like Steve Fezzik and Greg Cosell.
Ducks takes.
Well, apparently Carolina thinks Sam Darnold is good because they are reportedly going to pick up his $18.9 million option for 2022 and allow Teddy Bridgewater to try and find a trade partner elsewhere.
So I think this is a mistake that they're picking up this option now. I mean, that's $19 million fully guaranteed. I don't know who else was a suitor, Bri, for Teddy Bridgewater last offseason, but I do not believe that the Carolina Panthers needed to guarantee $10 million of his salary this year like they did. Now, it's like an albatross for them. I don't think they're going to be able to trade him. I don't think people want that $17 million salary or the $10 million in guarantees. I think the Panthers are kind of stuck with it, and that's because they gave him more money than they had to. I'd say the same thing for Darnold. You know, if Darnold is not the guy, if Darnold plays poorly, they're going to be very upset that they have that fully guaranteed $19 million on him next year. If he plays really well, then you can give him a contract extension at the end of the year. You can franchise tag him. They obviously believe he's going to play really well and that they're saving money on what the franchise tag would be. However, they obviously also felt the same way about Teddy Bridgewater.
Ducks takes.
Adam Schefter had a report that NFL players are now going to be paid over 36 weeks as opposed to just 17.
Right. Well, so with the 17-week season, 17 games will now be an 18-week season. But rather than getting paid over those 18 weeks, your entire salary, right? So if you're getting $1.8 million, you get the whole thing over those 18 weeks. They're now going to spread it out over 36 weeks. Got to tell you, I'm not a fan. That means that half of your money is in the owner's bank accounts, the team's bank accounts, for twice as long. That's a lot of money. And I know the interest rates aren't real high right now in terms of accruing interest, but that's on millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. That's a lot of money. And I understand the thought process is that it helps some guys budget. It will help some guys. You know what I'd rather do? I'd rather educate those guys on the time value of money. I'd rather educate those guys on budgeting. I'd rather educate those guys on, hey, get the money now, invest it, or start to accrue the interest yourself rather than the team. I am surprised that the NFLPA agreed to this.
Well, here's a question, Ross. Is that first payment still starting in week 1, or is it starting way before that?
No, week 1, Brian, because they can't give it to you until they know you're on the team.
Okay, fair point. All right, moving on. Other news includes Giants quarterback Daniel Jones getting his skill guys together to throw in Arizona. The Lions are signing cornerback Quentin Dunbar. Broncos signing D-tackle Shamar Stephen. And Vikings cornerback Jeff Gladley turning himself in on felony assault charges. And one last thing, Alex Kappa of the Bucs gets $622,000 in performance-based pay.
Yeah, Daniel Jones, I tweeted, Ian Rappaport tweeted this. It cracks me up. You know, like, quarterback gathering the skill guys season. Give me a break. I mean, look, I'm glad he's doing it. Good for him. But like almost every guy does this almost every year. And it's comical how we make a big deal about it. And then, of course, they'll find the one guy that didn't, like Joe Flacco, and be like, do you not want to win, Joe Flacco? Is there a reason why you didn't gather your guys? Dunbar, Stephen, these are exactly what teams do this time of year. They realize where they still have a hole. They try to at least get someone respectable to fill that hole before the draft. They don't telegraph that they need to take a D tackle in Denver or need to take a corner in Detroit. Makes sense. Jeff Gladney, it's not a good look for him, and he was their first-round pick last year. Not a good look at all for him. We'll see what ends up happening there. And the Alex Kappa thing, I tweeted this as well, Bri, the other day. Mike Garafolo was actually the one that had this story about the performance-based pay. My first year, Brian, or second year, but in 2002, that was the first year that they had performance-based pay. And I got a check like in March or April, I want to say for $12,000 from the Cowboys. I had no idea why, no idea what it was for. I thought maybe it was a clerical error. I debated telling anyone about it. I cashed it quickly and then finally talked to my agent, and he mentioned the performance. He wasn't even sure at first. Then he mentioned the performance-based pay thing. So I realized it was a legit check and not just an oversight by Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys, which would have been pretty funny if it were. I should mention, Bri, the Masters starts tomorrow. You can turn $1 into $100. Pick any golfer from this weekend's tournament, and if they finish in the top 10, you cash $100. It's that easy. Get the DraftKings Sportsbook on your phone, Sportsbook app on your phone if you haven't already. You can turn $1 into $100. They just have to finish in the top 10. They don't have to win. They just have to finish in the top 10. Pretty awesome. Almost as awesome as our dudes that are all patrons. I think we're done here, patrons. Patreon.com/RT Media, such as Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com for that Human Head vinyl records. We already got the college draft and even money posted this week. You should certainly check out Andrew's Business of Sports if you missed him on today's show. And then Friday, we'll have the GC, Greg Cosell. And of course, later on today, Joe Dolan and I breaking down these rookie quarterbacks from a fantasy perspective, which I think is really interesting. I think we're done here.
right, we are live. Tom, the technical director, puts it in writing. We are live, and that means we start to talk. Glash and the big Saxy, Matt LaMarca. What's up? How you living?
Good. My Mets won a game today. A little bit of a cheesy dub, as far as cheesy dubs go, but don't let that overshadow the fact that we had the best bat flip of the early season from my man, Jeff McNeil. So
A game-tying bat flip. It was well done. Very well done.
he threw that thing to the moon.
I didn't go back and watch the replay. Where did it end up?
To the moon! That's all I know.
All right. Look, I'm not playing Patrick Mahomes in this sim. I don't know about the rest
Got
of you.
to fill out a lineup, so
I didn't play Pat Mahomes because he can be inconsistent in these sims. He can get rattled. So I put Clyde Edwards-Helaire in the captain spot. Got Tyreek Hill in there, Kelsey, Henry, A.J. Brown, and the Shermanator is my my punt play.
the Shermanator.
The Shermanator.
Okay.
All right. What do you think? What do you got? What do you think's going to happen here?
I think the Chiefs are going to put up about 35 points. That's my guess. I think the Titans hold their own.
Okay.
I think we're looking at a fun game, in other words. I think that this should be high-scoring, back-and-forth affair. But the Chiefs ultimately take care of business in the end.
All right. Into that, this is an AFC Championship game rematch from 2 years ago. We all remember the Titans. Remember the Titans beating the Baltimore Ravens, and my, I thought he was going to go all the way to Marcus. So close.
Ooh. Got the throwback helmets with Texas on the side of them.
Little throwback Thursday action. Love it.
Obviously, I noticed the Titans. Those are the, some Houston Oilers joints right there. Pretty fresh. But the Chiefs eluded me at first. Now I see it's got the... I guess they must have played in Texas before Kansas City.
Possible. Anything's possible with Moose Air in Simland. You can quickly shift from place to place, and
I meant in the history of the franchise, not before this game.
Oh, right. I knew that. You can time travel in Simland. It's possible.
Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Dallas Texans. That's right. Got producer Drew with us this evening. Tom on the ones and twos. Jay Duncan, expired name. Mark Mantelli. Mark Mantelli says what's good and says Henry is a bum.
Wow. Sim Henry?
Sim Henry, perhaps.
I hope. I mean, regular Henry just ran for 2,000 yards.
Derrick Henry in this free contest on DraftKings, the public contest, 15% in the captain spot, 56% overall. Travis Kelce, 19% captained, just shy of 61% overall. CEH with another touch. Kansas City at the 16. If you missed it, Demarcus Robinson with a big catch to put the Chiefs in business.
Business, man.
LaMarca, Glash, let's talk about whatever the heck you want for the next couple hours. We're here for the next two sims. Ralphie 508, what's up?
Oh, the tight end around. Love that play. Never works, but it's fun.
Jay Duncan says, thank you for calling DK Simland. Your call is important to us. Please hold for the next available game. It's well done. I can imagine Jay Duncan saying it.
DK Nation.
Oh, and we get a touchdown. Tyreek Hill.
Just a moment.
Did you just reference Back to the Future?
I did earlier when I did the where we're going, we won't need roads. That was Office Space. Just a moment.
You love Office Space.
I mean, who doesn't? It's a great movie.
Pretty good.
Your job, does anybody say, it sounds like you're having a case of the Monday? Heck no, man. Believe you get your butt beat for that.
It's good. Peace of mind. He's catching on. Jimmy B, what's up? Noah Moon. Noah Moon is happy. To the moon. Jordan Lindenbaum put Kelsey in the captain spot for his main lineup. Jonnu Smith, Henry, Tannehill, Gostkowski, Kelsey, and CEH.
As I call him.
That's not how you call him that.
I do. I say, with the handoff.
Midwest Heather says, Glash, sell your voice. It's awesome, but your hair is a tad too dark. It'll wash.
That's rough. I think your hair is lovely.
I'm going gray on the top. Like, should I just hope to get gray faster?
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I do think that the salt and pepper is a nice distinguished look, but you don't want that in your 30s. Are you 30? You're probably not even 30.
28.
28.
Mm-hmm. Big 2-8. Derrick Henry.
28 was a good year.
What happened to you when you were 28?
Oh, I meant 1928. No, nothing really.
Skip Packens was 14.
Just anyway. a little. You feeling a little better, a little lighter. I'm still playing some hoop at that point. It's good. Life is good.
You were playing some hoop, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Overseas?
No, non-professionally.
Oh, okay. 20 and 10 a night?
Some nights.
Oh. Wow. How old are you now?
I'm 31. We'll be turning 32... I guess not that soon. 5 months or so.
It's not that soon.
It's not.
I was waiting for in the summer.
It just feels like I'm aging quicker than that, Every day feels like a week.
I've started to think that Wednesdays and Thursdays are like blending together. I'm like, just once Tuesday finishes, I'm like, just get me to Friday. Just get me to Friday.
See, in we don't even have weekends. I mean, I don't think you do either.
Not really. No, you're right.
The only thing that's different for the weekend is that my friends aren't working and they make me feel bad about the fact that I am.
I guess that's fair. I don't know. You know what it is, I guess, about the weekend is when I look out my window, even if I am working, there's no one on the road. So it feels like free. Whereas hearing the cars, honking up and down the road and more sirens than usual, I feel like, at least in the daytime, during the week. I don't know. It's a little more quiet, I guess, when you get to the weekend. It's nice.
Okay. All right.
But I mean, you're right, though. I know what you're saying. It's a good point. All right, Tannehill, what are you made of? Ooh. Well, you predicted a high-scoring affair. Kansas City just scored on its opening drive with Tyreek Hill, owned in 50% of lineups, 10.5% in the captain spot. Expired name, Lamarca, you seem like you're aging faster because... I don't know how to pronounce this word. Wisdom is what? Echelons. There it is. I never looked at that word. Echelons above normal people your age. It's okay, brother. Embrace it.
Oh. Well, thank you, sir. I like to think that I was a lot younger than I acted in my early 20s, and that now I'm making up for it, you know?
Yeah. I feel that. Hey, I got a surprise for everybody at the end of the first quarter. It's not really a surprise. It's in the title of the free roll. So I guess I kind of ruined it, but whatever. That ball is caught, but out of bounds. DFS Queenie, Ed Zone Heather. Midwest Heather. What's up? Twitch fam, how's Twitch fam doing? Darth Dracul, ET's Did You Know? Fooligan. Stop. Yogi is dead. Derrick Henry.
Get off me.
Muscling.
Get off me.
I wish there was something football-ish related to these two teams, but I got nothing. Chiefs brought in Joe Tooney. They're running it back. Did you see Mahomes and Kelsey at the Masters today?
I did not.
They were there.
I'll be honest, I put the Masters on the back burner since the Mets were playing this afternoon, you know?
That's fair. Hey, there's A.J. Brown. I feel good about my lineup right now. I played him too. Let's go.
Attaboy.
2 drives in this first quarter, both resulting in touchdowns. All right. A.J. Brown only 31% owned, 4% in the captain spot. 7-0.
We could talk a little draft. I know that neither of these two teams are particularly important draft teams, but that's kind of what I've been focusing on recently.
Perfect.
I think
What's bugging you? What do you need to get off your chest about the NFL draft? We have a couple of weeks until it happens. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I will say that it's get off your chest and what's bugging you. It's like that's a good way to put it because it is bothering me that
good. We have 3 hours. Let's go.
Justin
Give it to me.
Fields is gonna fall. You know what I'm saying? It's bugging me that he's gonna fall out of the top 3.
Oh, because of the Schefter report today that Jones is going number 3?
Right. It seems like the Jets are pretty much locked in at 2 with Zach Wilson.
Yep.
And the 49ers, for some reason that I'm not so sure of, are going to take Zach Jones at 3. And it seems like this happens all the time where these talented African-American quarterbacks fall in the draft. And I don't understand why. You know, I don't want to make this, like super controversial talk time, but like all Justin Fields did last year was ball out. Mm-hmm. He had one of the best games of the season on national TV with a cracked rib. And it's like, oh, maybe he doesn't love football.
Right.
He's not the best locker room guy. Meanwhile, he's only done the right thing. So it is bothering me. And I think that whoever ends up getting him is going to end up getting a steal.
You know what? Before I respond to that, let me show everyone the giraffe ears.
Yes.
They're in. Went to the office today. Got some mail. Got 2 sets. I'm gonna put mine on for the rest of the stream because it is DraftKings. Oh,
I wish I had mine.
Tag on. How do I look?
You got to raise the camera up a little bit. We can't see your ears, Yeah, there it is, baby.
What does a giraffe even sound like?
What does giraffe even sound like? Oh, what kind of noise does a giraffe make?
Like what noise does a giraffe make?
I have no idea. I don't know if anyone knows.
All right. So on Justin Fields, it's not even about Justin Fields. It's more about like the Mac Jones angle, in my opinion. Like the year Mitchell Trubisky was drafted, the Bears are like the only team that really, really wanted him. They moved up significantly to go get him. They probably gave up too much to move up to go get him. It's like, you probably could have just let him fall to you. If you're San Francisco, you're at 12. Do you have to really move to 3 to get Mac Jones? Apparently. Maybe their intel's wrong.
I mean, that's the ultimate example of what I'm talking about. I just, like, why did he go over all the other good quarterbacks that went that year? Why did Lamar Jackson fall to the 32nd pick of the draft? I just don't understand it. So, I mean, the guy clearly has a huge arm, and he ran a 4.44 at his pro day.
Yeah.
So, I think that the Falcons are in a very interesting spot, right? Because they can take Justin Fields. They can trade the pick to a team that needs a quarterback, which there are plenty of, right? Or they can take, I think if they keep the pick and they don't take Fields, they will ultimately settle on Kyle Pitts, the tight end from Florida, who is an absolute monster. He's basically a pterodactyl, like the longest wingspan in the past 20 years. A gazelle running. So big, like he's an absolute nightmare. Like tight ends can be hit or miss.
Yep.
But there is zero chance that this guy busts.
I agree. No way. There's too much upside. He checks too many boxes. He's going to be fine. No question on Pitts. I just had something for you. And the other thing too with San Francisco, keep this in mind too. I think John Lynch wants to take Justin Fields, but here we go again with the system. Kyle Shanahan's system wants to plug in the quarterback, wants to plug in Mac Jones. You guys realize Mac Jones has never faced a second half deficit in his college career? Of course, he played at Bama, but like just saying that out loud is nuts. But like you highlighted with Fields, like he's faced some adversity with the injury. He's had to really, claw his team back. He's had to put the team on his shoulders, produce points. That's a touchdown. Another one for Tyreek Hill.
Another one. Right, and that's the best quote unquote argument that I've heard for Mac Jones is that he's a better fit for Kyle Shanahan's system because Justin Fields is a one-read quarterback, right? If his first read's not there, he takes off and runs. But I saw a tweet from Pro Football Focus. They put out Pro Football Focus grades on throws by the draft-eligible quarterbacks when they have to throw past their first read. And Justin Fields is number one in that department. 90.6 PFF grade. Mac Jones, 8th, 75.7. So maybe he's not doing it as much, but you know what? You don't have to when you run 4.44.
Yeah.
And we've seen plenty of quarterbacks. Like, Alabama is going to have 2 wide receivers who are drafted in the top, conservatively the top 12 this year. It might be the top 10. They had a bunch of guys go early in the draft last year. Like, that receiving core that Mac Jones has had to work with is dominant. It would be surprising to me if he didn't have a good year last year.
You think that Matt Ryan is still serviceable in Atlanta? Matt Ryan's 35 years old. His numbers actually really haven't been that bad. Atlanta needs a lot of help on defense. But like you said, if Fields is there at 4, you've got a really interesting decision. And I think the real reason as to why, because folks will say, well, you could look at all the numbers you want with Matt Ryan. The fan base needs uplifting. So you go to a kid who's got, a connection there. Am I right when I say that Justin Fields has connections to Atlanta?
Yeah, he's an Atlanta guy.
He's from there, right? Okay, that's right.
He initially went to the University of Georgia.
Yeah.
And I'm getting some crap for making my comment about race, but I stand behind it. I think that there are still GMs in this league that think about that kind of stuff at the quarterback position. So if you lost some respect for me, as Ricky Robbie has said, that's fine. I'm out here, speaking what I think. And
it's his opinion.
It's just, as somebody who watched a little bit of college football and has seen all of the metrics and stuff, like, I just can't wrap my head around Mac Jones going before Justin Fields.
Yeah, but you know something, though, at the end of the day, like, I respect your opinion too. It's just when 5 quarterbacks, or 4 of the 5 quarterbacks, are projected to possibly go in the top 10, we are all aware, right? Like, one of these is not gonna go well. Like the percentages tell us one's not gonna go well. And just because Fields is the guy who might drop, I mean, like, where was, like, look, all right, I'll use Lamar Jackson as an example. Like, Lamar Jackson, was he supposed to go in the second round, or was he supposed to go late? I mean, he went late first. He was the final pick of the first round. Deshaun Watson went, Houston had to trade up a little bit, I think, to get Watson, but Trubisky went before Watson, so I guess that maybe makes your point a little bit too. Watson dropped a little bit, but there was no connection as to what reasoning, as to why.
The big reason for Watson falling, at least in like DFS Twitter circles, was his ball velocity. He didn't throw the ball hard enough, which ball velocity Twitter came and went as fast as anything that I've ever seen in terms of NFL evaluators, because Deshaun Watson just made them all look silly.
Yeah, Darwin brings up Geno Smith, who fell to the second round. Was Geno early second round? I can't remember now. It was like, I mean, he might have been the first pick of the second round.
The Jets took him. It was not with the first pick, but it was early in the second.
Third 9 here for the Chiefs, up 7. Oh, nice catch. Kelsey. Hey, you know what, though? Here's the other thing. That trade happened, 2 weeks ago tomorrow? That trade for the Niners to move up? Was it 2 weeks as of this Friday? Was that last week?
Last week, yeah.
Wow. It's only been a week. It feels like that was forever ago now. But that's the thing. I mean, the draft, we still have 3 more weeks till the draft.
I know.
A lot to shake out. I want to know what's coming next with Garoppolo. Just seems limited, though. I mean, I'm more frustrated. I'm more frustrated about the situation of, you're San Francisco. You're really going to limit yourself with Mac Jones at number 3? Like, that's your guy? You're going to hitch your wagon to? But hey, I don't know. What do I know? Someone's going to bust.
I'm just a doctor.
Another touchdown. Sammy Watkins.
So anyway, 4 is an interesting spot in the draft. Then we get to 5, right? And 5 is the Bengals, and they're going to be in an excellent spot as well. I think that they will probably take Jamar Chase. That seems to be what the tea leaves are pointing to. You know, reunite Joe Burrow with his college teammate, plus one of the most dynamic receivers, like an elite receiver prospect. And they need linemen too, but they can get a good lineman in the second round. Mm-hmm. You can't get a receiver like Chase in the second round.
Producer Drew says if the Niners take Jones, The pressure is on him way more than Wilson or Fields because of the cost to trade up for him. Well, I'm also not convinced, even if, there's going to be pressure on that guy no matter what, right? But I know what he's saying, because all the talk about Jones has been, oh, he's ready-made. He's the most ready-made pro. I just can't see Jimmy Garoppolo. My opinion's changed on this, because when the trade went down, I'm like, I can't see how it isn't Jimmy G, because the ownership group as well as the GM and the coach have come out and said they're committed to him. But what are they going to say? No, we want to get rid of Jimmy. They'd be idiots. They would lose all their leverage. So I can't imagine Jimmy Garoppolo. I can't imagine him not going to them saying, guys, this isn't going to work. And notice how we haven't heard a word from Garoppolo. He's been very, very quiet. His agent's telling him, keep it zipped. We'll work on something for you.
Yeah, I mean, they're saying that Garoppolo will probably start next year to start the year. Remains to be seen, in my opinion. These quarterbacks, if they look good in camp and they don't, completely embarrass themselves during the preseason, they normally get the chance to start right out of the gates. So I would be, if they do take Mac Jones, I would be pretty surprised. As long as Mac Jones is somewhat competent, I think he would start for the Niners.
You just look at that division. Staff,
loaded division.
Wilson, Kyler Murray, Mac Jones. I've been one to come on these sims and be like, can we pump the brakes on the Stafford to the Rams thing? Like, let's see how it looks first. I think McVay and him working together, the coaching will be fantastic. But let's not make out Matt Stafford. I know he has a bunch of stats. He's great in fantasy. I'm talking about winning games. Guy hasn't won games. I can
His
understand.
situation in Detroit has been about as bad as possible.
I know. I'm trying to look at it a little bit from the other side too, though. I mean, sometimes though, like generational talents, number one overall picks, can make the most of a bad situation. See what Andrew Luck did with the Colts, for instance. But maybe that's because Andrew Luck was just way more of a talent than Stafford. I would like to think when they were both coming out of college, they were both pretty highly sought as number one picks. The whole thing with Wilson in Seattle is a mess. And Arizona, last I checked, over on the our friends over at DK Sportsbook, look at the Arizona Cardinals. I mean, people are they're picked fourth right now in that division.
The team that honestly surprises me is the 49ers, with how much love they're getting in some of those markets. Like, I understand they had a ton of injuries last year, and they are a team that I think can bounce back quickly next year. But they have among the best odds in the NFC to reach the Super Bowl next year.
Mm-hmm. Hit that like button, guys. We're almost at 200 likes. It's good to have you with us. And that report from Schefter was just a couple days ago, when Schefter said it will be Mac Jones at 3. And they will keep Jimmy Garoppolo this year. Because here's the other thing too. I know we're all like imagining what the football's going to look like. We care about the football part, okay? I'm not going to try and act like I'm a business professional here for a second.
Business ethics.
But are the Niners really going to keep Jimmy Garoppolo for whatever, like $25 million for this coming season? As a fringe starter, as a guy who gets hurt, like, you're really going to commit that much money to Jimmy Garoppolo this year?
It doesn't make a lot of sense, but I don't know if anybody really wants him.
Well, if I could just shout out my window to Patriot Place.
You want to pay Jimmy Garoppolo $24 million this year and $24 million next year?
Well, what I would hope is that he would get cut. They could cut him. They could cut him. Or they could work with him and trade him somewhere, and then they could redo the contract. Of course, Belichick would have to rework the contract. And you're onto something there. The Bears have committed to Andy Dalton financially. Somewhat. I mean, 10 million of the 13 in his contracts is guaranteed. And then, you know who's interesting is the Saints. I think the Saints should go get Jimmy Garoppolo, but maybe they think Jameis Winston learned a ton from Mr. Drew Brees.
Yeah, and they still got Taysom. But I'm excited for Jameis in a new spot. I really am. There's not a lot of quarterbacks in this league that can throw for 5,000 yards and 30 touchdowns. And he basically did that. Now, he obviously, those yards and stats came with a bazillion turnovers. But I think that at least part of that was the system that he played in. You know, he playing for Bruce Arians, who wanted him to take chances and push the ball down the field. I do think that a little bit of a better system would work for him, would help in that department. I'm not saying that he's all of a sudden going to become, Aaron Rodgers and lead the league in interception rate, but I do think that he can improve and working with Breeze and working with Sean Payton. Like I'm excited to see what he can do.
Yeah. I think they'll open it up a little bit more. We talked about this a little bit last night because we had the Saints. And, Michael Thomas is more of a possession guy, but maybe we'll uncover something about Michael Thomas in his game now that he doesn't have to just run 8-yard routes for Drew Brees. Of course, Kamara's a factor. They no longer have Emmanuel Sanders, so it's going to open some things up for some guys we see here in these Sims, and of course, a healthy Michael Thomas, we hope, for all of next year. Brother Phil, Glashy, do you know how many Super Bowls Tom Brady would have won with Detroit in the last 12 years? 0. Same as Stafford. Well, I mean, no one was picking Tampa to win it until they got hot at the end. Just throwing that part out there. The losingest franchise in professional sports history, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Drew does make a good point. I looked up the Garoppolo contract here. They can cut him and save about $23.5 million. He's only on the books for $2.8 million at this point. Mm-hmm. So as long as they cut him before June 1st, if they cut him after June 1st, it only costs them $1.4 million. So they can get out of Garoppolo very easily should they want to. And it's hard to imagine there not being a better use for that much money than a stopgap quarterback. Because we talk about this all the time, like, the easiest way to win outside of having a elite quarterback is having a cheap quarterback and then just surrounding that guy with as much talent as possible.
Right. The challenge is when you get stuck. The Niners have found a way to not be as stuck because they're at 3 now. So they can get a guy for the future. I need to sneeze, and it's coming any second. and I feel like I need to stop talking just to get it out of the way. But then if I stop talking, I start thinking about it, and then it won't happen. It's really hard.
And I do think that to circle back to the Falcons with the number 4 pick, that's part of the issue with Matt Ryan, is that his contract is very cumbersome. He renegotiated it just this year to free up some more cap space for the team, but he's on the books for a lot of cap space over the next 2 years. If they were to cut him before next season, they're still going to have to eat about $25 million, and then it's about $15 million in 2023. So they either need to trade him, which doesn't seem likely. Who's going to trade for a 36-year-old quarterback who's clearly on the downside of his career? But like that's one of the issues with taking a quarterback, is you're kind of stuck with Matt Ryan for 2 more years. But at the same time, who knows if they're going to be in a position to take a quarterback early in the draft again.
Jay Richard Heineke says Stafford is amazing. Rifle arm, 5,000-yard season. Never had a running game. which is why he throws for 5,000 yards and helps your fantasy team. Not one 1,000-yard rusher behind him. Again, that's why he helps your fantasy team. I am pretty sure he has a few playoff appearances. Are we sure about that? When's the last time the Lions made the playoffs?
It's been a while.
Come on. I love how they snuck that in at the end. Pretty sure he has a few playoff appearances. I don't think so. I mean, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. Someone in the chat, tell me a memorable line. Okay, they lost a wild card game in 2016.
He does have a few. More than I would have thought.
He does. He's been there 3 times. And guess
Three
what?
times.
He's 0-3 in the wild card game. Woohoo! Yeah! Let's go to LA! 0-3 wild card, baby! He's gonna put him over the top.
Hey, I mean, just talk about an upgrade from a weather perspective. It doesn't get much better than Detroit to LA. Good for Matt Stafford. You know, he suffered in those Detroit winters playing for some terrible teams. I'm just happy for this guy now. He gets to go live out in California for a little bit. There's Derrick Henry.
Hey.
He's going to bully his way into the end zone.
There you go. Mark Mantelli. Derrick Henry says, what's up? Let's look at the contest. I'm in 104th place. We're getting points, Lamarca. You had a hunch.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to go out on a huge limb to predict points when Kansas City is playing.
Rich Sharp. I could have thought he played in maybe 1 or 2 playoff games. He's won none. Michael says, what's up? Expired name is Clash of Patriots fan? No. Some fans would love to have their team have 3 shots on the wild card. This is true.
Fair.
Sorry. I'm just an NFL fan. And a Tom Brady fan. He is an upgrade over Jared Goff. Yes, he is. He is.
Captain Blood says he went to California's in the winters anyway. How? He plays football in Detroit up until this year.
Yeah, because they would lose wild card weekend and then go to California.
All right. Well, I mean, he's still there through the new year.
This
Tyreek
guy.
is gone.
Oh my God, the cheetah. 74-yard touchdown, folks. He's got three touchdowns. 1, 2, 3.
A 3.
Producer Drew had a note. Hill had not caught a touchdown in his last 5 games before tonight. Hence why
we're gonna have to update them stats, Drew.
Hence why 50% owned and 10.5% captain. That's pretty low for Tyreek. Jay Duncan. Some fans would love to have their franchise back.
I think we're ready for a few more teams. The NBA should have teams in Seattle and Vegas. I would love to go to Vegas and see whatever team it is playing. Although if it's anything like the Raiders, those tickets have apparently been like impossible to get. Because the casinos give them out to the high rollers. You know, so Glash, you might be able to get tickets, but
yeah,
someone like me, it would be a struggle.
Well, the major fear about the team in Vegas is what the players are going to be up to.
I'm a firm believer that you can get into trouble wherever you are in the world if you want to.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean,
maybe it's a little easier in Vegas, but
a lot was made of that when the Golden Knights went there for NHL, and a little different, of course, with Vegas because of the pandemic. Oh, by the way, CJ71, I will not take the tag off. I'll take your word for it. I'll leave the tag on. Shout out to Wild Headbands, based in Southbury, Connecticut. For this wonderful, I'm not sure who sent this, by the way, because our manager opened it. He opened the package. But yeah. Hey, Buzz Killington, what's up? How are you? Meager 66. Hill is usually my go-to captain for KC games. I flexed Kelsey. Of course, today I reversed it. Flipping and reverse it. I don't know like any of the words. I just love the beat.
Nobody does.
Heard it today on the radio driving. It was jamming. Is it worth it? Hang down for the mercy. Midwest Heather. What a game. What a game. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Come on, Derek. Bust the hole. Can't do that. Where was it? There was something here. Kay says the XFL and AFL have shown that the NFL can expand. It's true. So you think they should go up to 34 teams?
For me, it's more in basketball. I think that they can do 32, especially since they're now essentially 10 playoff teams in each conference. You know, they have some extra room for more teams, but the NFL, I mean, yeah, why not? I mean, it's not like the level of play would be super watered down by adding in 2 more teams in the NFL. Like, the NFL has enough talent at every position besides quarterback, right? If we can find 34 guys that are willing to that we can play at starting quarterback, it would not be that hard to build 34 teams around. It's really all about the quarterbacks. And it does seem like we get more and more each year.
Aren't a lot of teams struggling to find good quarterbacks, though?
No doubt about it. I'm just saying.
More bad quarterbacks.
Oh, that's exactly what Mike Florio said. See, me and Florio were on the same page.
Well, now that a lot of NFL teams, and that goes back to our draft discussion.
That was a man's run. That was a man's run. I'm Derrick Henry. My thing is that, like, every quarterback, every team essentially has either their quarterback or they have a guy that they want to be their quarterback. Once we get through this draft, at least, that will be sort of how the 32 teams shake out, right? So every team will either have somebody or they'll have hope. And that's what it's all about.
Kinda. There's a couple.
Except the Patriots.
Patriots, Washington.
Washington just,
What?
Didn't they sign somebody?
Fitz.
Yeah, baby. Let's
Come
go.
on.
I'm not saying he's going to be their quarterback for 10 years, but they got a guy for next season.
Well, yes, they have a guy for next season, but like...
That's right. That's all we need.
1 year at a time. All right. Who else? There's someone else. We're missing maybe we're not.
I would say that unless Denver trades up and gets a quarterback, they're kind of stuck.
Denver's where? At 7?
9.
They're at 9. They're at 9. They should get Justin Fields.
Again, that would be a huge fall. I think that it really comes down to Atlanta. If Atlanta takes a quarterback at 4, then a team like Denver or the Patriots, they need to move up because
they won't. Belichick won't do it.
There are a lot of people saying that Belichick might do it this year.
Who?
Bill Simmons.
Yeah, go Cross-go.
I did see a somewhat respectable mock. I can't remember who, unfortunately, that had them trading up for Fields.
By the way, these are the 11 copies of Jingle All the Way sitting behind me. I don't know if you guys can tell.
You got to send those into PSA, bro.
I tried to color coordinate So I've got 4 white covers and then
Oh, go get it.
8 red covers. So I like tried to, make it look pretty as much as I could. But I feel like they have to be there. I think my DVD shelf is cooler than Kaufman's.
That's my new wide receiver 1, Corey Davis.
Yeah.
Climbing the ladder.
Hey, we got the Jets next, Sim. So you want to talk some Donald? We can.
Sure. I would love to talk some Jets.
Or, the Darnold's out, and how you feel about Zach Wilson.
Very excited.
Yay. All right, okay, right, extra point. I'm like, why are they kicking a field goal? Got it. Now it's a 3-point game.
Oh, by the way, Mr.
Yeah.
Flash. There it is.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful
Fantastic.
craftsmanship. Showing off my freeze pop holder. I've actually been using it to hold a pair of scissors. It's perfect.
What are you doing with scissors?
Oh, lots of stuff.
Okay, all right.
I just
like what?
Opening lots of boxes. Lots of boxes of sports cards. Yeah, I'm doing crafts, like Drew said. I've got so much room for activities in here.
I don't know why I think that's so funny, but you went from, I'm actually using it for my scissors. I think that's hysterical.
It's better than using it for freeze pops. Who the hell eats freeze pops?
Oh, come on. You can't start knocking the product after you get it.
I didn't knock the product. I knocked its intended use. This is an amazing scissor holder, and I think that your mom should pivot. I think there's a big market in the office space world for scissor holders. Look, it's even got room. I got a Sharpie. Stick that in there too. It's perfect. Perfect. And then
What else can you jam in there?
Just boop, right in there.
I don't know why I think that's so funny. Damon says, what about the rocks and the paper?
They get enough love.
You
This is
could-
easily the most disrespected of the 3 rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, I thought Mahomes missed Kelsey. Guess who? Tyreek again. Expired name. Next up on the DK Sim YouTube page, Arts and Crafts with Matt LaMarca. Oh my God, that's hysterical.
I don't do a ton of crafts, but I did some shipping. I actually sent some stuff up to Koff's kids. Some different sports cards and stuff for them. Because I have too much crap and I need to get rid of some of it. So, you got to package everything up. You need some scissors for that.
How nice.
I thought so.
Wow. Corey Davis, right? Just scored the touchdown for the
Yes.
Titans? Okay. You can only get scissors in Long Island.
Scissors, yeah. True.
Oh my God, I'm recovering. That was so funny. Wasn't expecting that. Corey Oman, not Corey Davis, but Corey called that drive and said that he felt Davis was going to score. So, nice job. Nice work. Noah Moon needs more Corey and a stop on this drive.
The Chiefs need 1 touchdown, by the way, for me to hit my prediction spot on.
You know when you guys do your articles on DK Nation and you guys do like your whatever it may be, like snake draft or just your regular NBA write up, and sometimes like for a showdown you'll put a final score in there. How often are you like close on that?
The only time I ever really predict the final score is when I do a showdown piece.
Okay.
And I'll be honest, I don't check. There are sometimes I don't know.
Just figured it's like just a fun thing. All right, I'll throw out a score. Here you go.
Usually I take the information that is provided by, the different markets out there and just kind of use that to tell me what the expected score is. And that's how I do it. I'm not taking a lot of huge stands from time to time.
Okay. I kind of figured. But, maybe I thought maybe I was wrong. Maybe he's like, oh, I'm like 21-17 in my prediction pick.
Maybe it's something cool that I don't even know about yet.
Meager 60. Meager 60.
In the tree with the trust.
Meager 66. The gibberish in that Missy Elliott song is literally if you recorded the phrase and played it backwards. She did that, then copies the sound.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
I knew that. I just didn't, again, I couldn't tell you what she's saying because they're not real words. You're just yap, 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 yap.
YDG on Twitch says 21st consecutive completion. Talking Mahomes. Well, there's 22. Hey, does Tyreek score 4th touchdown?
I think they're going to give this one to Ke. You really don't like that.
Never heard it.
I'm trying to start it.
Oh,
he's in.
All right. I was hoping the Shermanator would get in there.
The Shermanator.
Afraid not. Afraid that ain't going to happen. CEH. Ke. Hey, Ma, can you start the Ke? 9% in the captain spot, 36% overall.
And that's 35.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, dude.
That's pretty awesome. Did you check? You checked it. I mean, you didn't say how many points the Titans are going to score.
I didn't. I left that one open for the imagination.
That's good. It's good to imagine. Falk Mary, first place right now by a full point in the free public showdown contest. Tyreek Hill in the captain spot. Mahomes, Brown, Watkins, Robinson, and Gostkowski. The winning build right now. And Damac Lion. Damac Lion with Hill in the captain. Mahomes, CEH, Brown, Watkins, and the Shermanator. How about that?
Oh, Tater Hater in the building.
What's up? How you doing, Tater Hater?
I was out the other day at a restaurant, and the waitress was like, "Oh, we do tater tots here. Is that okay?" And solely out of solidarity with the Tater Hater, I said, "No, it's not okay," and I left.
No, you didn't.
I swear.
It's pretty
No,
funny.
I didn't. It's a made-up story, but it was, I just wanted to throw it out there for Tater Hater that I'm thinking about him. If that situation ever did happen, I would probably consider maybe doing it.
It's a true story I just made up. That's well done. We have producer Drew's with us. Tom on the ones and twos. Shout out to Joe. Guys, hit that like button for Joe and our entire Game Ops team. Almost at 200 likes. We have 340 of you watching. Smash the like button. Titans down 10. We're going to hit the 2-minute warning. We've got a long way to go. As we always like to say, Kansas City's probably going to win the game, but the contest doesn't stop until we hit triple zeros.
Drew says that's like is the Pepsi okay situation. And I'm telling you, my dad, that was a problem. He's the one person in the world. Can I get a Coke? No, I'm sorry. We only have Pepsi. Is that okay? It's a big problem. It's a big problem.
What does he say?
He'll get something else. He'll drink water or something.
Wow.
Drew says he does the same thing. All right, Drew.
I'm weird. Like, I like a regular Coke, but I like Diet Pepsi.
That is weird.
But like I'd rather have, but like Pepsi, like regular Pepsi is like it feels way too sugary.
It's sweeter. Anybody
Yeah.
who says that they can't taste the difference has a bad palate.
Between the Coke and the Pepsi.
Correct.
Yeah, they're lying.
Clear difference.
Agreed.
But I think they're both delicious. And I have the body to prove it.
You walking more? How's that going?
Honestly, bad. It's going real bad.
Damn, Lamarca, come on.
I know.
There's money on the line.
There's lots of it, and
that's the only reason. Well, I mean, that's not the only reason. I care about your well-being, but like, I figured you'd be motivated by that, and you still might be.
yeah, I'd like to think that as I get a little bit closer to go time, you know what I'm saying? I pick up the pace, but
Oh, I see. You're just making it interesting.
you know what it is? It's like I have the ability to take whatever I'm interested in and devote like 100% of my attention to it. You know what I'm saying? Like when I got back into sports cards, it became like an obsession. And I can do that with just about anything except dieting and my health. Like I need to find a way to like channel my for lack of a better word, my addictive nature into like things that are good for me. But I just can't do it at the moment.
I'm gonna call your father, and we're gonna hide your cards. You don't get your cards unless you eat this salad. Okay, you ate your salad. You can have your cards now.
It's fair. You know that's fair. It's fair. Ooh, I got a good one the other day, by the way. Nothing crazy, but it's your boy.
Yeah, dude.
Look at how shiny it is.
Yeah, Tom. How you doing, kid?
Oh, and your other boy.
How was Star Wars the other day? Yeah, Gronk, what's up?
Just some random stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a fumble. Thanks, Dwayne. There was a fumble. So, you won't get any touchdowns out of the Titans. 8 touchdown. Tannehill screwing everything up.
Robbie Noble in the building.
It's good. Dwayne, yeah, we have the game on. It's just, it's 35-25. The game was over, and I'm asking about Lamarca's well-being. So that's all I care about right now.
My mental well-being is great. Oh, I got my, are we allowed to talk, the C word? Ends with the 19.
Yeah, I mean, what do you got?
I got my first shot on Tuesday.
Oh, very nice. I go on Monday, so first one.
It was a well-oiled machine. I was very impressed with the way that the whole organization was run. You went in, they had different stations, and it was good. And because I did it actually at Belmont Racetrack. That's where my my appointment was, and I was in and out in probably 30 to 45 minutes.
Wow.
But 15 of it is at the end. You have to sit there for 15 minutes, and they make sure that you don't have like an allergic reaction.
All right, Dwayne, I'll call it out for you. Tannehill just turned the ball over again. Noah Moon, you got your interception. That's good, Lamarca. I'm glad it went well. You know, some people I've heard back and forth about after which one, do you feel better or worse? So I hope for your sake.
I mean, my arm, just from where I got the needle, was a little bit sore that day. But that was my only side effect. I have heard that the second one is the problematic one for some people.
Okay. We'll get there when we get there. Just like the NFL quarterback thing. Let's worry about getting a quarterback for next year.
Hey, Patrick Mahomes, 158.3. Perfect passer rating.
And they nailed 35 points. You nailed it. Henry had 80 yards and a touchdown. CEH and a touchdown. We actually have to get to the players of the game and like kind of move it along. Who do you like? I mean, it's Tyreek Hill, player of the game.
Tyreek Hill, 100% Tyreek Hill.
Let's go to the Tannehill, 5 for 59, but he fumbled and threw a pick, so that's not good enough. What do we got here with receivers?
I was thinking maybe Travis Kelce for not my kid.
Yeah, I kind of agree. As Joe's getting the stats here. Okay, we'll go with Kelce. I have him in my lineup. Let me see how he did. Kelce. Come on. 3 for 47. That's not great. It's not good enough.
Not
18% in the captain in our contest, 58% in the flex. Yeah, it's not good enough. All right, we got to run because Ross Tucker is standing by his podcast. Speaking of the NFL draft, we'll certainly dive back in because the Panthers acquired Sam Darnold, and Sam Darnold plays in the next sim, and Lamarca can unleash about how he feels about Zach Wilson and Sam Darnold being out of New York and what it means for the top of the draft. We can dive into all that kind of stuff. And I'm sure Ross will discuss here in the Ross Tucker podcast.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a teaching tutorial Thursday presented by DraftKings Sportsbook, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. And yes, we've got the Sweet 16 this weekend. So make sure you head over to DraftKings Sportsbook and get ready to roll. Speaking of ready to roll, I have no idea what happened because I had a spread the word winner. I had a sponsor confirmation email winner, but now they're not showing up on my sheet. I don't think I saved the paper correctly, my script for the show. So there you go. It happens. You got to just adjust on the fly. The good news is we've got Greg Cosell, and he's going to go over some of his thoughts on free agency, but also primarily talk about the draft's top tight ends. There's a lot to get to there. I do have the YouTube shout out winner of the week. Remember, that's somebody that subscribed to our new YouTube page, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL, which I highly recommend, by the way, either just to watch the show. Some people put it on their big screens or on their iPads or whatever, or just to be able to see the highlight clips of the other shows. Maybe you don't watch or listen to Even Money or Fantasy Feast or College Draft or Business of Sports. You can at least get the 2 or 3 highlight clips that we thought were significant from those shows over at youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Shout out to Mark Cohen. He gets the YouTube shout out. How does that work? That means, Mark, you need to go ahead and email me, ross@rosstucker.com, and let me know exactly who you'd like me to give the cameo style shout out to. It's really that simple. And I'll find the way to figure it out on the spread the word winner, sponsor confirmation email winner. Maybe we'll go ahead and we'll have a couple on Monday. I still don't know what happened there. Doesn't matter. Most of you don't care that much because most of you don't even enter the contest. Spread the word at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. It's incredibly easy. Sponsor confirmation email. Take advantage of any of our sponsors. Forward it to me, ross@rosstucker.com. Anyway, I digress. It's big show time.
The Big Show.
Always great to talk with my buddy, Greg Cosell, especially after a week off, Greg. It's like I missed you after last week.
Well, I kind of missed myself last Friday. I had my second COVID shot last Thursday, and I kept being told the older you are that the reaction won't be so bad, and I've never had a bad reaction, Ross, but I wasn't quite ready to come on, with my normal upbeat, happy self, so sorry about that.
That's okay. I don't know if you saw, but I texted Field Yates. He was out walking his dog, So we usually record this 7:15 a.m. I texted Field Yates at like 7:11, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm just out walking my dog." I was like, "All right." So we
That's
did
okay.
it.
I took care of him, so he won't be coming on anymore. So don't worry about it. And he won't be replacing me anymore.
All right. So everybody make sure you sign up using the code 21feast when you sign up at fantasypoints.com. Again, 21feast. You know, Greg, we're going to get into the tight ends today.
Yeah.
And I think that's important. However, it just occurred to me that you and I haven't spoken at all since free agency. And so whether it's some of the quarterback movement like Andy Dalton in Chicago, Ryan Fitzpatrick in Washington, or some of the moves the Patriots have made, they've been very notable. Some of the wide receivers with Aguilar in New England or Corey Davis with the Jets. Even New England getting 2 tight ends, which since we're talking tight ends today, what kind of jumps out to you about free agency so far, Greg? I gave you some choices to pick from. Maybe you can go off the board if you want.
Well, I think New England's fascinating because we constantly talk about a league in which there's 11 personnel as the foundational personnel package, meaning 1 back, 1 tight end, and 3 wide receivers with the ability to spread the field out of that personnel package because we talk about it being a passing game and you need speed. And here's Bill Belichick, instead of, which I think most people thought, hey, they need wide receivers, he took the approach that he's signing 2 relatively young tight ends. I think they're both under 27 years old. So he took, in some ways, an antithetical approach, a contrarian approach by signing 2 tight ends. And it looks like their foundational approach will be 12 personnel, meaning 1 back, 2 tight ends. And most people would seemingly argue that that's not the direction in which the league is moving. So it'll be very interesting. Now, I happen to believe that Jonnu Smith has a ton of untapped potential as a split tight end. I'm not going to sit here and say he's Travis Kelce, but I think right now, Jonnu Smith is in a position where you'll see him line up with a lot of wide receiver locations and be a split detached player in a lot of formations for the Patriots.
Is it a case on some level, Greg, where you could say they're almost kind of going back, back to the future with guys like Hunter Henry, more or less the Gronk role, and Jonnu Smith, the Aaron Hernandez role, if you will?
Well, I believe that season was 2012 where they had the big season, and I think they led the NFL in total offense that year, playing a lot with 2 tight ends, obviously. Look, there's many different ways to create explosive plays offensively. I think a lot of people get caught, and it's easy to do, get caught in the idea that, hey, there's one way to do it. You got to get wide receivers. You got to throw it down the field. You got to spread the field. There's many different ways to create explosive plays offensively because ultimately what you're trying to do, Ross, is you're trying, based on your film study, to get the defense in predictable looks based on your personnel. And if you line up in 12 personnel with tight ends like Smith and Henry, the first thing the defense has to decide is, are they going to stay base or are they going to play some form of nickel, whether it's with 3 corners, whether it's big nickel with 3 safeties, which has become in vogue in today's NFL. So you're making the defense have to make a decision right away. And then if you have tight ends that you can split from the formation, that also gives your quarterback a lot more information before the snap of the ball. And that's the other thing you're trying to do, is give your quarterback as much information as possible before the ball is snapped.
So another thought on this, Greg, 2 more, I guess. Didn't know we would go this far with it, but it just...
No, it's good. This is football, Ross. This is football.
Yeah, you're talking. I'm thinking. I guess I've seen some stats out there where Cam Newton is much better throwing in the intermediate, in the middle part of the field than he is outside the hash, outside the numbers. I don't know that they would make these financial commitments to Henry and Smith for Cam Newton being the quarterback, because that might just be this year. Might not even be this year. But it certainly seems like getting those 2 tight ends fits in what Cam can still do better than some of the other stuff he does.
Yeah, I mean, my guess is he'll be the quarterback. We don't know that obviously for sure. They did re-sign him to the deal. Last year, he had no offseason whatsoever. It was evident watching the tape from a year ago that they really did not want to throw the ball with high volume. Now, I'm not saying they'll do that this year either. They have some backs that I particularly like. I hope Damian Harris can stay healthy. I think he's a very good back. They still have Sony Michel. As I said, you can do a lot with two tight ends. People probably think two tight ends, Ross, and think, okay, you're going to line up tight formations, run the ball. You don't win like that in the NFL. That's not necessarily the case. But I don't think with Cam, no matter what they do, I don't think they'll be a high volume passing team by choice. I think they're also going to look to shore up that defense. They brought back Kyle Van Noy. I think that Belichick clearly has a plan for how he sees his team. And the bottom line is you can win a lot of ways in the NFL.
Yeah, and to me, Greg, it's like if so many people are so heavy in 11 personnel, and there's a bunch of people that, the Eagles did a lot of 12 personnel. There's a lot of 12 personnel out there.
No question.
But in the same way that teams struggle at times to know how to fit into some of the two-back stuff that the Niners do with use check, and that I think that they're just not, defense just aren't as used to some of the stuff you can do, I think, out of 12 personnel.
You are correct.
And so the Patriots, if they major in that, and we think they will, some defenses won't be as used to that as
a lot
they
of
are.
teams do not want to play in their base defense. They would much prefer, their D coordinators would much prefer to put sub defenses out there, nickel, dime, whatever it may be. They prefer not to be in their base. A lot of defenses now are not really that geared to play in their base.
It's a great point. Let's get to the tight ends in this year's draft, Greg. And really we talk about every position's important. We know that. It does feel like if you've got a really good tight end, that he can be a gigantic difference maker. You think about Kelsey, you think about George Kittle, obviously Gronk in his prime. And it sounds like people believe Kyle Pitts from Florida, who's from Philly. I called 2 of his state championship games in high school. Sounds like people think he's that kind of player, Greg.
He is that kind of player. And the TE, either before or after his name, those are just two letters. He's a weapon. I think you could make the argument. I'm not a list guy, but I think you could make the argument that when you go beyond the quarterback position, that he's the best prospect. And I always use the word prospect, best prospect in this draft class. He is really a high level athlete with really strong movement traits. He had his pro day, I think, earlier this week. He came in at 6'6" and 246 and ran a 4.46. Think about that for a minute, Ross. I mean, you played, you know what that means. The tight end position has become so critically important in this league because, and I've talked to coaches about this, when you can split your tight end, particularly when you can split him as the single receiver to the short side of the field, what we call the boundary X, and you have 3 wide receivers to the wide side of the field, that's a very difficult personnel package and formation to defend. And Pitts can do that. And he can do a lot of things. I mean, you look at his tape, and he has catches one-on-one where he beats J.C. Horn, where he beats Tyson Campbell. Horn could be a top 10 pick. Tyson Campbell will be a top 40 pick, top 50 pick. 2 SEC corners. He can line up and win against corners. He can take it to the house. He has vertical ability. He's a factor at all 3 levels of the defense. Pitts is a guy I could talk about all day. I think that just his overall traits are extremely high level. And in today's NFL, he is a phenomenal weapon. And by the way, you're not drafting him to be a blocker, but he's not a bad run blocker. He gives effort. He competes. There were times he was asked to pass protect. He was effective. So, like I said, you're not drafting him to be an inline blocker. If you are, you should be looking for another job. But he can do that if need be.
I talked about this on the College Draft podcast, Greg, a couple weeks ago. His high school never threw the ball. Like, They hardly ever threw the ball. Archbishop Wood, they just run power every play. So that's what he did was block. So he's not a great blocker, but he knows what he's doing. He's way better than some of the other guys that have come out in recent years.
And I think it's a reflex action for people to say, Ross, with a player like this, they're always not a great blocker. Just because he's so good as a receiver, there's not every tight end is going to be George Kittle, but that doesn't matter with Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts is an offensive weapon. He fits the NFL game. Like I said, when we just spoke about the Patriots, what you want with your personnel and your formations is to make the defense predictable and give your quarterback as much information as possible before the snap. Pitts is a guy, besides his phenomenal athletic and movement traits, he's a guy that helps you do that offensively.
I mean, Greg, could he just be a wide receiver if he's running a 4.4, 6'6", 2? I mean, could he be Calvin Johnson or Plexico Burress or just a huge receiver, Brandon Marshall, if you will?
Well, he'll be doing that. That's my point. He'll line up anywhere. It's funny. You just mentioned the 4.46, which is what he ran. DeAndre Hopkins ran a 4.58. Michael Thomas ran a 4.57. This kid ran a 4.46 at 6'6", 246 pounds. So, I mean, this kid's just a weapon. That's why I started out by saying the T-E before, after his name. They're just two letters. They don't really mean anything.
Next guy, I've watched every snap of his college career, and that's Pat Freiermuth from Penn State. He did get hurt late in this past year, his junior year. Maybe even it was his redshirt sophomore. I don't know. But anyway, what do you think of Freiermuth, Greg?
I think he's a really solid prospect. He kind of reminded me of, it's funny, sometimes, and the way I do this, I sit and I study and watch full games, coaching tape, and I don't sit around and after I finish a guy and say, let me spend 20 minutes thinking of who this guy reminds me of. Sometimes someone just pops into my head. He kind of reminded me of Heath Miller. And Heath Miller played 11 years with the Steelers, finished with almost 600 receptions, really solid tight end. I believe he was a first-round pick when he came out of Virginia. I think Freiermuth is a really good prospect. He's got size. He's got route running ability. He's got hands. He's got competitiveness. He's not a phenomenal blocker. I think he needs to improve in that area, but he's good enough. And, we talked about Pitts. He'll get better in that area because I think he has want to and commitment. I think he'll be a guy that's very effective at the next level on third down and in the red zone. And we know how critical those two situations are. I think he can be a boundary X, but I think that'll require some work. I think you'll see him there as he gains experience. But I think he's a really solid prospect, not a special prospect, but my guess is you can line him up for 10 years. So often in the NFL, Ross, tight ends become a function of team and scheme. I remember when Zach Ertz came out, second-round pick out of Stanford, and no one would have said Zach Ertz is going to catch 90 or 100 balls. No one would have said that. But he was on a team that targeted him an awful lot. And you know what? He caught a lot of balls. Now, Freiermuth could be on a team where he catches 50 balls, depending on the scheme, or he could be on a team where he catches 90 balls. He'd be the exact same player. It's just volume targets.
It's a good point, Greg. There's some other guys. You see Brevin Jordan. You see Tommy Tremble.
Well, there's two guys that I would love to talk about if I could.
Yeah.
Brevin Jordan to me is a fascinating player. He's a little smaller theoretically than you'd ideally like, because I think he's in the what is he in the 6'3" range?
Yeah.
So he's not quite as big, but I think he's another guy that fits today's NFL because he's got that strong athletic profile and the ability to be a factor at all three levels of the defense. I think he needs a little more refinement as a route runner, but I think he showed that he has some understanding of that. He's got smooth movement. He's got explosive movement. He's lined up all over the formation. He's really, really good run after catch. And how important has that become in the league today, Ross, with so many short throws, just trying to get the ball to your offensive weapons where they have space. And he can line up at that boundary X on the backside of trips. And that is so critical in today's NFL. But I think his run after catch is one thing that may separate him from some of the other tight ends. There are certain things you don't see on tape. You didn't see him work much against press. You have to scrutinize that. You didn't see him work a whole lot in the middle of the field. You got to take a look at that. Didn't run a ton of routes versus really good man coverage in college. And these are things when you watch the tape, you don't say he can't do it. You just have to research that, and I can't do. I'm sitting in my office at NFL Films watching tape. I'm not running pro days. I'm not doing individual workouts. I'm not interviewing players. So these are just questions you jot down as you watch. But it's very possible he can do these things and do them well. I just don't know that.
Got it. Who's the other guy you wanted to talk about?
The other guy, and I don't know if you've done any of his games, is Hunter Long from Boston College. And I really like this kid. In some ways, I think he's similar to Freiermuth. I think that he's a guy, he's not quite, I think, as good as Freiermuth. He's not a special athlete, but he's got good size. He's got plus movement traits. He catches the ball well. The last 2 years, he played in two totally different offenses. 2 years ago, he played in the A.J. Dillon offense, so he did a lot of inline blocking. He was very competitive. He was fundamentally sound. He understood angles and leverage. This year, the offense was a lot more spread. Obviously, A.J. Dillon was gone, so he was split more as a receiver. I think he's the kind of guy who fits just what I said a moment ago. It depends where he goes. He could catch 40 balls, and he'd be solid in however they choose to use him. He could catch 75 balls. I think he'll start his career as a tight end too, but I think as he develops, he'll be a tight end one. Now, he won't be a tight end one probably in the way that, Kyle Pitts is a totally separate deal. He may not be a tight end one in the way George Kittle is, but I think Hunter Long is going to end up being a very solid NFL tight end. And I really liked his tape. I really liked the way he played. And, he's just a good player.
I really like talking with Greg Cosell every week here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Check him out on Twitter at Greg Cosell. I told you earlier, I'll say it again, fantasypoints.com. Make sure you use the code 21Feast so you get the discount before you check out all of Greg's draft profiles. How about edge rushers next week, Greg? Sound good?
Sounds good to me, Ross.
Love me some Greg Cosell. Love me the Sweet 16 college basketball. I've told you earlier in the week, last time I'm going to say it. Take $1 to DraftKings Sportsbook. Put the code Ross in. You get 100 to 1 odds. Put $1 on any team playing this weekend in the Sweet 16, and you get $100 if they win. Those are pretty good odds. If you're not really a sportsbook person, those are pretty good odds. So anyway, trust me, do it.
Tuck's Takes.
On the transaction front, most notable is T.Y. Hilton going back to the Colts, 1 year, $8 million guaranteed. Ndamukong Suh back with the Bucks, and Eagles are signing Joe Flacco to a deal that's going to pay him $3.5 million guaranteed to back up Jalen Hurts.
So I'm happy T.Y. Hilton's back with the Colts. Look, I always want what's best for guys. I want them to get the most money, be the happiest they can. I don't really care where they go. But all things being equal, I do think it's cool when a guy can play for the same team his whole career. I do think that that's neat, and it looks like T.Y. Hilton will have that chance. I think that's cool. I'm happy for him, and I think the Colts needed him back and should get him back. So I'm glad that that worked out. The Bucs have really brought everybody back, man. They are, quote unquote, running it back, and I think they should. They were the best team in football at the end of the year. They were playing their best football. And I think there are people that believe that they have a chance to be even better in 2021. And I'm probably one of them. As for Flacco, I will say this. As a player, Bri, you you dream. I think you dream about playing for your hometown team ever, but you really dream about finishing your career back in your hometown because for a lot of different reasons. One, it's just nice to be back around friends and family. If it's the end of your career, you're probably married. Maybe you've even started a family at that point. So you have your the grandparents, right? Your parents with the grandkids. And you can start to get things going for post football, right? Whatever that might be. And Flacco's made so much money, he doesn't have to do anything. But, let's say it had been me. I could have maybe started to do stuff locally in Philadelphia and back where I'm from and start to get those things going. So there's a lot of advantages to that. A lot of guys would love to end their career in their hometown because that's probably where they want to be when their career is over and enables them to get started, in the next phase of their life, the business phase of their life, whatever. And Flacco grew up 10 miles from Lincoln Financial Field in South Jersey. So pretty cool.
Tux takes.
Let's go rapid fire on a few other contracts. Bears signed running back Damian Williams from the Chiefs. Quarterback C.J. Beathard to the Jags on a 2-year deal. Tevin Coleman to the Jets. Patriots re-signed James White and Lawrence Guy. Niners re-signed Quan Williams and your buddy Alex Anzalone. 1 year, $1.75 million with the Lions.
Yeah, that was awesome. I was happy for him. It's interesting. A lot of the second-tier running backs, Mike Davis signing with the Atlanta Falcons as well, 2 years, $6 million. I don't know what we said, but a lot of the sort of second-tier running backs have been getting signed. They called him Playoff Damian for the Chiefs. Now he's with the Bears. C.J. Beathard to Jacksonville is interesting just because it means you got to think Gardner Minshew is probably available via trade if you're interested in him at this point. Tevin Coleman, probably already the Jets' best running back. Now, I think they'll probably draft somebody, but he's already the Jets' best running back. James White, Lawrence Guy, I think provide more value to the New England Patriots than they do anywhere else, so that makes sense. Quan Williams is a really good nickel back. And, yeah, Alex Anzalone. It took a week, but he's with Dan Campbell, who, Dan Campbell was an assistant coach, coaching the tight ends, Alex his entire career in New Orleans. So Campbell knows him well, knows Alex's versatility, smarts, professionalism, strengths, weaknesses, knows the health history, but he also knows he can do a pretty good job covering Dan Campbell's tight ends. And so he knows the type of person that he's getting, which is really, really important when you're starting a new job, which I think is a big reason why Alex is going to the Lions. If you are a Lions fan, make sure you go back a couple weeks ago and listen to the podcast, 10 days ago or so, that we did with Alex Anzalone here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Learn more about one of your new players. And you can watch it, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL if you'd like, which is awesome. Shout outs are in order at this point. Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X. They are all patrons. Patreon.com/RT Media. They're at the I think we're done here level, which gives you a shout out at the end of every show. Brian, do you want me to do it again? You've been having me do these twice a lot. Would you want me to do it again or no?
If you want to, sure. Go ahead.
No, I don't think so. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Okay. Hello. This is Madden After Dark on the DraftKings Dream Stream. I'm your host, Brendan Glasheen, joined by Matt LaMarca.
Hey-o.
Okay. Let's get into some strategy because we are on time. And we have time for you. Who's a good
What is this? What is this character?
I don't know. Just go with it. Okay. Who is your captain's pick, Matt?
I'm going with me and Mr. Jones.
Why?
Love me some Julio.
Why? Tell me why.
Because he's good. He's good at football, and the Jets don't have any good cornerbacks. I always like putting a wide receiver in that flex spot. You know, as we just saw with Tyreek Hill, if you can get a big game from a wide receiver, they have the potential to score more points than the quarterbacks, and they're cheaper than the quarterbacks. I think that's usually the way that I like to go.
Okay.
But I will be stacking the Falcons. So I have Matt Ryan in my lineup, but Julio is the captain play.
All right. Fair enough. I'm not really sure why I did what I did.
Plus, then if he scores a touchdown, I can go, me and Julio down by the schoolyard.
Just like that. You have to look like that, too. It's too bad that people can't see your face when you do that. Well, they can now, but...
I do a lot of stuff that the people can't see during the streams.
Yeah. All right, it's 10. I can give it away. Sam Darnold is in the captain spot. Go with Sam.
Sammy D. I mean, you named the contest after him, so
Donald. Yep. Going with Darnold. Darnold in the captain spot. Gurley in the flex with Julio, Jamison Crowder, Chris Herndon, and Ficken.
Ficken A, Cotton. Ficken A. Yeah, so my official team was Julio, Matt Ryan, Calvin Ridley, and Russell Gage. The full Falcon stack to go with J-Mo Crowder and Chris Hogan, who, by the way, I don't know if you knew this, Flash. He played lacrosse in college.
He sure did. That's the fun fact of the night. I kind of want to do this voice the rest of the night. And
you sound like
here we go.
You sound like the guy who announces, "Come on down" on The Price is Right.
Hey, it's Le'Veon Bell. Midwest Heather, loving the After Dark part to the left hair, dude. Very handsome. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
It's my game show hair.
Flash.
You've got some good moss.
Too much.
Yeah.
I saw a picture of me from the sweat this morning on social, and like my hair is literally down to my shoulders now, and I was like, I look like a wildebeest.
The wildebeest.
Like a wildebeest.
Oh, Sam.
Oh, cough in the building.
Oh, cool. Glash is going to kill another joke within 3 seconds.
Kaufman, I was giving you some love off the before we got live. Heck of a lineup tonight, sir. You needed it. I've been putting the hurt on you recently, but the lineup tonight is looking real good.
Great job, everybody! Round of applause for the great Adam Kaufman. This is just admirable. Come on down, admirable. Please tell us your secret. Hi to Aiden, expired name. We have to get you a new name, expired name. Captain Blood, that's Kaufman liking his NBA lineup, saying nice things. Matt Ryan, play action. Ooh, nice catch in a tight window. Is that Luke Stalker? It sure is.
Luke, I am your stalker.
Kyle says hi.
What up, Kyle?
Kyle, how's that studying going for the psych exam?
You
Hope
know
you're
that
studying before or after dark. Of course, Calvin Ridley's going to show up. Unlucky Gamer 24/7. This is going to be a fun Madden After Dark. LOL. You guys deserve more likes. I mean, nothing's stopping you. We're almost at 200 likes. Brother Phil, it's true. We haven't had Jeff Ulrich on lately to say it, Frenchie. Say it, Frenchie. Say it. Crowder.
Kyle got my name correct, and now he's calling me Tom. Unless he's saying hi to Tom behind the scenes. Tom and Knobs. But I think it's more he's just confusing me with Tommy Freeze Pops. Midwest Heather says Lance Lynn deserves a shout out. Okay, shout out Lance Lynn. I thought he did I thought that was one of the more underrated signings of the MLB free agency period. People kind of slept on how good that he was with the Rangers because the Rangers have been one of the worst teams in baseball, but he put up some really good numbers playing in a really bad environment for a pitcher. So I liked that addition for Chicago.
Are they off to a good start, the White Sox?
The White Sox are 4-4. They've had some tough luck with injuries to start the year. They lost one of their big sluggers, Eloy Jimenez, during spring training. He was trying to rob a home run and tore his pectoral.
Ooh.
So he's out for 5 to 6 months. And they just had to put Tim Anderson, their talented shortstop, on the injured list. So he's going to be out for around the next week or so. So yeah, they haven't gotten off to the best start, but I still think there's plenty of reasons to be optimistic about them.
All right. Julio Jones was the highest owned player, by the way. Todd Gurley, 4th highest owned at 56%. Lev Bell, 59.5%. Matt Ryan, 56.4%. Calvin Ridley also cracking the top 5 at 44%. Second and 5. We can certainly discuss Sam Darnold. Unlucky Gamer, I love when people come in the chat and they're giving us a topic. They've got a question. There's some meat on the bone. And Calvin Ridley scores a touchdown. Bang!
Love it.
Adam in the chat says Lance Lynn in the MLB lineup today. Nice job, Adam. Keep up the great work. Take your hand and put it on your shoulder and tap away. Back to the important people. Unlucky Gamer. How do you guys feel about Goff's weapons for this year? I am personally a Perryman fan.
I'll be honest, I have given zero thought to the Lions. None.
Okay, so they've got Tyrell Williams.
Okay.
Perryman.
Rashad Perryman.
Yep.
Okay.
Hawkinson.
Ooh, Big Daddy Hawk.
Swift. DeAndre Swift.
Stromile Swift. Okay.
Yeah.
They're definitely in play to draft a receiver as well.
Yeah. Maybe they'll take one of those Alabama guys.
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I think we got to wait to see what they do with their draft pick before we start saying.
They're not taking a quarterback, right? I think they should.
I don't think that they're because they're kind of stuck with Goff for a while. So I think they're going to let him play it out and see what he can do. If he's bad, then they'll just take a quarterback in the future. And if he's good, then maybe you can use him. So of that group, I do think Rashad Perryman's a pretty good player. Like, he was excellent when he got a chance. Sam Darnold with a little shovel pass to a completely covered receiver for a 1-yard pickup. I do think Perryman's a decent football player. Like, he had that good stretch with Tampa Bay. He had some productive games with the Jets this year. So as things stand now, I think he could be a sneaky play, but it would not shock me at all if this team drafts Devontae Smith or something like that.
It's time to guess the depth chart of the Detroit Lions. They also have Jamal Williams and Geronimo Allison.
I bid $3, Bob.
Who else they got? Khalif Raymond. Oh, dude, they've got this kid, Tom Kennedy, who played lacrosse at Bryant. He was a former pro lacrosse player. It's actually kind of a cool story.
All right.
He's from Farmingdale, New York.
Oh, the Dale.
Yeah.
That's right by me.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it.
You didn't know that.
I did too. I'm not joking. That's why I said that.
You know where Farmingdale is in relation to where I live.
Well, Lamarca, you had to give me your address so you get the scissor holder.
Yes, true.
And notice I said scissor holder.
That's right.
Just pulls it up right on the screen. Jay Duncan, I love this. I just realized the Galloping Chicken, also known as Jared Goff, will now play on Turkey Day. Do they still give out the Galloping Gobbler Award or trophy?
I love that. I love when, the guy just gets to eat a big old turkey leg on TV. We missed that this year, you know?
I'd become more of a fan of Jared Goff if he did that.
If he has a good game, he will. He'll eat a chicken leg or a turkey leg on TV.
His head coach will support it. We're going to break kneecaps and eat turkey balls. And that's the end of the first quarter.
Jordan Lindenbaum says, I live in the boonies. That's not true at all. I live in the suburbs.
Yeah.
I will say I learned a new thing today.
What's that?
So I told you I was sending something to Kaufman, so he had to send me his address. And I found out that there's a Boxborough. I thought it was, is there one of those for every letter? Like, I know that the Patriots are in Foxborough. Kaufman's in Boxborough. So is there a Doxborough? Is there a Locksborough? Are there all of them? Is it just the two?
I think that's it. Those two.
All right.
Right? Producer Drew, can you confirm, Tom? No, but we do have a town called Florida. Calvin Ridley, 44% owned. He scored the touchdown. 9% in the captain. Koff, if you're still here. Tom Ace, as you like to call him. The only person who calls him that.
I like that one, to be honest.
Oh,
Sorry.
it's fine. I just, it's fine. You can tell Koff for me that I put in the donation for his kid's college fund. So he's giving in.
Jordan says he lives in the suburbs. I live in the sticks. They go cow tipping out east for fun. I am right on the border of Suffolk and Nassau County. That's not even east. You got to drive. Yeah, whatever. I'm not going to get into Long Island geography. But just know that you probably have to drive a good half an hour to an hour before you find a cow from where I live.
All right, I see you guys in the chat. Clearly, Joe is going to work on things with the scoring, okay? The Falcons did not allow a touchdown. It will get updated. It always will. Understandably, you want to see how good your bad lineup is doing.
Musk says, did Matt low-key give out Kaufman's address? I gave out his town. So if you're really motivated and you're willing to go door to door, you can find him.
If you drive by, you'll just see a big sign. It says the Krusty Kaufman. Jeffrey says, say Long Island in your thickest Boston accent, Sax.
I don't have a Boston accent. You say Long Island.
Long Island, kid. Long Island. Island. Hey, I got Ficken. Let's go. Let's Ficken go. Reed Tees, did you know on Twitch? Crust says he is more of a hype man than... He is more of your hype man than anyone else. No, he has to get in line. The Twitch fam, a lot of them are really supportive. Gotta say, I appreciate it very much. You guys are all great. We're almost at 200 likes. Hit the like button. Damon says, it's located near a pineapple under the sea. We have producer Drew here with us, Tom on the ones and twos, Joe from the Game Ops team. Calvin Ridley scored the touchdown if you're just joining us. We're in the second quarter. Joseph Ma says, sounds like a guy at the bar trying to order another drink. Kareem says, I don't see my Joe name at the touchdown. What's wrong with DraftKings? That's good. Oh!
Gone.
Julio!
Come on down. Me and Julio down by the schoolyard.
That's my captain. Wow. That was fun. Julio Jones. Who would have thunk it? 21% captained. 65% overall. Matt LaMarca encouraged you all in the 3-minute pregame to put him in the captain spot. Wow. I got nothing to say. That was beautifully done.
How about my lineup's in 4th place?
Shut the front door.
Oh, yeah, baby.
I see you, M. LaMarca.
Oh, unfortunately, I have the same lineup as Get That Cheddar. So I can't win first place solo. It'll have to be a chop.
Carter Robinson, I don't know who this is directed towards, but it made me chuckle. Am I the only person out here that sometimes gets tired of a grown man being so childish? I like him most of the time, but man, sometimes he can be so childish.
It's a fair point. And I apologize.
I do too. We all apologize because you have to be talking to everyone here. Mars Bright Burn. Chill, Glash. My cat just went crazy with that soccer goal celebration.
You got nothing on that guy.
Chris Robinson. I think that's me.
Dad?
Oh.
Oh,
no. I forgot this gets you going.
It's too perfect. It's It's weird.
But Dad,
Tater hater clash, quit being childish. This is a serious video game.
Kyle wants to know if I'm a Rays fan. No, sorry, Kyle. I am a fan of the New York Metropolitans.
How you feel about Lindor? Pumped?
Yeah, very excited. He hasn't gotten off to a great start with the bat, but you can see just all the stuff. Like, he's just a ball of energy out there. He's made some great plays in the field. I'm very excited to have that guy as a part of my team. And, you know, some people are like, oh, he's so much money, and by the back end of that contract, he's not going to be worth it. I don't care. It's not my money. I'm not paying his salary, you know? Right. And I want nice things. The Mets haven't had nice things in a long time, so.
Producer Drew says, surprised your DK username isn't Mets fan 90.
No doubt.
The chat wants you to call the game, but just not get excited about it. Oh, Todd. Why is the carpet all wet, Todd?
Todd. Let me tell you about John Beck out of BYU.
Hey, did you end up getting in on this NBA thing?
No.
Oh, you didn't do it?
No.
Okay. All right. We'll move on. It's fine, dude. You're probably better off that you didn't. Oh, Calvin.
My goodness. Oh. The Jets apparently don't feel interested in covering anybody today.
No.
Except Russell Gage, but we got time for him still.
So I'm going to phrase this question, unlike how I did in the 8 o'clock sim.
Okay.
And not ask you what's bothering you. Because this is actually something that I think is giving you light. Light at the end of the tunnel.
Okay.
There's clarity at the quarterback position for the New York Jets. Are you happy with that clarity? Are you happy to know that Sam can move on and get his fresh start, and that Zach Wilson, in all likelihood, is going to be the next quarterback of the New York Jets?
I'm ready for a change. I will say that for sure. If I was running the team, I don't know if Zach Wilson would have been my pick. I think I've made my thoughts pretty clear that I believe in Justin Fields, but I am ready for a new quarterback, 100%. If he ends up going to Carolina and has a resurgence, then so be it. Right? Like, that's it was just never going to work in New York. So you can't think about that. You can't think like, oh, if I get rid of him and he becomes good, then I look like an idiot. Well, what clearly wasn't working here. And whether you want to blame the Jets or blame... Oh, speaking of the Jets, there's a pick, and we might have 6.
J-E-T... Oh. Premature. Anyway, continue.
I'm ready for a quarterback change, a new regime, a fresh start. I just hope that they put this quarterback in a better position to succeed than they've put the last couple. Because it is just, it's exhausting. You know, it's exhausting to go through this process every 3-4 years. You know, my entire life, the team has been looking for a quarterback. Mm-hmm. My entire life. We got a couple of years out of Chad Pennington. You know, Mark Sanchez took us to a few AFC championship games, but that was not because of Mark Sanchez. It was in spite of Mark Sanchez. Like, we have been looking for a quarterback for decades.
Yeah.
And I hope that this is the one, but who knows?
They've got 10 picks in the draft. 10. I would like to think. So they're slated to pick it, of course, number 2 and 23 in the Jamal Adams trade. I would like to think they're going to get some offensive line help. What else is a priority for the Jets? Of course, after Wilson.
everything. Honestly,
I know. Yeah.
Offensive line would be my next priority.
I agree.
I think they have to really focus on improving the play. Now they drafted a good player last year in Mekhi Becton. But I think that's, it should be about trying to get the young quarterback to be as successful as possible. And I think that the skill position group certainly could use an upgrade, but it's not a glaring weakness like some of these spots on the offensive line.
Okay. All right. This comment was pretty funny. Must Be says, Lamarca is Ducey as a normal human.
I don't know how to take that, but thanks, I suppose.
Chris Robinson, LOL. Glash got lucky. We know he couldn't finish spelling the Jets out. Hey, man, just gotta stop. They didn't score. DeMac Lion. Glash, you do a nice Mel Kiper. That kid voice creeps me out.
That was me doing the Mel Kiper, by the way.
You did Mel Kiper tonight?
That was Todd.
Oh, I didn't even pick up on that. I did Kuiper. I think producer Drew was with me. I did Kuiper for the first time, and I actually really enjoyed it. It was pretty fun.
Well, let me hear it.
I know. Now I'm thinking about it. That's the problem. I'm both thinking it. You see, for the first time, I really believe, for the first time in ever, we'll see four quarterbacks taking the first 4 picks of the draft. Trevor Lawrence, of course, Justin Fields, and then you have Mac Jones moving up to 3. San Francisco really believes in Justin Fields. They really believe in Mac Jones, okay? I would not be surprised, though, if Atlanta takes a quarterback. You have to really understand that they might need to take a quarterback because he has Atlanta roots. They really could consider this as their next future. Trevor Lawrence going number 1, Zach Wilson at number 2, then at number 3, Mac Jones, then Justin Fields drops to 4, and then I wouldn't be surprised if a 5th quarterback goes 8.
That was like Mel Kiper if he was an auctioneer.
Silence! I kill you! Randy says, too fast for Kuiper. Yeah, wasn't my best. Swing and a miss. Close enough. Producer Drew says it's close. Okay.
My favorite is Deron Jaworski, who unfortunately not at ESPN any longer, but used to be. I've watched 97 consecutive hours of quarterback, and I'm ready to tell you that Zach Wilson is a star.
Skip Kuiper. Mike, amen. Tyler Burke sucks having to watch this stream on mute. I know. We had to kick Mel out. We're getting sick of the guy. What has Mel Kiper actually been right about, says Kareem.
I will say that being a draft analyst is a pretty sweet gig. I don't think that there's a lot of accountability in that. Like, if you hit like 25%, you're considered like really, really successful as a mock drafter.
Julio! You were in 4th place last time you checked your lineup. You're in 7th right now.
Down to 7th. Me and get that cheddar. Russell Gage is killing us. We need Gage to get in the box, as my friend Rossi's Fat Cat would say.
Expired name, Glash. I saw Jeff Dunham live. It was a great show. I've seen. Actually, wait a minute. I think I was supposed to go, and it got canceled. This was years ago. But yes, I think Jeff Dunham's good.
Is that the puppet guy?
Jeff Dunham. Dunham. I am Achman.
It's you being a ventriloquist.
Walter.
Excuse me, it's 2nd down and 5. Walter, what do you think Matt Ryan will do? I don't know. Leave me alone. My lineup stinks.
Oh.
Stop being a stalker. Luke.
Tyler says y'all are awesome though, but Kuiper is an absolute no.
Dodd. That's all I can do for Mel Kiper.
Listen, I really believe the first 4 picks in the draft are going to be a quarterback. I really have looked into this. I've talked to my sources. I've talked my face off. I've stared in the mirror, talking to myself, rehearsing this. It's going to be Trevor Lawrence at 1, Zach Wilson at 2. Then I really believe Mac Jones is going to go at 3, as my colleague Adam Schefter reported. And then at number 4, okay, listen, Greeny, Mike Greenberg, listen, at number 4, I wholeheartedly believe Justin Fields can go to the Atlanta Falcons and save the franchise. I slowed down a little bit.
That one was, the intonation was not as good. You're getting there. I think if you gave it a couple hours, really worked on it, you'd be doing it great.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I've got plans now, I guess.
I'm giving you homework.
Kyle, want to have a study hour?
Robbie Noble says, Big Saxy, why are you not on more? I do what I can, Robbie, but there's just not enough hours in the day.
Kareem, someone said this the other day. It sounds more like Jim Carrey in The Grinch.
that is pretty spot on.
Hey, DK Simfam. Can we get to 200 likes? We're right there. Smash
It's a
that
pretty sad showing of likes, I gotta be honest.
Yeah. Jared Kilgore, Lamarca, I think that this quarterback draft is going to end up being more busy than boom.
I think he means bust.
No. Because I'm like, wait a minute, that kind of means the same thing.
Damn it, who put the question mark on the teleprompter? Glass will read anything.
You think this draft will be more busy or boom? FOMO and better players are going to be passed out.
I mean, every year quarterbacks go earlier than they should if you're just talking about, best player available. But the quarterback position just trumps every other position, and it's not even close. So if you think that there is a chance that one of these guys can be the, savior for your franchise, you should pass up on a guy. Like, I talk about Kyle Pitts being a can't miss tight end prospect. But if the Falcons think that Justin Fields is a franchise quarterback, they would be foolish not to take Justin Fields over Kyle Pitts. Because a game-changing tight end, while it's a nice luxury to have, it just doesn't move the needle the way that a quarterback does.
So the Falcons kicked a field goal. The chat was mad that they didn't call it a touchdown. Lev Bell scored a touchdown. Julio scored a touchdown. That was one of our best duo calls ever, I think. It's up there. The Julio touchdown.
Me and Julio down by the schoolyard.
Todd Gurley leading the way with 5 receptions, 30 yards. Julio 7 yards from the bonus, 3 for 93. Chris Herndon 4 for 49. Ridley 3 for 71. Luke Stalker, the tight end 2, has 2 catches for 25 yards. Hayden Hurst, 0. Tyler Burke says Bridgewater's going to Denver for a few picks. Why just maybe they'll just sign him. If of course Carolina would have to maybe not.
I think that Carolina could get something for him. I mean, if Sam Darnold can fetch a 2, a 4, and a 6, Teddy Bridgewater can fetch something. He was just better last year, flat out.
What do you think of what do you think of that situation? Like, do you think Bridgewater and Darnold are gonna battle it out? Like, what do you think? Okay, so it's a two-parter. What do you think of the return? And based on the return, do you feel as if since I think the Jets made out okay in terms of what they
I think the Jets did great.
Yep.
If you think about Carson Wentz was 2 second-rounders, right? And he was somebody that was a borderline MVP candidate in his prime. And the Jets were able to get a comparable return, a 2, a 4, and a 6 for a guy who has never been a successful NFL quarterback. I think that that's a pretty fair return. And I do think that Carolina is going to frame it as a quarterback competition.
Okay.
But I think that there's going to be heavy pressure to have Sam Darnold win that competition.
Right. Okay. Well, because now I'm reminding myself as to why I think it's going to be Darnold's job, because Matt Rule does get say with personnel. That was part of the job description. Like, he actually has some power in the front office in terms of like guys they go after. Like not of course at like a Belichick or Pete Carroll level, but some coaches don't have that kind of power. Sometimes the GMs in this league will really say, nope, we're going to do it my way. I think Matt Rule has been encouraged to get involved with personnel decisions. Most coaches probably are. It's just more official with Rule, I guess, with his background at Baylor and his ability to bring along the college game offensively to the pros. So I think it's a great fit. I think it's going to be great for Sam Darnold. I think it's great for the Jets. Like you said, I think you're happy like both ways. Like, you know what? Wish you luck, Sam. Wish it worked out. It just didn't work out, and they moved on. So
yeah, and if it does blow up in the Jets' face and Darnold becomes good, the Jets will get ridiculed for it, and they'll deserve it because they once again squandered a premium asset by not putting him in the best chance to succeed. So, that said, the track record of quarterbacks busting, quote unquote, and then finding success elsewhere is not good. I think that we think about Ryan Tannehill now, and it seems a lot easier than it is. Name me one other quarterback that has been a failure for the majority of his career and then turn things around in a new destination. Outside of Tannehill, you really can't find one.
Mm-hmm. Chris Robinson, nothing so far for Russell Gage in this sim. Hayden Hurst just showed up, 1 for 41. Ryan to Julio. Yes! Julio!
I believe that would be me and Julio down by the schoolyard.
Sorry to freak out your cats.
Wow.
DFS Queenie says Nick Foles. Nope. Nick Foles has had 7 different chances to start at Philadelphia twice, Oakland, Chicago, Jacksonville. It don't work. He caught fire for a brief run in the playoffs, playing around a very talented team. That's it. The guy has not been a franchise quarterback. So that is not a correct answer, in my opinion.
Once we reach the end of the third quarter, we'll check the stats to see on Russell Gage. I see you here, Tyler. All good, man. Understandable. You're curious. Glad to have you with us. Joe from the Game Ops team here. And scores are updated manually. And we bring that up because we get folks that are new to these all the time, that are really just craving to see their lineup improve or just see where they are on the leaderboard. Totally makes sense. That's the mature way of answering the question. I can do that from time to time. Oh. Lev Bell. DFS Queenie responds to you and says, choose your words better.
Okay.
Fine.
The guy had a great run in Philly for 5 games. And as producer Drew says, that could have been all Frank Reich. Wentz was awesome that year, gets hurt, and then Foles is good. I think that was a situation where plenty of people could have succeeded. So I don't think that Nick Foles is the reason that they won the Super Bowl.
Would you like to do your Oswald Cobblepot voice?
Who the hell is that?
So Chris Robinson says Lamarca does an on-point Oswald Cobblepot. Just ask him. And he's a fictional character. He's the star as Lev Bell. You're a star too. Well, you lost your superstar traits. Oswald Cobblepot is he's in the TV series Gotham. I had to look him up. I'm like, who the hell is that? I figured you'd just start doing the voice. Oh, it's the Penguin. I see. Okay, that's his name.
I've never watched an episode of that show. Sorry.
Of course, I would fall into that trap. Oh, someone asked Glash to do Batman. Yeah, I saw Ken say that. Second and goal. Bell's in. Light it up.
If my name was Oswald Cobblepot, I think I would become a supervillain as well. It's just an awful name.
This city just showed you that it's ready to believe in good. I've got an ace in the hole. That's Harvey. What did you do? I took Gotham's White Knight. Blah, blah, blah. It's like gravity. Sometimes all you need is just a little push.
God. All right, we're getting people talking about Jim Harbaugh and Tommy Maddox. All right, if Sam Darnold turns into Tommy Maddox 2.0, I'm fine with getting a second-round pick for him. No disrespect to Tommy Maddox, he's a fine player, but Tommy Maddox ain't moving the needle for anybody.
Is Tommy Maddox wearing hockey pants? If you're good
Tommy
at
Maddox
something-
had one season where he went 7-3-1. Other than that, he has a career record of 8-17-0. Okay, that's fine.
D Rich just hopping in here. Sup, D Rich. Julio Jones has been pretty sick. Couple of touchdowns. Jordan says, can you quit the multiple personalities and read Lamarca? My answer to his question. Sure, Jordan. I'll stop what I'm doing.
Oh, Vinny Testaverde. Yeah, I mean, fair. Testaverde had a run with the Jets. That run consisted of really like 1 or 2 years. And it happened when he was in his late 30s. So I'm not saying that it can happen, but if Sam Darnold, again, if he blossoms in his late 30s like Testaverde, okay.
Todd Gurley fumbled again. Open receiver. Crowder. 4
New
for
England Clam Crowder. Is that the white or the red? Ooh. White?
What doesn't kill you simply makes you stranger.
Just don't do the laugh later. I gotta sleep after this. It's scary.
You were scared of that?
Yeah, it was a very scary laugh. It's a good Joker.
I don't want to kill you. You complete me. Stop that. Call it in.
Oh, I miss doing Batman.
Smash the like button. Be the hero the Simland needs you to be.
Do you need a lozenge?
Mr. Wayne? Mr. Wayne? Damon says, how was your impression of Kaufman? I can do the Kaufman laugh. That's my Kaufman laugh.
Man, Lev Bell is having a day.
Yeah, Todd Gurley's fumbled twice. Not good. B. Cant, 827, first place in the Donald got his wish free roll. Julio captained, Ryan Bell, Ridley Herndon, and who? Christian Blake.
Hater Hater says you guys are gonna mess around and make me pop that movie in. I honestly might be due for a little Batman trilogy watch. Although I'll be honest, I can skip the first one. I don't find it to be that great. I think that's pretty much the consensus, right? Is that the first one is the worst of that trilogy.
Begins? Yeah.
Yeah. They're gonna go on 4th and 2, and
and they
I think he got it.
Get it! Oh! Oh!
On the second effort, just gets it over the line. It was 4th and 2, not 4th and goal, Clash.
Oh, they got the first down. Sorry. What's the chant they do in the Dark Knight Rises?
Gooble gobble, one of us. Gooble.
Okay.
I don't remember.
You don't remember that part?
I just remember Razagul.
The League of Shadows. I'm an idiot. I was like, oh, I didn't get it. And they got the first down.
And there is Lev Bell, number 3.
How about a magic trick?
Jordan Lindenbaum, I guess maybe I'm wrong. Jordan Lindenbaum says he thought it was the Dark Knight Rises that was considered the worst of the 3. I'll take Dark Knight Rises any day of the week over the beginning one. Just because I think Bane is a great character. You think darkness is your ally?
Wait a minute. Did we take a third quarter break?
We did not.
Oh. Wait a minute.
The production team's got plans this evening.
Oh. I didn't even notice until I read Ralphie's comment. Well,
we're trying to get out of here before the buzzword.
Now,
you know.
Yeah. Well,
somebody said you were being too childish, so this was our answer to that.
Well, now people are going to hold this particular sim against us. Well, you don't need the quarter break, you know. That sim with Lamarca and Glash on April 8th, they just flew right into the 4th. Let her go. Very poor choice of words. Producer Drew, now the scoring won't be perfect. Oh, I love the DK Sim fam. I don't want to kill you. Oh. 2nd and 5. Ryan delivers. Expired. Who needs a break? Well, expired, let me explain. It's for the ops team to check out the Madden stats and make sure everything's updated for your lineups. That's all. They just choose to put our mugs on camera. And look at all
It's in
of
my
you.
contract.
It's in Lamarcus contract.
I need at least 5 minutes of FaceTime a sim, or my agent calls up these guys and gets lets them know what's good.
Mm-hmm. You better be careful. I mean, Kaufman just beat you in NBA for like $5,000, so you're losing some money on paying your agent.
It's all right. He understands.
Yeah, just send him a couple of cards. He'll be even. What else you guys want to talk about? There's 350 people watching on YouTube. You guys are great. How's the Twitch fam doing? You guys hanging in there? First time playing Fortnite. How bad are the Kings if they lose to the Pistons without Jeremy Grant? Pretty bad.
I mean, the Kings are not good. That would be a bad loss, no doubt about it. But their defense is just real bad.
I would like to just briefly mention, Koff is still winning. Koff's lineup is pretty good tonight. Wow.
Yeah. Koff's got basically the nuts against me. And I'm sure he played the same lineup against everybody. So.
Mm-hmm. Todd Gurley, don't fumble again. Have we ever had a player fumble 3 times in a sim? Maybe a quarter.
Talk Gurley to me. Like the cellar door in, baby.
Wait, hold on. I never realized Kuiper says McShay's name like that. Todd.
Yeah.
Does he say anyone else's name besides McShay?
No, it's because those guys are normally arguing about something, and so he tries to butt in on it, and that's the way he does it. Todd.
What's like Kuiper's like go-to phrase?
I have no idea.
Okay. Let's see. Expired name. Glash. They are the best at what they do. If they take an extra couple minutes at the end of the sim to update the stats, we'll live. Oh, amen. Amen.
Hey, what a wonderful, wonderful take.
What a mature, like, reasonable, complete sentence. Like, I wish everyone thought like the expired name. But that's why we live, right? To learn about each other. We eat each other. Like a leper.
You got some people in the chat saying that Godzilla versus Kong was good.
I've heard that too. Is it worth going to see?
I'll tell you right now, I will never see that movie in the movie theater. And maybe that's on me. Maybe it is fantastic, but I just think it's a dumb premise. What would happen if Godzilla fought King Kong?
I've seen
Probably
King
a
Kong.
lot of damage would happen, and we would all be in serious trouble.
Mike Bauer. Okay, it's getting a little too warm and fuzzy in here. Relly Rel liked the movie. Morris says, great action movie.
Chris Robbins says Lamarca knows nothing. He actually says Lamarca Cabo's not the big. Which is fine. Expired Name also wants to know what we think about the NFC East and how it's a crapshoot. I don't think it's a crapshoot necessarily.
Okay.
If Dak Prescott comes back and is Dak Prescott again. The Cowboys would have cruised to a division title if he was healthy last year.
It was year one with Mike McCarthy, right? So they'll get a.
I mean, out of everything in that division, that offense, like, would you rather back the team that has Dak Prescott, the team that has Daniel Jones, the team that has Ryan Fitzpatrick, or the team that has Jalen Hurts?